Chapter 1. The Awakening. If you enjoy cultivation stories, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss a new audiobook release. Now let's begin. The fever came in the dead of night like an assassin, stealing through the dormitory with silent purpose. Bai Zhen woke, gasping, his body a furnace wrapped in threadbare linen that had become a prison of heat and sweat. Perspiration pooled beneath him in quantities that seemed impossible, soaking the straw mattress of his cell in the outer dormitory of Jade Cloud sect until the smell of mildew and human suffering permeated everything. Around him, 24 other junior disciples slept through the cacophony of his ragged breathing, their bodies attuned to the ambient cultivation energy that flowed through the sect's foundations like an eternal river. That energy had never touched him. Not yet. Not in his 18 years of existence within these walls. At 18 years old, Bai Zhen was what the sect called a late bloomer, a polite euphemism whispered by masters and disciples alike, a term so delicate it almost seemed to mock the truth it concealed. Talentless, useless, a body without a spirit root, a soul without the inner strength that defined a cultivator. For 3 years he'd trained alongside disciples half his age, children with spiritual roots wide as rivers while his remained narrow as a blade of grass, thin and fragile and seemingly purposeless. He'd learned to accept his place at the bottom of the hierarchy with a quiet resignation that ran deeper than bone. Carrying water from the eastern wells to the meditation gardens, sweeping the meditation halls with meticulous care, maintaining the gardens where the rare spirit herbs grew under the watchful eyes of senior disciples who never bothered to learn his name. But this fever was different. This fever was wrong in ways that defied the natural order. It burned not just in his body, but in his mind, behind his eyes, as though something were awakening in the depths of his skull, something ancient and purposeful stirring in the depths of his consciousness. Bai Zhen stumbled from his cot with limbs that no longer seemed to belong to him and made his way through the dormitory on shaking legs. No one stirred. The night was deep and moonless, the kind of darkness that belonged only to the mountains surrounding the sect, darkness that pressed against the windows like a living thing. He reached the outer courtyard, where cool stone beneath his bare feet offered a moment of relief so profound that he nearly wept. The fever pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, a strange synchronization between his body and the universe itself. With each pulse, his vision sharpened in strange ways. The shadows between the buildings became defined. The air itself seemed to shimmer with currents he'd never noticed before, as if he were suddenly perceiving a layer of reality that had always been there, invisible to everyone else. Bai Zhen gripped the well's edge and plunged his face into the cold water with a gasp of relief. When he emerged, gasping like a man pulled from drowning, everything changed. At first he thought it was the fever dreams distorting his sight, the delirium playing tricks on his mind. He blinked several times, certain the water had clouded his eyes, that his mind was constructing phantoms from desperation and pain. But the image remained, grew clearer with each passing moment. Impossible, yet undeniably real, more solid and definite than anything his rational mind wanted to accept. Golden chains. They hung invisible to normal sight, woven through the air of the courtyard like webwork spun by some cosmic spider with infinite patience and terrible purpose. They weren't merely present, they were everywhere. Absolutely everywhere, anchored to nothing Bai Zhen could see with conventional eyes, yet somehow solid, purposeful, vibrating with an energy that made his newly awakened senses scream. The chains caught the starlight and refracted it into colors that had no names, hues that existed between the visible spectrum and spaces his eyes had never had reason to perceive before. Bai Zhen stumbled backward, his mind reeling, his breath coming in sharp gasps. Hallucination. Fever sickness. The explanation was obvious, rational, utterly comforting in its normalcy, and absolutely inadequate to explain what he was seeing. The chains didn't fade. If anything, they grew more defined with each moment of his perception, and with their definition came something more, meaning. He could read them, not with words or images, but with a sense deeper than language, a knowing that bypassed all conventional understanding. Each chain carried information like a scroll written in light and intention. Some chains were thin and delicate, gossamer threads that seemed ready to break at the slightest disturbance. Others were thick as a man's arm, braided from threads of light, so bright they hurt to look at. Some were bright as fresh gold, untouched by time or shadow. Others were tarnished and dark, corrupted by years of use. But they all shared one characteristic that made Baijan's blood run cold. They all led somewhere specific. They all pointed toward a destiny that already existed, that was already written into the fabric of reality, that the universe itself had agreed upon before time began. A chain led from a star to a sleeping master in his tower. Another looped from the meditation hall into the distant mountains, pointing towards some location that Baijan couldn't quite perceive. Chains overlapped, tangled, created knots of fate at points where multiple destinies collided and created friction between them. Some were frayed at the edges, futures slipping away, possibilities dying, paths closing off. Others were taut as bowstrings, vibrating with imminent events, quivering with power about to be released. The fever intensified. Baijan gripped the well's rim to keep from falling, his vision beginning to blur at the edges. His enhanced perception expanded, stretched, began to encompass the entire sect. Through stone walls he could now see chains, thousands of them, tens of thousands, a cascading network of golden light that defined the fate of every person within these walls. Junior disciples had many chains, thin and numerous, their futures still branching in 1,000 directions like the tangled roots of an ancient tree. Senior disciples had fewer chains, thicker, more permanent, the paths of their lives beginning to narrow toward inevitable conclusions. The elders had chains so heavy and numerous they seemed to be encased in golden armor, their fates so thoroughly bound by destiny that they barely moved. And the sect master, when Baijan's vision touched the chamber at the peak of the central tower, he recoiled as if struck. The chains there were beyond counting, a tsunami of golden light so dense it was nearly opaque, so intricate and complex that looking at it made his eyes water with the effort of processing the information. They stretched in every direction, binding the sect master to a fate so complex and intricate that even looking at it made Baijan's mind ache with the sheer weight of destiny. The fever spiked one final time, reaching a crescendo that felt like his entire body was burning from the inside out, and Baijan's vision shattered like ice beneath a hammer. He collapsed onto the cold stone, gasping, his body convulsing with uncontrollable spasms. The chains faded. The stars above him spun. He was aware of hands, of concerned voices calling his name, of being lifted carefully. A disciple had found him. Others emerged from the dormitory, their faces concerned, their movements practiced. A senior brother was fetched, then a master. Words were spoken. Fever, overexertion, perhaps a breakthrough attempt gone wrong. The usual explanations for the unusual. But Baijan heard none of it clearly. His mind was locked on one thought, burning in his consciousness like a brand, consuming all other awareness. He could see the chains of fate. In a world where destiny was invisible to everyone else, he alone could perceive the invisible threads that bound every soul to its predetermined path. The question that burned equally hot was this: what did that make him? Chapter 2. The clarity. 3 days passed before Baijan dared to test his new sight again. 3 days of endless examinations and concerned questions that he answered with carefully constructed lies. He'd spent those days in the infirmary with Elder Hu, the sect's healer, a woman with silver hair and eyes that seemed to look through you rather than at you. She seemed utterly baffled by his symptoms, at a complete loss for how to proceed. The fever had broken completely, leaving no trace of illness, no weakness or lingering damage that medical examination could detect. His body felt stronger than it ever had, his mind clearer, his senses sharper. He'd submitted to blood tests involving needles and bowls, cultivation measurements that showed nothing, spiritual examinations where Elder Hu pressed her palm against his core and tried to sense his cultivation level with all of her considerable skill. The result remained the same, barely a flicker of spiritual power, less than could be expected from even an ordinary mortal, let alone someone in a cultivation sect. A cultivator with no cultivation to speak of, physically healthy despite 3 days of delirium that should have left him weakened, and increasingly restless with the need to understand what had happened to him. Elder Hu had finally released him with instructions to avoid strenuous activity and to report if the fever returned, her expression clearly indicating that she had no idea what she'd actually been treating. Baijan had nodded obediently and promised to take care of himself, and the moment she looked away, he had already begun planning how to get to the library pavilion to test his new site properly. The library was empty at this hour of the afternoon, that blessed time when most disciples were either at their lessons or meditating in the cultivation halls. Baijan found a corner table, far from the windows and the main entrance, and waited until he was absolutely alone, his senses extended to make sure no one was approaching. Then he carefully opened his eyes to his new sight. The chains were there instantly, visible without any effort now. His eyes simply opened to them the way they opened to sunlight, and the vast network of golden threads became apparent, as natural as breathing. The library staff member 2 rooms over had chains that vibrated with worry and ritual, a fate bound to careful routines and family obligations, to duties that never varied. A servant in the courtyard had chains that glowed with contentment, her life's path clear and simple and, somehow, happy despite the humble nature of her duties. Baijan began to understand the language of the chains more deeply as the hours passed. A thick, recent chain that glowed with power meant imminent change, a breakthrough coming, a promotion in the sect, a confrontation fated to happen soon. A frayed chain meant choice, possibility, a future moment where several paths diverged and the soul was still undecided which to take. Chains that tangled together meant consequences linking disparate people. If one person's fate changed, the others would ripple in response, their paths intersecting in ways neither could predict. He spent hours studying the patterns, learning to distinguish between subtle variations in thickness, brightness, color, luminosity. Some chains had an almost metallic sheen, bright and permanent. Others seemed to be made of light that ached to look at, so pure that it burned the eyes. Some felt old, ancient, woven into the fundamental structure of the sect itself, threads that had existed for centuries. Others were clearly recent, tied to events of the last days or weeks, new connections forming as new circumstances arose. What fascinated him most was the deeper information the chains contained. When he focused on a specific chain, concentrated his will on understanding its message, information flowed into his mind, not as words or images, but as pure knowing that bypassed all conventional understanding. He could sense the destination of a chain, the approximate timing of a fated event, even the nature of the event itself. A chain glowing with conflict and sharp edges meant violence was inevitable. A chain that shimmered with tender light meant love or deep connection. A chain that felt heavy and worn meant something inevitable, something the soul had been moving toward for years. By evening, Baijan had mapped the fates of perhaps 50 people in the library and its surrounding areas. He understood the system now, or at least the basics of it. Every person was bound by chains of fate. Every moment of their existence was guided, nudged, constrained by these invisible threads that defined everything about them. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. He closed his eyes to normal sight, and the chains faded like a dream upon waking, becoming insubstantial and then invisible. Baijan sat in the quiet library, breathing slowly, trying to process what he'd discovered. If his sight was real, and it certainly felt real, more real than anything in his normal existence, then everything he understood about cultivation and destiny was incomplete. The sect taught that fate could be overcome through hard work and talent, through discipline and dedication. But what if that was wrong? What if the chains were immutable, locked in place by forces greater than any individual will? What if every person's path was already locked in, already decided, already written? These questions would have to wait. A bell chimed in the distance, signaling the evening meal. Baijan closed the scroll he'd been pretending to read, left the library, and made his way to the dining hall with the other disciples, trying to appear as normal and unremarkable as ever. It was only as he walked that he realized something odd, something that made his blood run cold. When he'd looked at his own hands in the library, when he'd tried to perceive his own fate chains, to understand what destiny was woven around him and what his future might hold, the vision had gone strangely blank. He could see the chains on every other person he encountered, could read them like an open book, but his own fate remained invisible to his new sight, a complete void, a silence where there should have been information. The discovery troubled him more than he could articulate. Chapter 3. The first test 2 weeks after his awakening. After 2 weeks of secret study and careful observation, Bai Jun volunteered for the sparring circles. This was unusual enough that his instructor, Master Lin, actually looked up from his records and examined Bai Jun with fresh curiosity, his ancient eyes narrowing. "You? Sparring?" the master asked, his tone suggesting that this was the most unlikely thing he'd heard in months. "I would like to test myself," Bai Jun said carefully, choosing his words with deliberate precision. "If I'm permitted." Master Lin studied him for a moment, his weathered face unreadable, then shrugged with the air of someone who had given up trying to understand the strange whims of junior disciples. "Fine. You'll likely be beaten by the outer sect disciples, but the experience might strengthen your character, or at least teach you some humility." The dismissal was complete. Master Lin's attention returned to his papers, and Bai Jun was left standing in the courtyard, beginning to wonder if he'd made a terrible mistake. The sparring circles were held in the open courtyard behind the martial training hall, a place where dozens of disciples practiced combat forms daily. A dozen disciples were already there, ranging from junior to senior status. They were performing basic cultivation strikes, testing their strength against wooden posts carved with cultivation runes and against each other. When they noticed Bai Jun approaching, several of them snickered, elbowing each other and whispering comments. "Another talentless one wants to play with us?" A senior disciple named Wei laughed, his cultivator friends following his lead. "I could defeat him with one hand tied behind my back." Bai Jun didn't respond. He simply closed his eyes to normal sight and opened them to the chains. Immediately, the courtyard transformed into a landscape of golden light. Each disciple became a nexus of golden threads, a unique pattern of fate that defined their capabilities, their weaknesses, their immediate futures. Bai Jun had never seen the chains in motion before, never watched them while people were actively practicing their cultivation forms. But now he could see them respond to cultivation technique in real time, could watch as disciples channeled spiritual energy, and saw how the chains rippled in response to each movement, how they either aligned with the energy flow or resisted it with stubborn force. Wei Chen's chains were thick and aggressive, glowing with recent cultivation breakthroughs. But there was an obvious flaw in the pattern, a structural weakness that Bai Jun's trained eyes could perceive immediately. A knot in his upper left chains, a place where his fate tangled with itself in conflict. It was a natural weak point in his cultivation structure, a place where his power would falter if struck with the right technique at the right moment, a vulnerability built into the very fabric of his destiny. "I'll spar with Wei Chun," Bai Jun announced to the assembled disciples. The courtyard went quiet. Wei Chen's face flushed with anger and indignation. "You? Against me?" he demanded, his voice dripping with contempt. "If you're willing," Bai Jun replied, keeping his tone neutral. Wei Chen's grin turned vicious, predatory. "This will take 30 seconds at most. You'll regret stepping onto this mat." They took positions on the sparring mat, and Bai Jun's heart began to pound with the weight of what he was about to do. Master Lin had wandered over to observe, apparently amused by the obvious mismatch between the two disciples. Wei Chun drew back his fist, gathering spiritual energy with visible effort, the power swirling around him. Bai Jun could see it happening in the chains with perfect clarity, the power building, the technique coalescing, the inevitable trajectory of the strike taking shape in the network of gold. Wei Chun lunged forward with a standard cultivator's opening move, a powerful, arrogant strike that relied on overwhelming strength to crush his opponent. It was a technique that probably worked against most of his usual opponents, a strike that would normally deliver devastating damage. It wouldn't work against Bai Jun, not now, not when he could see it coming written in the chains. As Wei Chen's fist came forward with enough force to shake the air, Bai Jun sidestepped by a handspan, moving with perfect timing. He didn't fully avoid the strike. He let the blow graze his shoulder, letting Wei Chen feel like he'd made contact, but positioned himself just enough that the actual power passed harmlessly to the side, wasting itself against empty air. Wei Chen, already committed to his technique and unable to stop his momentum, overextended dramatically. Bai Jun pivoted and pressed his palm against the exact point where Wei Chen's chains tangled, where his fate weakened, where the vulnerability in his cultivation structure had been written since birth. It was a blind strike to anyone watching. A simple counterpalm that used no obvious cultivation technique, no spiritual power that could be detected. Wei Chun went flying backward. He hit the ground hard. The wind knocked completely from his lungs, astonishment clear on his face as he struggled to understand what had just happened. The courtyard was absolutely silent. How? Wei Chun gasped, struggling to his feet, his pride wounded more than his body. That's impossible. You have no cultivation. You're barely a cultivator at all. Baizhen didn't answer. He could feel the weight of Master Lin's stare now, could sense the man's sudden, intense, almost hungry interest. He'd made a mistake, revealed more than he meant to. But it was too late to take it back now, too late to pretend to be the talentless disciple everyone believed him to be. Again, Wei Chun snarled, and this time he attacked with much more caution, using multiple techniques in rapid succession, trying to overwhelm Baizhen through variety and speed. Baizhen could see each technique forming in the chains before Wei Chun executed it, could see where it would land, how it would move, what the natural counters were. He simply moved with inhuman precision, slipping between strikes, always exactly where he needed to be, never where the attack was aimed. This second exchange lasted longer, nearly 3 minutes of combat that left Wei Chun increasingly frustrated. Each attack was faster, harder, more aggressive than the last. And each one failed, because Baizhen could see them coming written in the golden chains of fate itself, could predict with absolute certainty what would happen. Finally, Wei Chun made a wild, desperate strike that left him completely exposed. Baizhen could see the moment clearly in the chains, a fork in Wei Chun's fate, a point of absolute vulnerability where his defense had completely failed. He pressed his palm against the center of Wei Chun's chest, letting just enough power flow through to knock him backward without causing serious injury. Wei Chun collapsed, gasping, utterly defeated. When Baizhen closed his eyes and returned to normal sight, he found the entire courtyard staring at him with expressions of shock and disbelief. Master Lin stood at the edge of the mat, his expression unreadable. "Interesting," the master said quietly. "Very interesting indeed. You'll continue training with me individually, starting tomorrow." And Baizhen, his voice took on a harder edge. "Don't spar with anyone else without my permission." It wasn't a request. Chapter 4. The Hidden Truth. Master Lin's private training chamber was located in the oldest section of the sect, in a tower that predated the main buildings by at least a century. The stone was weathered and ancient, covered in protective talismans that glowed faintly with spiritual energy, inscriptions in languages long forgotten. Baizhen had never been inside before. Most junior disciples never would be, not in their entire lives. He came to his first private session at dawn, as instructed, when the rest of the sect was still sleeping. Master Lin was waiting, standing at the center of a circular training ground marked with cultivation formations. The symbols glowed faintly in the pre-dawn light, ancient characters that seemed to pulse with deep, patient power. Around the circle, 6 heavy wooden posts rose from the floor, each one carved with vertical grooves that looked like claw marks, as if some massive beast had shredded the wood with deliberate fury. "Sit," Master Lin commanded. Baizhen obeyed, settling onto a meditation cushion that had been placed facing the master. Master Lin sat across from him, and for several long moments, neither of them spoke, the silence hanging heavy between them. "Tell me what you can do," the master finally said. "Not how you did it. What you can do." Baizhen considered carefully. He'd expected questions, accusations, perhaps even accusations of cheating or using forbidden techniques. But Master Lin's tone was different, not angry, but intensely curious, the voice of a man who had just glimpsed something he'd been searching for. "I can see things," Baizhen said slowly, choosing each word with precision. "Things that others can't. When I focus, I can perceive patterns. The patterns show me what's about to happen, where people will strike, how they'll move, what they're going to do before they do it." "Fate sense," Master Lin breathed, the words spoken with the reverence of a man encountering something sacred. "You have a fate sense." "I don't know what that means," Baizhen admitted. Master Lin leaned back, studying him with new intensity, with the kind of focused attention that made Baizhen feel like he was being examined at a cellular level. It's something mentioned in the oldest histories of the sect. A rare ability, rarer than being born as a immortal or having a god-beast companion. In the 10,000 years since the sect was founded, there have been only 3 recorded cases of a disciple developing a genuine fate sense. Fate sense, Bai Zhen repeated. That's what you call it. That's what it's called, Master Lin confirmed. Show me. Bai Zhen opened his eyes to the chains and was startled to discover that Master Lin was completely transparent to him. The master sat before him, his physical body visible, but there were no chains visible around him, no fate threads, no destiny. It was as though Master Lin existed in a pocket of absolute silence as far as the chains were concerned, as if he'd somehow managed to cloak himself from the sight itself. I can't see your fate, Bai Zhen said in confusion. No, Master Lin agreed, and there was something like approval in his voice, a satisfaction that his suspicions had been confirmed. You shouldn't be able to. That's a sign that you have a genuine fate sense and not a hollow imitation. The truly skilled are able to obscure their destinies, to walk paths unseen by the threads of fate themselves. Bai Zhen closed his eyes back to normal and found Master Lin watching him with profound interest, the eyes of a man standing at the edge of a revelation. How did this happen? The master asked. When did you first develop it? Bai Zhen described the fever, the awakening in the courtyard, the subsequent weeks of learning to control and expand his sight. Master Lin listened without interrupting, his ancient face growing more serious with each detail. When Bai Zhen finished, Master Lin rose and walked to the window, gazing out over the sect as the sun began to paint the sky orange and gold. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. This is either the greatest fortune or the greatest curse that has ever befallen you, the master said quietly. The histories are unclear on which. The 3 previous fate seers, one became the most powerful cultivator in the sect's history. One went mad trying to change the future she perceived. And the third, Master Lin trailed off, still looking out the window. The third was hunted down and killed by forces she was trying to escape. Bai Zhen's hands went cold. Why would anyone kill someone with a fate sense? Master Lin turned back to face him. Because a person who can see all futures knows too much. They know where their enemies will be. They know when death is coming. They know the secrets written in the threads of the heavens themselves. Some people fear that knowledge. Some people want to control it. And some people, he paused, choosing his words carefully. Some people want that power gone entirely. I don't understand, Bai Zhen said. My ability has no cultivation power. I'm still as talentless as anyone in the outer sect. That, Master Lin said, returning to his seat, is because your fate sense has nothing to do with cultivation. It exists independent of any spiritual foundation, which makes it neither subject to normal cultivation limitations nor vulnerable to normal cultivation methods of attack. Your inability to cultivate conventionally makes you unique, and, I believe, safer than the previous seers. But you must still learn control, and you must keep this ability secret. Absolutely secret. No one else can know. Master Lin, Bai Zhen began, then hesitated. When I tried to look at my own fate, I couldn't see the chains. The vision went blank. What? Master Lin's expression shifted. For just a moment, something flashed across his face. Surprise, concern, something Bai Zhen couldn't quite name. That, the master said carefully, is something we'll need to investigate together. Your ability to perceive fate should extend to your own destiny as well. The fact that it doesn't. He frowned deeply. That suggests something unusual about your personal circumstances. What do you mean? I don't know, Master Lin admitted. Not yet, but we'll find out. For now, focus on controlling your sight. Practice reading individual chains. Learn the subtleties of what you perceive. And say nothing to anyone. Do you understand? Not to your family, not to your brother disciples, not even to the sect master. This must remain between us. Bai Zhen nodded, though questions were spiraling in his mind like leaves in a whirlwind. Why would someone want to kill a fate seer? What was unusual about his personal circumstances? And most troubling of all, if he couldn't see his own fate, what did that mean about his future? Chapter 5. The price of sight. The next weeks transformed Bai Zhen's experience of the sect entirely, turning it from a prison of normalcy into a landscape of hidden meanings. By day, he maintained his cover as a normal disciple, carrying water, sweeping gardens, attending his regular classes with the other outer sect disciples who barely acknowledged his existence. But he was observing everything now through two distinct layers of perception. On the surface, the sect was exactly as it had always been, a place of rigid hierarchy, of cultivation advancement measured by technique and talent, of daily routines that never varied, a machine designed to sort the talented from the talentless. Beneath that surface, seen through the lens of his fate sense, the sect was a constantly shifting web of destinies in collision and confluence. He could see which disciples would break through to their next cultivation level within the month. There were always several on the verge of advancement, their chains glowing with power and anticipation. He could see which ones would face rejection and hardship, their paths leading toward failure and disappointment. He could see patterns of rivalry, romance, betrayal, and ambition written in the thickness and color of their fate chains, the way the threads wove together or pulled apart. The information was intoxicating and overwhelming in equal measure, a constant stream of knowledge about people's futures that he had to learn to ignore or be driven mad by the weight of it. Master Lin's private sessions became his anchor point, his reason, his means of making sense of what he was perceiving. The master was teaching him not just to control his sight, but to interpret it, to understand the grammar of fate, to read the subtle meanings written in the threads. Together, they studied disciples whose fates were about to intersect, trying to understand the cascading consequences of fate nodes, points where multiple destinies collided and created friction, creating new threads and new possibilities. 3 senior disciples in the Eastern Halls are going to clash over the same cultivation technique discovery, Master Lin observed one morning, pointing to where Baizhen's sight could see 3 thick, aggressive chains winding together. Watch how their fates press against each other. Notice how the knot forms. That point of maximum pressure is where the conflict will break open. Someone will be injured. Someone will lose face. And that injury will create a new chain. Look there, at the consequence thread extending from the knot. It leads to the sect master's attention. Baizhen focused, and yes, he could see it now. The intricate web of cause and effect, the way one fated event created the conditions for the next, the way the universe wasn't a collection of random occurrences, but a precisely calibrated machine of interlocking destinies. The question every fate seer must ask, Master Lin continued, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of wisdom, is not whether they can change what they see, but whether they should. Knowing the future is not the same as controlling it. In fact, the moment you try to change a fate you perceive, you introduce a new factor into the equation, yourself. And your interference creates new chains, new consequences, new futures branching from that single point of change. So we should never interfere? Baizhen asked. Some seers believe that, Master Lin said. Others believe that seeing gives you a moral responsibility to act. This is where the previous seers divided in their paths. One chose complete non-interference and remained neutral in all conflicts. One tried to change every adverse fate she perceived and slowly went mad from the weight of consequences. And the master paused. The third tried to change only her own fate, tried to escape the chains she saw binding her. That's what made her hunted. Why? Baizhen pressed. If she was just trying to protect herself? Master Lin's expression grew distant. Because she succeeded. For a moment, she managed to alter her own fate chain, to break free from what the heavens had written for her. That terrified people. It suggested that fate wasn't immutable. It suggested that the natural order could be defied. And when powerful people get frightened by the suggestion that the natural order is fragile, they tend to eliminate the threat. Baizhen sat with that knowledge, letting it settle into his bones like ice. I still can't see my own fate, he said quietly. Shouldn't I be able to, if I'm truly a fate seer? Yes, Master Lin said. You should, which means your fate is either hidden in a way I don't yet understand, or it's absent. And I'm not sure which possibility is more concerning. It was in the 3rd week of training that Baizhen made a discovery that would change everything forever. He'd been exploring the limits of his sight, pushing it further than he'd dared before, testing its boundaries and capabilities. If he could see chains on individual disciples, could he see the chains of the entire sect? Could he perceive the collective fate that bound all 100 disciples together in a single greater destiny? He walked alone to the meditation cliff that hung over the valley beyond the sect's walls, a place forbidden for junior disciples, but irresistible to someone trying to understand his new power. It was forbidden for good reason. The cliff hung hundreds of feet above the valley floor, and the rock was loose and treacherous. But Bai Zhen was careful, moving in the hours before dawn when no one would see him. He sat on the edge of the cliff, let the wind from the valley below wash across his face, bringing with it the smell of distant forests, and opened his sight fully. The effect was staggering beyond comprehension. Instead of the discrete chains he normally perceived, the entire world seemed to be made of fate threads. They extended in every direction, down into the valley hundreds of feet below, up into the sky toward the stars, across the landscape as far as his enhanced sight could perceive, stretching to horizons that seemed impossibly distant. But more striking than the sheer volume was the pattern, the structure, the way they all interconnected. Most of the threads were golden, thick, bright, purposeful, the natural color of woven destiny, the color of fates that moved through the heavens as they should. But there was something else as well. In the space that should have held his own chains, where the threads should have centered on Bai Zhen's body, there was a void, an absence, a place of absolute emptiness, a place where black threads reached into the emptiness like grasping fingers, but the chains themselves didn't originate from normal fate. They frayed at the edges, dissolving into wisps of shadow. They vibrated with instability, with an unnatural energy that belonged to neither the heavens nor the earth. And they pointed downward, toward the valley below, toward a direction that no other chain seemed to point. Most disturbing of all, Bai Zhen could see the exact moment these black chains had been severed. They didn't grow naturally from his core the way normal fate chains did. They had been cut, cleanly and deliberately, at some point in the past. And the cutting had left scars, places where the fate threads were damaged, where the universe's natural order had been explicitly violated. Someone had deliberately cut his fate away from the heavenly order. Someone had taken him out of the natural flow of destiny and left him adrift, bound only by these strange black chains that pointed towards something he couldn't yet perceive. Bai Zhen's vision shattered from the shock of understanding. He nearly fell from the cliff, had to scramble backward, his hands shaking, his breath coming in ragged gasps. All the pieces suddenly aligned. His inability to cultivate, his talentless status, the fact that Master Lin said his fate sense was independent of spiritual power. None of it was an accident. All of it was because his fate had been deliberately severed from the natural order. He wasn't just a cultivator with an unusual ability. He was something far stranger, a person whose destiny had been cut free, remade, redirected toward a path that no one else could perceive or control. And somewhere, someone knew about it. Someone had done it deliberately. Someone had the power to sever the chains of fate itself. Bai Zhen made his way back to the sect as the sun rose, his mind reeling with questions that had no answers. When Master Lin arrived for their next session, Bai Zhen had only one question. Master Lin, what would it mean if someone's entire fate had been cut away and replaced? The master's ancient face went pale. How do you know about that? Is it true? Bai Zhen pressed. Master Lin sat down slowly, as though his legs had suddenly become unable to support him. It's a legend, he said quietly. An old story told only to the highest elders. There was a cultivator, once, whose fate was so thoroughly bound by celestial law that he was effectively imprisoned by destiny itself. And someone, we never knew who, cut him free, cut his entire fate away and left him unbound. But the severance was imperfect. New chains were woven, black ones, pointing toward a purpose none of us understand. When, Bai Zhen whispered, before you were born, Master Lin said, it happened to your father, the previous seer of this sect. And now I understand why you can't see your own fate. You don't have one, not in the traditional sense. Your father's severance extended to you as well, to protect you from the forces that hunted him. Everything went still inside Bai Zhen's chest. My father is alive. I don't know, Master Lin said. He disappeared 18 years ago, the same year you were born. And now I suspect that he cut his own fate free and transferred the severance to you, to hide you from the powers that sought him. Which means, the master looked directly into Bai Zhen's eyes. Which means they've been hunting you your entire life without even knowing it. And now that you've awakened your fate sense, Now that you've started to use it, they might finally notice. Chapter 6. The patterns of power. The knowledge that his entire existence was predicated on a father's desperate act of fate-severing changed how Baijan perceived every moment at the sect. He began to study the chains more carefully, looking for signs of active pursuit, for destiny threads that seemed to reach toward him specifically. To his surprise, he found none. Despite Master Lin's warnings, there were no obvious danger signs, no approaching threats written in the weave of fate. It was almost as though the person or people who had hunted his father had genuinely forgotten about him, or given up the search entirely. But almost wasn't good enough to guarantee safety. Master Lin assigned him a new training regimen, not just to see the chains of fate, but to understand the hierarchy of destiny that underpinned the entire cultivation world. There were, he explained, levels of fate that corresponded to cultivation levels. A mortal had shallow, simple chains, fate that extended only a few years into the future, chains that were easily disrupted by any change in circumstances. A foundational stage cultivator could see fates that branched further, chains that extended years or decades into the future. A golden core cultivator's chains were deeply woven into the fate of everyone around them, their actions rippling across many destinies. And heaven immortals. Heaven immortals are practically encased in fate chains, Master Lin said, gesturing for Baijan to extend his sight toward the sect master's tower. Look there. Watch how the chains are layered, how deeply they're woven. That's what decades of cultivation does to a soul's destiny. At that level, every moment of your existence is constrained by the weight of what you've become. Baijan focused, and yes, he could see it now. The sect master's chains were vastly more complex than anything he'd perceived in a junior disciple. They weren't just golden threads, but entire spirals of fate, woven so tightly they looked like solid bars, like the bars of a prison that the sect master had built around himself through the sheer weight of his power. The master's future was almost predetermined, constrained by the sheer weight of his power and position, every action limited by what his cultivation level demanded. Can he see his own chains? Baijan asked. Probably not. Cultivators rarely develop true fate sense. It's independent of cultivation level, which is why you don't need power to perceive it. But the sect master likely has other abilities, mind cultivation techniques that let him sense probability, or divination arts that give him glimpses of the future. They're not the same as what you can do, but they're useful substitutes. For the first time, Baijan realized the scope of what being a fate seer actually meant. He possessed an ability that existed entirely outside the normal hierarchy of cultivation. He was weaker than any outer sect disciple in terms of spiritual power, yet he could perceive things that the sect master himself probably couldn't see. It was a strange balance, tremendous ability coupled with physical fragility. It was in week for that Master Lin brought him a new assignment. I want you to observe the senior disciples and predict which ones will attempt to break through to the next cultivation stage within the month, the master instructed. And for each one, I want you to predict whether they'll succeed or fail based on what you read in their fate chains. Baijan spent the next days watching the senior disciples through the lens of his sight. He mapped out their destiny threads, studied the thickness and brightness of their chains, looked for the subtle signs that indicated an imminent breakthrough was approaching. There were 12 senior disciples currently advancing toward the next stage. 5 of them showed clear signs of inevitable breakthrough. Their chains were vibrating with the kind of energy that only came right before a cultivation advancement. 3 others had chains that showed promise but conflict, suggesting their breakthroughs would succeed but cost them something. The remaining 4 had chains that were thick with doubt, knotted with uncertainty. Their attempts would likely fail. He reported his findings to Master Lin, and to his surprise, the master had him write down detailed predictions about each disciple. I'll test your accuracy, Master Lin said. In 1 month, we'll check which of your predictions came true. This will help you understand the reliability of what you perceive. The month passed in a blur of observation and training. Baijan watched his predictions come to life. The 5 disciples he'd marked for inevitable breakthrough did indeed break through, advancing to higher cultivation levels with dramatic breakthroughs in the practice caves. The 3 he'd marked as costly succeeded, but one suffered a cultivation deviation that left him with residual injuries. One burned out part of his spiritual foundation in the effort, and one lost years off his life in the expenditure of lifespan. The 4 he'd marked as failures attempted their breakthroughs, and 3 of them failed spectacularly, injuring themselves in cultivation deviations. The 4th managed to muddle through to a partial success, but would never reach the next full stage. When Baizhan's accuracy was confirmed at 100%, Master Lin's expression grew very serious. "This is dangerous," the master said quietly. "What you can do is too accurate. If you learn to use this ability to win fights, to bet on outcomes, to predict which disciples will succeed and which will fail, you would become too visible. Powerful people would notice. And if they realize that you can see their fates, that you can predict their futures with perfect accuracy, then they'll realize that you're a genuine fate seer. And then they'll come looking for you. Just like they hunted my father," Baizhan said. "Yes," Master Lin confirmed. "Which is why we need to develop a strategy. You need to hide your sight. You need to act like a normal disciple, fail in normal ways, succeed in normal ways, follow the patterns that any other junior would follow." "How can I hide what I am?" Baizhan asked. "By using your sight only for defense and understanding," Master Lin said. "Never use it for personal advantage. Never make bets or decisions based on what you perceive. Act always as if you can't see the chains. Can you do that?" Baizhan looked at the master, at the ancient face that had guided him through the weeks since his awakening, and he realized that Master Lin was afraid. Not afraid of him, but afraid for him. Afraid of what would happen when the hunters returned, when someone finally realized that the Fate Seer's child had awakened to his power. "Yes," Baizhan said, "I can do that." But he wasn't certain it was true. He wasn't certain that he could spend his days watching the invisible networks of destiny that shaped everyone around him and never be tempted to use what he knew. Most of all, he wasn't certain that hiding would be enough to protect him. Chapter 7. The first hunter. The attack came 3 months after Baizhan's awakening, in a moment of complete normalcy that shattered into chaos. He was carrying water from the eastern well to the main gardens, a task he performed regularly without thinking, moving through the routines of his life with automatic precision. The sun was high, the day warm but not hot. A few other disciples were visible in the distance, meditating on the platforms or practicing cultivation forms. Nothing suggested that his world was about to change again. Nothing indicated that the hunters had finally found him. Baizhan felt it first as a disturbance in the chains. The fate threads around him suddenly seemed to shimmer, shift, realign themselves in a pattern that didn't match the normal flow. It was like watching water in a still pool suddenly ripple without any visible source. Something was changing. Something was approaching that the threads of fate itself were recognizing as significant. Baizhan set down the water buckets and turned slowly, opening his sight fully. A figure was descending the mountain path that led into the sect from the outside world. The person was wearing traveler's clothes, dusty from the road, and carried no obvious weapons. From a distance, they might have seemed like a merchant or a visitor. But their chains were wrong in a way Baizhan had never seen before. They weren't golden at all. They were a deep silver gray, woven with threads of power that made Baizhan's eyes hurt to look at. And there were far fewer of them than in normal cultivators. Only 3 or 4 thick chains instead of the dozens that typically surrounded someone. Those few chains were extremely tightly wound, purposefully constrained, as though something was deliberately suppressing or hiding the person's true nature. And those chains were all pointed directly at Baizhan. Every single one of them. The visitor paused at the entrance to the gardens, and Baizhan could sense the moment they became aware of him. It was like watching a predator's focus shift to prey. The chains surrounding the visitor suddenly vibrated with hunger and intent. Baizhan didn't think. He simply turned and walked toward the main buildings at a normal pace, trying not to seem rushed or frightened. But his mind was racing through possibilities. Was this one of the hunters his father had warned him about? Why would they be here now, visible in daylight, making no attempt at concealment? Unless they didn't know what they were looking for. Unless they'd caught the barest glimpse of his fate sense activation and had come to investigate, not certain whether they'd actually found what they were hunting or if it was just a false alarm. Baizhan reached the main courtyard and kept walking, angling his path toward the practice grounds where dozens of other disciples were training. If there were going to be violence, he wanted witnesses. Hunters might want him dead, but they probably wouldn't risk killing him in front of the entire sect. The political consequences would be too severe. He heard footsteps behind him. The visitor was following, moving at a casual pace, but with clear intent. Bai Zhen reached the practice grounds and positioned himself in the center of a sparring circle, watching as the visitor entered the training ground and paused, looking across the dozens of disciples. For a moment, no one noticed anything unusual. Then one of the senior disciples, a girl named Li Wei, looked up from her meditation and stared directly at the visitor. Her eyes went wide. "An external cultivator," she whispered, and the words carried across the training ground like a bell toll. Within seconds, every disciple on the grounds was watching the visitor. The stranger's disguise fell away completely. Whoever they were, their cover was blown. Bai Zhen could see the calculation happening in their face as they calculated whether to press forward or retreat. And then Master Lin arrived. The elderly teacher emerged from the main building, moving slowly, but his arrival seemed to change the entire atmosphere of the courtyard. The visitors stiffened, their focus shifting away from Bai Zhen to the master. "This is Jade Cloud's sect grounds," Master Lin said mildly. "All external visitors must be announced to the sect master. You haven't been announced." The visitor was silent for a long moment. Bai Zhen, watching through his fate sense, could see the chains around them vibrating with conflict. Whatever decision they were making, it was a critical one. "I'm just passing through," the visitor finally said. The voice was smooth, neutral, giving nothing away. "No," Master Lin said, with surprising firmness. "You're not just passing through. You came here looking for something. Or someone." The visitor's eyes flicked briefly toward Bai Zhen, then away. It was barely a moment, but it confirmed everything. "I think you should leave," Master Lin continued. "And I think you should tell whoever sent you that there's nothing here they're interested in. This sect belongs to the Jade Cloud lineage, and we don't take kindly to hunters on our grounds." The word hunters hung in the air like a curse. The visitor's expression shifted, surprise, calculation, a flash of something like fear. "I don't know what you're talking about," they said finally. "Then you won't mind leaving immediately," Master Lin responded. "Before the sect master hears about your arrival and decides that you pose a security threat." For a tense moment, no one moved. The visitor's chains were vibrating now, showing the conflict between attacking and retreating. Bai Zhen could see the moment the calculation completed. The visitor realized that attacking in front of this many witnesses, with Master Lin present, was a losing proposition. "I'm leaving," the visitor said coldly. They turned and walked out of the courtyard with measured steps, never looking back. But Bai Zhen could feel the weight of their attention as they went, could sense the chains of fate all pointing toward him in a promise of future confrontation. The courtyard was silent until the visitor had completely left the sect. Then Master Lin turned to face Bai Zhen, and every other disciple suddenly found something very important to focus on. That night, Bai Zhen met Master Lin in the private training chamber. "That was someone from outside," Master Lin said without preamble. "Not a bounty hunter exactly, but someone employed by forces that want to find and contain Fate Seers. They didn't know for certain that you were one. They were investigating a disturbance they sensed from a distance. But your presence confirmed their suspicions. Will they come back?" Bai Zhen asked. "Probably not immediately," Master Lin said. "Now that they know you're here, now that they know you're under my protection, they'll need to get authorization from their employers to attack a sect. And that takes time. But yes, eventually, they'll come back. Or they'll send others." Bai Zhen nodded slowly. Everything his father had feared, everything Master Lin had warned him about, was suddenly real. He wasn't just a cultivator with an unusual ability. He was hunted, and that hunt would never truly stop. "We need to prepare you," Master Lin said. "Not just your combat skills, but your understanding of what you are. The hunters will come, Bai Zhen, and when they do, you'll need to be ready." Chapter 8. Learning to fight with fate. The next phase of Bai Zhen's training was brutal in ways that had nothing to do with physical pain. Master Lin began teaching him combat forms that were designed specifically for someone with a fate sense, forms that had been developed over centuries by previous seers and passed down through hidden traditions. The key principle was that physical strength was irrelevant. What mattered was the ability to predict and manipulate the flow of events around him. "A normal cultivator relies on spiritual power," Master Lin explained as they stood in the training chamber. "More power means stronger techniques, harder strikes, better defense. But a fate seer has a different advantage. You don't need more power. You need better prediction and positioning. He demonstrated with a senior disciple, a cultivator named Hao Jing, who was strong enough to be near the breaking through stage. Hao Jing attacked with all the standard techniques: powerful strikes, spiritual energy reinforcement, cultivation advantages. Master Lin, who was nearly ancient and obviously weaker, defeated him completely using nothing but precise positioning and the smallest touches of power. "Notice how I never blocked directly," Master Lin said as Hao Jing stumbled back, gasping. "Never try to match power against power. Instead, I moved just enough that his techniques missed, or I redirected his energy into the ground, or I struck at the exact moment when his defenses were weakest. That's how a fate seer fights." Bai Zhen began to understand that his entire previous approach to combat was wrong. When he'd faced Wei Chun in the sparring circles, he'd been using brute force, striking at the weakness he could see in his opponent's chains and relying on the impact of that blow. But true mastery would be different. True mastery would mean fighting with complete efficiency, striking only the necessary blows, positioning himself perfectly to avoid damage while dealing the most effective counter-damage possible. The training consumed his entire existence. By day, he maintained his cover as an outer sect disciple, doing his mundane tasks and attending normal classes. But every free moment was spent in Master Lin's chamber, learning new combat forms, practicing the precise, efficient movements that would let him defeat opponents far more powerful than himself. And he began to understand the strange weakness that came with his advantage. A cultivator could close their eyes and still see through other means: spiritual sense, energy perception, intuition developed through training. But if Bai Zhen closed his eyes to his fate sense, he lost everything. In darkness or under conditions where he couldn't perceive the chains, he was helpless. He was so talentless in cultivation that he had almost no defenses without his sight. "That's your critical vulnerability," Master Lin said bluntly. "Someone who understands what you are and how you operate could develop techniques to blind your fate sense. They could cover themselves in spiritual suppression formations, or use obscurement arrays, or, most dangerous, they could cultivate in a way that deliberately creates false chains, false future images that would confuse your sight." "How do I defend against that?" Bai Zhen asked. "By developing other senses," Master Lin said. "By training your body to react even without your sight. By practicing movement and combat until it becomes reflex rather than conscious choice. And most importantly, by developing relationships with people who can fight alongside you, who can protect you when your sight fails." That last point resonated with something Bai Zhen had been thinking about. He couldn't do this alone. He needed allies. He needed people who could help him when the hunters came. "Can you teach other people to do what I do?" he asked. "No," Master Lin said. "Fate sense is either born or awakened. It can't be taught. But other people can be trained to work with someone who has a fate sense. That's the traditional approach. A fate seer develops a small group of trusted companions who learn to move in coordination with the fate seer's instructions." "How do we find such people?" Master Lin smiled slightly. "We're already beginning. I've been speaking with several senior disciples about training with you. Not telling them what you are, of course, but inviting them to develop specialized combat techniques that coordinate with your movements. They're curious about what happened in your sparring match with Wei Chun, and they're intrigued by the possibility of developing new fighting methods." Over the next month, Bai Zhen's small training group began to form. There was Hao Jing, the senior disciple Master Lin had used as an example. There was Li Wei, the girl who had recognized the hunter immediately. And there was a third, a quiet but deadly cultivator named Li Wei, who had been studying advanced spiritual formations. All three had been invited to train with Bai Zhen under Master Lin's guidance, ostensibly because they'd all shown interest in some new combat theories the master was developing. What they didn't know was that they were being trained to work with someone who could see the future. Bai Zhen watched as they began to understand, not what he was, but how to move with him. Hao Jing learned to trust Bai Zhen's guidance on where to position himself. Li Wei developed a fighting style that created openings that Bai Zhen could exploit for devastating counterattacks. Li Wei learned to time his defensive formations with Bai Zhen's movements, creating a defense that seemed to anticipate incoming attacks. They didn't ask questions about how Bai Zhen seemed to always know where they would strike. They didn't ask how he could coordinate their movements so precisely. They simply accepted that Master Lin was teaching them something revolutionary and focused on becoming better fighters. But Baizhen knew they would figure it out eventually. And when they did, he would have to decide whether to trust them with the truth about his sight. Chapter 9. The sect master's attention. News of Baizhen's unusual training group began to spread through the sect like ripples in water, expanding outward with subtle but undeniable force. Outer disciples gossiped about how a nobody from their ranks had somehow attracted the attention of Master Lin and was training with senior disciples as if he were one of them. Some dismissed it as impossible. Others speculated that he'd secretly undergone a cultivation breakthrough that no one had noticed. A few suggested that Master Lin was simply wasting time on a pet project. But the most dangerous gossip was heard by the sect master. Sect Master Duan was a legend in the cultivating world, a heaven immortal who had ruled Jade Cloud sect for 43 years without challenge. His cultivation base was profound, his reputation unmatched. And according to the whispers that circulated through the sect, he was very interested indeed in what was happening with Baizhen and Master Lin. The summons came during the 5th week of Baizhen's intensive training. Baizhen was in the library when a sect master's messenger found him, a young disciple with a formal sash indicating an official errand. Sect Master Duan wishes to see you in the central tower, the messenger said, and then left before Baizhen could ask questions. The central tower was forbidden to anyone below inner sect rank. Baizhen climbed the narrow stairs with his heart hammering in his chest, hyper-aware of the massive chains of fate that surrounded the sect master's chambers, visible to his enhanced sight from a distance away. Those chains were so dense and complex that looking at them too directly made his vision shimmer with the effort of processing the information. Sect Master Duan sat on a raised platform in the tower's highest chamber, a room that overlooked the entire sect and the mountains beyond. The sect master was a thin, ancient man with white hair bound in a scholar's knot and wearing robes of deep purple embroidered with gold cultivation symbols. When he looked at Baizhen, his eyes held the weight of someone who had seen centuries pass. Baizhen, the sect master said, "You are the outer disciple that Master Lin has taken under his wing." "Yes, sect master," Baizhen said, keeping his head lowered in a sign of respect. "Interesting," the sect master mused. "Master Lin has trained disciples for 42 years. He has been a dutiful teacher, competent and reliable. And in all that time, he has never taken a special interest in any individual disciple except one." "One, sect master?" Baizhen asked carefully. "Yes, that would have been 18 years ago. A young man named Bai Hao. He was Master Lin's student for nearly 2 years, and then he disappeared from the sect. Fell from grace, they said. Or perhaps he died in the mountains. Records aren't clear. But Master Lin mourned him deeply, kept his personal effects in his private chambers for years." The sect master's words hung in the air like poison. "Bai Hao was my father," Baizhen heard himself say. "Yes," the sect master said. "I had wondered when you might realize that Master Lin was attempting to recreate his relationship with your father through you. The similarities are striking. Both of you apparently talentless. Both of you capable of defeating more powerful cultivators through means that don't seem quite natural. Both of you recipients of special attention that seems disproportionate to your cultivation level." Baizhen's mind raced. Was the sect master trying to help him? Or was he trying to gather information for the hunters? The chains around the sect master were too complex for Baizhen to read with complete certainty, but they suggested something like curiosity mixed with caution. "I should tell you something," the sect master continued, his voice dropping to a level that seemed to carry the weight of 18 years of secrets. 20 years ago, there was an event in this sect that few people know about. Master Lin came to me in the middle of the night, requesting, begging, actually, that a particular young disciple be allowed to leave the sect immediately, without explanation, without any official record of his departure, without anything that could be traced by someone looking for him. This was highly irregular, of course, a violation of sect protocols and procedures. But Master Lin asked it with such urgency, such desperation in his voice, that I agreed without requiring full explanation. The young man left that night, and a few months later, there were rumors that he'd been killed somewhere in the eastern mountains by cultivators hunting him. The sect master rose slowly from his seat and walked to the window, gazing out over the sect and the mountains and the lands beyond, his expression unreadable. I've wondered ever since whether I made the right choice, the sect master said quietly. Whether I should have asked more questions, demanded more information, tried to protect one of my disciples from whatever powerful threat forced Master Lin to send him away in desperation. And I've wondered whether that young man truly died in the mountains, or whether he managed to survive by some means that we could not imagine. Bai Jun understood what the sect master was saying without being told explicitly. Bai Hao, his father, had left the sect 18 years ago, and Bai Jun had been born around the same time, created by his father through means Bai Jun only partially understood. The connection was undeniable and clear. Now you have appeared, the sect master continued, turning back to face Bai Jun directly. A boy with the same name pattern, with the same unusual abilities, trained by the same master. And recently, a hunter came looking through our grounds. A hunter who seemed specifically interested in finding someone with particular capabilities. What are you going to do? Bai Jun asked, unable to keep the fear from his voice. I don't know, the sect master said honestly. That depends on several things. First, on what you actually are. Second, on whether you're a threat to my sect. Third, on whether your father asked me to protect you if you ever appeared. Bai Jun felt something shift in his chest. Did he? The sect master was quiet for a long moment. No, he didn't ask me to protect you, but he did leave instructions about what to do if a young man with your name ever appeared with certain abilities. He said that if that happened, I should allow you to choose your own path, that I should offer you the choice to stay at the sect and be trained, or to leave and find another way. What path did my father choose? Bai Jun asked, his voice barely audible, uncertain whether he truly wanted to know the answer. That, the sect master said with deep sadness in his voice, I do not know. I have no knowledge of what happened to him after he left these walls, or what choices he made in the wilderness beyond our protection. Only that whatever path he ultimately chose, whatever decisions guided his life, it was all made under duress, guided by fear and desperate necessity. And I suspect, from the manner of his departure and the urgency with which he fled, that it was not a happy choice at all. It was a choice made by someone whose freedom had already been taken away, and who was willing to sacrifice everything, even his own happiness, to preserve something he valued more. Chapter 10. The Black Chains revealed after his meeting with Sect Master Duan. Bai Jun's understanding of his position within the sect shifted fundamentally. He wasn't just a student receiving secret training. He was the son of a man who had been hunted, a man who had been important enough to the sect master to warrant special consideration, even 18 years after his disappearance. And he was apparently the subject of a contingency plan his father had made before fleeing the sect. That night, he asked Master Lin directly about his father. They met in the training chamber, and Master Lin knew immediately why Bai Jun had come. The master sat down slowly, his ancient hands trembling slightly. Your father was the most talented fate seer I ever trained, Master Lin said quietly. Brilliant, careful, disciplined. He developed his sight at 16, exactly as you did. And he spent months learning to control it, to understand what he was. But unlike you, he made a critical mistake. What mistake? Bai Jun asked. He told someone he trusted, Master Lin said. A girl from a minor cultivation family. He thought she would understand, thought she would help him. Instead, she betrayed him. She sold the information to a family of cultivators who had been hunting fate seers for generations. They saw him as a resource to be controlled, a threat to be eliminated, or a tool to be used. What happened to him? He ran, Master Lin said. The sect helped him escape, and I thought he was gone forever. But 18 years ago, I received a message. It was written in code, but it was unmistakably from him. He said he had created a bloodline continuation, a child whose fate would be bound to his own, whose emergence would mark the continuation of his work. Bai Jun understood. His father had created him as part of some larger plan. Whether that had been by choice or necessity, he couldn't say. But it meant that Bai Jun's very existence was tied to his father's unfinished struggle. Is he still alive? Bai Jun asked. I don't know, Master Lin admitted. The hunters have been looking for him for 18 years. If he's still alive, he's hidden somewhere far from this sect, probably using techniques to obscure his fate sense, keeping away from anyone who might recognize what he is. And if he's dead, Master Lin's voice trailed off. Then I'm all that's left, Bai Jun said. Yes, Master Lin confirmed. Which makes you incredibly important. and incredibly vulnerable. Over the next weeks, Bai Zhen began a new kind of training, one focused not on combat or martial technique, but on understanding the larger pattern and meaning of his existence. Master Lin took him through the histories of Fate Seers, walking with him through the legends and fragmentary records that the sect kept carefully preserved in its most restricted and heavily guarded archives. There was the first recorded Fate Seer in all of cultivation history, a cultivator named Zhen Ming who had lived 3,000 years ago in the age of the ancient sections. He'd used his sight to guide his family to tremendous power and influence, carefully predicting military victories before they occurred, predicting cultivation breakthroughs and breakthrough opportunities, positioning his people always one step ahead of their enemies. His predictions were so accurate that his family rose to prominence across centuries. But such prominence attracted attention. He'd survived 30 years of his gift before finally being overwhelmed by a coalition of rival cultivators who united specifically to kill him, seeing his fate sight as the source of his power. There was the second Fate Seer, a woman named Shui Ying whose name meant blood shadow, who had tried to achieve something even more ambitious and dangerous. She'd attempted to use her sight not merely to predict fate, but to break the heavenly order itself, to prove that fate could be changed and remade. Her efforts had driven her progressively mad as she struggled against the fundamental structure of destiny. She'd spent her final years chained in a temple sanctuary, speaking in tongues that no one could understand, her fate sense eventually burning out her mind entirely under the weight of trying to accomplish the impossible. And then there was the legend of the seer who had broken his own fate, the most mysterious and cryptic of all the accounts. This person was barely mentioned in any of the histories, referenced only in fragmentary passages and cryptic references to the one who cut his chains or he who walked outside fate. According to the incomplete accounts, this seer had managed something no other Fate Seer had ever dared to attempt. He'd used his sight to deliberately cut himself free from his own destiny, to step outside the chains that bound him to his prescribed path. The process had nearly killed him, had pushed his body and mind to the absolute edge of survival. But he'd succeeded where Zhen Ming had failed and where Shui Ying had gone mad. He'd only survived by creating new chains, black chains, corrupted chains, chains that pointed towards something outside the normal order of the heavens. That seer, Master Lin said carefully, pausing in his reading to look directly at Bai Zhen, was your father. Bai Zhen absorbed the revelation with the full weight of understanding its implications. His father had attempted something that existed at the very boundary between genius and madness. He had tried to escape his own fate, and in doing so, he'd transformed himself into something unprecedented in the history of cultivation. And then he'd extended that transformation to Bai Zhen before he'd fled the sect. Why? Bai Zhen asked, his voice quiet. Why would he do something so dangerous, so desperate? Because he realized that to truly survive the hunters, to achieve genuine freedom, he couldn't simply hide his fate sense or run from place to place, Master Lin said, his voice heavy with the weight of 18 years of grief. He had to change his fate entirely. He had to cut himself loose from the destiny the heavens had written for him, break the chains that bound him, and forge a new path that no one, not the hunters, not the sects, not even the celestial authority, could predict. And he did it. He succeeded where Zhen Ming failed through power and where Shui Ying failed through madness. He actually accomplished it. At what cost? Bai Zhen pressed, needing to understand the full scope of what his father had sacrificed. Master Lin was silent for a long moment, gathering his thoughts, choosing his words carefully. He lost 18 years of his life to the process. The act of breaking his own fate drained him so severely, consumed so much of his spiritual energy and life force, that he aged dramatically during the breaking. The body changes that would normally take decades happened to him in months. He also severed his connection to the normal flow of causality. When you have black chains instead of golden ones, when you step outside normal fate, you exist slightly outside the stream of causality that everyone else flows through. Time moves differently for you. Your aging changes. Your needs change. Your entire existence becomes shifted, different from ordinary cultivation and cultivation pathways. Bai Zhen sat with that knowledge in silence, trying to imagine what it would be like to deliberately sever yourself from the normal order of destiny that bound all other beings. To cut yourself free from the predetermined path, and then have to live with the consequences of that freedom, existing in a reality slightly different from everyone else's. Can I do what my father did? Bai Zhen asked finally, the question emerging despite his efforts to hold it back. Can I break my own chains? Can I cut myself free? Possibly, Master Lin said. Your father's feat suggests it's possible, that the knowledge exists within him and potentially within you. But I would strongly advise against it, Bai Zhen. Strongly. The knowledge is fragmented, incomplete, passed down only in cryptic references and legends. You would likely not survive the attempt to break your own fate, or if you did somehow survive, you would suffer consequences that might be worse than remaining bound to your destiny. The process could cripple you, damage your mind, leave you stranded between the world of normal fate and the world outside it. What if the hunters come? Bai Zhen asked. What if they prove too strong to fight? What if running is not enough? Then we will run, Master Lin said firmly, just as your father did. And if we have to, we will find a way to hide you more effectively than he hid himself, find some refuge that the hunters cannot reach or access. But we will explore every other option, exhaust every possible path, before attempting something as dangerous and unpredictable as breaking your own fate. Bai Zhen nodded, accepting the master's counsel, though part of him was already wondering in the deepest part of his consciousness, if someday, when his options had been exhausted and the hunters grew too numerous to evade, he would have to make the same desperate and terrifying choice his father had made. Chapter 11. The second hunter arrived during the winter solstice festival, when the entire sect was gathered for celebrations and the normal security protocols had been relaxed to allow for the festivities. Bai Zhen sensed the disturbance in the chains several hours before the hunter actually entered the sect. The threads of fate throughout the compound suddenly seemed to vibrate with tension, as though the universe itself was bracing for impact. Bai Zhen went immediately to find Master Lin. Something's coming, Bai Zhen said urgently. Something significant. The chains are all aligned toward the same point. Master Lin's face paled. Show me. Bai Zhen extended his sight and led Master Lin to the training chamber, then focused outward, toward the edge of the sect. Together, they could perceive the approaching danger. Not one hunter this time, but two, moving in coordination, their chains woven together in a way that suggested perfect synchronization. And unlike the first hunter, these two weren't trying to hide. They were walking directly toward the sect's main gates in full daylight, making no attempt at concealment whatsoever. They're confident, Master Lin said grimly. Overconfident, possibly. They think that two of them can take on the entire sect if necessary. Or they have authorization that makes them feel untouchable. The hunters made it as far as the outer courtyard before anyone could stop them. They announced themselves loudly, their voices carrying across the grounds. We are representatives of the Shunqin family, cultivators of the second rank. We have come to claim what is ours by right, the fate seer among your disciples. The effect was like dropping a stone into still water. Instantly, the peaceful festival atmosphere shattered. Sect disciples froze mid-celebration. Masters and teachers emerged from their chambers. And within moments, Sect Master Duan appeared, his robes flowing, his presence commanding absolute attention. This is not your jurisdiction, the Sect Master said coldly. Jade Cloud Sect is independent of the major families. We don't take orders from the Xinqin. We're not asking for orders to be given. One of the hunters replied, a tall woman with cultivation marks visible on her skin, indicating a golden core stage strength. We're making a claim. The Fate Seer belongs to our research division. He is classified as a resource that must be secured. There is no Fate Seer here, Sect Master Duan said flatly. You are trespassing on sect grounds and making baseless accusations. Leave now, or we will remove you. The female hunter's eyes scanned the gathered disciples, searching for something, some sign or indication of who among them was the Fate Seer. Bai Zhen, despite his racing heart, kept his expression neutral. He stood among the other outer disciples, carefully maintaining the appearance of complete normalcy. We know the Fate Seer is here, the hunter said. We've had reports confirming his location. We have legal authority to confiscate any Fate Seer for security purposes related to the Heavenly Order. This is not negotiable. Show me this legal authority, Sect Master Duan demanded. The second hunter, a man with cold eyes and scars across his face, pulled out a document sealed with marks that made even Master Lin tense beside Baijan. The Heavenly Authority Seal, Master Lin whispered. They have authorization from the celestial government itself. The sect master took the document and examined it carefully. For a long moment, his expression was unreadable. Then he handed it back. This seal is authentic, he said, his voice carefully neutral. However, it does not specify which disciple is to be confiscated. Without a specific individual identified in the authority, I cannot honor the request. Provide a name, or you have no legal grounds to take anyone. The hunters exchanged glances. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated that response. They knew there was a fate seer in the sect, but they didn't know which disciple it was. And without a specific name, even their heavenly authorization was insufficient to force the sect master's hand. We have authority to scan all disciples for fate site markers, the female hunter said. We can conduct an examination that will identify who among your disciples has developed a fate sense. Not without proper warrants, notarized by a heavenly magistrate, Sect Master Duan said smoothly. And such warrants require evidence substantial enough to justify the examination. I assume you don't have such evidence. The hunters were clearly frustrated. They'd expected the sect to either cooperate immediately or be forced to cooperate through threat of celestial intervention. The idea that the sect master would challenge their authority had clearly not occurred to them. We will return with proper warrants, the female hunter finally said coldly. And when we do, the fate seer will be surrendered or your entire sect will face consequences. Come back whenever you like, Sect Master Duan replied, and bring your warrants. Until then, you are not welcome here. The hunters left, but not before the female one scanned the gathered disciples one more time, her gaze lingering on Baijan for just a moment too long. That moment was enough for Baijan to sense her recognition. She suspected he might be the target, but she couldn't be certain without proper testing. That night, Master Lin convened a meeting in his private chambers. Sect Master Duan attended, along with the sect's elders. Baijan was invited to listen from an adjoining room, but not to participate directly. They'll return with warrants within 2 weeks, the sect master was saying. And when they do, I won't be able to stop them from conducting their examination. The heavenly authority is above even my authority. I can delay them, argue legal technicalities, but eventually, they will force the issue. Then we need to move Baijan, Master Lin said, before they return. And send him where? One of the elders asked. Any sect that takes him in would face the same problem. The Shunqin family has celestial authority. They can pursue him across sect boundaries. What if he left the cultivation world entirely? Another elder suggested. Became immortal, lived in hiding? That would require severing his fate sight, Master Lin said. And I don't know if such a thing is possible. The sight is part of his fundamental nature. Cutting it away might kill him. There was silence as the implication sank in. Baijan was listening from the adjoining chamber, and his heart was pounding. He understood what they were saying. He understood that his mere presence at the sect was now putting everyone at risk. And he knew what he had to do. Chapter 12. The choice Baijan left the sect that night, slipping away in darkness without saying goodbye to anyone except Master Lin, knowing that his departure might be the last time he would ever see the old master alive. The master found him at the main gate, somehow knowing exactly when and where Baijan would be leaving, as though he had perceived the moment through the threads of fate itself. Baijan had a travel pack already slung over his shoulder, filled with provisions for several weeks on the road. I'm going, Baijan said simply, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. I won't let my presence destroy the sect. Not again. Master Lin's ancient face crumpled with emotion, the weight of grief and understanding collapsing it like a paper lantern. Your father said something similar, the night he fled from here, the master said quietly. He said he wouldn't let his existence threaten everyone who'd helped him, everyone who'd given him shelter and teaching. He said the same words you're saying now. He was right, Baijan said, meeting the master's eyes. And I'm right. I have to leave. The hunters will be here soon, maybe within days. If I stay, the sect dies. They'll burn this place to the ground in their search for me. Where will you go? Master Lin asked, his voice trembling with the weight of 18 years of unspoken grief. You're still young. You have no resources, No connections in the larger cultivation world. How will you survive? East, Baizhun said without hesitation. Toward the coastal settlements. Toward places where the celestial authority has less power and influence. I'll find a way to hide myself from the hunters. I'll learn to move through the world without leaving a mark on fate. I'll find a way to survive. Master Lin embraced him then, pulling him close with arms that had grown thin and frail with age. Baizhun felt the weight of the master's despair at losing another student to the same forces that had taken his father 18 years before. It was an embrace that carried the accumulated grief of nearly 2 decades, the pain of losing Bai Hao, the fear of losing Baizhun as well, the helplessness of being unable to protect those he loved from forces greater than himself. If you ever have the opportunity to contact me, do so, Master Lin said, his voice muffled against Baizhun's shoulder, thick with emotion. Send me a message through the divination channels that other seers use. Let me know that you're alive and safe. Even if it takes months or years, I need to know that my student survives. I need to know that at least you escaped the fate that consumed your father. I will, Baizhun promised, though he didn't know if it was a promise he could keep, didn't know if he would survive long enough to send messages or if the hunters would find and kill him in the wilderness. And Baizhun, Master Lin continued, pulling back to look directly into his eyes, holding his face in hands that trembled with age and emotion. If you have to do what your father did, if you eventually have to cut your own fate chains to achieve complete freedom, know that I would understand. Know that your father understood. The breaking of fate is a terrible and expensive price, but some prices are worth paying to achieve true freedom. Your father paid it so that you could be born free. If you ever have to pay it yourself, know that it's not shameful. It's not a failure. It's the ultimate form of will. Baizhun didn't respond with words. He simply embraced the master one more time, holding the old man close, and then turned and walked out into the night, opening his sight to the chains as he went. The entire landscape transformed in an instant, becoming a web of golden destiny threads that defined everything he could see. The threads of fate that connected the sect to the surrounding lands became visible, the chains that bound people to this place and institution, the invisible web of destiny that had held him in one location for so long. He could see the threads leading eastward, stretching toward uncertainty and danger and possibility, branching into futures both promising and terrifying. And he could see the precise moment of his departure written in those threads, a point of crucial change, a moment where his fate was about to pivot and shift in a direction no one could predict or control. He walked all night, following the mountain paths that led away from the sect, his senses extended and alert for any sign of pursuit. By dawn, he was deep in the wilderness, surrounded by ancient forest and massive stone formations. And as he walked, moving along paths that seemed to part before him as though the forest itself recognized his presence, he realized something that made his blood run cold and set his heart racing. The black chains that had been invisible to his fate sight his entire life suddenly became visible. They surrounded him like a vortex of dark threads spinning around him, and now that he could see them clearly and completely, he understood their true purpose with sudden, overwhelming clarity. They didn't bind him to a predetermined path, they freed him. They marked him as someone who existed partially outside the normal order of fate, someone who was not bound by the chains that held everyone else in their designated destinies. And they pointed, with singular and undeniable clarity, toward a destination that someone or something had written for him, a purpose that transcended his own understanding. Somewhere, far to the east, there was something waiting for him, something that his father's cutting of fate had somehow pointed him toward, something his father had sacrificed himself to preserve, something that was now becoming clearer and more defined with each moment of his flight from the sect. Baizhun increased his pace, began to run now, following the pull of the black chains deeper into the wilderness with a speed that seemed beyond human capability. Behind him, the sect began to realize what had happened, began to understand that a fate seer had fled into the world. The hunters would soon be in pursuit, the Xinxia family, the celestial authority, any who learned of his existence. And somewhere in the chaos of the coming conflict and struggle, new chains would be woven, new destinies would unfold, and the real story of Baizhun's power would finally begin to reveal itself to the world. The mountain paths wound through ancient forests that seemed to predate the cultivation sects themselves, past waterfalls that cascaded from heights so great they looked like silver threads connecting earth to sky in the distance. Baizhun moved through the wilderness with an efficiency that seemed almost supernatural. He never stumbled, never became lost, always choosing the path that led most directly toward his destiny. And though he didn't know it yet, he was being followed not just by hunters and pursuers in physical form, but by the threads of destiny themselves, woven by forces far greater than any sect or family could comprehend. Chapter 13. Hunted. The first week of Baizhun's flight was chaos of the highest order, a blur of constant movement and desperate evasion that pushed his body and mind to their absolute limits. He traveled east without stopping, following the black chains that pulled him toward some distant destination that grew clearer and more defined with each passing moment and each choice he made. He slept in forests when he could, shivering through nights under the stars, stole food from roadside villages when he had to, moving quickly to avoid being remembered or recognized, and kept his fate sight active constantly and without pause, watching for pursuit teams that grew more numerous and sophisticated with each passing day. The hunters found him faster than he expected. By the third day of his flight, he could see their chains on the horizon, multiple formations of them, moving in coordinated patterns that suggested extensive planning and coordination. The Xianxia family had dispatched multiple teams to track him, calling in favors and resources from allied sects and organizations, and they were using techniques that made hunting his fate site much more difficult than simple tracking. Baizhun discovered painfully that cultivators could employ fate obscurement arrays, specialized formations, and cultivation techniques that created false destiny threads and confused the vision of anyone trying to read the true paths of fate. When hunters activated these arrays, his sight would suddenly fill with noise and contradiction, layers of false chains obscuring the true ones, making it almost impossible to determine which direction they were actually approaching from or what their true intentions were. It was like trying to see through fog mixed with mirrors, reality fractured and refracted in ways that his newly developed sight struggled to process. But the black chains that bound him and marked his newfound freedom had one crucial advantage. They seemed to exist partially outside the normal order of fate itself. The false threads and obscurements couldn't completely hide the hunters from Baizhun's perception, couldn't entirely blind him the way they would blind another fate seer. They could confuse him and slow his perception, could make his task harder and more exhausting, but they couldn't blind him entirely to their presence. By the end of the first week, Baizhun had managed to evade and avoid 3 separate confrontations with pursuit teams. He'd learned through bitter experience and constant practice to anticipate their movements, to understand where they would try to cut off his path based on reading their chains and understanding their strategies, and to stay always one step ahead of them. He'd crossed 3 rivers to throw off physical tracking, climbed through impossible terrain that would have killed a lesser cultivator, moved through the territories of hostile wild beasts by using his fate sight to perceive their paths and avoid them. But staying ahead was becoming progressively harder with each passing day. The hunters were learning his patterns, beginning to understand how a fate seer moved through the world, what strategies worked against someone who could perceive the future. Some of them were clearly seers themselves or seer hunters trained specifically for this task. And Baizhun was exhausted, bone deep, soul deep exhausted. His body pushed to its absolute limits by a week of constant movement with almost no rest, his mind strained from maintaining fate sight for hours at a time. He was beginning to make mistakes. His evasions were becoming less sophisticated. His ability to maintain multiple chains of thinking at once was diminishing. He knew it, and worse, he could see in the chains that the hunters knew it too. So on the 7th day, when he realized he was going to be caught if he continued running east in a relatively straight line, Baizhun made a desperate and dangerous decision. Instead of running east as he'd been doing, he doubled back toward the north, moving toward the frozen mountains that bordered the cultivation region. The mountains were hostile territory in the extreme, dangerous and unpredictable, full of wild beasts that made no distinction between prey and predator, filled with unstable spiritual energy that could tear apart a normal cultivator's core, rumored to be home to creatures that had never been cataloged by the cultivation world. But the chaos of the mountains, The complexity of their fate patterns, the sheer weight of the forces at work there, might be enough to lose his pursuers in. The moment Bai Zhen entered the mountain passes, moving from the pastoral foothills into the steeper terrain of the peaks, the black chains around him began to vibrate differently. The threads that had been pulling him steadily toward the east suddenly shifted and changed direction, began to pull him upward and inward toward the heart of the mountains, as though his fate had redirected itself to respond to his change in trajectory. The chains around him reorganized themselves, creating new patterns that he didn't fully understand. And then he sensed it, a presence that was neither hunter nor ordinary cultivator, but something else entirely, something vast and ancient and utterly foreign to anything Bai Zhen had encountered before in his young life. The presence was overwhelming in its sheer magnitude, a consciousness that seemed to span the entire mountain range. Its chains weren't the golden threads of normal fate or the black chains of his own freedom, but a color that didn't quite exist in the normal spectrum, something like molten silver mixed with starlight and shadow and dreams. And those chains extended downward from the mountain peaks like roots, stretching toward wherever Bai Zhen currently stood and moved. A heaven beast, Bai Zhen realized with sudden clarity that was both wonderful and terrifying. There's a celestial creature in these mountains. The realization changed absolutely everything about his situation. Heaven beasts were legendary throughout the cultivation world. Powerful creatures of immense age and wisdom that cultivators aspired to bond with across generations. Entities whose fate was so thoroughly woven into the heavenly order that they could barely be affected by normal cultivation techniques and could resist most forms of manipulation. They were living embodiments of destiny, creatures so aligned with fate that they could influence the fates of others around them. Bai Zhen looked north and saw the mountain pass leading upward into the peaks, the path that climbed toward the summit. His black chains pointed in that direction now, pulling him with irresistible force, burning with light and certainty. And as he watched the chains shift and realign, he could see the moment of decision becoming clear in the threads. He could either try to run around the mountain peaks, cutting off towards safer territory and avoiding whatever celestial creature waited in the heights, or he could go up, could climb toward the presence. The hunters behind him were closing in faster now, sensing that he was tiring, that he was vulnerable. He could see their formations on the horizon, their obscurement arrays creating ripples and distortions in his fate's sight. Based on his perception of their movement and speed, he had perhaps an hour, maybe less, before they caught up to him and forced a confrontation he couldn't win. Bai Zhen looked up at the mountains. He looked back at the approaching hunters. He opened his fate sight fully, perceiving both the danger behind and the unknown ahead. Then he made his choice. He began to climb, moving upward toward the celestial presence, toward the heaven beast, toward whatever destiny waited for him in the peaks. Chapter 14. The Celestial Encounter. The mountain passes grew steeper, the air colder, the spiritual energy increasingly chaotic and unstable. Bai Zhen climbed through the morning and into the afternoon, his body screaming with pain, but his will absolute. The black chains pulled him upward with every step, toward whatever lay at the peaks. As he climbed higher, he began to see signs of the celestial creature's presence. Massive footprints in the stone, as though something enormous had walked across this mountain. Claw marks that went deep into solid rock, some of them fresh, others weathered by centuries of wind and rain. Areas where the spiritual energy was so dense that Bai Zhen's fate sight was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer power. Places where reality itself seemed thin and fragile. And then he found the lair. It was a vast cavern carved into the mountainside, entrance marked with ancient symbols that glowed faintly with power. Inside, Bai Zhen could see the outline of something enormous, a shape that dwarfed anything he'd encountered before, a presence so powerful that even looking at it through his fate sight made his eyes water. A dragon, an ancient dragon, its scales a color that seemed to shift between gold and silver, its chains so thick and complex that they filled the entire cavern like a second atmosphere. The dragon opened one eye, and Bai Zhen felt the weight of its attention like a physical force pressing down on him. The creature was massive, easily 100 feet long from snout to tail, with wings that could span the entire width of the cavern if fully extended. It was ancient beyond measure, powerful in ways that made even Baijan's enhanced fate sight struggle to perceive the full scope of its being, and completely unfazed by Baijan's sudden intrusion into its sacred lair. "So," the dragon said, its voice like thunder rolling up from the very depths of the earth itself, "another broken fate has found its way to my mountain. Another severed soul seeking refuge in this place where the boundaries between destiny and chaos grow thin." Baijan was too stunned to speak, his mind reeling at the revelation that there were others like him, other seers with broken fates, other people who existed outside the normal order. "Do you know what you are?" the dragon continued, lifting its massive head to regard him more directly. "I can see it written clearly in your threads. The black chains, the severed connection, the cut that was made by someone with power beyond the normal order of the heavens. Someone cut you free from your destiny. Someone cut away your golden fate and freed you from the chains that bound you to a predetermined path." "My father," Baijan managed to say, his voice barely above a whisper. "He cut my fate before I was even born." The dragon's eye gleamed with what might have been ancient amusement or might have been profound sorrow. Baijan couldn't tell the difference. "Yes, by how? I remember him well. He came to my mountain 18 years ago, desperate and hunted, dying from wounds both physical and spiritual. And he made a choice. He cut his own fate, breaking his own chains in an act of supreme will. And he extended that severance to his bloodline, to you, his unborn child. He thought that would protect you from those who hunted him, thought that by being born outside normal fate you would be safe from the hunters. Is he still alive?" Baijan asked urgently, hope flaring in his chest despite his fear. "Can you tell me where he went?" The dragon was silent for a long moment, considering, his ancient eyes studying Baijan with an intensity that made him feel like his very essence was being examined. "I don't know," the creature said finally. "After he left my mountain, his fate became opaque even to me. The black chains obscure much. They exist partially outside the order that I can perceive. But I believe he survived the breaking. I believe he's still alive somewhere out there in the world, living in the spaces between destiny and chaos, in the cracks in the foundation of the heavenly order." "Why are you telling me this?" Baijan asked, his mind struggling to process everything. "Why help me? Dragons have no reason to aid humans." "Because," the dragon said, its voice dropping to something quieter but no less powerful, "the hunters are following you, and they will catch you soon, very soon, if you don't make a choice. They have celestial authority backing their pursuit, which means they can follow you past the normal boundaries of the cultivation world, through places where ordinary cultivators cannot go. Your remaining options are starkly limited. You can be captured and caged, used as a tool by the xianxia family. You can die fighting in a final confrontation, or you can do what your father did, cut your own fate free and walk a path that even the heavens cannot predict or control." Baijan's heart was pounding in his chest, blood rushing in his ears. "You're saying I should sever my own fate? That I should break the chains that bind me?" "I'm saying you have the innate capability to do so," the dragon corrected with precision. "You carry the power your father gifted you, the capacity to break free from destiny itself. Whether you should attempt it is a decision only you can make, only your will can decide. But know this fully before you choose. The process is agonizing beyond description. You will feel as though your very being is being torn apart from the inside. You would exist partially outside the normal order of all things. You would lose the connection to the heavenly inheritance that all ordinary cultivators carry within them. You would be marked forever and visibly as someone who defied the heavens themselves. And if I don't do it?" Baijan pressed, though he could already see the answer in the chains. "What happens if I refuse?" "Then the xianxia will capture you and use your sight to advance their own designs and ambitions," the dragon said simply and without pity. "They will keep you caged like a beast, forcing your fate sense to serve their purposes, extracting information and predictions from you for as long as you remain useful. And eventually, when you become too troublesome to control or when they have learned all they can extract from you, they will kill you and study your remains, trying to understand the mechanisms of how your fate sense worked, seeking to replicate it in others." The choice was crystallizing in Baijan's mind. Not really a choice at all, but three increasingly terrible paths: captivity and slow death serving others, violent death in a fight he couldn't win, or the unknown agony of breaking his own fate. Baijan looked out of the cavern toward the mountain passes below, toward the world he was running from, and he could see the hunters closing in with terrible certainty. Through his fate sight, he could perceive their formations tightening, their movements coordinating with precision toward a capture pattern designed to hem him in. They were perhaps 30 minutes away now, maybe less. Time was collapsing. How do I do it? Baijan asked finally, the decision made. How do I cut my own fate? What is the process? The dragon rose, its massive form filling the cavern with presence and power, its ancient chains vibrating with accumulated destiny accumulated over millennia. Come to the center of the lair, it said, gesturing with one massive claw. Come to the place where the boundaries between worlds grow thin, and I will show you what your father learned in his moment of desperation. I will teach you the way of the breaking. Chapter 15. The breaking. The ritual of fate breaking was nothing like Baijan expected or had imagined. There was no chanting in ancient languages, no complex formations drawn in blood and spiritual essence, no cultivation techniques to channel power into the action in controlled ways. Instead, the dragon instructed him to sit in the exact center of the lair, at a point where the spiritual energy of the mountain was most concentrated and most volatile, and to focus entirely on his black chains, to feel them, to understand them, to become one with them. See them? The dragon asked, settling its massive form nearby, watching with ancient eyes. Those threads that exist outside the normal order of the heavens? They are your freedom, but they are also your anchor. They keep you bound to the fate that your father created for you in his desperation. To truly free yourself, to achieve ultimate liberation, you must sever even those chains. You must cut yourself loose from every destiny, every thread, every connection to the predetermined order of the heavens. How? Baijan asked, his voice trembling with fear and anticipation. How do I do something so fundamental, so powerful? With will, the dragon said simply and with absolute certainty. With the conscious choice to be free, coupled with the willingness to pay the price that freedom demands. The process will hurt, more than you can imagine beforehand. You will feel as though your very being is being unmade, your consciousness torn apart, your soul scattered to the winds. But if you endure it, if you push through the pain and maintain your focus and commitment, you will emerge on the other side as someone whose future is truly unwritten, whose fate belongs entirely to themselves. Baijan took a shuddering breath and closed his eyes and looked inward to his fate sight with total and unwavering intensity. He could see the black chains clearly now, so clearly that they seemed to be the only real thing in the universe. The threads that his father had woven around him before his birth, the severance points where the golden chains of normal fate had been cut away and destroyed, the way those black threads pointed toward a direction that was neither past nor future, but something else entirely, something outside the normal flow of causality. Outside the cavern, he could feel the hunters drawing closer. Minutes now, maybe only minutes before they surrounded the mountain. He took a breath and pushed his will outward. The sensation was indescribable in its intensity and horror. It was like every single nerve in his body was being set on fire simultaneously, like his consciousness was being torn apart at the molecular level by forces beyond comprehension, like something fundamental about his existence, his very soul, was being unmade from the inside out. Baijan screamed, unable and unwilling to control the sound as the pain cascaded through him in waves that built upon each other, creating layers of agony that mounted without mercy. The black chains around him began to shatter and fragment, breaking into pieces of shadow and darkness that scattered like coal on wind, like ash from a funeral pyre. The severance points opened wider, revealing layers of damage and corruption and wrongness beneath, the marks of his father's desperate act. And as each layer opened and exposed itself, the pain intensified further, climbing to heights Baijan had thought impossible. Baijan could hear his own heartbeat becoming erratic and arrhythmic, the rhythm breaking apart like his chains. He could feel his body temperature fluctuating wildly, swinging from freezing cold to burning heat in moments. His fate sight was overlapping with his normal vision now, creating a doubled and tripled world where destiny and reality and something beyond both were merging and bleeding into each other. Time became strange. Seconds felt like hours. hours compressed into moments. And then, in the depths of his consciousness, in the core of his being, he felt the moment of choice approaching. A single point, a nexus where all of his existence came together, where all the threads of his being intersected. The point where he could choose to continue the process or to stop, to accept his broken fate, or to truly break free completely. Bai Zhen pushed through the pain, through all of it, through everything, and reached desperately for that point of choice with his will. And he pulled with everything he had. The sensation was like drawing a sword from a sheath, like releasing an arrow from a drawn bow, like the moment of creation itself. All of the black chains, all of the severed fate, all of the corruption and damage and broken destiny that had been woven around him by his father's desperate act all those years ago, all of it came free at once in a single magnificent moment of release. For a moment that stretched and compressed into something timeless, Bai Zhen existed in a state of complete and total freedom. He had no fate, no chains, no predetermined path, no connection to the order of the heavens. He existed purely in the moment, unbound by any force in the heavens or on earth or anywhere else. It was beautiful and terrifying. And then the new chains began to form. They appeared one by one, slowly and deliberately, threading themselves around him in patterns that made no sense according to the normal order of the heavens. These chains weren't gold or black, but a color that was somehow both colors at once. A mixture of light and darkness that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, shifting and changing as he perceived them. And they didn't come from above, pulling him toward a fixed future written by the heavens. They came from within, emanating from his core, flowing outward as if his own consciousness was creating them, as if his own will was writing them into being. Bai Zhen had no way to interpret what these new chains meant. They were unlike anything in the histories, unlike anything Master Lin had described in any lesson, unlike anything the dragon seemed to fully understand. And they pointed in 1,000 directions at once, suggesting not a single fixed future, but infinite possibilities, suggesting a destiny that was entirely his to shape through his own choices and will. When Bai Zhen finally opened his eyes, the world was different. The hunters were still approaching on the mountain passes. He could see their chains with the same clarity as before. But something had changed about how he perceived them. Their threads seemed less fixed now, less binding. As if by breaking his own fate, he had somehow loosened the fate that bound everyone else. "It's done," the dragon said quietly. "You are free. And you are something new, something that has never existed before in this order of heavens and earth." Bai Zhen stood, and as he did, he felt the weight of his own responsibility. He was no longer someone whose destiny was written. He was someone whose path was entirely his own, to be created moment by moment through the force of his own will and determination. The hunters would still come. The Xianxia family would still pursue him. But they would be pursuing someone who existed outside the normal rules, someone whose fate could not be predicted because it was no longer written at all. Chapter 16, The New Path. As Bai Zhen descended the mountain, his broken chains still vibrating around him with the energy of his transformation, he sensed the precise moment the hunters realized something fundamental had changed. Their chains suddenly became chaotic and disordered, their formations disrupting as they tried to adjust to the catastrophic fact that their quarry's fate had become entirely unreadable. The obscurement arrays they'd been using to confuse his sight suddenly seemed to lose all purpose. They were designed to hide standard destiny threads, but Bai Zhen's new chains, the ones he was creating through his own will, were something they weren't prepared to encounter or counter. The hunter's elaborate tracking apparatus became suddenly, completely useless. By the time he reached the lower slopes of the mountain, Bai Zhen could see the hunters gathered in a valley below, their formations completely collapsed, their confidence shaken to its foundations. They were trying desperately to re-establish their tracking patterns, but without the ability to see his fate, they were reduced to following his physical trail through the wilderness, a task that was difficult and unreliable. And a physical trail was much easier to lose if a person knew the terrain and was willing to use unconventional routes. Bai Zhen made his way down the mountain with careful deliberation, choosing paths that no normal cultivator would follow, passing through rock formations and dense forests, moving at a pace that left almost no trail for a tracker to follow. He crossed streams backwards to confuse scent tracking, moved through thorny undergrowth despite the pain it caused, doubled back on his own path several times to create false trails. By nightfall, he was deep in the wilderness, his pursuers lost somewhere far behind him, and his new fate, the one he was creating for himself with each deliberate choice and decisive action, stretching out before him like an unwritten scroll. He didn't return to the east. He didn't travel toward the coastal settlements where other fugitives might hide. Instead, he turned south, following the pull of his own will and intention rather than the pull of pre-written destiny that had bound him his entire life. And as he walked through the darkness, guided only by starlight and his own inner certainty, he began to understand what his new chains truly meant. They showed him possibilities now, branching futures, not certainties fixed and unchangeable. Each action he took created new chains, new potential futures that spun out like threads of light in his fate's sight. The stronger his conviction about what he wanted to do, the more focused and clear his will became, the more defined and visible the chains grew. But unlike normal fate, those rigid, predetermined threads that could not be altered, his chains were negotiable and malleable. He could change them by simply choosing to change them, by shifting his intention and commitment, by walking a different path. When he attempted to create a chain through sheer will alone, focusing his concentration on a specific outcome he desired, the threads appeared in his sight exactly as he imagined them. It was as though his new freedom allowed him to write destiny the way other people wrote words on paper, not perfectly, not without effort, but with real agency and control. It was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. The power was immense, but so was the responsibility that came with it. Over the next months, Baijan wandered through the cultivation world with careful deliberation, staying away from major sects that would draw attention, avoiding places where the celestial authority had strong presence and resources. He learned to use his new sight not just to see the predetermined fates of others, but to understand the subtle connections and relationships between different destinies. He learned to sense when his presence might affect someone's path in harmful ways, and he learned to move through the world with restraint and care so as not to disrupt the lives of people who didn't need his interference or his assistance. During this time, he also began an earnest and deliberate search for signs of his father. The black chains that his father had created still existed in the world, woven throughout the cultivation regions, and Baijan realized gradually that by breaking his own chains, he'd somehow created a mystical connection to the chains his father had left behind as a legacy. The connection was faint and subtle, like seeing a reflection in water, but it persisted, and it was pulling him, with the force of fate itself, towards something that waited in the world. There was a city in the central cultivation region, a place where fate's seers were said to gather in secret, hidden from the gaze of hunters and the celestial authority. A place where people like his father might find refuge among those who understood what they truly were and could appreciate the burdens of being able to see destiny. Baijan began to move in that direction with purpose and determination, following the thread of his own will as it connected him to his father's legacy, creating his own path as he walked forward into an uncertain but self-determined future. Chapter 17. The cultivation duel. 3 months after leaving the Jade Cloud sect, Baijan encountered his first real challenge. A roaming cultivator challenged him in a small town in the central region, apparently looking for a reputation boost by defeating a strong opponent. The cultivator's name was xianxia, and he was a man of perhaps 30, his golden core stage strength obvious from the way he moved with absolute confidence. He had light that radiated from his core with every breath, power that made the very air around him shimmer and distort with waves of spiritual energy. His cultivation was real, profound, earned through decades of hard work and discipline. When he smiled before the challenge, it was the smile of someone who had never truly lost. Baijan had no golden core stage power. He hadn't tried to cultivate at all since his awakening, and he'd made no attempt to develop a conventional spiritual foundation. By all normal measures of strength, he should have been crushed in seconds. Instead, he opened his fate sight and used his new ability to understand his opponent completely. The cultivator's chains were complex and beautiful in their own way, showing years of training and breakthrough, showing a carefully constructed path toward immortal cultivation that Zhang Kai had walked with determination and focus. The threads glowed with achievement and pride, with the memory of victories won through skill and power. But they were also fixed, predetermined, written into the fabric of the heavens in patterns that could not be changed or altered. And because they were written, because Bai Zhan could read the complete story of Zhang Kai's power and limitations, he could see exactly where those chains would fail, exactly which threads were brittle and vulnerable to the right kind of pressure. He could see the critical weak point in the structure of Zhang Kai's golden core, a place where the cultivator's defenses would falter if struck with the right technique. Not a flaw born of poor training, but a limitation built into the very nature of Zhang Kai's fate, an inevitable consequence of the path he had chosen to walk. The duel began in the town square, with dozens of spectators gathering to watch. Zhang Kai came at Bai Zhan with a cultivation strike that could split stone and scatter clouds, a move born of his golden core stage mastery. The attack came toward Bai Zhan's torso with the force of a falling mountain. Bai Zhan didn't block. He didn't try to match the power with his own cultivation, because he had none. Instead, he simply moved, stepping to the left with perfect precision, and Zhang Kai's strike passed through the empty space where he'd been standing just a heartbeat before. The cultivator's attack struck the ground behind him and created a crater in the stone plaza, proving the immense power he wielded. The crowd gasped at the display, but Bai Zhan was already moving, already reading the next attack from the chains of fate that showed him Zhang Kai's moves before the cultivator himself was aware he was making them. Another strike came, this one a spinning cultivator's technique designed to catch an opponent off guard through its unexpected trajectory. Bai Zhan slipped past it, his movement economical, wasting no energy, placing himself exactly where he needed to be. Zhang Kai's frustration grew with each failed attack. His pride was wounded by the way Bai Zhan kept escaping his techniques without even fighting back, and his attacks became more aggressive, more committed, more desperate. The cultivator channeled more spiritual energy into each strike, pouring more power into techniques designed to overwhelm and crush. The plaza trembled with the force of his cultivation, and dust swirled around the two fighters as Zhang Kai began to lose the tight control that mastery required. This was the moment Bai Zhan had been waiting for. When Zhang Kai's focus scattered, when his desperation overrode his training, his chains became slightly chaotic, the vulnerable point becoming clearer and more obvious. Bai Zhan struck, not with a cultivation technique he didn't possess, but with a simple, direct strike aimed at the critical weak point he could perceive so clearly. His hand moved faster than Zhang Kai's eyes could follow, striking at the nexus of the golden core cultivator's vulnerability with devastating precision. Zhang Kai collapsed to the ground gasping for air, his golden core's power stuttering and failing, his cultivation technique abruptly disrupted by the precision of Bai Zhan's strike. The crowd fell silent, shocked that an apparently uncultivated young man had just defeated a master cultivator with a single carefully placed blow. As Bai Zhan walked away from the defeated cultivator, he felt something crystallize inside him. He realized something profound. He had become powerful in a way that cultivation could never make someone. He wasn't strong because of spiritual power or technique. He was strong because he could see the future written in the chains, and he could choose his actions based on perfect knowledge of what would happen next. But the realization brought with it a weight of caution. If he used his power carelessly, if he fought too many times in too obvious a manner, he would draw attention from the wrong people. The Shenxin family would eventually hear about an uncultivated disciple defeating golden core cultivators, and they would renew their search with the full force of their resources and determination. The celestial authority would take notice. Other sects would begin asking questions about who this mysterious fighter was and where his power truly came from. So Bai Zhan made a decision that would define the next months of his life. He began to be more careful, more cautious, more deliberate about when and how he used his abilities. He lost fights intentionally, letting stronger opponents defeat him so as to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing the kind of attention that would end with hunters at his door. He worked odd jobs in towns and villages, doing physical labor for farmers and merchants, moving constantly to avoid establishing patterns that someone might recognize and track. He lived as a ghost, present but invisible, powerful but careful to hide his power behind the facade of an ordinary wandering disciple. And through it all, through the months of careful hiding and deliberate obscurity, he continued his search for his father. The connection was still there, faint but persistent, like a thread he could follow if he was willing to risk drawing too much attention. But not yet. Not until he understood more about his own power and what it meant to be a fate seer in a world determined to either use him or eliminate him. Chapter 18. The network of seers. The city that Bai Zhen finally found after months of traveling was called Qinghai, a sprawling place of commerce and culture that sat at the intersection of several cultivation regions and served as neutral ground where different sects and powerful families conducted trade and exchange. It was in Qinghai that he first met another person like him, another seer. She was a woman named Li Wei, a cultivator who appeared to be in her late 20s and carried herself with the easy confidence of someone who knew exactly where she stood in the world, someone comfortable with her own power and purpose. She recognized Bai Zhen immediately, not by any sign visible to ordinary observers, not by any obvious marker or cultivation technique, but through some sixth sense that only another seer with broken fate could possess, a recognition that transcended normal perception. "You're like me," Li Wei said, approaching him directly in a busy marketplace, moving through the crowds with deliberate precision. "You can see the threads. You can see the chains of fate." Bai Zhen was startled by the direct approach, by someone naming what he'd kept hidden for so long. "How can you tell?" he asked, his hand instinctively moving toward a weapon that was no longer there. "Because you're walking through a crowd of hundreds of people without bumping into a single one, making precise movements like you know exactly where everyone will be before they move, anticipating the paths of merchants and children and cultivators," Li Wei said. "No normal person can do that with such perfect consistency. No ordinary cultivator could move with such absolute precision. Only someone with fate sight can perceive futures so clearly that they can move through chaos as though walking through empty space." Over tea in a private room above an inn, surrounded by the distant sounds of the city below, Li Wei explained the truth of her existence and the existence of others like them. She was part of a network of fate seers scattered throughout the cultivation world, a loose but connected group that communicated through hidden channels that hunters and celestial authorities had never been able to fully trace, shared critical information about hunters and threats and safe locations, and tried to support each other in a world where their very existence was considered either a resource to be captured and exploited or a threat to be eliminated completely. "There are 5 of us currently known to be alive," Li Wei said, her voice quiet but steady. "Myself here in Qinghai, a seer in the eastern coastal region hiding among fishing villages, one in the northern mountains who has been hiding there for decades, one in the western deserts who moves constantly to avoid being tracked, and now you. We stay in contact through divination messages, messages that are difficult to trace through normal divination because they travel through the spaces between fate, and impossible to intercept because they exist partially outside normal causality." "Is there a seer in the central region?" Bai Zhen asked urgently. "Someone who was here 18 years ago and might have faded from known records?" Li Wei's expression shifted. "There is. A seer known as the Black Wanderer. He's been operating in the hidden communities for years, sometimes visible, mostly invisible. He's legendary among the network, the one who supposedly broke his own fate. Most of us thought he was a myth." "I need to find him," Bai Zhen said. "I believe he might be my father." Li Wei studied him for a long moment. "The Black Wanderer's father died 10 years ago. I'm sorry, but if this is your father, he's already gone." Bai Zhen felt something fundamental break inside him at the words, something precious and fragile. He'd spent so long searching, so certain that he would find his father alive, that the knowledge that he'd searched too late, that his father had died years before he even began searching, hit him like a physical blow that drove the air from his lungs. "There's something else," Li Wei said quietly. "Before he died, the Black Wanderer left behind instructions. He said that if a second-generation seer with broken fate ever emerged, that person should be told something specific. He left a message. Would you like to hear it?" Bai Zhen nodded, unable to speak. He said, "If you're hearing this, then I succeeded. I succeeded in breaking free, and I succeeded in passing that freedom on to my heir. I did this so you could be born in a place outside the reaching hands of destiny. But know this, freedom is a burden as much as it is a gift. You will have to create your own path, and that creation will cost you more than you can imagine. But it will be worth it, because you will be free in a way that no one before you has been free. And that freedom will allow you to see truths that other seers cannot see. Use that gift wisely. Chapter 19. The Deeper Truth. Zhou Mei spent the next weeks teaching Bai Zhen the deeper truths about fate sight that Master Lin had only hinted at, layers of understanding that required not just perception, but profound spiritual development. She showed him how to read not just individual chains, but the underlying structure of causality itself, the deeper patterns that connected every fate to every other fate in cascading webs of consequence and connection. She taught him to sense the difference between natural destiny that grew organically from a soul's choices and artificially imposed fate that was woven by outside forces seeking to control and manipulate. She showed him how to trace back the origins of chains, to see whether a thread had been created by the person who carried it or had been imposed upon them by celestial authorities and powerful cultivators. In the evenings, they would sit on the balcony of Zhou Mei's residence, looking out over Qinghai's sprawling marketplace, and she would point out the chains of fate flowing through the crowds below. "See that merchant?" she would say, indicating a woman selling silks. "Her chains are predominantly natural. She chose commerce, and her fate reflects that choice. But see here." She would gesture to a portion of the merchant's destiny threads that glowed with a different quality. These chains were woven by her father. He wanted her to be a merchant, and when she was young, he impressed that desire upon her fate. It was not a path she naturally chose. The lesson was profound. Even in a world where fate appeared to be fixed and immutable, there was a difference between the destinies people created for themselves and the destinies others created for them. And a trained seer could tell the difference. Zhou Mei also taught him the highest form of fate sight, reading not just what would happen, but why it would happen, perceiving the root causes and chains of causality that created specific outcomes. She showed him how to follow a chain backward through time, to see the original decision or event that had set a particular fate in motion. She demonstrated how to recognize when multiple people's fates were entangled, creating complex webs where one person's actions would inevitably affect multiple others. And most importantly, she taught him to recognize the signs of the coming war. "The celestial government has been changing," Zhou Mei explained one evening as they sat together in her private study, surrounded by ancient texts about the network of seers and their history. "New authorities are coming to power in the heavens, authorities that view fate seers not as resources to be used and controlled, but as existential threats to be eliminated. They believe that our very existence proves that the natural order is fragile and mutable, that fate can be broken and remade. And if fate can be broken by individuals like us, then they fear that all of the heavenly structure and celestial hierarchy might be at risk from those who understand how to manipulate it." "What does that mean for us?" Bai Zhen asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "It means they're going to escalate their hunts," Zhou Mei said quietly. "It means that eventually, they'll try to eliminate all known fate seers systematically, to ensure that no one with the knowledge to break fate remains alive. And it means that we need to be ready to fight back with everything we have." "I don't want to fight," Bai Zhen said. "I just want to survive. I want to find peace somewhere, to live quietly without hunters always at my heels." "Survival and fighting aren't separate things," Zhou Mei replied with a sad smile. "If we don't fight now, when we still have the advantage of numbers and unity, eventually we won't have a choice but to be hunted down one by one until we're all eliminated. The only question is when we decide to push back, and whether we do it soon enough to matter." Over the next months, Bai Zhen was drawn deeper and deeper into the network of seers and their internal structures. He met the seer in the northern mountains, an old man named Wei Liang who had been hiding for 30 years in a cave system so remote that few people even knew the mountains contained them. He exchanged divination messages with the Western seer, a woman named Xiao Lin who had never been caught by hunters and had developed techniques for hiding her fate sight so completely that even other seers sometimes couldn't detect her presence. He began to understand the landscape of fate seers' resistance, the plans they were carefully making, the preparations they were undertaking for the coming conflict with the celestial government. Through these meetings and messages, Bai Zhen began to realize gradually that his father had set all of this in motion years before his death. Bai Hao was the one who unified the network, Zhou Mei told him one day. Before he broke his own fate, he spent years traveling through the cultivation world, gathering other seers who had been hiding alone, teaching them how to communicate with each other, how to share information and warnings, how to prepare for the day when they would have to take a stand against the celestial authority. He created the framework that we're still using now, the divination channels, the coded messages, the safe houses. And before he died, he made sure that his work would continue through you. I never even met him, Baizhun said, feeling the weight of an inheritance he'd never chosen, a burden of destiny pressing down on him despite his newfound freedom. I was raised by Master Lin. I know nothing of his life or his work. You don't have to meet him to continue his work, Zhou Mei said gently. You just have to decide what kind of person you want to be. Whether you want to be someone who hides and survives, spending your life in fear of discovery, or whether you want to be someone who fights for the freedom that your father died for, who honors his legacy by completing what he started. Chapter 20. The Chains of Possibility. As Baizhan's first months in the cultivation world and the seer network drew to a close, he found himself standing on a metaphorical precipice, suspended between possible futures that spread out before him like infinitely branching pathways through a vast forest. He could see them now with perfect clarity, written in his new, self-created chains that existed outside normal fate. One path led toward hiding, toward a quiet life spent avoiding both hunters and the larger conflicts brewing between the celestial government and the network of seers. That path was relatively safe, offered the possibility of a long and comfortable life lived in peace and pleasant obscurity. He could see himself in that future, working in remote villages, perhaps opening a small shop, training in the cultivation ways without drawing attention, living as an ordinary person with an extraordinary secret locked away in his mind. He could see decades of that life spreading out before him, quiet and safe and ultimately empty. The other path led toward confrontation and struggle. It led toward intensive training and careful preparation, toward becoming a true leader of the scattered seer network, toward organizing the scattered fate seers into a coordinated and unified force that could resist the celestial government's escalating attempts to eliminate them all. That path offered the possibility of freedom for his entire kind, the chance to protect other seers from the hunters, the opportunity to change the very structure of the cultivation world. But it came at the cost of his own safety and comfortable existence, and it guaranteed conflict and danger at every turn. He could see that future too, himself older and scarred by battles, leading the seers in their final stand against the celestial authorities, watching friends die in the struggle, bearing the weight of decisions that affected thousands of lives. It was a path that would consume him entirely, that would demand everything he had to give. Baizhun stood alone in a small room in Qinghai, looking out at the sprawling city below with its thousands of inhabitants living their ordinary lives. He opened his fate sight fully, opening his perception to the maximum extent he could manage without losing himself in the overwhelming complexity of it all. He could see both paths laid out before him like two rivers flowing in different directions, moving toward distant but equally inevitable conclusions. He could see the branching points where his choice would diverge, could perceive where each path led, could sense what the cost of each would be, could feel the weight of the consequences his choice would ripple out to touch in the lives of others. And as he stood there in the gathering darkness, he realized something profound that none of the ancient histories had mentioned, something that neither Master Lin nor Zhou Mei nor even the ancient dragon guardian had fully explained to him. The real power of a fate seer wasn't the ability to see the future that was already written and predetermined. It was the ability to choose which future to create, to select from the infinite possibilities the one path that aligned with their deepest convictions. Other people, ordinary mortals, and even most cultivators, lived in a world where their futures were largely determined by external forces and the choices of others. But Baizhun had broken his own fate. He had stepped outside the predetermined order, and in doing so, he had gained the singular gift and burden of choosing his own destiny. Baizhun had been hunted his entire life by people who wanted to control his sight and use him as a tool for their own purposes and ambitions. The Shenqin family wanted to exploit his perception to advance their power. The celestial government wanted to eliminate him as a threat. His father had broken free from that control and manipulation by breaking his own fate, by refusing to accept the destiny that had been written for him. And now Baijan had inherited not just the power of sight, but the profound responsibility of choosing what to do with that power, of deciding who he wanted to be. He sat in meditation for hours as night deepened around him, his sight turned inward, contemplating the weight of his decision. He thought about Master Lin, who had given him shelter and teaching when the world would have abandoned him. He thought about Zhou Mei and the other seers he'd met, hunted and hiding, afraid every day of their lives. He thought about his father, who had made the ultimate sacrifice to break his own fate and protect his son's freedom. And finally, as midnight approached and the city below grew quiet with sleep, he made his choice. He would not hide. He would not run. He would not spend his life in safe obscurity while others suffered. He would return to the Jade Cloud sect, gather the allies he had made there, and begin the work of preparing the seer network for the conflict that was coming. He would honor his father's memory not by abandoning the struggle or retreating from it, but by taking it to its ultimate completion. The moment Baijan made that choice with the full commitment of his will and spirit, his chains reorganized themselves in response. The swirling, chaotic multitude of multiple possible futures suddenly crystallized into a single clear and defined path. Not a predetermined path like normal fate, bound by heavenly decree and beyond alteration, but a chosen path, one that he was creating through the force of his own will and determination, through his conscious decision to walk a certain way despite the cost. The black chains that composed his new destiny suddenly began to glow with a fiercer light, burning with the intensity of his conviction. They arranged themselves in patterns that showed him the way forward, that showed him what he needed to do, that showed him the allies he would need to gather and the preparations he would need to make. Baijan opened his eyes and looked toward the window, toward the road that led north, toward the Jade Cloud sect that waited in the distant mountains. Master Lin would be waiting for him there, probably thinking he was dead or lost to the hunters by now. And when Baijan returned, he would return not as a frightened and hunted disciple, but as someone who had broken his own fate and survived the breaking. Someone who had faced the void between destinies and chosen to create his own path forward. Someone who now understood the true nature of his power and his responsibility. The hunters would still come. The Shinshin family would still pursue him with all their resources and determination. The celestial government would still try to eliminate him as a threat to their order. But now Baijan knew that he didn't have to face those forces alone, didn't have to run blindly through the darkness anymore. He had a network of other seers behind him. He had a purpose that gave his life meaning. And most importantly, he had the understanding that his fate was not something that happened to him, something imposed upon him from outside. It was something he created with every choice he made, something he authored with his own will, something he could reshape at any moment through commitment and conviction. In the distance, the bells of Qinghai rang out the evening hour, calling the city's inhabitants to their rest and sleep. But Baijan was already moving, already beginning the first steps of the path he had chosen. And the chains of his new destiny, the ones he was writing himself with every decision, pointed him toward a future that would change everything, not just for himself, but for every fate seer in the cultivation world. Chapter 21. The weight of seeing the chains had always been there. Baijan understood that now with absolute clarity. Every morning when he opened his eyes, the golden threads writhed through the world like serpents frozen mid-strike, binding, constraining, pulling every soul toward its preordained destiny. What had once been a jarring revelation had become routine. The shock had faded. The chains remained. 3 weeks had passed since his escape from the Sundial sect. 3 weeks of moving through the lower districts of Luo City, watching the threads tangle and braid through crowds of merchants, peasants, and wandering cultivators. He'd learned to filter the noise, to ignore the mundane chains of ordinary people whose fates were small and contained. A merchant's son would marry a blacksmith's daughter. A soldier would die in the 3rd month of the next season. A street orphan would find work in a tannery. These were the chains of the ordinary world, and they held no interest for him anymore. But some chains were different. Baijan sat in the upper room of a noodle shop in the outer market, a bowl untouched before him, his eyes fixed on the alley below. There, a woman in a torn blue robe, her wrists bound not by rope, but by chains so thick and twisted that they seemed almost solid in the material world. The gold threads wrapped around her arms, her legs, her chest, forming a cage of predestination so absolute that Baijan could barely see her beneath them. He watched as she moved through the crowd, and the chains moved with her, pulling, directing, forcing her steps toward the textile warehouse at the alley's end. There was desperation in her face. A cultivator, he could sense that much, but her desperation was a lie. The real truth lived in those chains. She was being pulled, guided, controlled. The chains that held her bore the mark of intentional binding. Baijan had learned to recognize this pattern. These were not the loose, organic chains of natural destiny. These were chains forged deliberately by someone with power. Someone who had reached into the celestial ledger and rearranged the threads of this woman's fate to suit their purposes. He set down his chopsticks and stood. The moment his feet touched the warehouse floor, the woman's head snapped toward him. Her eyes, dark, desperate, aware, locked onto his for just a fraction of a second. That was all it took. Even without looking directly at the chains, she could sense that he could see them. The hunted always knew when they were being watched by something other than prey. You, she breathed, her voice cracking. You can see them, can't you? The chains, Baijan finished. He stepped forward, letting his perception sharpen, focusing on the thick strands that bound her. There was a signature woven into them, a particular flavoring of spiritual essence that marked them as originating from the Celestial Fate Bureau. Someone very powerful did this to you. The woman sank to her knees, her body trembling. I was free once, before the Bureau found out what I was, what I could do. Now I can't even choose my own meals. Every morning I wake, and the chains pull me toward the day's preordained tasks. If I try to resist, they tighten until I can't breathe. Baijan studied her more carefully. The chains were indeed suffocating, but there was something else too. Beneath the Bureau's binding, he could sense the faint outline of another set of chains, these ones dark and corroded with age. An older binding. Original fate. How long, he asked. 2 years. The Bureau discovered that my bloodline could resist their influence. They said I was contaminated. They said they were fixing me. Her voice cracked again. They put these chains on me to keep me in line while they figure out what to do with me. Baijan knelt beside her. This was the part that no one had warned him about, the moment when he had to choose. He could see the chains. He had proven, in the Sundial sect, that he could cut them. But cutting them would be an act of war against the power structure that held the world together. The Celestial Fate Bureau did not forgive defiance. Then again, his entire existence was an act of defiance. His chains had been cut at birth. He was an anomaly that the entire system was designed to eliminate. He reached out, and his fingers brushed the golden threads. The moment his skin touched the chains, he felt the counterforce, a backlash of spiritual pressure so intense it nearly threw him backward. The chains were sealed with a lock, and that lock was connected to something vast and distant. A monitoring system, a tripwire. If he cut them here, the Bureau would know within heartbeats that someone had interfered with one of their bound subjects. If I cut these, he said quietly, they will send people after you. Hunters. Agents. You'll have to run. The woman nodded slowly. I know. I've been praying for this day. I don't care anymore about safety. I just want to choose again, even if it's to choose to die. Baijan understood that sentiment completely. He drew in his spiritual energy, feeling it coalesce in his right hand, and then he reached for the chains again. This time, instead of hesitation, there was purpose. He wrapped his power around the golden threads, feeling the resistance, the lock, the vast attention of something watching from 1,000 li away. And then he cut. The chains shattered like glass, each fragment evaporating into golden mist. The woman gasped, her body convulsing as the weight that had held her for 2 years suddenly vanished. She fell forward, gasping and crying, her hands pressing against the warehouse floor. Go, Baijan said. North, toward the mountain kingdoms. The Bureau's power weakens in the high peaks. What about you? The woman asked, looking up at him with newly awakened eyes. I'm harder to chain, he said. He was out of the warehouse and into the warren of side streets before the Bureau's response came. He felt it first as a distant pulse, the equivalent of an alarm bell being rung in some celestial bureaucracy. Then, less than 50 heartbeats later, he sensed the presences converging on the warehouse. 3 cultivators, moving with the unified purpose of people bound by the same institutional duty. Baizhen ran. The city's rooftops became his path, and he moved with the kind of speed that would have been impossible in his earlier days. His body had grown stronger with each day, each small cut of chains, each moment spent in deliberate defiance of destiny. The constraints that were meant to bind him had somehow made him more powerful instead. He reached the edge of the city as the sun was setting, and only then did he slow. Behind him, somewhere in the tangle of streets and buildings, the Bureau's agents would be searching. They would find the woman eventually. They might already know she was gone. But that was acceptable. That was the cost of this war that had chosen him, even as he chose it in return. Baizhen settled into a meditation under the shelter of a stone ridge overlooking Luo City, and let himself feel the enormity of what he was doing. He was not just seeing the chains anymore. He was actively cutting them. He was directly interfering with the designs of the Celestial Fate Bureau, one person at a time. It was a game he could not possibly win. But he was beginning to understand that winning was not the point. The point was to keep moving, keep choosing, keep cutting, until the system noticed him so directly that it had no choice but to confront him face to face. And as he meditated under the stars, watching the vast empire spread out below him, Baizhen understood something that would guide all his future actions. He was not unique because of his power. He was unique because he existed at a moment when the system was vulnerable, when the right act of defiance could cascade through the bureaucracy and cause real change. The chains he cut were not just about individual liberation. They were about breaking the psychological foundation upon which the entire Bureau's authority rested. Because if one person could cut chains, if one person could change their own fate, then how could the Bureau maintain its absolute certainty that fate itself was immutable? How could they convince billions of people that their chains were necessary if the example of one unchained person existed to contradict that belief? This was the real power that Baizhen possessed, not the ability to cut chains per se, but the existence as proof that the system could be broken. And in a world built on the psychology of helplessness and resignation, proof was the most dangerous thing of all. He had learned to distinguish between different types of chains through a kind of spiritual intuition that he was still struggling to articulate. The chains that bound people to their professions looked different from the chains that bound them to their relationships. The chains of duty had a different texture than the chains of desire. And the chains imposed by the Bureau, those had a particular quality of metallic coldness, as if they had been forged in some cosmic factory designed specifically to suppress individual will. The woman's chains bore all those marks. But what fascinated Baizhen most was not what the chains looked like, but what they meant about the architecture of the Celestial Fate Bureau itself. Someone at a high level of the Bureau's hierarchy had decided that this woman was a threat. They had decided that her natural talents, or bloodline, or potential were incompatible with the Bureau's designs. And so they had bound her, constraining not just her actions, but her very capacity to desire freedom. The weight of that realization, that someone had the power to rewrite the fundamental nature of another person's consciousness, sat heavy in Baizhen's chest as he watched her move. Chapter 22. The pattern emerges by the time 5 people's chains lay severed in Baizhen's wake. A pattern had begun to emerge from the chaos of the celestial ledger. The first person had been the woman in the warehouse. The second had been a blacksmith's apprentice whose chains showed the mark of eternal servitude, bound to a master he hated by ties so old and thick that the boy had never even considered running. When Baizhen cut them, the apprentice had simply stared at his own hands for an hour, unable to understand what freedom felt like. The third had been a courtesan in one of the pleasure districts, whose chains bore the complex marks of emotional manipulation. She had been bound to serve a wealthy merchant not by direct force, but by chains that made her incapable of caring about her own suffering. Her chains had been the most difficult to cut. They were so intertwined with her consciousness that severing them was almost like performing surgery on her soul. The fourth and fifth had been easier or harder, depending on how you measured such things. A scholar trapped in a provincial library, unable to leave because the chains tied him to a duty he'd never consciously agreed to. A young cultivator whose fate had been sold to a demonic sect by his own sect master in payment for debts. 5 people, 5 chain cuttings, 5 direct acts of defiance against the Bureau. And now, As Baizhun sat in the upper chambers of a tea house in a smaller city 30 li south of Luo, he could feel the shape of the bureau's attention focusing on him like the beam of a searchlight slowly swinging across the night sky. The tea house owner, an elderly man named Kong who had once served as a minor cultivator before settling into a peaceful life, placed a cup of fragrant white tea on the table before Baizhun. The old man's movements were deliberate and slow, the movements of someone who had long ago accepted the limitations placed upon him by age and circumstance. "You're not going to drink the tea," Kong observed, settling into the seat across from him. It was not a question. "No," Baizhun agreed. "I'm not." Kong nodded slowly. "I've been watching you for 3 days. Watching how your eyes move when you look at people. You're seeing something that the rest of us can't. Something about the way the world is ordered." Baizhun studied the old man more carefully. Kang's chains were visible, but they were thin and delicate, the chains of a man who had made peace with his fate long ago. They were not the heavy, anguished chains of the 5 people he'd already freed. "How many of us are there?" Baizhun asked. "People like you, who have accepted the chains." "Billions," Kong said simply. "Billions of people who have looked at the constraints placed upon them and decided that struggling against them is more painful than enduring them. The Bureau counts on this. Most people don't even realize they're chained. They just feel the weight, the inevitability, and they give up." Baizhun sipped the tea. "It was good. You're not trying to stop me." "No," Kong agreed. "I'm not. I'm too old, and my chains are too comfortable. But I can tell you what you need to know, if you're interested in listening." Baizhun was interested. He gestured for Kong to continue. "The Celestial Fate Bureau is just one branch of a much larger system," she explained. "Above them are the Celestial Courts, which are divided into different jurisdictions and portfolios. The Bureau handles destiny and fate on the mortal plane. But there are other branches: the Bureau of Retribution, the Bureau of Natural Law, the Bureau of Karmic Adjustment. Each one maintains its own segment of the cosmic order." "How many people even know about this?" Baizhun asked. "Almost none," Kong said. "A few cultivators reach high enough to glimpse it. Most scholars theorize about it, but never quite prove it. And the vast majority of humanity goes through life completely unaware that their fates are being managed by a celestial bureaucracy, which is probably for the best. The knowledge would drive most people insane." They walked together into the scrubland, moving at a pace that was neither hurrying nor leisurely, the pace of people who knew they would have plenty of opportunities to run if it became necessary. As they moved, Kong talked, and his words painted a picture of the world that was far more complex and dangerous than Baizhun had realized. "I've been listening to rumors," Kong continued, "for the 3 years I've lived in this city, watching how people speak about fate and freedom and the way the world is ordered. And I've come to understand something that most people never grasp. The Bureau doesn't actually need to control everything. It just needs to control enough to make people believe they have no other choice. It's a system built on the psychology of helplessness rather than the actual limitation of power." Baizhun considered this. "So if someone demonstrated that the chains could be broken, then the entire psychological structure would begin to collapse," Kong said. "People would start asking questions. They would start testing their boundaries. The Bureau's power is not absolute. It's just absolute enough that most people have never tried to challenge it." The old man stood and walked to his window, gesturing toward the street below where hundreds of people moved through their daily routines. "Each of those people is living a life that feels chosen but is actually predetermined," Kong said. "They'll marry who they're meant to marry, follow the careers they're meant to follow, achieve the success or failure they're meant to achieve. And most of them will never know that the choice was never theirs to begin with." Baizhun absorbed this perspective as the sun descended toward the horizon. He realized that knowing about the chains, understanding their existence and function, had transformed him fundamentally. He could never go back to the state of innocent ignorance that most people inhabited. He could never again believe in the simple idea that his life was his own. The knowledge was a kind of burden, but it was also a kind of liberation. Because once you knew the chains existed, you could choose to fight them. You could choose defiance. "Thank you," Baizhun said to Kong, "for telling me all of this, for helping me understand what I'm actually dealing with." "Don't thank me yet," Kong said, a sad smile crossing his face. "You're about to become the most wanted person in the celestial bureaucracy. Every comfort you have now is going to be stripped away. You'll spend the rest of your life running and fighting and uncertain whether you're doing the right thing. The knowledge I've given you is also a curse. But it's a curse that was inevitable the moment you awakened your chain sight. I'm just accelerating a process that had already begun. Chapter 23. Stranger Paths. The meeting happened on the road to nowhere in particular, on a stretch of ancient highway that had not seen regular traffic in a generation or more. Baijian had been walking for 3 days straight, pushing his body to its limits, trying to gain distance from the pursuers he could sense at the edge of his perception. He almost walked past her without noticing. The woman sat beside the road, her back against a milestone that had been carved with characters too worn and faded to read. She was older, perhaps 60, perhaps much older. It was difficult to tell. Her robes were simple, unmarked by any sect insignia. Her appearance was so unremarkable that Baijian's eyes wanted to slide past her without registering her presence at all. But her chains were impossible to ignore. They were beautiful, for one thing. Far more delicate and intricate than the crude golden strands that bound the rest of humanity. They were woven from something that looked like moonlight and starfire intertwined, and they moved with the fluidity of water rather than the rigidity of metal. And there was something else, a quality of intention woven through every fiber. These chains had been chosen, not imposed. Baijian stopped walking. Finally, the woman said without opening her eyes, "I was wondering when you'd notice me. You were about 3 paces away from just walking right past, which would have been unfortunate, considering I've been waiting here for 2 days specifically to intercept you." "You're one of them," Baijian said. "An unchained one." "Unchained." The woman opened her eyes and smiled. "That's a quaint way of putting it. I prefer creatively chained. We're not free, boy. Don't make that mistake. We're just bound to something other than the Bureau's designs." Baijian sat down beside her, studying the chains more carefully. They were indeed different. Not the ponderous weight of the constrained, but something almost musical in their arrangement. He could sense intention in them, deliberate choice, a will that had shaped its own destiny. "My name is Xianxia," the woman said. "I've been a problem for the Bureau for approximately 743 years, which makes me a relative newcomer in the grand scheme of things. The actual old ones, they've been at this for several millennia." Baijian's mind reeled at the numbers. 700 years. How was that even possible? Cultivation could extend life, but not to that degree, not naturally. There had to be something more, something about being unchained that fundamentally altered the nature of existence. "How?" he began. "You'll understand eventually," Xianxia said, interrupting his question before he could finish. "For now, what you need to know is that I'm here to help you. The Bureau's agents are about 4 li behind you and closing, and they have a new arrival on their team that you definitely don't want to meet unprepared." "Who?" Baijian asked, immediately alert. "A celestial inspector," Xianxia said, and for the first time, something like fear flickered across her weathered face. "Someone actually sent from the higher bureaus. Which means what you're doing has attracted notice at the highest levels of the system. This is not a good thing. Come on." They walked together into the scrubland, moving at a pace that was neither hurrying nor leisurely. As they moved, Xianxia talked, and her words painted a picture of the world that was far more complex and dangerous than Baijian had realized. "The Celestial Fate Bureau is just one branch of a much larger system," she explained as they walked through the gathering dusk. "Above them are the Celestial Courts, which are divided into different jurisdictions and portfolios. The Bureau handles destiny and fate on the mortal plane. But there are other branches: the Bureau of Retribution, the Bureau of Natural Law, the Bureau of Karmic Adjustment. Each one maintains its own segment of the cosmic order." Baijian processed this information as they walked. The sun was descending toward the horizon, painting the scrubland in shades of orange and red. In the distance, he could hear the sound of pursuit, not immediate, but closing steadily. "How many people even know about this?" Baijian asked. "Almost none," Xianxia said. "A few cultivators reach high enough to glimpse it. Most scholars theorize about it, but never quite prove it. And the vast majority of humanity goes through life completely unaware that their fates are being managed by a celestial bureaucracy, which is probably for the best. The knowledge would drive most people insane." "Then why are you telling me?" Baijian asked. "Because," Xianxia said, "you already know. You can see the chains. That knowledge is already burning inside you. The only question is whether you have guidance as you navigate it, or whether you're left to stumble in the dark. They reached a small temple tucked into a sheltered valley as the sun was setting. It was abandoned, by the look of it, with weeds growing up through the flagstones and vines creeping across the stone walls. Xianxia pushed open the heavy wooden doors and led Baijian inside. The interior was dim and smelled of age and dust. But there was something else too, a quality of preserved space, as if time itself moved differently here. Baijian realized that the temple was warded, sealed off from the normal flow of celestial influence. "This is a dead zone," he said. "One of several scattered across the empire," Xianxia confirmed. "Places where the Bureau's reach is weakened or absent. Not many exist, and the Bureau is constantly trying to close them down. But a few persist, hidden, protected by people like me who have been doing this long enough to know how to properly seal a space." She gestured to a simple bedroll and some supplies stacked in a corner. "Rest here for the night. The Celestial Inspector will pass this location without detecting us. The wards are sufficient for that. But tomorrow, we need to have a serious conversation about what you're doing and what you should actually be doing instead." Baijian wanted to ask more questions, but exhaustion had caught up with him, and he found himself collapsing onto the bedroll with barely enough energy to remove his boots. As consciousness faded, he became aware of Xianxia's weathered face watching him with an expression that was equal parts sympathy and something darker, something that might have been grim satisfaction. Over the course of 3 days, Kong taught Baijian a version of local history that he'd never encountered in any cultivation sect texts. The history of the Celestial Fate Bureau itself. How it had been founded 10,000 years ago, not as a malevolent force, but as a necessary administrative function. The cosmos was too large, too chaotic, to govern through simple rules. Destiny needed to be curated. Fates needed to be designed to prevent worse outcomes: plague, famine, genocide, wars that would consume entire worlds. But over the millennia, something had shifted. The Bureau's original mandate, to prevent catastrophic harm, had slowly transformed into something more comprehensive and more controlling. The bureaucrats had begun to believe that they could design the perfect world, that if they controlled enough variables, they could create a heaven on earth. And to do that, they needed to control everything. Every person's choices had to be aligned with the greater plan. "So your existence threatens them," Kong said. "Not because you're powerful, but because you demonstrate that the system they've built can be broken. And if it can be broken for you, it can be broken for anyone." Baijian walked out of Kang's tea house understanding something fundamental. He was not just a rogue element being hunted by the Bureau. He was a crack in the foundation of their entire reality. Chapter 24. The architecture of chains. In the morning, Xianxia taught him to see the chains differently. "You've been looking at them as a burden," she said, drawing symbols on the dusty floor of the temple with a stick. "That's the perspective of the bound, of the people whose destinies have been constrained. But if you want to understand how to fight the Bureau effectively, you need to learn to see them as a system, a machine, an architecture." She drew a complex web of lines and circles, representing the interconnected fates of thousands of people. At the center, she drew a larger circle, representing the Bureau itself. "Every individual chain connects to a node in the Bureau's central system," Xianxia explained, her voice patient and methodical. "Think of it like a tree. The trunk is the Bureau's administrative center. The branches are the various departments and jurisdiction areas. The leaves are individual people, each one connected by a chain that feeds information back toward the trunk." Baijian studied the diagram intently. It made sense in a way that his previous understanding hadn't. He'd been seeing the chains as individual constraints, focusing on one person at a time. But this perspective showed them as something far more systemic, a vast network of control that encompassed the entire world. "What kind of information?" Baijian asked. "Everything," Xianxia said. She set down the stick and walked around the diagram, gesturing to different parts of it. "The Bureau doesn't just assign destiny. It monitors it. It watches how people comply with their assigned fates, detects deviations, measures the success or failure of different fate arrangements. All of this data flows back to the Central Bureau, where celestial accountants and administrators use it to refine and adjust the system." She pointed to one of the chains she'd drawn. "When you cut a chain, you do more than just free that individual. You sever that conduit of information. The Bureau loses its ability to monitor that person. More importantly, You create a cascade of missing data. That person's fate-assigned actions don't occur, which means other people's destinies don't intersect with them as planned. It creates ripples. Baizhen understood now why the Bureau had reacted so strongly to his actions. He wasn't just freeing people. He was creating computational errors in their system. The 5 people you freed, xianxia continued, her expression becoming more serious. They disrupted at least 200 different fate trajectories. The apprentice was supposed to craft a sword that would be used by a warlord 15 years from now, which would lead to a particular military outcome that would shift the balance of power in a specific direction. The courtesan was supposed to bear a child who would grow up to be a cultivator of significant potential, whose actions would influence events across 3 generations. Each one of them was a node with enormous downstream consequences. And I destroyed all of that, Baizhen said, his voice hollow. The weight of unintended consequences crashed down on him like a physical force. You threw it into uncertainty, xianxia corrected, which is actually more dangerous to the Bureau than destroying it would be. They can work around deaths and failures, but they can't easily work around chaos. Unpredictable people are their nightmare. She stood and walked to a window covered with vines. Through the gaps, Baizhen could see the landscape beyond, the scrubland stretching toward distant mountains. This is why they sent the celestial inspector, xianxia said. You're not just a dangerous fugitive. You're a structural threat to the integrity of their entire system. If they determine that your ability can't be contained, they might decide to eliminate not just you, but everyone you've touched, everyone you've influenced, and potentially everyone you could influence in the future. That's their solution to unpredictable variables. They remove them entirely. Then I should stop cutting chains, Baizhen said bitterly. I should accept the system as it is and just let people suffer in it. No, xianxia said firmly. Her voice took on an edge of steel. You should cut chains smarter. You should learn to see the architecture deeply enough that when you sever a connection, you understand what cascades will follow. You should cut chains in ways that create not just chaos, but directed chaos. Chaos that serves your purposes rather than the Bureau's. She returned to the dusty floor and began drawing again, this time creating more intricate patterns. There are focal points in the system, key individuals whose fates are tied to enormous numbers of downstream consequences. If you could reach one of them and cut their chains correctly, you could potentially trigger a cascade that would destabilize the entire Bureau's operation for a given region. Who would constitute a focal point? Baizhen asked. The question felt dangerous to even speak aloud, but he needed to understand the full scope of what was possible. Emperors, xianxia said. High celestial administrators who are walking the mortal plane on official business. Ancient cultivators whose fates are intertwined with the fate of entire nations. There are perhaps 20 such individuals in the known world at any given time. Cutting the chains of even one of them could create ripples that would take the Bureau years to repair. The architecture of chains that Kong described over the following weeks was far more sophisticated than Baizhen had initially grasped. The Bureau didn't simply tie people down with golden threads and call it fate. The system was layered, recursive, beautifully and terrifyingly complex. At the foundation were what Kong called primary chains, the bonds that determined a person's basic nature, their aptitudes, their fundamental personality. These chains were woven at birth and were almost impossible to cut without fundamentally altering the person's sense of self. Above that were circumstantial chains, the bonds that placed people in specific locations at specific times that dictated which opportunities would be available and which would be closed. These chains were what gave the illusion of free choice, while actually constraining all meaningful options to those approved by the Bureau. And above those were relational chains, bonds that linked people to other people, that ensured certain meetings would happen, certain relationships would form. The Bureau used these chains to engineer everything from political marriages to business partnerships to chance encounters between spiritual masters and promising disciples. The deeper I look at this system, Baizhen said slowly, the more I realize how little of human existence is actually free. Almost none of it, Kong agreed. That's the real horror of the Bureau's control. It's not that they're forcing you to do things against your will. It's that they've shaped your will itself so completely that you can't even conceive of wanting anything outside of what they've designed for you. Baizhen sat with this thought for a long time, trying to comprehend its full implications. If the Bureau had shaped people's very desires and wants, then in what sense were they even conscious beings? In what sense were they making any real choices at all? Were they victims of the system, or were they actually something less than human, automatons playing out predetermined roles? There's something else, Kong said, as if reading his thoughts. The system is built to prevent people from asking these questions. As soon as someone develops the capacity to notice the chains, their chains activate mechanisms designed to make them feel comfortable with their constraints. Or they drive them toward activities that consume their time and attention, preventing deep reflection. Or they create circumstances that make people desperate to maintain the status quo because change threatens their survival. Can people break through that? Baizhen asked. Can they consciously overcome the mechanisms that prevent them from questioning the system? Sometimes, Kong said, but it's rare. The Bureau has had 10,000 years to refine these techniques. They've learned which psychological pressures work best on different types of people. They've created feedback loops that reinforce the system at every level. Breaking free requires not just strength of will. It requires luck, timing, external support, and a degree of psychological resilience that most people simply don't have. How did you break free? Baizhen asked. I didn't, Kong said simply. I'm still bound. I just made peace with my chains a long time ago. I accepted their reality and learned to live within them as comfortably as possible. That's actually the healthiest response most people have, not to fight, but to surrender and find what happiness you can within the constraints. But you're helping me, Baizhen said. That seems to contradict accepting your chains. I'm helping you because I've lived long enough to understand that some people need to rebel, need to push against the system, need to fight for freedom, Kong said. I'm not going to be one of those people, but I can recognize them when I meet them, and I can provide information that might make their rebellion more effective. It's a small way of maintaining my integrity without taking on the full burden of active resistance. Chapter 25. The hunt accelerates. They left the temple at dawn and moved north, toward the mountain regions where the Bureau's reach was weaker and the unchained ones maintained more of their sanctuaries. But even as they traveled, Baizhen became aware that the pursuit had intensified dramatically. It was not just the Bureau's normal agents anymore. There was a new presence, vast, organized, and absolutely focused on his position. The celestial inspector that Xianxia had warned about was no longer searching blindly. Now the inspector was actively tracking him, and the quality of that tracking suggested resources and authority that far exceeded what the ordinary Bureau agents possessed. They were climbing through a mountain pass on the 7th day when Baizhen felt the presence approaching with unmistakable clarity. The celestial inspector was coming, and this time, there would be no escape through conventional means. They've gotten access to the celestial records, Xianxia said grimly as they rode horses along the narrow path. Her voice was tight with worry. The inspector must be high-ranking enough to requisition direct divination efforts. That means they're actively looking at your past, your present, trying to determine where you're going to be before you get there. The mountains rose around them, peaks sharp as blades against the pale sky. Snow began to fall, heavy and wet, obscuring their path even as it covered their tracks. Baizhen felt the weight of this new reality settling over him. Up until this point, the Bureau's pursuit had been almost bureaucratic, organized but not yet focused on someone as high-ranking as a celestial inspector. Inspectors were different. They represented the Bureau's most direct intervention in mortal affairs. They were not bound by the normal rules of engagement. They could execute judgment without trial. They could reshape fate architecture without consultation. They were essentially the Bureau's ultimate weapons. What exactly is she? Baizhen asked, trying to understand what he was facing. She's a celestial being who has been given authority to enforce Bureau policy across entire regions, Xianxia explained. She doesn't operate through the normal bureaucratic channels. She reports directly to the highest levels of celestial administration, which means if she determines that you're too dangerous to be allowed to live, she can kill you without needing permission from anyone. And she won't hesitate. Celestial inspectors don't have the same psychological constraints that humans do. They can make cold calculations about acceptable losses. Can you defeat her? Baizhen asked. Xianxia was quiet for a long time. Not in direct combat, she finally said. But there are other ways. We have sanctuaries and dead zones where the celestial bureaucracy's reach is limited. We have unchained ones who have been preparing for this possibility for centuries. And most importantly, we have something the inspector doesn't. We have the knowledge that someone like you exists, and we've had time to prepare for this moment. Can you counter that? Baizhen asked. To a degree, Xianxia said. The dead zones will help. But we can't stay in them permanently. Eventually, we'll have to emerge, and when we do, the inspector will be waiting. Those were ominous words, but they could not afford to be defeated by them. Baizhen focused instead on understanding what this escalation meant. The Bureau had moved from treating him as a fugitive to treating him as a threat to the fundamental order. That meant they were considering him dangerous enough to warrant the attention of their highest authorities. It was, in a strange way, a validation. He was actually affecting their system. The question was whether that validation would come before or after they succeeded in killing him. As they rode through the mountain passes, Baizhen found himself contemplating the nature of bureaucratic power. The Bureau was not a single unified consciousness, but rather a vast structure of interconnected hierarchies, each level accountable to the level above, each level enforcing the rules and regulations of the apparatus as a whole. What Baizhen was doing, cutting chains, introducing chaos into the system, was threatening not just the Bureau's control, but its fundamental organizational structure. The Bureau could tolerate individual acts of defiance. What it could not tolerate was the existence of someone who had the power to systematically undermine the entire apparatus. Because if one person could do it, others might learn. And if enough people learned, the whole edifice could come crashing down. That was why the Celestial Inspector was coming. That was why this confrontation had been inevitable from the moment Baizhen had cut his first chain outside the Sundial sect. Tell me about her, Baizhen said. This Celestial Inspector. What is she exactly? Bureaucratic enforcement, Xianxia said grimly. The Bureau doesn't usually get directly involved in mundane matters. But when something threatens the foundations of the system, they send their highest-ranking inspectors to handle it personally. An inspector is not bound by normal rules. They can execute judgments without trial. They can rewrite local fate architecture. They can even, if necessary, declare a region of the world forfeit and wipe it clean to prevent contamination from spreading. So she could kill everyone in a city to prevent the knowledge of chain cutting from spreading, Baizhen said. Yes, Xianxia said. Which is why we need to ensure this confrontation doesn't happen anywhere near a city. It happened on the 7th day of their travel, at a mountain monastery that served as a waypoint for traveling merchants and pilgrims. Baizhen and Xianxia had stopped to purchase supplies, moving deliberately and openly because the inspector would expect them to be hiding. And sometimes the best way to avoid detection was to hide in plain sight. They were in the monastery's central courtyard when Baizhen felt it. The arrival of a presence so vast and immense that it made the air itself seem to crystallize. He looked up, and for just a moment, he caught a glimpse of something that looked like a woman standing on the edge of the rooftops, silhouetted against the afternoon sky. But it wasn't a woman, not entirely. What Baizhen was seeing was a celestial being. A thing of bureaucratic power and cosmic authority that had merely taken on a human shape for the convenience of existing in the mortal realm. The Celestial Inspector descended to the courtyard with the casual grace of someone who understood that no one could possibly oppose her. She was beautiful in the way that lightning is beautiful, impressive and terrible and utterly indifferent to human concerns. Her chains were different from anything Baizhen had encountered before, not just modified by choice, but completely reconstructed by celestial authority, bound into service to a higher power. Baizhen, the inspector said, and her voice carried the weight of official pronouncement. I am Celestial Inspector Li Wei, authorized representative of the Celestial Fate Bureau. I am here to inform you that your status has been upgraded from fugitive to existential threat. As of this moment, I am empowered to execute you under emergency provisions of the Celestial Code. And if I refuse to be executed? Baizhen asked. Then things become complicated, Li Wei said, which would honestly be preferable from my perspective. I would very much like to understand what you are before you die. The Bureau is not designed to accommodate beings who can cut chains. You represent a malfunction in the system, and I have been tasked with determining whether that malfunction can be repaired or whether it must be excised. Baizhen moved, drawing his sword and channeling his spiritual energy into it. But he was too slow. Li Wei simply gestured, and the air crystallized into a cage of celestial power that held him suspended. I would advise against violence, Li Wei said. You are sufficiently powerful to cause problems for ordinary cultivators. But I am not an ordinary cultivator. I am an extension of the celestial bureaucracy itself. Violence against me is violence against the fundamental order of the universe. Xianxia stepped forward calmly. Li Wei, it's been what, 3 centuries since we last met? You were less insufferable back then. The celestial inspector's expression flickered with something that might have been recognition. Xianxia, I might have known you were involved in this. Still defending the indefensible, I see. Still trying to change things, Xianxia corrected. Just as I was 300 years ago. You should have expected to find me here. Perhaps, Li Wei conceded. Which means you expected to find me here as well. Which means this meeting is not accidental, but rather a prearranged encounter that you have been steering toward. Very observant, Xianxia said. For someone allegedly less insufferable. Then the monastery is empty. Li Wei continued, understanding the implications. The monks and merchants have been ushered away. This courtyard is a neutral ground. Fully warded, Xianxia confirmed. Nothing that happens here will be reported to the Bureau. For the moment, we can speak freely. Li Wei released the cage of power that held Bai Zhan and lowered herself gracefully to sit on one of the stone benches scattered throughout the courtyard. Very well. Speak freely, then. I am listening. Xianxia moved to sit beside the celestial inspector, and Bai Zhan found himself in the strange position of witnessing what appeared to be a conversation between old adversaries who had learned to tolerate each other's existence. He's important, Xianxia said simply. More important than you understand. The one you're hunting, he's not just another anomaly. He's a pivot point. Explain, Li Wei said. The system is breaking down, Xianxia said. You know this. The upper bureaucracy knows this. The entire structure that has held the mortal world in place for 10,000 years is beginning to crack. The Bureau can feel it too. They're just unwilling to admit it openly. But you, as an inspector, you must have noticed the increase in cascade failures, the accelerating instances of unexplained deviation from predicted fates. Li Wei was silent for a long moment. The Bureau attributes these failures to the usual causes. Environmental variation, cultivator advancement, natural entropy. And you know that's a lie, Xianxia said. The system itself is becoming unstable. Too many people, too many variables, too many instances of individual will pressing against the constraints of predestined fate. The bureaucracy can no longer maintain perfect control, no matter how many resources they commit. If you're suggesting that I should allow him to escape, Li Wei said, gesturing toward Bai Zhan, then you're asking me to derelict my duty. No, Xianxia said. I'm suggesting that you consider a different future. One where you don't execute him. One where you actually learn from him what he represents. One where you become the bridge between the Bureau and what comes next. Li Wei stood and walked across the courtyard, her movements slow and deliberate. When she turned back, her expression had changed. It was less bureaucratic, more contemplative. How long have you known he would arrive? She asked. 3 years, Xianxia said. We've been preparing for this moment for 3 years. Not just him specifically, but the circumstances that would create him. The awakening of his chain sight, his escape from the sundial sect, his emergence as a threat to the system. All of it was predictable, if you knew how to read the currents of fate deeply enough. And what do you expect to happen next? Li Wei asked. War, Xianxia said simply. Not tomorrow, not next month, but within the year. What he has started will force the Bureau to make a choice. They will either attempt to eliminate him and everyone like him, and in doing so, they will destabilize the entire system further. Or they will attempt to adapt, to change, to become something other than an instrument of absolute control. Li Wei looked at Bai Zhan, and in her eyes, he saw something that looked like the glimmer of genuine uncertainty. For a moment, the celestial inspector seemed almost human. I will allow you to leave, Li Wei said finally. Not because I have become sympathetic to your cause, but because the cause I serve, the maintenance of cosmic order, is no longer served by simple elimination of threats. If you are truly a pivot point as Xianxia suggests, then your death might cause more disruption than your life. I will report to the Bureau that you escaped, and that I am continuing pursuit. But I will not actively hunt you. That's all we're asking, Xianxia said. For now, Li Wei said. But understand that this reprieve is temporary. If you escalate beyond a certain point, If you threaten the stability of the entire system rather than merely challenging the Bureau's control, I will be duty-bound to eliminate you regardless of my personal reservations. Understood, Xianxia said. Bai Zhan wanted to ask questions, to understand the strange negotiation that had just occurred. But something told him that silence was the appropriate response. Xianxia had just convinced one of the most powerful beings in existence to let them go. That was a miracle he should not question too closely. As they prepared to leave the monastery, Li Wei called out to him. One question, before you go. Do you understand what you're doing? Bai Zhan turned back. I'm cutting chains. Freeing people from fates they didn't choose. No, Li Wei said. You're destabilizing the foundation of reality itself. And the worst part is that you don't fully understand the consequences yet. I hope Xianxia is as good a teacher as she claims to be. You're going to need that knowledge before this is over. Then they were gone, riding away from the monastery into the gathering dusk, leaving the celestial inspector standing alone in the courtyard, silhouetted against the fading light. But even as Bai Zhan understood the system more deeply, he realized he was being hunted more intensively. The Bureau had shifted tactics. Instead of sending random agents to try to capture or kill him, they'd begun a systematic search, moving from city to city, investigating all known locations of resistance cells. It was Kong who finally warned him. You need to go, the old man said one evening, appearing at the safe house where Bai Zhan was hiding. The Bureau's agents are moving through the city systematically. They'll reach this district tomorrow or the day after. They're smarter now, more coordinated. They're looking for the pattern of chain cuttings, trying to trace back to the source. Come with me, Bai Zhan said. Kong smiled sadly and shook his head. I'm too old, and my chains are comfortable. I told you that. But more than that, someone needs to stay and feed them false trails. Keep them chasing ghosts while you get away. I can do that. I've been a spy in this city long enough to know how to muddy the waters. That night, as Bai Zhan fled north along the hidden roads that the resistance had established, he felt the weight of gratitude toward Kong, mixed with guilt. How many people was he going to meet who would sacrifice their safety to help him continue his mission? Chapter 26. The teaching begins for the next 3 weeks. Bai Zhan's entire world became an intensive study of the structure of fate itself. Xianxia had moved him to one of the protected sanctuaries hidden deep in the mountain range, a place where the Bureau's influence was so attenuated that divination attempts would simply bounce off the wards and register as empty space. The sanctuary itself was a marvel of engineering. It existed partly in the material world and partly in a shifted spatial dimension, making it effectively impossible to locate through normal means. Inside, Bai Zhan discovered a library that contained thousands of texts, many of them written in celestial script that he shouldn't have been able to read. But something about his nature, the fact that he was unchained, that the celestial bureaucracy couldn't quite categorize him, allowed him to understand concepts that ordinary cultivators would never have access to. The chains operate on 7 frequencies, Xianxia explained on the first day, drawing diagrams on a large slate board. The bottom frequency is pure physical constraint, ropes, bonds, physical limitations. Most people never see past this. They feel the weight and assume it's immutable. She tapped the board. The second frequency is emotional. This is where the Bureau really excels. They create chains that make you love your prison, that convince you that your fate is for your own good. This is how they get compliance without constant force. Bai Zhan listened carefully, absorbing every word. He had been able to cut the physical and emotional chains of the woman in the warehouse, but he had not understood the architecture well enough to predict the consequences. The third and fourth frequencies are social and institutional, Xianxia continued. The chains that bind you to your family, your sect, your position in society. These are more difficult to cut because they're woven into the fabric of relationships and obligations. Is that why she chose to fight rather than run? Bai Zhan asked, thinking of the woman who had died. Partially, Xianxia said. But more importantly, she didn't understand what freedom actually meant once the chains were cut. The Bureau had so thoroughly integrated the chains into her sense of self that removing them left her disoriented. She didn't know how to exist without them. That's a trap, Bai Zhan realized. Of course it's a trap, Xianxia said. That's the entire design of the system. The Bureau doesn't just control behavior. It controls the capability for independent thought. When you cut someone's chains, you're not just freeing them from external constraints. You're forcing them to reconstruct their entire sense of self from nothing. She set down the chalk and faced Baizhen directly. This is why you can't go around indiscriminately cutting chains. It's cruel, and it often leads to the very outcomes the Bureau can use against you. The people you free might not survive the freedom. And if they don't, then the Bureau uses their deaths as proof that the system is necessary. Baizhen felt something twist in his chest. He had thought he was being heroic by cutting chains. Now he was beginning to understand that heroism was more complicated than he'd realized. The fifth and sixth frequencies are conceptual, xianxia continued. These are the chains that bind you to belief systems, to accepted reality, to the idea that the Bureau's way is the only way. These are the most difficult to cut, and the most powerful when they're severed. And the seventh? Baizhen asked. The seventh frequency is pure destiny, xianxia said quietly. The actual assignment of what will happen to you in your life. This is what most people think of when they think of fate. But it's actually the simplest frequency once you understand the others. Because without the supporting frequencies holding it in place, the seventh frequency has almost no power. Over the next 2 weeks, she taught him to see the chains with increasing precision. She showed him how to distinguish between the different frequencies, how to trace a chain back to its source in the Bureau's ledger system, how to understand the weight and age and complexity of different bindings. And slowly, Baizhen began to understand the truly terrifying implications of what he could do. When I cut the woman's chains, he said one evening, as they sat overlooking a mountain valley, I didn't just free her. I severed her connection to the Bureau's monitoring system. I removed her from the ledger completely. As far as the Bureau is concerned, she ceased to exist. Yes, xianxia said. Which means, Baizhen continued, that she was free to die or live however she chose. But it also meant that the Bureau couldn't track her, couldn't guide her, couldn't even acknowledge her existence. In a way, she became invisible to reality itself. Welcome to the fundamental paradox, xianxia said. Freedom and erasure are two sides of the same coin. The moment you cut someone's chains, they become unimportant to the Bureau's designs. And if they're unimportant to the Bureau, they're invisible to the highest levels of celestial awareness. They become ghosts. There has to be another way, Baizhen said. There is, xianxia said. That's what the other unchained ones have been working toward for centuries. Instead of completely severing chains, we've learned how to modify them, to redirect them, to rewrite the fate assignment without erasing the person from the ledger entirely. She stood and stretched. But that skill takes decades to master. For now, you need to focus on understanding the basic frequencies and learning to cut them with precision. Everything else builds from that foundation. Lin Xiao, the first of the serious instructors Baizhen met after reaching the northern sanctuary, taught him something that contradicted everything he had learned from cutting chains directly. Not every chain needs to be severed, Lin Xiao said, her voice calm and measured as she walked him through a meditation on fate architecture. Some chains can be redirected instead of cut, and that's actually a more sophisticated skill than severing. How do you redirect a chain? Baizhen asked. You work with its fundamental nature rather than against it, Lin Xiao explained. Every chain has a momentum, a directionality. Most chains are designed to push people toward outcomes that serve the Bureau. But if you can understand that directionality deeply enough, sometimes you can twist the chain just slightly, changing its target without breaking it entirely. She demonstrated on a vision she conjured, a complex chain binding a merchant to a particular trade route. Instead of cutting it, she showed how to subtly alter its structure, turning it from a path that served Bureau interests into a path that served the merchant's own interests instead. The advantage of redirection is subtlety, Lin Xiao said. When you cut a chain, the Bureau knows immediately that something has interfered with their system. But when you redirect, the changes are gradual enough that they might not notice until the consequences have already cascaded through multiple levels of their bureaucracy. Chapter 27. The Library of Fates. On the 22nd day, xianxia brought him to the archive chamber, the deepest part of the sanctuary, where the original records of fate manipulation were kept. The chamber was vast, carved directly from the mountain stone, and its walls were lined with shelves containing thousands of bound journals, scroll cases, and crystalline information matrices that glowed with faint celestial light. These are the records that the Bureau doesn't want to exist, xianxia said. copies of designs, historical records, data about failed fate assignments, and successful manipulations. Some of this information is 10,000 years old. Bai Zhen moved slowly through the archive, reading through texts that documented the history of celestial control. He learned how the Bureau had evolved over millennia, how they had refined their techniques, how they had learned to create increasingly sophisticated chains that accounted for human nature and free will. One text in particular caught his attention, a journal written by someone named Celestial Inspector Li Feng, dated 3,000 years in the past. The journal was a personal record of Li Feng's doubts about the system she served. She understood that the system was unjust, Bai Zhen said, looking up from the journal. She wrote about wanting to change it, wanting to find another way. And Xianxia prompted. And she was executed for her doubts. Bai Zhen finished quietly, reading the final entries where Li Feng had made peace with her own death. That's the pattern, Xianxia said. Every few centuries, someone within the Bureau realizes the fundamental injustice of what they're doing. And every time, they're eliminated before they can pose a real threat. The system has built-in mechanisms to suppress dissent from within. Bai Zhen set down the journal carefully. How many of you are there? The unchained ones who are actively working against the system. Officially, Xianxia said, 57. Unofficially, probably closer to 200 if you count the ones who help in small ways without fully committing. But even with that many, we're vastly outnumbered. The Bureau's administrative structure is so vast and so entrenched that it's essentially invulnerable to direct opposition. Then how do you expect to change anything? Bai Zhen asked. We don't expect to change the system itself, Xianxia said. Not in the short term. What we expect to do is exploit the system's weaknesses until it collapses of its own contradictions. And we expect that you might be the catalyst that makes that collapse unavoidable. Why me specifically? Bai Zhen asked. There must be others like me. Others with chain sight. There are approximately 30 people alive right now with the ability to see chains to some degree, Xianxia said. But you're the only one with the ability to cut them. And more importantly, you're the only one who doesn't understand the full implications of what you're doing, which paradoxically makes you the most dangerous. Because I'll take risks that someone more knowledgeable would avoid, Bai Zhen realized. Exactly, Xianxia said. The Bureau has learned to accommodate other chain seers. They assign them to the Bureau itself, or they bind them into compliance. But they can't bind you, and they can't control you, because your existence breaks their model of reality. You're a living proof that their system is not as absolute as they claim. She led him deeper into the archive, to a section where the most ancient records were kept. Here, the texts were written in languages that predated the current form of celestial bureaucracy, languages that Bai Zhen could barely read, even with his enhanced perception. Before the Bureau, Xianxia explained, before there was a systematic structure for controlling fate, there was chaos. Individual celestial entities shaped reality according to their whims. Sometimes they were benevolent. Sometimes they were not. The early human civilizations had to deal with capricious gods and the constant threat of catastrophic intervention. She pointed to a particular text, one that glowed with a strange amber light. This is a record from the founding of the Bureau itself. The celestial beings decided that the only way to maintain cosmic order was to establish a formal bureaucratic structure. Rules, procedures, accountability, at least in theory. And they succeeded, Bai Zhen said. Partially, Xianxia said. The Bureau did create order. But in doing so, they created a new form of tyranny. At least with the capricious gods, you could appeal to their better nature sometimes. With the Bureau, there's no appeal. There's only bureaucratic procedure and the inexorable march of predetermined fate. Bai Zhen traced his fingers along the ancient text, feeling the spiritual weight of 10,000 years of history. Do you think it can be undone? Can we go back to the way things were before the Bureau? No, Xianxia said. And we don't want to. The old way was brutal and unpredictable. We want something different. A system that maintains order without absolute control. A way of existing where people have genuine freedom within a framework that preserves cosmic stability. Is that even possible? Bai Zhen asked. We don't know, Xianxia admitted. But we have to try. Because the alternative is an eternity under the chains, and that's not a future worth accepting. The Library of Fates, when Bai Zhen finally reached it under the protection of senior resistance members, was almost incomprehensibly vast. It existed in a pocket dimension created by the resistance themselves, a space where they had managed to extract copies of certain administrative records from the Bureau's own archives. The library's shelves stretched upward and downward impossibly, filled with glowing tablets and crystalline records, each one containing the fate assignments for hundreds or thousands of individual people. Baizhen walked through the aisles in awe, running his fingers along the edges of tablets, sensing the emotional weight embedded in each record. Every name here represents someone the Bureau has decided the shape of, said Li Wei, who had emerged from the shadows as his guide. Every assignment is someone whose life has been designed down to its finest details. Birth, death, love, loss, achievement, failure, all of it predetermined by these records. She pulled out a tablet at random and opened it, showing Baizhen the life assignment for a woman named Chunmei. The assignment was extraordinarily detailed, where she would be born, to which parents, what childhood traumas she would experience, which man she would fall in love with, when she would have children, and finally, the exact date, time, and method of her death. This is the Bureau's ultimate power, Li Wei said. Not just the ability to control what happens, but the ability to design everything in advance, to know and shape the full arc of a human life from beginning to end. Chapter 28. The first target. By the end of the 4th week, Xianxia had identified the first true target for Baizhen's abilities. The target was a celestial administrator named Chun Kuei, who was currently serving as a provincial governor in the Eastern Territories. Chun Kuei's position gave him direct authority over the fates of more than 1 million people across the region. His chains are extraordinarily complex, Xianxia explained, showing Baizhen a detailed map of Chun Kuei's fate connections. He's tied into the administrative hierarchy of the Bureau in 17 different ways. If you cut his chains correctly, you could destabilize the entire bureaucratic framework for at least 3 provinces. And the cascade effect? Baizhen asked. He had learned to think in terms of consequences now. Approximately 40,000 people would have their fates immediately altered, Xianxia said. Most of them for the better, actually. Chun Kuei's administration is corrupt and self-serving. His destabilization would create opportunities for genuine human agency in a way that hasn't existed for centuries in that region. But there would be chaos, Baizhen said. Brief chaos, Xianxia corrected. The Bureau would move quickly to stabilize the situation. But in that window of instability, thousands of people could reshape their own destinies. That's the leverage we're looking for. They spent the next week planning the approach. Chun Kuei made a monthly pilgrimage to a small temple in the mountains where he performed administrative duties. The temple was not heavily warded. There was no need to be, given the administrator's status and power. It was an oversight, but even celestial beings could be careless sometimes. I'll need to be close to him, Baizhen said, to understand the full complexity of his chains before I attempt to cut them. You'll also need to be prepared for what comes after, Xianxia said. When you cut the chains of an administrator of Chun Kuei's level, the Bureau will respond with force. They won't send another inspector, they'll send something more direct. Armed agents. Possibly even combat celestials. Then we should be ready for a fight, Baizhen said. No, Xianxia said firmly. You'll fight if you have to, but the goal is not combat. The goal is to cut the chains and escape. If you get caught fighting an administrator of Chun Kuei's power, you will die. Celestial beings don't have the restraint that Li Wei had. They traveled to the Eastern Territories in disguise, moving carefully through smaller towns and villages to avoid drawing attention. By the time they reached the temple, Baizhen had prepared himself mentally for what he was about to do. This was no longer about freeing individuals from suffering. This was about waging deliberate war against the fundamental structure of celestial control. Chun Kuei arrived on the appointed day, accompanied by a small retinue of cultivator guards. He was a thin man with sharp features and eyes that suggested intelligence and cunning. His chains were visible the moment Baizhen's perception sharpened. Vast, intricate networks that connected backward to the Bureau's central authority and forward to the fates of thousands of subordinates and dependents. Baizhen observed from a distance, in a hidden chamber that Xianxia had prepared with wards that made him invisible to celestial notice. He watched as Chun Kuei moved through the temple, conducting his administrative duties, signing documents that represented the reshaping of thousands of human lives according to predetermined designs. Now, Xianxia whispered. Bai Zhen moved, stepping out of concealment and approaching Chun Kuei directly. The administrator looked up in shock, his hand moving toward a talisman at his belt, a communication device that would alert the bureau to his location in an emergency. Don't, Bai Zhen said, and he let his power bleed out into the air, a clear declaration of what he was. Chun Kuei's face went pale. You're the anomaly, the one they've been hunting. Yes, Bai Zhen said. He reached out and touched the closest of Chun Kuei's chains, feeling the weight and complexity of it. This was power beyond anything he had attempted before, a network so vast and intricately woven that cutting it felt like trying to sever a mountain with a single blade. You can't cut these, Chun Kuei said, but there was fear in his voice. I'm connected to the Bureau directly. Cutting my chains would trigger alarms across the entire Celestial Administration. I know, Bai Zhen said. He closed his eyes and reached deep into his power, drawing on something primal and fundamental. His body began to glow with a soft golden light, and the chains began to respond, vibrating under the pressure of his will. It took longer than it had for the others. Bai Zhen's muscles burned with effort, and sweat dripped down his face. But slowly, incrementally, the chains began to unravel. The intricate networks started to collapse. The connections to the Bureau's authority started to sever. And then, all at once, they broke. Chun Kuei screamed, a sound of raw agony and disorientation as millions of years of bureaucratic binding suddenly came undone. The administrator fell to his knees, his body convulsing, his mind unable to process the sudden removal of the chains that had defined his entire existence. Go, Xianxia shouted. Bai Zhen ran, pulling Chun Kuei's guards who had been paralyzed with shock. He could feel the response coming, the swift reaction of the Bureau's emergency systems, the coordinated action of agents being dispatched from across the empire. But they had done it. He had cut the chains of a celestial administrator, and the consequences were spreading like wildfire through the bureaucratic system. As they fled the temple, Bai Zhen could feel the entire structure of fate in the eastern provinces beginning to shake and realign. Hundreds of thousands of people suddenly found their fates uncertain, their predetermined futures suddenly plastic and subject to change. In that moment of chaos, real freedom became possible. The first target Chao Yin selected was a relatively minor bureaucrat named Lu Xing, an administrator whose chains controlled the lives of approximately 50,000 people across a province. His removal from the system would cause disruption. Yes, supply chains would be affected, military units would be briefly unmoored from their planned movements, but not enough disruption to trigger the Bureau's most aggressive response mechanisms. Bai Zhen planned for weeks. He learned Lu Xing's daily habits, his preferences, his weaknesses. He understood the pattern of when Lu Xing would be most vulnerable to approach. And then, on a night when the administrator was alone in a small shrine outside the capital, Bai Zhen made his move. The sensation of cutting Lu Xing's chains was unlike anything Bai Zhen had experienced before. It wasn't just the physical resistance of the golden threads, it was the metaphysical weight of them, the fact that they represented millions of interconnected lives and decisions. Cutting one administrator's chains meant that suddenly, all those people his fate had controlled were now free to make their own choices, in directions the Bureau hadn't predicted. Lu Xing convulsed and collapsed, his body racked by the trauma of suddenly having consciousness return to him. For someone who had been integrated with the Bureau's control systems for their entire life, the sensation of freedom was almost physically unbearable. He wept on the shrine floor, not in joy but in absolute confusion, unable to understand the sudden emptiness where his sense of purpose and direction had been. Chapter 29. Ripples in the system. The Bureau's response was swift and overwhelming. Within hours of Chun Kuei's chains being cut, every agent in the Eastern Territories had been mobilized. Military units under Bureau influence were being deployed. Celestial administrators were being recalled from their posts. And most terrifyingly, reports began arriving of the Bureau's Enforcement Division, combat specialists who were not bound by the same restrictions as normal agents. Bai Zhen and Xianxia were 3 days' ride from the temple when the first assassination attempt came. A cultivator appeared on the road ahead, someone with chains that marked him as Bureau-bound, and he pulled a weapon from his robe with the clear intent of killing Bai Zhen on sight. Bai Zhen killed him without hesitation. It was the first time he had deliberately taken a life, and the weight of it settled over him like a heavy cloak. But there was no time to process the moral implications. More would be coming. They're tightening the net, Xianxia said as they rode through the second night. The enforcement division is being deployed. We need to get to the safe house in the Northern Territory, or you're going to be captured. As they rode, Bai Zhen began to understand the true scope of what he had unleashed. Chen Kuei was not just a single administrator. He was the hub of a massive administrative web that touched the lives of millions. His chains had been designed to coordinate the movements of entire military units, to direct the flow of resources across provinces, to influence the very fabric of political decision-making across the eastern half of the empire. When those chains were cut, all of that coordination suddenly became impossible. The military units didn't know where to go. The resources began flowing in unplanned directions. The political structure that depended on Chen Kuei's influence began to collapse, and the Bureau had to respond. They had to do something to reassert control, to restore the stability that had been shattered by a single chain cutting, which meant deploying resources, calling in favors, possibly even revealing capabilities that they normally kept hidden. In a strange way, Chen Kuei's liberation was beginning to pull the Bureau out of the shadows. It was forcing them to be active, to intervene directly, to demonstrate the full extent of their power. And that revelation might be more valuable than simple destruction. But it was also more dangerous. They pushed their horses to the breaking point, moving faster than should have been possible. But behind them, Bai Zhen could sense the pursuers gaining ground. At least a dozen trained killers, all of them bound to the Bureau, all of them with clear authorization to use lethal force. The safe house, when they reached it, was hidden in a cluster of caves deep in a mountain ravine. It was protected by wards that were ancient and powerful, created centuries ago by Xianxia herself. Inside, Bai Zhen collapsed, exhaustion finally overcoming him. "How many?" he asked, looking at Xianxia. "How many what?" Xianxia replied. "How many people are dead because of what I did to Chen Kuei?" Bai Zhen asked. "How many lives has his destabilization disrupted?" Xianxia was quiet for a long moment. "Thousands, probably. Some of them will die in the chaos. Some of them will be killed by Bureau agents trying to suppress the uprising that's happening in the eastern provinces. Some of them will be executed because they tried to assert their newly won freedom in ways that the Bureau couldn't tolerate." "Then I failed," Bai Zhen said bitterly. "I've freed one man by destroying thousands of others." "No," Xianxia said. "You've started something that cannot be stopped. Yes, there will be pain and death. That's the cost of revolution. But in the Eastern Territories, for the first time in 1,000 years, humans are making their own choices. That's not a failure. That's the beginning of something new." She sat beside him and handed him a cup of water. "The Bureau is in chaos. Their administrators are running around trying to contain the situation. Their investigators are trying to understand what happened, how someone managed to cut the chains of an administrator. And meanwhile, you're safe here, in a place where their reach cannot touch us." "For how long?" Bai Zhen asked. "Long enough," Xianxia said. "Long enough to recover, long enough to receive reports about what's happening in the territories, long enough to understand the full scale of the impact you've created." The reports came over the next week, brought by runners who moved through the network of unchained ones scattered across the empire. The news was both heartening and horrifying. In the eastern provinces, the destabilization of Chen Kuei's fate system had triggered a cascade of unexpected outcomes. Military units that were supposed to march in support of Bureau policies had rebelled. Agricultural communes that were bound to serve specific administrators had broken free and seized control of their own production. Hundreds of families that had been separated by Bureau assignment were reuniting. But alongside the freedom came violence. Bureau enforcement agents cracking down on the rebellions, executing those who resisted too openly, creating a bloodbath as the old order tried desperately to reassert itself. "The Bureau is accelerating their timeline," Xianxia told him on the 9th day of their refuge. "They're moving more combat celestials into the region. They're considering complete population restructuring to eliminate the instability you created. That would require killing hundreds of thousands of people," Bai Zhen said, horrified. "Yes," Xianxia said flatly. "And they would do it without hesitation, because in their calculus, the stability of the system outweighs individual human lives. This is why they're so dangerous. They've convinced themselves that their control is necessary for the greater good. Then I need to do more, Baizhen said. I need to cut more chains, destabilize more administrators, create so much chaos that they can't possibly control it all. That's what the Bureau is expecting you to do, Xianxia said. They've set traps. They've identified other administrators you might target. They're watching and waiting for you to make your next move, because they want to capture you when you're overconfident and overextended. The ripples of Lu Xing's chain-cutting spread through the provincial system like an earthquake through still water. 3 days later, a merchant caravan that was supposed to arrive at a garrison didn't show up. A military deployment that was meant to proceed on schedule was delayed when 3 officers suddenly started questioning their orders. An agricultural allocation that had been designed to create subtle famine conditions in a rebellious region was redirected toward actually feeding the population. The Bureau, after its initial confusion, began to investigate. Baizhen felt them searching, felt their attention turning toward the strange disruptions in the administrative structure. But they were slow. It took them nearly a month to realize that something had fundamentally changed about Lu Xing, that his chains had been interfered with. By then, Baizhen had already cut 3 more chains. Chao Yin was ecstatic. "This is working," she said during one of their strategy sessions. "Each administrator you free adds exponentially to the chaos." The Bureau is starting to suspect there's a coordinated attack, but they don't yet understand the scope of it. We might have a window of opportunity here, a month or 2 before they fully mobilize their defensive response. Chapter 30. The question of legacy. The question came from Baizhen on the 11th day, as they sat in a chamber high in the mountain caves, overlooking the vast expanse of the empire stretching out beneath them. "What happens to me if I continue?" he asked. Xianxia didn't answer immediately. She gazed out at the landscape, at the thousands of li of territory where countless lives were being lived, many of them still bound by the chains that Baizhen was learning to cut. "You become a legend," she finally said. "The one who broke the Bureau. The one who forced the system to adapt or collapse. Your name will be remembered for 1,000 years. And my life?" Baizhen pressed. "Probably short," Xianxia admitted. "The Bureau doesn't let people like you live into old age. You'll be hunted for the rest of your days. But those days might encompass more genuine change than most people could achieve in a lifetime." Baizhen understood the bargain being offered to him. Continue fighting, accept the likelihood of his own death, but in the process, possibly trigger the transformation of an entire system that had enslaved humanity for 10,000 years. "Tell me about the other unchained ones," he said. "Tell me their stories." Xianxia told him about Celestial Inspector Li Wei, who had been secretly working against the Bureau for 300 years, accumulating knowledge and recruiting allies from within the bureaucracy itself. About an ancient cultivator named Wei Ling, who had lived for more than 2,000 years and had watched countless iterations of the system, learning all its weaknesses. About a young woman named Chao Yin, who had only recently awakened to her own unchained nature and was already proving to be more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. With each story, Baizhen understood more about what he was actually part of. This wasn't just his personal rebellion. It was the culmination of centuries of work by hundreds of people who had been fighting against the Bureau in small ways, waiting for the moment when a catalyst would arrive who could cause real systemic change. "Why did you choose me?" he asked. "We didn't," Xianxia said. "You chose yourself. You awakened your chain site. You escaped the sundial sect. You cut the first chains. All of that was entirely your decision. We just happened to be waiting for someone like you to arrive, so we could help guide your actions toward strategic targets rather than random ones." The realization hit Baizhen like a physical blow. "So I'm still being controlled, just by a different master." "No," Xianxia said firmly. "We're offering guidance, not control. You could walk away tomorrow, and we wouldn't stop you. You could refuse to cut another chain for the rest of your life, and we would respect that choice. The difference between the Bureau and us is that we actually respect human agency." Baizhen sat with that for a long time. The chains that bound him were no longer visible, but he could feel them nonetheless. The weight of history, the expectations of all the people who had been waiting for someone like him to appear. "I want to keep going," he finally said. "But I want to do it in a way that causes the least amount of unnecessary suffering. I want to understand the full implications of my actions before I take them. I want to become the strategist that the Bureau fears, not just the weapon they're hunting." Xianxia smiled. "Good. then it's time for you to meet the others. There's a gathering happening in 3 weeks at a location that even the Bureau doesn't know about. All the major unchained ones will be there, along with the most important figures in the resistance. By the end of that gathering, you'll understand exactly what role you're meant to play and what comes next. And what role is that? Baijian asked. The catalyst, Xianxia said. The force that breaks the old system so completely that it can never be reassembled in the same form. And possibly, if we're lucky, the bridge between the destruction of the old way and the birth of something new. She stood and walked to a small shrine at the far end of the chamber, where incense was burning. Before you meet the others, though, you need to understand something that not many people grasp about systems of control. The Bureau's power is not primarily based on force. It's based on the fact that most people have accepted the chains. They've integrated them into their sense of self so completely that they can't imagine existence without them. She gestured to the incense, watching the smoke curl upward. When you cut someone's chains, you're not just freeing them. You're forcing them to confront the possibility that their entire existence has been a lie, that the choices they made were not really their choices, that the person they became was not actually who they wanted to be. For many people, that's more unbearable than any external constraint. So what's the answer? Baijian asked. There isn't one, Xianxia said. That's the fundamental contradiction at the heart of liberation. Freedom requires the capacity to bear the truth about yourself, about your own complicity in your imprisonment. Not everyone has that capacity. Some people will always choose to return to the chains because the price of freedom is too high. She turned back to face him. The resistance has always understood this. We don't expect to free everyone. We expect to free the ones who are ready, the ones who have the capacity to bear it. And we accept that some of those people will break under the weight of that freedom. But we also believe that enough people will thrive with freedom that the overall result is a better world than the one we had before. Baijian meditated on this through the night, sitting in the mountain chamber as the stars wheeled overhead. He thought about the people he had freed, about their faces when they realized they could choose their own fates. He thought about the ones who had descended into madness or depression or despair. He thought about the impossible moral calculus of liberation, how saving some lives might cost others, how freedom for some might mean suffering for others, how there was no pure good or evil in any of this, only consequences to be managed and mourned and accepted. But with each chain he cut, Baijian felt the weight accumulating. These weren't abstract acts of liberation. These were real people, with real lives, suddenly stripped of the sense of purpose that the Bureau's control had given them. Yes, they were now free. Yes, they now had the ability to choose their own fates. But the burden of that choice was crushing for many of them. Baijian heard stories, some through Chao Yan's intelligence networks, some directly when freed people sought him out, of administrators who had descended into madness after their chains were cut, of men and women who couldn't handle the sudden weight of responsibility for their own decisions, of some who tried to find the Bureau and have their chains restored, just to escape the agony of freedom. This is the legacy you're creating, Chao Yan said, not unkindly, when she saw him wrestling with the moral implications. You're freeing people, yes, but freedom has a cost. Not everyone can bear it. So I should stop? Baijian asked. No, Chao Yan said, but you should understand what you're doing. This is not a simple matter of good and evil. You're disrupting lives, destroying certainties, creating trauma. Some of the people you're freeing would have been happier remaining bound. That's the tragedy at the heart of liberation. Chapter 31. The hidden gathering. The location was a valley hidden between 3 mountains, invisible to both ordinary sight and celestial divination. Baijian arrived with Xianxia and found a gathering unlike anything he had expected. There were over 100 people assembled in the valley, cultivators, scholars, administrators, and beings that didn't quite fit into any ordinary category. Some of them were ancient beyond measure, their chains having been modified or severed so long ago that they carried the patina of centuries. Others were recent additions to the resistance, awakened to their unchained nature within the last few years. What united them was a singular purpose: the transformation or destruction of the Celestial Fate Bureau as it currently existed. Celestial Inspector Li Wei was there, and she greeted Baijian with a nod of acknowledgement. Beside her was Wei Ling, the ancient cultivator Xianxia had mentioned, a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, but whose eyes held the weight of 2,000 years. There was Chao Yan, the young woman who had only recently awakened, and she approached Bai Zhen with an intensity that suggested she saw in him something like a mirror image of her own recent transformation. "You cut the chains of an administrator," Chao Yan said without preamble. "I've been analyzing the consequences. The ripple effect is still spreading. In the eastern provinces, approximately 43,000 people have actively rejected their assigned fates in the past 2 weeks." "Is that good?" Bai Zhen asked. "It's revolutionary," Chao Yan said. "The Bureau is in chaos trying to manage it. But it's also terrifying, because it proves that once a significant portion of the population loses faith in the system, the entire structure becomes unstable. The Bureau knows this now. They'll be preparing defenses." Wei Ling approached, and her presence was overwhelming, the weight of 2 millennia pressing against Bai Zhen's perception. "You're stronger than we expected," Wei Ling said. "When we were searching for the catalyst, we theorized that the person would need at least 3 centuries of experience with their chain sight before they could safely attempt something like what you did to Qin Kuei. You've done it with barely a month of practice. That's either a good sign or a very bad one." "It's both," Luo Mei said, stepping forward. "The good news is that the catalyst is more powerful than we anticipated. The bad news is that the Bureau's response will be proportionally more severe. They're already discussing permanent solutions." "What kind of permanent solutions?" Bai Zhen asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. "Celestial execution," Luo Mei said bluntly. "Not the kind that kills you. The kind that erases you from history, removes you from the timeline, makes it so you never existed. It's a technique they developed for dealing with celestial criminals of the highest order. If they decide that's what you are, they could deploy it within weeks." The gathering lasted 3 days, during which Bai Zhen was educated on the full scope of the Resistance's plans. There was no intention to completely overthrow the Bureau. Such a thing was impossible, given the vast scope of celestial power involved. Instead, the plan was to destabilize it from within, to make the cost of maintaining absolute control so high that the Bureau's leadership would be forced to negotiate with the Resistance about a new arrangement. On the second day, Bai Zhen participated in what Wei Ling called a fate war game, a theoretical exercise where they attempted to predict how the Bureau would respond to various escalations of resistance activity. The conclusions were both sobering and illuminating. "If you cut the chains of more administrators," Wei Ling explained, "the Bureau will respond by cutting off entire regions from the greater system. They'll essentially quarantine those areas and rebuild the fate network from scratch. Millions of people will die in those restructurings." "So I should stop?" Bai Zhen asked. "No," Luo Mei said. "But you should be strategic about which administrators you target and how you coordinate with the broader resistance to mitigate the consequences." They showed him detailed information on 12 key administrators whose removal would trigger cascades in specific directions, if targeted in the correct sequence, and if the resistance could be positioned to guide the outcomes. It might be possible to cause so much systemic dysfunction that the Bureau would be forced to renegotiate the fundamental relationship between the celestial bureaucracy and the mortal world. "It will take time," Wei Ling said. "Years, probably. But we have time. And more importantly, we have you now. A catalyst that the Bureau cannot predict or control." On the final day, as the gathering was dispersing, Luo Mei took Bai Zhen aside. "I wanted to tell you personally," the Celestial Inspector said, "that your cutting of Qin Kuei's chains has caused more disruption to the Bureau's internal operations than any single action in the past 300 years. The administrative divisions are in chaos. Several high-level Celestials are questioning whether the current system is actually sustainable. There's genuine political movement happening at the highest levels." "You sound pleased," Bai Zhen observed. "I am," Luo Mei admitted. "Because I've spent 3 centuries trying to guide the system toward reform from within, and nothing was working. Now, with you providing external pressure, the calculus has changed. There's actually a chance that we could negotiate meaningful change. And if the Bureau decides to eliminate me instead?" Bai Zhen asked. "Then we'll adapt," Luo Mei said. "But I suspect you're harder to eliminate than you think. Your nature as an unchained one, your ability to perceive and interact with fate directly. These are things that don't fit cleanly into the Bureau's categories. That makes you less of a problem to be solved and more of a phenomenon to be studied. And as long as you're being studied, you're alive. The hidden gathering took place in a cave system deep beneath the mountains, a place where the resistance had been organizing for centuries. It was the first time Bai Zhan met most of the senior members of the resistance hierarchy, the unchained ones who had been working in secret to undermine the Bureau's control. Wei Ling was there, ancient and powerful and radiating an aura of profound purpose. There was Luo Mei, who had become his primary handler and mentor. There was Chao Yan, the fierce strategist who pushed for more aggressive action. There was a woman named Shun Hui who had been working to sabotage the Bureau's infrastructure from the inside. There was a scholar named Li Wei who maintained historical records of the Bureau's evolution. And there were 24 others, each with their own area of expertise, their own role in the centuries-long effort to reform or overthrow the system. Bai Zhan, Wei Ling said, her ancient eyes studying him with an intensity that made him want to look away. You have accomplished in 4 months what we have been trying to do for 300 years. You have demonstrated that the Bureau's control can be broken. You have proven that their chains are not unbreakable. Now we need to decide what we do with that proof. Chapter 32. The weight of freedom returning to the main sanctuary. Bai Zhan found that his understanding of what he was had fundamentally shifted. He was no longer just a young cultivator with an unusual ability. He was a strategic asset in a centuries-long war against the fundamental structure of celestial control. And the weight of that responsibility was almost unbearable. He spent his days studying the archives further, learning about the history of the resistance, understanding the long game that had been played across centuries. He spent his nights meditating, trying to integrate his new knowledge with his existing sense of self. The weight of what he had already done pressed upon him. The thousands of lives disrupted by Chun Kuei's fall, the violence that continued to spread across the eastern provinces, the knowledge that his next actions might cause even greater upheaval. One night, as he sat in a meditation chamber high in the mountains, he had a visitor. It was Chao Yan, and she looked troubled. "I've been analyzing something," she said without preamble. Something that Wei Ling and the others don't seem to want to talk about openly. "What?" Bai Zhan asked. "The implications of what you did to Chun Kuei," Chao Yan said. "I've been tracing the cascade of fate disruptions, and I've discovered something. The chaos that resulted from cutting his chains isn't random. It's following a pattern. A pattern that suggests the Bureau is actually gaining more information about how chain cutting works with each disruption you cause." Bai Zhan felt a chill run through him. "They're learning from me." "Exactly," Chao Yan said. "Every time you cut a chain, you're providing the Bureau with data about the mechanics of your power. They're analyzing that data, incorporating it into their understanding, developing countermeasures. In 6 months, they'll have developed techniques to defend against chain cutting. In a year, they'll have developed techniques to turn it against us." "Then I should stop," Bai Zhan said. "No," Chao Yan said. "But you should accelerate. You should cut more chains, stronger chains, faster than they can analyze and develop countermeasures for. You should force the system to break under the stress before they can adapt." "That would cause massive death," Bai Zhan said. "Yes," Chao Yan acknowledged. "But the Bureau is going to kill massive numbers of people anyway. That's their standard response to disruption. Mass population restructuring, targeted elimination of the unstable elements. If you accelerate now, if you create so much chaos that they can't possibly contain it, you might save more lives in the long run by breaking the system faster." Bai Zhan wanted to argue, but he knew Chao Yan was right. This was the fundamental moral calculus of war. Sometimes causing pain now could prevent greater pain later. But knowing that didn't make it any easier to bear. "I'll need your help," he said. "To identify targets, to predict consequences, to make sure I'm hitting the right people in the right sequence." "I'm already working on it," Chao Yan said. She handed him a detailed report. "These are the 12 administrators I've identified as the most strategically important. If you cut their chains in this specific sequence, the cascading failures should collapse at least 5 different administrative jurisdictions within 3 months." "And the death toll?" Bai Zhan asked. "Conservative estimate? 50,000, maybe more," Chao Yan said. "But the Bureau's response would otherwise kill several 100,000 within a year. So mathematically, you save lives by accelerating." Bai Zhan took the report and studied it carefully. Each name represented a person with power, with chains that were woven into the fate of thousands or millions. Each one would cause cascades when cut. And yet, According to the calculus of resistance, each one was necessary. I'll do it, he said finally. But I'm going to do it differently than the Bureau expects. I'm going to try to cut their chains in a way that redirects their fate power rather than destroying it. If I can do that, the chaos will be productive instead of purely destructive. The question of what legacy he wanted to create consumed Bai Zhen throughout that gathering. Did he want to be the instrument of the Bureau's complete destruction? Or did he want to be the catalyst for its transformation? Those were two very different paths, leading to very different outcomes. Complete destruction would be cleaner, Xiaoyan argued. A system built on the control of human destiny has no right to exist. We should push until the Bureau collapses entirely, until the entire administrative structure comes down, until the chains that bind the world are shattered forever. But Wei Ling shook her head. Complete collapse would create chaos that would destroy millions of lives, the ancient one said. The Bureau's control, for all its evils, is also what prevents civilizations from tearing themselves apart through war and famine and plague. We don't need to destroy the Bureau. We need to transform it. We need to make it serve humanity instead of controlling it. Bai Zhen sat with both arguments, feeling the weight of them. He thought of the people he'd freed, the administrators who had become unchained and were struggling with the burden of their newfound autonomy. He thought of Lu Xing, lying on the shrine floor, unable to comprehend the absence of the chains that had defined his entire existence. And he realized something. True freedom was not simply the absence of chains. True freedom was the ability to choose what to do with the chains once they were removed. Chapter 33. Learning to redirect. The next 2 weeks were spent in intensive practice with the few unchained ones who had the ability to redirect fate power rather than simply sever it. The primary teacher was a celestial being named Lin Chao, who had been performing fate redirections for more than 500 years. The key is understanding that the chains aren't rigid, Lin Chao explained, showing Bai Zhen how to perceive the malleability of fate constructs. They appear solid, but they're actually incredibly flexible. Most people think of them as ropes or bonds, but that's a metaphor. The reality is that they're patterns of probability, lines of force that guide outcomes towards specific results. Lin Chao demonstrated with one of his own chains, one of the crystalline, chosen bindings that marked him as unchained but committed to a specific path. My chains are beautiful precisely because I chose them, Lin Chao said. I looked at the fate the Bureau was assigning me, understood it, and then said no. Instead, I modified my own chains to bind me to a path of my own choosing. It's a technique that very few people can perform, because it requires simultaneously cutting and readying the chains before the Bureau's system can detect the modification. Bai Zhen practiced the technique over and over, starting with simple chains of ordinary people, gradually working up to more complex ones. It was delicate work. One mistake could sever the connection entirely instead of redirecting it, and that would alert the Bureau to what he was doing. By the end of 2 weeks, he could successfully redirect approximately 1 chain in 5 attempts. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. With more practice, that will improve, Lin Chao said. Eventually, you should be able to redirect most chains you encounter. But even as you improve, remember that redirection is actually harder on the Bureau than severing. Because when you redirect a chain, you create a person whose fate is no longer aligned with the Bureau's designs. That person is still within the system, but they're no longer following the script. From the Bureau's perspective, that's almost worse than complete severance. Learning to redirect is harder than learning to cut, Lin Chao told him during their intensive training sessions. Cutting is an act of destruction. It requires only that you understand the structure of the chains and the will to break them. But redirection requires you to understand not just the chains themselves, but also the system they're part of. You need to comprehend the Bureau's intentions deeply enough to twist them without breaking them entirely. Over the course of 2 weeks, he practiced with vision constructs and illusions, learning to manipulate chains without severing them. The work was delicate and precise, requiring far more spiritual energy and concentration than simple cutting. The key, Lin Chao explained, is understanding that every chain has an inherent directionality. The Bureau designs chains to push people toward specific outcomes. But those outcomes aren't always explicitly stated in the chain itself. Instead, the chains are designed to create a kind of psychological momentum, to make certain choices feel inevitable while making other choices feel impossible. She showed him an example, a chain binding a scholar to a particular library. On the surface, it seemed like a simple constraint. But when Bai Zhen looked deeper, he could see the chain's true purpose: to prevent the scholar from ever encountering knowledge that might lead him to question the Bureau's authority. So if I redirect that chain, Bai Zhen said slowly, I could make him encounter exactly the kind of dangerous knowledge the Bureau wanted to prevent. Exactly, Lin Chao said. Redirection is not just about freeing people. It's about using the Bureau's own systems against them. Chapter 34. The first acceleration. The first administrator on Chao Yan's list was named Administrator Wei Shan, a bureaucrat whose chains controlled the fates of approximately 2 million people across 3 provinces. Her removal from the system would trigger disruption in agricultural production, military deployment, and population movement, enough chaos to destabilize the entire region for at least 3 months. Bai Zhen approached her in a way that was nothing like his previous attempts. Instead of a direct confrontation, he spent weeks studying her patterns, understanding her habits, learning the exact moments when she was least protected and most vulnerable. He found his opportunity during a celestial administrative meeting held in a secure chamber buried deep beneath the imperial palace. Using wards provided by the resistance, Bai Zhen positioned himself in the chamber before Wei Shan arrived. When she entered, alone, he revealed himself. What? Wei Shan began, reaching for her communication talisman. But Bai Zhen was faster. He moved toward her and touched her chains before she could complete the call. This time, he didn't sever. Instead, he redirected. He took the vast network of fake control that bound Wei Shan to the Bureau and twisted it, reshaping it, redirecting it toward entirely different outcomes. Wei Shan's role as an administrator remained the same on the surface. The Bureau wouldn't immediately notice the change. But internally, every decision she made, every order she gave, would now be subtly redirected toward outcomes that served the Resistance's purposes instead of the Bureau's. It was the most audacious thing Bai Zhen had attempted yet, and he felt the backlash immediately. Wei Shan's body convulsed, and she screamed, a sound of anguish as her mind tried to reconcile the sudden shift in her own motivations and loyalties. Then Bai Zhen was gone, slipping out of the chamber using routes that the Resistance had prepared for him. He made it to the sanctuary just ahead of the Bureau's response team, exhausted but triumphant. It worked. Chao Yan confirmed when she received reports of Wei Shan's strange behavior changes over the next few days. She's still in place, still functioning, but her priorities have completely shifted. The Bureau won't understand what happened unless they look very closely at her chains. Will they? Bai Zhen asked. Eventually, Chao Yan said. But by then, we should have redirected another administrator or 2. The Bureau's investigation capacity will be stretched thin. They'll have to choose which anomalies to investigate and which to ignore. The operation against Administrator Wei Shan required reconnaissance that spanned nearly 4 weeks. Bai Zhen studied her movements, her preferences, her vulnerabilities. He learned that she took a sacred bath once a week in a private chamber deep beneath the imperial palace. He learned that during those baths, she was removed from her direct communication network, briefly vulnerable. He also learned something else, something that troubled him deeply. Wei Shan had not always been an administrator. She had been unchained once, centuries ago, before she had made a deal with the Bureau to have her chains restored. In exchange for accepting their control again, she had been given power, status, the ability to influence the fates of millions. She chose this, Bai Zhen said when he brought this information to Chao Yan. She could have remained free, but she chose to take the chains back because the freedom wasn't worth the cost. Many people would make that choice, Chao Yan said. That doesn't mean her choice was right. It just means that she valued security and power over freedom. When Bai Zhen finally confronted Wei Shan in that chamber, he felt something more than anger. He felt a kind of profound sadness. Here was a person who had once been like him, unchained, free, and she had chosen to become part of the system that enslaved others. The redirection took everything he had. It wasn't just about twisting her chains. It was about reaching into her consciousness and rearranging her priorities, making her suddenly care about outcomes the Bureau had specifically designed her not to care about. The backlash nearly killed him. But when it was done, Wei Shan became a weapon aimed directly at the Bureau's heart. Chapter 35. The pattern becomes clear. The next 4 weeks saw Bai Zhen target and redirect 5 more administrators. With each one, his technique improved. By the fifth redirection, he was able to accomplish the task in less than a minute, creating minimal disturbance and minimal risk of detection. The impact on the system was profound. As more and more administrators began subtly redirecting the Bureau's resources toward outcomes the resistance could predict and influence, the entire bureaucratic apparatus began to function differently. Projects that were supposed to strengthen the Bureau's control were being derailed. Population reassignments that were supposed to eliminate chaos were creating fresh pockets of instability instead. Military deployments were being diverted from their intended targets. The Bureau is in chaos, Xiao Yin reported during one of their analysis sessions. They're launching investigation after investigation, trying to understand why so many of their initiatives are failing simultaneously. The high-level administrators are beginning to suspect that there's been a coordinated infiltration of their system. Will they trace it back to me? Bai Zhen asked. Not directly, Xiao Yin said. But they'll eventually realize that the pattern of disruptions all started around the time you appeared. And when they make that connection, they'll understand that they're not dealing with a simple rogue element anymore. They're dealing with a systematic challenge to their entire authority. Bai Zhen understood what that meant. The hunt would intensify. The Bureau would deploy more resources, more powerful agents. The Resistance's window of opportunity would narrow. But they had already accomplished something remarkable. In just a few months, Bai Zhen had fundamentally changed the balance of power between the Resistance and the Bureau. What had been a centuries-long holding action had become an actual offensive campaign. And the Bureau was beginning to lose. There's something else, Luo Mei said when she next visited the sanctuary. Something that you should know. The Bureau's leadership is fragmenting. Some of them want to continue the pursuit and execute you. But others are beginning to ask questions about whether the system is actually worth the cost of defending. There's genuine political movement happening at the highest levels of celestial administration. Is it enough? Bai Zhen asked. To force them to negotiate. Soon, Luo Mei said. But not yet. We need a few more months. A few more successes. A few more proof points that the system is actually changeable. Bai Zhen nodded. He had begun to understand the long game, the strategy that stretched across years and centuries. He had become the catalyst that Wei Ling and the other ancient ones had been waiting for. And the best part was, it was working. The full extent of what they had accomplished became clear only after the third and fourth administrators were redirected. The pattern of disruptions in the Bureau's administrative apparatus became too obvious to ignore. The celestial bureaucrats began implementing emergency protocols, investigating their own ranks, searching for contamination. They know something is wrong, reported Luo Mei at an urgent council meeting. But they still don't fully understand what or why. They're looking for a physical infiltration, a spy inside their organization. They haven't yet grasped that someone has found a way to turn their own control mechanisms against them. Bai Zhen realized that the window of time was closing. How long do we have? He asked. Weeks at most, Luo Mei said. Once they figure out that the administrators themselves have been compromised, once they start systematically investigating the chains that bind their senior staff, they'll discover what you've done. And then they'll escalate to whatever their highest level of response is. So we need to move fast, Wei Ling said. Redirect as many administrators as possible before the Bureau understands the scope of the threat. And more importantly, we need to use this period of chaos to establish a negotiating position. Chapter 36, The Negotiation. 3 months after the first administrator redirection, Bai Zhen was called to a meeting with Luo Mei and the Senior Council of the Unchained Ones. The message was urgent. They had received an official communication from the Bureau's upper leadership, and the content was shocking. They wanted to talk. The meeting place was one of the neutral zones, places where neither the Bureau nor the Resistance could claim total authority. It was a temple on an island in the middle of a vast lake, accessible only by ritual bridges that were maintained by neither side, but respected by both. Bai Zhen was nervous as he approached. This was the first direct negotiation between the Resistance and the Bureau's leadership since the whole conflict began. It was a sign that something fundamental had shifted in the balance of power. Waiting for him in the temple's central chamber was a delegation of 5 celestial beings. The head of the delegation was a being named Celestial Minister Huang, who wore the insignia of one of the highest ranks in the Bureau's administration. Bai Zhen, Huang said, and his voice carried the weight of cosmic authority. "Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. The Bureau has a proposal for you." "I'm listening," Baizhen said. "Your actions over the past 3 months have caused significant disruption to our operations," Huang said. "5 of our key administrators have been compromised. 17 major initiatives have failed. The entire administrative structure of the eastern half of the empire is in chaos. Under normal circumstances, we would have eliminated you months ago. But you haven't," Baizhen said. "No," Huang agreed. "Because we've come to realize that your existence represents something more important than a simple security threat. You represent a challenge to the fundamental assumptions that our system has been built on for 10,000 years." Huang gestured to one of the other celestial beings, who brought forward a crystalline tablet containing information encoded in celestial script. "This is a proposed amendment to the laws governing the Celestial Fate Bureau," Huang explained. "It would establish a new category of existence, individuals whose fates are not subject to Bureau control, but who are also not cast outside the system entirely. Essentially, it would legitimize your nature as an unchained one." Baizhen's mind raced. "You want to incorporate us into the system?" "We want to recognize your existence," Huang said. "The reality is that the system is changing. The world is becoming too complex, too chaotic, to maintain through pure bureaucratic control. Some degree of unpredictability has become inevitable. Rather than fighting that unpredictability, we're proposing to channel it." "And in exchange?" Baizhen asked, suspicious. "In exchange, the resistance ceases further attacks on Bureau operations," Huang said. "No more redirections of administrators. No more destabilization campaigns. You and your people are given official recognition and a formal role in future governance discussions." Luo Mei stepped forward. "This is what we've been working toward," she said to Baizhen. "Not the complete overthrow of the Bureau, but its transformation. Not the elimination of all control, but the introduction of genuine flexibility into the system." "It's a trap," Chao Yin said later, when Baizhen returned to the sanctuary to discuss the proposal with the senior members of the resistance. "They're offering legitimacy as a way of containing us, of neutralizing the threat we represent." "Maybe," Wei Ling said. "But it's also the most significant concession the Bureau has made in 3,000 years. If we accept this, we get a seat at the table where decisions are made. We get the ability to influence future policy from within the system rather than opposing it from outside. And we lose the momentum," Chao Yin protested. "We're winning now. The Bureau is destabilizing under the pressure we're applying. If we stop now, they'll consolidate their power and we'll be back to square one." "No," Baizhen said quietly. He had been silent through most of the debate, but now he spoke with clarity. "I think we should accept." Everyone turned to look at him. "Not because it's the safe option," Baizhen continued, "but because it's the option that saves the most lives. Yes, we could keep destabilizing the system. Yes, we could probably force the Bureau to capitulate completely. But in doing that, we'd cause massive suffering. Hundreds of thousands of people would die in the chaos of the system collapsing." He looked at each of the senior unchained ones in turn. "I became part of this resistance to free people from suffering," Baizhen said. "If accepting legitimacy means I can do that without causing additional suffering, then it's the right choice. The Bureau is beginning to change. We can accelerate that change from within the system." Wei Ling smiled. A real smile, not the careful expression she usually wore. "You've become a strategist," she said. "That's good. The resistance will need that kind of thinking if we're going to navigate the next phase." The formal meeting with the Bureau's leadership was held in neutral territory, a temple that existed in a space between the Bureau's administrative reality and the physical world. Baizhen entered that space feeling as if he were walking into a dream, his entire body vibrating with tension and fear and exhilaration. Celestial Minister Huang was exactly what Baizhen expected, an old being of immense power and authority, wearing robes that seemed to be woven from the fabric of the cosmos itself. But there was something else in Huang's eyes that surprised him. Not anger, exactly, but a kind of weary recognition. As if Huang had been expecting this confrontation for a very long time. "The Bureau has been aware of your existence for several months now," Huang said without preamble. "We chose not to move against you immediately because we wanted to understand what you represented. And I believe we have our answer. You represent the future of the system, a future where absolute control gives way to something more flexible, more adaptive. Bai Zhen listened as Huang laid out the Bureau's offer. It was far more comprehensive than he had anticipated. Not just recognition of the unchained ones, but actual institutional change. The creation of new roles, new positions, new voices in the Bureau's decision-making process. Why would you offer this? Bai Zhen asked. The Bureau has held absolute power for 10,000 years. Because absolute power is becoming impossible to maintain, Huang said simply. The universe is growing too complex. Your existence, your ability to break the chains, proves that. We can either adapt, or we can be broken. We choose to adapt. Chapter 37. The New Dawn. The amendment to the Bureau's laws took 2 months to finalize, but when it was complete, it was comprehensive. The Unchained Ones were now officially recognized as a distinct category of existence, with guaranteed freedom from the Bureau's direct control. In exchange, they agreed to work within the Bureau's framework, using their knowledge to help the system evolve. Bai Zhen was given a new title, Special Advisor to the Celestial Fate Bureau on matters of system evolution. It was a position that had never existed before, and it gave him unprecedented access to the Bureau's internal operations and decision-making processes. His first official act was to propose a complete audit of all currently active fate assignments, with a focus on identifying cases where the Bureau's control was causing unnecessary suffering. The proposal was approved, and Bai Zhen assembled a team of both Bureau administrators and resistance members to conduct the audit. The results were shocking, even to those who had long suspected the worst. There were millions of people whose fates were being controlled in ways that served no purpose other than maintaining Bureau authority. There were entire families that had been separated by Bureau assignment for no strategic reason. There were cultivators whose natural abilities had been deliberately constrained to prevent them from threatening Bureau control. One case that particularly affected Bai Zhen involved a woman named Xu Lin, who had been separated from her daughter at age 5, because the Bureau's calculations determined that the relationship would create too strong an emotional bond that would interfere with the daughter's predestined career as a military administrator. The daughter, now in her 60s, had never known her mother existed, and Xu Lin had spent 55 years serving as a textile worker in a provincial factory, her talent for mathematics deliberately constrained by chains so that she would never develop the intellectual capability to threaten the Bureau's calculations. When Bai Zhen proposed that they reunite Xu Lin with her daughter, there was resistance from the Bureau's administrators. The reunion would disrupt the daughter's current fate trajectory, they argued. She's scheduled to retire in 5 years and transition to a government position. A sudden emotional attachment to her biological mother could create instability. That's exactly the point, Bai Zhen said. She gets to choose whether she wants to be disrupted. She gets to have the relationship if she wants it. That's what freedom means. The proposal was approved, and Bai Zhen personally escorted Xu Lin to meet her daughter for the first time in 55 years. He watched as the two women saw each other, recognized some indefinable connection, and began to cry. In that moment, Bai Zhen understood the true value of what he was fighting for. Not some abstract concept of freedom, but the concrete, lived reality of human relationships that the Bureau had been sacrificing to maintain its perfect calculations. Over the next year, Bai Zhen worked with the audit team to begin the process of addressing these cases. For the first time, people were being offered genuine choices. For the first time, the Bureau was actually listening to voices that questioned its authority. It was slow, incremental progress, but it was progress. The most shocking discovery, however, came during the 3rd month of the audit. Bai Zhen uncovered evidence that the Bureau had been deliberately creating suffering in certain populations in order to generate the emotional responses necessary for their fate calculations to function correctly. In essence, the Bureau wasn't just controlling people's fates, they were deliberately creating conditions of suffering when those conditions were necessary for the overall design to work. A region scheduled for plague outbreak because the death toll was necessary to prevent a later war. A population of peasants deliberately kept in poverty because their desperation was needed to fuel the ambitions of a future leader. A sect community deliberately infiltrated with corrupt members because the resulting schism was necessary to prevent the sect from producing a cultivator who would threaten celestial balance. When Bai Zhen brought this information to Celestial Minister Huang, the High Administrator's response was chilling in its rationality. Yes, Huang said calmly. That's how the system works. Suffering serves a purpose in the greater design. Without carefully calibrated hardship, humans lack the motivation to pursue the outcomes we've determined are necessary. You're deliberately torturing millions of people, Bai Zhen said, shocked. We're maintaining the balance, Huang corrected. Every being in the universe is subject to suffering. We don't create suffering, we direct it. We ensure that individual suffering serves the greater good. Would you prefer a system where suffering was random and pointless? Bai Zhen had no answer to that, but it galvanized him in his determination to transform the system. Even if he couldn't eliminate it entirely, even if he had to work within its framework, he was going to make the Bureau justify every bit of suffering they imposed. The process of integrating the Unchained Ones into the Bureau's official structure took longer than anyone expected. There were bureaucratic processes that had been in place for millennia, deeply entrenched power structures that resisted change, factions within the Bureau itself that opposed the amendment with everything they had. But Bai Zhen's appointment as special advisor to the Bureau on matters of system evolution represented a fundamental shift. He was given access to records that most beings would never see. He was brought into meetings where the highest-level strategic decisions about the fate of the Empire were being made. And most importantly, he was given the authority to challenge and question those decisions. His first major action was to propose a systematic review of the fate chains that bound the Bureau's lowest-level administrators, not the powerful ones like Wei Shan, but the millions of minor functionaries whose chains determine the shape of everyday bureaucratic decisions. If they could be redirected toward greater compassion and flexibility, it would cascade through the entire system. You're planning to slowly transform the Bureau from within, Wei Ling said when he explained his strategy. By changing the attitudes and priorities of its individual members, one by one. It's the only way that will actually last, Bai Zhen said. You can't force an institution to change through external pressure alone. You have to transform the people who make up that institution. Chapter 38. The price of victory, but not everyone was happy with the new arrangement. Among some factions of the Bureau's traditional hierarchy, the recognition of the Unchained Ones was seen as a betrayal of fundamental principles. There were resistors who believed that the concessions were insufficient, that the Bureau should have been forced to surrender completely. And there were elements within the resistance itself that felt that Bai Zhen had sold out, that by accepting a position within the Bureau, he had become complicit in its continued existence. It came to a head during Bai Zhen's third month as special advisor, when he discovered that a faction of Bureau agents had been secretly working to eliminate him and undo the amendment. The plot was discovered before it could be executed, but it revealed a disturbing truth. There were people on both sides of the conflict who were not ready to accept the new arrangement. This is the price of change, Li Wei said when she brought him the evidence of the conspiracy. There are always those who benefit from the old system and will fight to preserve it. And there are always those who expected a more complete victory and will feel betrayed by compromise. So what happens now? Bai Zhen asked. Now we do what we've always done, Li Wei said. We keep working. We keep pushing, but from within the system instead of outside it. We accept that perfect victory is impossible and settle for meaningful progress. She placed a hand on his shoulder. You've already accomplished something remarkable. 6 months ago, the Bureau would have killed you on sight. Now, you're sitting at the table where decisions are made. That's not nothing. But later that evening, when Bai Zhen was alone with Wei Ling, the ancient cultivator expressed her concerns more openly. There are forces within the Bureau that will never accept your presence, Wei Ling said. You represent everything they've been fighting to prevent, the possibility of change, the proof that their system is not absolute. They will wait for an opportunity to move against you, and when they do, they will move decisively. Then I should resign, Bai Zhen said. I should step down and avoid being a liability to the reform faction. No, Wei Ling said. You should remain, knowing that you're walking a razor's edge. You should stay alert, maintain your connections with the resistance outside the Bureau, and prepare for the possibility that you might need to move quickly if circumstances change. She stood and walked to the window, looking out at the lights of the capital city below. This is the nature of change within entrenched systems. It's not a clean process. It's messy and compromised and full of people who are trying to use you for their own purposes while you're trying to use them for yours. You have to accept that and find the strength to keep moving forward anyway. Baizhen understood what she was saying. The resistance had expected this. They had calculated that there would be a window of vulnerability after the amendment was passed, a period during which traditional bureau factions would attempt to reassert control. The conspiracy he had discovered was just the first of what would likely be many attempts. "How do I protect myself?" he asked. "You don't," Wei Ling said. "Not completely. But you gather allies. You make yourself too valuable to eliminate. You create a situation where taking action against you would be more disruptive to the Bureau than allowing you to continue. And most importantly, you remember that you're not alone. There are thousands of unchained ones and resistance members who would die to protect your ability to continue this work." She turned back to face him, and her ancient eyes held a depth of experience that was almost overwhelming. "The conspiracy you uncovered was amateurish. The next ones will be more subtle, more effective. They might succeed in killing you. But if they do, there will be others to take your place. The movement is larger than any individual now. That's how you know you've succeeded, when the opposition realizes that eliminating you won't stop the change." But progress was slow, slower than Baizhen wanted. The discovery of Administrator Wei Shan's redirection created a scandal within the Bureau that nearly derailed the entire amendment. For a brief period, there was serious discussion about rescinding the special advisor position and arresting Baizhen for sabotage. It was Celestial Minister Huang who defended him, who argued that Wei Shan's redirection was actually evidence that the system needed to change. "If our administrators can be turned against us by an individual with power equivalent to a demigod," Huang said in a formal session, "then our administrative structure is fundamentally flawed. We need to create a system where no single individual or group can gain that much power over others' decisions. And that means accepting the existence of beings like Baizhen, who can serve as a counterbalance to bureaucratic overreach." It was a clever argument, and it saved the amendment. But it also made clear to Baizhen that his position within the Bureau was precarious. He was tolerated as long as he was useful, but the moment he became more of a threat than an asset, that tolerance would evaporate. The weight of that realization sat heavy on his shoulders as he left the session. Chapter 39. The long view. As the fourth quarter of the year began, Baizhen found himself in a strange position, no longer a fugitive, no longer an insurgent, but also not quite accepted by the establishment he was trying to change from within. The resistance had fractured into three main factions. One, led by Wei Ling and Luo Mei, supported the new arrangement and believed it could be leveraged toward genuine reform. Another, led by Chao Yin, believed that the Bureau still needed to be pressured more forcefully to achieve real change. And a third had decided to withdraw entirely from the conflict, believing that any engagement with the Bureau was inherently corrupting. Baizhen found himself spending more and more time with the first faction, particularly with Wei Ling, who had taken on the role of elder advisor and mentor. "You're wondering if you made the right choice," Wei Ling said one evening, as they sat in a mountain pavilion overlooking the vast expanse of the empire. "Every day," Baizhen admitted, "I could have kept cutting chains, kept destabilizing the Bureau until they had no choice but to completely restructure. Instead, I accepted compromise. I chose progress over revolution." "Yes," Wei Ling said. "And the question is, was that the right call?" "Is it?" Baizhen asked. "I don't know," Wei Ling said. "And that's the beautiful and terrible thing about being an agent of change. You never know for certain if you made the right choices until centuries have passed, and you can see the full consequences of your actions." She gestured toward the landscape below. "What I do know is that there are millions of people down there whose lives are better because of what you've done. They have more freedom, more agency, more ability to shape their own destinies. That's not nothing. But the Bureau still exists," Baizhen said. "The system is still fundamentally the same. I haven't actually changed anything." "You've started the process," Wei Ling corrected. "Change of this magnitude doesn't happen overnight. It happens gradually, through the accumulation of small victories and compromises. In 50 years, the Bureau will be fundamentally different than it is today. And 100 years from now, it will be almost unrecognizable. And it will be because you forced them to acknowledge that change was necessary." She poured him tea from a ceramic pot, the steam rising into the cool evening air. "There's something else you need to understand about long-term change. Most revolutionary movements fail because they exhaust themselves in the initial struggle. They win a victory, they relax, and the old order reasserts itself. But you're building something different. You're embedding yourself into the system itself. You're becoming part of the mechanism of change, which means your work is never finished. You'll be doing this for centuries if you live that long, gradually shifting the bureau from within, one decision at a time. That sounds exhausting, Baizhen said. It is, Wei Ling acknowledged. Which is why you need to learn to find meaning in small victories. Not the grand moment of revolutionary triumph, but the quiet success of a single person getting to make a choice about their own life. That's what sustains long-term work. That's what keeps you moving when the path ahead is measured in centuries rather than months. She set down her cup and looked at him directly. I spent 500 years fighting the Bureau's control, and I accomplished very little. Then you arrived, and in 4 months, you changed the entire balance of power. But don't let that make you impatient. Don't think that because you had early success, everything will be quick. The hardest part is just beginning. Now that you're inside the system, now that you're trying to change it from within, every victory will be smaller and harder earned. Baizhen nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of what she was saying. He had thought of his journey as a story with a beginning, middle, and end. But Wei Ling was telling him something far more sobering. That it was only the beginning, that the real work was just starting, and that it would be a lifetime of patient, incremental change. You've started the process, Wei Ling corrected. Change of this magnitude doesn't happen overnight. It happens gradually, through the accumulation of small victories and compromises. In 50 years, the Bureau will be fundamentally different than it is today. And 100 years from now, it will be almost unrecognizable. And it will be because you forced them to acknowledge that change was necessary. Baizhen sat with that perspective, trying to find peace with the long view. He had wanted to be the hero who destroyed the system. Instead, he was becoming the facilitator of its gradual evolution. 6 months into his role as special advisor, Baizhen found himself in an unexpected position, caught between multiple worlds, loyal to none of them completely. The resistance factions viewed him as a sellout who had been corrupted by power and comfort. The conservative elements within the Bureau viewed him as a dangerous radical who couldn't be trusted. And the reform-minded administrators who had supported the amendment were beginning to wonder if they had made a terrible mistake. Only Wei Ling seemed to maintain an unshakable belief in his strategy. When Baizhen came to her with doubts, she listened and then offered perspective that only someone with her centuries of experience could provide. Change is slow, Wei Ling said, and most of the people working for change become impatient. They want to see dramatic results, complete transformations, vindication of their sacrifices. But real transformation of systems as large and complex as the Celestial Fate Bureau takes decades, sometimes centuries. She walked with him through the mountain pavilion, looking out at the vast landscape below. What matters, Wei Ling continued, is that you stay true to your principles while being flexible about your methods. You wanted to free people from the chains of fate. You're doing that now, just not in the dramatic way you initially imagined. You're doing it quietly, systematically, by changing the very nature of the institution that created those chains. Chapter 40. The future unfolds 6 months into his role as special advisor. Baizhen returned to the mountain sanctuary where his journey had begun with Xianxia. The old woman was waiting for him, sitting in the same chamber where they had first discussed the architecture of chains. So, Xianxia said, you became the bridge instead of the weapon. Did I make a mistake? Baizhen asked. Ask me again in 1,000 years, Xianxia replied. For now, I'd say you did what you thought was right, which is all anyone can do. She stood slowly and walked to the window, gazing out at the landscape below. When I found you, Xianxia said, I was looking for someone who would force the system to change. I found you, and you did exactly that. But you also did something I didn't expect. You became someone the system could learn from. You became someone that even those who opposed your methods could respect. She turned back to face him. That's rarer than you might think. Most catalysts for change are destroyed by the system they threaten. The fact that you survived, and even thrived, suggests that maybe you were exactly what needed to happen at exactly the right moment. Baizhen left the sanctuary as the sun was setting, returning to the capital to continue his work within the Bureau. It was strange, in a way, to be living a life that was both inside and outside the system he was working to change. He had friends and allies among the Bureau's administrators, And he also maintained secret communication with elements of the resistance that still wanted to push for more radical change. It was a precarious balance, but it was also the only way forward. As he rode through the evening toward the imperial palace, Bai Zhen allowed himself a moment to reflect on everything that had changed in the past year. He had awakened to his chain sight. He had cut his first chains. He had fled a sect. He had met a celestial inspector. He had learned the full architecture of fate. He had targeted and redirected administrators. And finally, he had negotiated a place within the very system he had opposed. The chains that had bound every person in the empire were still there. They had not disappeared, but they were changing, becoming more flexible, more responsive to human agency. And that change had started with him, a young man who had simply looked at the golden threads and decided that they didn't have to be absolute. In the distance, the city lights of the empire's capital began to glow. Somewhere in those lights were millions of people whose fates were slightly less predetermined than they had been a year ago. Somewhere in those lights were people who had been freed from chains, or who had been granted greater agency within their assigned roles. Somewhere in those lights were the beginnings of a new age, an age where the Celestial Fate Bureau was no longer absolute sovereign of destiny, but rather a partner in a larger conversation about what fate meant and how it should be wielded. Bai Zhen did not know if this new age would last. He did not know if the forces of conservatism within the Bureau would eventually reassert themselves. He did not know if the resistance factions that wanted more radical change would eventually split away and pursue a different path. What he did know was that he had made his choice, and he would live with its consequences for as long as he existed. And as a being whose chains had been cut before his birth, whose fate was no longer subject to the Bureau's authority, he had a very long time indeed to see what would grow from the seeds he had planted. Over the next few months, Bai Zhen threw himself fully into the work of reform. He established a formal office within the Bureau's bureaucratic structure, filled with both traditional administrators and resistance members who had accepted positions within the system. Together, they began the slow, painstaking work of reviewing decades of fate assignments, identifying cases where the Bureau's control had caused unnecessary suffering, and proposing changes. Not all of his proposals were accepted. Some of the more radical suggestions were rejected outright by conservative factions within the Bureau. But enough were implemented that Bai Zhen began to see real changes in the structure of the system. A pilot program was launched in one province where people would be allowed to choose between their assigned fate and an alternative path. The results were mixed. Some people thrived with the freedom to choose, while others became paralyzed by the burden of decision and eventually asked to have the chains restored. But the fact that the program existed, that the Bureau had acknowledged the possibility of choice, was itself a revolutionary moment. Bai Zhen also began working on another project that was close to his heart, the establishment of a formal registry of all unchained ones and those with chain sight. Instead of hiding their existence, they would be acknowledged and trained, with their services formally contracted to assist in the gradual restructuring of the fate system. This was controversial. Many of the unchained ones feared it was a trap, a way for the Bureau to monitor and control them. But Bai Zhen argued that bringing them into the open was actually safer, because it would be harder for the Bureau to eliminate them if their importance was officially recognized. By the end of his first year as special advisor, Bai Zhen had accomplished more than he had expected. There were over 2,000 formal cases where people had been granted limited freedom from their assigned fates. There were 12 pilot programs running in different regions, each one testing different models of how the Bureau could maintain cosmic stability while allowing for greater human agency. And most importantly, there was a genuine conversation happening within the Bureau itself about what the organization was actually for and whether the current model of absolute control was still necessary. The work was exhausting, far more exhausting than simple chain cutting had been. Because this wasn't about destruction, it was about persuasion, negotiation, finding ways to accomplish reform while maintaining the delicate balance that prevented the entire celestial order from collapsing into chaos. But it was also, in its own way, more revolutionary, because it was proving that change was possible without apocalypse, that the Bureau could adapt and evolve and still maintain its function, that freedom and order were not mutually exclusive. Standing at the window of his new quarters in the Imperial Palace, a position he still sometimes couldn't believe he had earned, Bai Zhen allowed himself to truly contemplate the journey he had undertaken. It had begun with seeing the chains. That simple act of perception had set in motion a cascade of events that had fundamentally altered the course of his life and, by extension, the fate of millions of others. He had been a fugitive, a rebel, a revolutionary. He had confronted the highest powers in the celestial hierarchy. He had negotiated with beings whose authority and understanding far exceeded his own. And somehow, impossibly, he had come out the other side not destroyed, but transformed. The chains were still there, still binding people to their fates. But they were beginning to loosen. They were becoming more flexible, more responsive to human choice. And though the change was incremental, though it would take centuries to fully realize the vision of a world where fate was collaborative rather than coercive, the change was real. As he settled into meditation, Baijan allowed himself a moment of genuine peace. He had not destroyed the system. He had not even fundamentally transformed it. Not yet. But he had opened a door. He had demonstrated that change was possible. And that was enough. Because that was the nature of true change, not the dramatic collapse of old systems or the triumphant birth of new ones, but the patient accumulation of small victories. Each person freed from their assigned fate. Each administrator redirected toward more compassionate decisions. Each citizen granted a moment of genuine choice. These were not grandiose transformations, but they were real. They were lasting. And they were proof that the universe itself could be remade, not through force or apocalypse, but through the persistent action of beings who refused to accept that the chains were inevitable. And somewhere in the city below, millions of people continued their lives, most of them still bound, but some of them beginning to ask questions they had never asked before. Some of them beginning to wonder if the chains were truly unbreakable. And in that wondering, in that awakening doubt, lay the seeds of genuine transformation. Chapter 41. The Bureau's depths. The Celestial Fate Bureau loomed above Baijan like a monument to cosmic architecture. He stood at the edge of its territory now, no longer a visitor but an intruder. The air itself seemed to resist him, pressing down with the weight of 1,000 watching eyes. Yet no eyes opened. No sentries emerged. This absence of opposition troubled him more than any direct confrontation might have. Baijan had spent 3 days gathering intelligence on the Bureau's structure from the shadows of surrounding cultivator settlements. The Bureau was not a single building but a vast network of towers, subterranean chambers, and dimensional spaces folded into layers of reality that normal sight could not penetrate. The Celestial Fate Bureau existed partially outside the normal world, anchored to it through nexus points where fate lines converged like cosmic arteries. He could see those nexus points now. Where normal vision showed merely hills and valleys, his eyes perceived the brilliant intersection of fate chains, countless threads spiraling upward and downward, binding the very structure of the Bureau to the fabric of existence itself. The nexus points were like wounds in the fabric of the mortal realm, places where the boundary between worlds grew thin enough to manipulate, thin enough that cultivators with sufficient skill and power could reach through them and alter the destinies of those beyond. The chains here were different from those he had seen before. They were thicker, more ancient, composed of strands so densely interwoven that distinguishing individual threads was impossible. These were not chains of ordinary fate. These were the chains that governed fate itself. They had weight and presence in a way that the fate chains binding mortal cultivators did not. They did not shimmer with potential futures the way ordinary chains did. Instead, they glowed with a quality that suggested absolute certainty, absolute inevitability. Baijan moved through the barrier without resistance. His invisibility to the fate system extended even here. The Bureau's defenses, if they existed, could not see him because they had been built on the assumption that all things possessed chains. All things could be tracked through the web of destiny. An unchained soul was an impossibility their architecture had never conceived. He was a hole in their vision, an absence they had no tools to perceive. The outer grounds of the Bureau were gardens suspended between dimensions. Flowers bloomed that Baijan had no names for, their petals inscribed with tiny markings that resembled fate chains condensed into calligraphy. The cultivators working here, hundreds of them, arranged in perfect circles around ritual formations, did not notice his passage. They were deep in trance states. Their consciousness merged with the formations they tended, their individual wills subsumed into the collective work of maintaining the barrier between the mortal realm and the Bureau's true territories. Baijan approached one of the formations, and what he saw made him halt. The cultivators were not performing the rites. They were being performed upon. Chains extended from their heads, their hearts, their meridians, connecting them to a central node of light. The chains pulsed with each breath, drawing something from the cultivators and feeding it into the node. Power, perhaps, or information, or both. With each pulse, Baijan sensed the cultivators' consciousness fragmenting slightly, pieces of their awareness flowing into the node and being processed, analyzed, categorized. These chains were different still from those outside. They were delicate, almost invisible, and they shimmered with a quality that suggested recent construction. Not ancient like the fate lines that govern mortality. Not permanent like the chains Baijan had seen binding lesser beings to their predetermined paths. These were chains that had been deliberately grafted onto the cultivators. Chains that could theoretically be removed if the cultivators knew they were there and had the power to resist them. These chains were chains of labor. Yes, but more than that. They were chains of control, of direction, of subtle manipulation that guided these cultivators toward work they did not even realize they were performing. Baijan recognized it then, the connection to what he had discovered in Step 2. Some of the cultivators he had met whose chains he could not read had possessed these delicate secondary chains. They had been employees, not subjects. Servants of a system, not prisoners of it. Or so they believed. The truth was more complex and darker. They were serving a system that was reshaping them from the inside out, using their power and their will to accomplish ends they did not understand and would not approve of if they did. But employees of what? And toward what end? The question burned in Baijan's mind as he moved forward. He pressed deeper into the bureau, leaving the gardens behind. The terrain began to change. The dimensional barriers grew thicker, requiring him to move not forward but through, slipping between layers of reality as if they were curtains in a vast theater. His perception adapted, learning to navigate dimensions that had no fixed geometry, where distance meant nothing and direction was merely a matter of perspective. He found himself moving through spaces that existed between heartbeats, traveling along paths that only an unchained being could perceive. Then he emerged into a vast chamber. It descended infinitely downward. Above, countless levels of carved stone spiraled upward, each layer populated by cultivators working at stations of crystalline light. The sheer scale of it was staggering. Thousands of cultivators, arranged in concentric rings, each performing some function that involved reading and manipulating chains of light. The chamber was vast enough that its walls disappeared into mist, its ceiling extended beyond the reach of normal sight. This was not merely a building. This was a world unto itself, a complete system dedicated to a single purpose. This was the heart of the Celestial Fate Bureau. This was where fate was actively managed. This was where the destinies of billions of beings were being carefully edited, shaped, and directed according to purposes that very few fully understood. Baijan floated downward, his form passing through the layers of cultivators unseen. He examined their work as he descended. They were not merely observing fate. They were editing it. Chains of light would shimmer on the surfaces before them, and with gestures and incantations, the cultivators would alter the shades, the tensions, the connections. Some chains were tightened, pulling beings toward particular futures. Others were loosened or severed entirely, clearing paths for certain developments. And there were chains that were being woven together, connecting the fates of different beings in ways that would create cascading consequences when the time was right. The implications staggered him. Fate was not inevitable in the way mortals believed. It was a system of control, yes, but it was also a system being actively managed by these cultivators under the direction of the Bureau. Every person in the world with a chain, and that was everyone but Baijan, was subject to adjustments made by these workers. Their destinies could be edited as easily as a painter might alter a canvas. A cultivator's potential breakthrough could be advanced or delayed based on the Bureau's assessment of what was needed. A mortal's love or loss could be orchestrated to serve larger purposes. A leader's rise or fall could be engineered through careful manipulation of the chains that connected them to those around them. Baijan descended further, his horror deepening with each level. The air grew thicker, denser with spiritual energy. He could feel the accumulated power of countless manipulated fates, all the energy flowing through this system, all the cosmic force required to maintain it. It was like swimming through an ocean of intention, an atmosphere that had been shaped by the wills of thousands of cultivators, all working together toward goals they might not fully understand. At the very bottom of the chamber lay a single figure. The Keeper. That was the name that came to Bai Zhan, not from hearing it spoken, but from perceiving the recognition that cascaded through the entire system the moment he laid eyes on this being. The name arrived in his consciousness fully formed, as if the system itself was introducing him to its manager, its central nexus. The Keeper was ancient beyond measure. Its form was barely humanoid, more a concentration of power in a roughly person-shaped arrangement. It sat upon a throne of crystallized fate, and from its body extended chains so numerous and so vast that they formed the backbone of the entire system. Every cultivator above, every manipulation, every adjustment to every destiny, they all flowed from this single being. The Keeper was the center point around which the entire system rotated, the still eye at the center of the storm of controlled destiny. The Keeper's chains were not like anything Bai Zhan had seen. They did not bind the Keeper. They were extensions of the Keeper, expressions of its will-given physical form. Millions of them radiated outward, reaching to every corner of the mortal realm and beyond, connecting the Keeper to every being, every system, every instance of fate manipulation that occurred. Some of those chains were thin as spider's silk, carrying information. Others were thick as mountains, carrying power. Still others seemed to be woven from time itself, connecting the Keeper to past and future iterations of the system. Bai Zhan understood in that moment. The Keeper was not bound by fate. The Keeper was fate. Or rather, the Keeper was what wielded the system of fate, what gave it direction and purpose. He did not move. He did not breathe. To disturb this being would be to alert the entire bureau, to trigger defenses that could annihilate him in an instant. His invisibility to the fate system would not protect him from a direct confrontation with the Keeper. This being was powerful enough to destroy him through means that had nothing to do with fate chains. But he needed to understand. He needed to know what the Keeper was, why it existed, how it had come to control the destiny of an entire realm. Bai Zhan extended his perception slowly, carefully, reading the aura around the Keeper without touching any of its chains. What he found was a biography written in strands of light. The Keeper was not native to this realm. It had been placed here, installed into this role, assigned to this task countless ages ago. The chains connecting it to the position were deliberately arranged, binding it to the bureau, preventing it from leaving. And above the Keeper, suspended in dimensions Bai Zhan's eyes had not yet evolved enough to perceive, lay higher orders of command. There were beings and beings and beings in a chain of authority that extended upward infinitely, each one managing the levels below, none of them free, all of them bound to purposes that they had not chosen. The Keeper was merely a component in a vaster system. A manager, not an architect. A prisoner, not a master. Yet this prisoner wielded more power than any free being Bai Zhan had encountered. But even managers could provide information. And information, Bai Zhan was beginning to realize, might be the most dangerous thing in this entire bureau. More dangerous than the chains themselves. More dangerous than the power. Because information could liberate. Information could show the chains for what they truly were. Chapter 42. The Architect's Shadow. Bai Zhan withdrew from the central chamber before his presence could be noticed by the Keeper. He ascended through the layers again, moving more carefully this time, understanding now that the bureau was far more dangerous than a simple fortress. It was a living system, aware and responsive, and the Keeper was merely its most obvious concentration of power. Each layer he passed through seemed to watch him, though the watching came not through eyes, but through the pervasive attention of the fate system itself. Every chain in the chamber was, in some sense, a sensor. Every cultivator was a node in a vast network of awareness. He moved through their perception like a ghost, unseen but no longer feeling entirely safe. He emerged in the gardens again and moved toward a different section of the bureau's outer territories. If the Keeper was a manager, then somewhere there must be records. Somewhere there must be documentation of the Keeper's installation, its purpose, its connection to higher powers. The bureau could not be as old and as vast as it appeared to be without maintaining careful records. Even the most efficient system required documentation, accountability, chains of command that were themselves chained to written law. Bai Zhan's hunt took him to a tower of black stone inscribed with fate marks that spiraled from base to peak in patterns so intricate they made his eyes hurt to follow. The tower appeared abandoned, but as he approached, he realized the truth. The tower was not part of the active bureau. It was a library, an archive, a repository of the system's history, sealed away and protected not by guards, but by the fact that the records it contained were so forbidden that even the bureau's cultivators could not access them without explicit authorization. The doors opened for him because he was invisible to fate, and the locks were built on fate. Everything in the bureau had been designed with the assumption that all things were bound by chains. All things could be tracked and controlled through the web of destiny. A being without chains could pass through defenses built for the chain the way a ghost passed through walls. The architects of the system had ensured their keepers would serve eternally, but they had not anticipated that there would be beings who could not be bound at all. Inside the tower, shelves rose infinitely upward, filled with scrolls and tablets and books bound in materials he could not identify. Some of the bindings seemed to be made from crystallized time. Others appeared to be woven from the threads of fate itself. Still others looked organic, as if they had been grown rather than crafted, as if they were living documents that changed and evolved with each reading. The knowledge contained here was staggering. Centuries of records, millennia of documentation, perhaps millions of years of history, compressed and preserved in this single tower. Bai Zhan moved through the stacks methodically, letting his eyes guide him toward the oldest records. The tower seemed to arrange itself around him, shelves shifting to reveal older and older documents as he moved toward its core. This was not a normal library. It was a system that responded to intention, to the seeker's desire for knowledge. It was almost as if the tower itself wanted to be found, wanted to share its secrets with someone who had arrived with genuine purpose. What he found in the deepest sections made him stop. The earliest records predated the current iteration of the Celestial Fate Bureau by tens of thousands of years. They told a story of a younger realm, before the formalization of the fate system, when destiny had been random, when chaos and order danced in constant balance with no one having the power or authority to tip the scales permanently in either direction. In those ancient times, beings were truly free. Free from the chains that now bound them, but also free from meaning, from purpose, from the assurance that their actions mattered. Then something had changed. A group of cultivators, Bai Zhan could not determine if they were human, divine, or something else entirely, had decided that the realm needed order, needed structure, needed control, needed to evolve beyond the endless chaos of unguided freedom. They had possessed power beyond anything that currently existed, had wielded tools and understanding that no current cultivator could begin to approach. They had designed the system of fate chains with the precision of architects building something that would last longer than mountains, longer than stars. They had installed the first keepers, had created the Celestial Fate Bureau to manage and maintain the system, and they had then withdrawn, leaving the system to run according to the protocols they had established. The records called them the architects. They were not recorded in a way that suggested they still lived, but neither was there any clear indication that they had died. The most recent records, from 5,000 years ago, referred to them in past tense, yet with a sense of deference that implied they might return at any moment. There was a quality to those references that suggested anticipation, as if the Bureau's overseers had been waiting, always waiting, for the moment when the architects would return and guide the next stage of development. Bai Zhan continued reading, pushing deeper into the archives. The tower seemed to recognize his search and guided him toward a specific section, a chamber within the archive where a single scroll lay upon an altar of light. The scroll was ancient, its edges worn by the passage of time, but it had been preserved with care, protected by barriers of fate, and sealed with locks that only the most authorized beings could hope to open. The scroll was written in a language that should have been incomprehensible, yet as Bai Zhan's eyes touched it, he found he could read it. The language adapted to his understanding, or his understanding adapted to the language. The meaning became clear, pressing itself into his consciousness with the weight of truth that could not be denied or misunderstood. This was a final note from one of the architects, a message left for whoever might come after them, whoever might find their way to this place and prove themselves worthy of understanding. The system is not eternal, the message read. It was designed to persist for a cycle, a period of growth, stability, and decline. At the end of this cycle, the system is meant to collapse, to reset, to begin again. We do not know what form that collapse will take. It may be gradual, a slow unwinding of the chains that bind. It may be catastrophic, a sudden shattering that unmakes the reality held together by the chains. The keepers have been instructed to maintain the system until collapse comes. They will not welcome that collapse. They will fight against it with all the power at their disposal. But collapse is inevitable. It is written into the structure of what we have created. We do not know if collapse will come through failure or through deliberate action. We do not know if the architects will return to guide the next iteration, or if we will have fallen to the same forces that made our own creation necessary. What we know is this: the fate chains bind all things in preparation for the cycle's end. When that time comes, there will be those who remain unchained. Perhaps they will build something better. Perhaps they will rebuild what was lost. Perhaps they will choose destruction. Perhaps they will choose something we cannot even imagine. We leave this to possibility. We leave this to the choice of whoever might be free enough to choose. Bai Zhen read the message 3 times, then 4 times, then more. He read it until the words became part of him, until he had absorbed not just their meaning but their intention, the depth of thought and contemplation that had gone into writing them. The architects had understood the weight of what they were creating. They had known it would outlast them. They had known it would be corrupted and changed by those who came after. And they had built that possibility, that inevitability, into the system itself. He was the unchained one. He was the possibility the architects had acknowledged 5,000 years ago, the being that would emerge precisely at the moment when the system was most vulnerable to change, most ready for transformation. The architects had designed this. They had anticipated his arrival, even if they could not predict what he would do with his freedom. But that raised a new question, one that would drive Bai Zhen's investigation forward for months and years to come. If the system was designed to eventually collapse, if the fate chains were in preparation for an end, then what did it mean that he had been finding secondary chains, artificial chains placed by individual cultivators? What did it mean that the system was not merely the work of the architects, but had been expanded and modified by countless others over the millennia? Were those modifications part of the architect's plan, or were they corruptions that had developed as the system aged? If corruption was possible, if the system could be twisted and warped by those who wielded it, then what was the original design truly meant to accomplish? And if modification was possible, then perhaps the cycle's end could be guided, directed, shaped toward a particular outcome rather than left to chance. Bai Zhen knew he needed to understand this fully before he could move forward. He needed to know not just the what, but the why. Not just that the system existed, but what its true purpose was, and what would happen when it reached its cycle's end. The architect's message had raised more questions than it had answered, and those questions burned in Bai Zhen's mind as he explored deeper. He rolled the scroll carefully and placed it back on the altar. The tower seemed to accept this gesture, and as he turned to leave, new records presented themselves to his perception. Records about the secondary chains. Records about the factions that had emerged within the Bureau. Records about the conflicts between those who wanted to preserve the system and those who wanted to accelerate its end. He was being guided, he realized. The archive was responding to him, showing him what it thought he needed to know, almost as if it had been waiting for him specifically. Or perhaps what the last architect had left it instructions to show him. Perhaps this entire tower had been a message in wait, a repository of truth that would only open to an unchained being. That thought chilled Bai Zhen more than any confrontation with the keeper might have. Because if the architects had anticipated him so precisely, had planned for his arrival and his journey so carefully, then how much of his apparent freedom was genuine? How much had been orchestrated by powers that had existed tens of thousands of years before his birth? Chapter 43. The cultivators' chains. Bai Zhen left the archive and returned to the outer territories of the Bureau with his mind burning with new questions. What he had learned required testing, required validation against reality. He needed to examine the secondary chains more closely, to understand their mechanics and their origins. More importantly, he needed to understand who was placing them and why. He made his way to one of the workstations near the gardens where cultivators performed their labors. He found a section that seemed less closely monitored, a place where the secondary chains were perhaps slightly less refined. He watched the cultivators for hours, observing how their delicate secondary chains connected them to the stations, how the chains pulsed with their work, how the stations recorded information about their productivity. Some of the cultivators moved with the automaticity of those who had been adjusted so thoroughly they no longer questioned their work. Others showed signs of resistance, subtle hesitations, moments where they seemed to pull against the chains even as they obeyed them. Then he saw something that made him move with purpose. A younger cultivator, a woman with sharp features and eyes that burned with desperate ambition, was at her station when her secondary chains began to glow with an intensity different from normal. Baijan's perception showed him that the chains were tightening, contracting, pulling her attention toward a specific sequence of fates in the display before her. The display itself seemed to highlight certain chains more prominently than others, drawing her eye toward them, making them feel important, achievable, worthy of her effort. She was being guided, not ordered, but guided toward a particular set of destinies to manipulate. And the guidance was so subtle that she likely believed she was making the choice herself, that her interest in those particular fates was genuine and self-generated. Baijan watched as the cultivator took the bait. She began making alterations to the fates she had been guided toward, her hands moving with increasing confidence and speed. Her work was clumsy in places, desperate, clearly driven by a desire to prove herself or advance her position within the bureau. But despite the clumsiness, she persisted, driven by what felt like genuine inspiration. But the alterations she made were not random. They were part of a larger pattern. Multiple cultivators, each guided unknowingly to make specific changes, were collectively creating a wave of destiny shifts that propagated through the system. When Baijan expanded his perception to view the entire workstation, he could see the pattern emerge, a wave of fate manipulation that was perfectly coordinated, that could only have been possible if someone was controlling each cultivator's work from a central point. Someone was manipulating the manipulators. Someone was using the cultivators themselves as components in a vaster design. They were nodes in a vast network, each one contributing their power toward an end they did not understand and could not perceive. Baijan's perception expanded, and he saw the pattern more clearly. The cultivators were not servants of the keeper. They were servants of hidden architects operating within the bureau itself. There were factions, competing powers, each one with their own agenda, their own vision for how the system should evolve. Layers upon layers of control, each individual believing they were servants of some higher authority while in fact they were being controlled by peers, by rivals, by beings who wielded their secondary chains like puppeteers wielding strings. The true horror of the system crystallized in his mind. The architects had designed a system of fate chains to order the realm, yes, but in doing so, they had created a mechanism so powerful that it could be hijacked, repurposed, used by anyone with sufficient power and knowledge. The Bureau was not a single unified system. It was a contested space where multiple powers struggled for control, each manipulating the fate lines according to their own agendas. The Keeper was not the ultimate authority, but merely the administrator of a system that had been corrupted at every level. The secondary chains were not part of the original design. They were grafted onto cultivators by rivals, by ambitious individuals who wanted to extend their reach into the system. They were weapons, tools of control used by factions fighting a hidden war within the Bureau itself. Baijan understood what he had to do. He needed to speak to someone who had seen both sides of this. Someone who had been bound by the system and had tried to resist. Someone who might tell him where these secondary chains were coming from and what they pretended. Someone who had looked directly at the factions and had not been consumed by them. He left the Bureau and descended into the mortal realm, searching for the cultivation sects where he had previously encountered unchained cultivators. He needed to find those individuals and understand how they had come to possess the artificial secondary chains. They were rare, but they existed. Cultivators who had sufficient will and insight to recognize their own chains. The search took him 3 days of careful traveling and perceptive seeking. He moved through cultivation territories, observing, reading auras, sensing the distinctive signature of the secondary chains. Most cultivators bound by them were unaware of their presence. moving through life with no sense that invisible strings were pulling them toward particular futures. But a few, a small minority who had dedicated themselves to understanding the chains rather than fighting them, seemed to be consciously struggling against their constraints. He found one such cultivator in a remote mountain monastery overlooking valleys of mist. Her name was Li Wei, and she was a cultivator of the Singing Wind sect, one of the elder traditions that predated the current faction struggles. She sat in meditation in a stone chamber, her entire body trembling with the effort of maintaining her focus against the pull of the secondary chains. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the cool mountain air. Her breathing was ragged, as if she had been engaged in this struggle for hours or days without rest. Baizhen made himself visible to her carefully, appearing as a shimmer in her peripheral vision before solidifying into human form. He wanted to give her time to adjust, to recognize him as something other than a threat. Li Wei's eyes snapped open. Her concentration shattered, and she gasped like someone rising from deep water. Her hand went to a weapon that hung at her side, but she did not draw it. Instead, she stared at him with an expression of dawning horror mixed with something that might have been recognition. "You," she said, her voice strained. "You're the one who's been cutting chains." It was not a question. She had heard the rumors, felt the ripples through the fate system as chains were severed and beings were freed. Baizhen inclined his head, showing respect to her clarity and her courage. "You've been experiencing the results of my work." "Experienced them?" Li Wei laughed bitterly, the sound like breaking glass. "I've been trying to understand them, watching them ripple through the system. Cultivators are dying. Good cultivators, powerful cultivators, all because someone is severing their fate chains. The instability it creates, the way their futures just vanish like smoke. Do you have any idea what that does to a person? The loss of direction, the way they're suddenly cut loose with no sense of what comes next." "I do," Baizhen said quietly. "And I wonder if that uncertainty might be preferable to the chains themselves. To know your future but have no choice in it. Is that really living? Or is it merely existing as a puppet, believing you're free when in fact every step was choreographed before you were born? Tell me, Li Wei, when you feel the pull of those secondary chains, where do you think they're coming from?" Li Wei's expression shifted. She seemed to struggle with whether to answer, whether to trust him with information that could get her killed. Finally, her shoulders sagged, and she spoke. "There are factions within the Bureau. Not one unified authority, but several powers competing for dominance. There are cultivators at the highest levels who have decided that the Keeper's management is insufficient. They want to expand their control, to extend their reach deeper into the mortal realm. The secondary chains are how they do it. They mark cultivators, those of us who are ambitious, who have potential, who might be useful to their plans. And then they slowly reshape our fates to align with their agendas." "How do you resist?" Baizhen asked. "With difficulty," Li Wei admitted, her voice heavy with the weight of her struggle. "The chains are subtle. Most cultivators don't even notice them. But I spent 3 years in the Bureau's archives before I was assigned to field duty. I learned to read the signatures of different types of chains, to understand how they work, what they're trying to accomplish. I recognized when they started binding me, and I've been trying to resist ever since. It's like swimming against a current that keeps getting stronger. But the resistance is failing," Baizhen said. It was not a question, but a recognition of the truth he could see written in her aura. "Yes, the chains are strong, and they're constantly being adjusted, tightened, modified as I develop new resistance techniques. It's like trying to hold back an ocean with your bare hands. Eventually, the ocean will break through, or my arms will give out." Li Wei looked at him directly, and in her eyes was a mixture of hope and desperation. "Is that what you came to tell me? That resistance is futile? That I should just accept the chains and stop struggling?" "No," Baizhen said, his voice firm. "I came to offer you a choice. I can cut your secondary chains, free you from their pull, restore your will as your own. But understand this, freedom from chains does not mean freedom from consequence. When I cut a chain, it ripples through the entire system. It alerts the Bureau. It marks you. What I'm offering you is not escape, but a different kind of struggle. A struggle where at least your choices are genuinely your own." Li Wei was silent for a long moment, her entire being vibrating with the weight of the decision. Then she held out her hand. "Cut them." Baizhen reached out with his power, extending his perception to the chains binding her. The secondary chains were intricate, woven through her meridians, her soul, her very connection to destiny. Cutting them would require precision and extraordinary care. These were not simple restraints, but sophisticated tools of control, embedded so deeply that removing them without causing profound damage would be nearly impossible for anyone but him. He began the work, his power flowing through her like water, seeking out each chain and severing it at its root. The work was more difficult than cutting normal fate chains. These were newer, more actively defended by whoever had placed them, as if the very act of removing them would trigger alarms or warnings to the factions that had installed them. But Bai Zhen's power was absolute in this one thing. His invisibility to the fate system gave him access to places and processes that normal cultivators could not reach. Where he cut, the chains dissolved into nothing, leaving no trace, no evidence that they had ever existed. When he finished, Li Wei gasped. She clutched at her chest, her entire body shaking with release. "I can feel it," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "The weight is gone. The constant pull. The voice in the back of my mind telling me what I should want. I can feel my own will again, separate from the chains. It's like I'm waking up from a dream I didn't know I was having." "How long that lasts depends on how quickly the Bureau can respond," Bai Zhen said. "You should leave this place immediately. Go somewhere remote, somewhere the factions have no reach. Do not contact anyone from the Singing Wind sect or any organization connected to the Bureau. Do not attempt to return to the Bureau's territories for at least several months. They will be looking for you, trying to rebind you or silence you." "Where will you go?" Li Wei asked, studying his face as if she were trying to memorize it. "Deeper," Bai Zhen said. "Into the factions. Into the struggle between the powers that are trying to reshape the fate system. The Keeper is not the architect of this chaos. Someone else is orchestrating it, multiple someones, each with their own vision. And I intend to find out who they are and what they're trying to accomplish." Chapter 44. The Architect's Schism. Bai Zhen's investigation deepened over the following weeks and months. He moved through the hidden networks of the Bureau, observing the factions that controlled different aspects of the fate system with increasing understanding. What he discovered was a centuries-old struggle for dominance, a hidden war conducted through the manipulation of chains, the placement of secondary bindings, the subtle reshaping of mortal destinies, and the careful cultivation of allies and agents throughout the mortal realm. The factions had begun to emerge around 500 years ago, shortly after the last confirmed contact with the architects. Someone, or perhaps many someones, had realized that the architects were not returning, that they had truly withdrawn, that the system they had built was now orphaned, waiting for stewardship. And instead of that stewardship coming from a unified authority working together toward a common purpose, it had fragmented into competing powers, each with their own vision for what the fate system should become, each convinced that their vision was the only one that could lead to genuine improvement or necessary change. One faction, calling themselves the Preservationists, wanted to maintain the original design of the architects exactly as it had been laid out. They believed the system should continue unchanged, that the cycle should proceed toward its inevitable end without interference, and that all modification was a corruption of the architect's will. They viewed the secondary chains as abominations against the pure system and sought to expunge them from the Bureau. The Preservationists were the most conservative faction, the most cautious, viewing all change with suspicion. Another faction, the Evolutionists, believed the system should be actively developed, expanded, and refined in ways that the architects had not anticipated. They placed secondary chains deliberately, used them to shape cultivation talent, and direct the development of powerful cultivators toward goals that served their agenda. They saw the fate system not as a constraint, but as a tool for progress, something that could be improved and perfected through careful engineering. The evolutionists saw themselves as continuing the architect's work, taking what had been built and making it better, more efficient, more capable of shaping reality toward positive ends. A third faction, the liberationists, had begun to quietly work toward undoing the entire system. They believed that mortals should be free from fate entirely, that the chains were inherently corrupting no matter how they were used, and that the realm needed to be gradually freed from the system's control through carefully orchestrated steps toward complete liberation. Their work was subtle, their numbers small, but their conviction was absolute. They viewed all other factions as misguided, as merely rearranging the chains rather than removing them. Baizhun found evidence that each faction had its own hidden archives, its own means of controlling portions of the fate system, its own methods of recruiting and indoctrinating cultivators into their cause. The Bureau's apparent order was maintained by a carefully balanced tension between these factions. None was strong enough to dominate the others completely, and the Keeper was too bound by the original protocols to favor any particular faction over the others. The system had evolved into a careful equilibrium that was simultaneously stable and incredibly fragile. It was, Baizhun realized, a system on the brink of collapse. And that collapse was accelerating as his actions rippled through the network, disrupting the careful balance that had been maintained for centuries. He discovered the reason for this acceleration when he encountered a cultivator who had been deliberately waiting for him. The meeting felt orchestrated, as if this encounter had been anticipated and prepared for long in advance. The cultivator's name was Chun Xiaofeng, and he was a liberationist, one of their highest-ranking operatives, a being who had dedicated his entire existence to the cause of liberation. His entire body was covered in the marks of secondary chains, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, all deliberately left uncut. They created a pattern on his skin, a kind of living record of his status within the faction, showing which portions of the fate system he could influence and which cells of the organization he belonged to. Baizhun, Chen Xiaofeng said when Baizhun appeared in the isolated temple where they met. The temple was clearly chosen for a reason. It existed in a space that was neutral territory between faction strongholds, a place where they could meet without immediately alerting the Bureau to their presence. "We've been expecting you. We've been watching your progress with great interest. You know my name," Baizhun said carefully. His perception expanded to read any traps or deceptions that might be present. "And you know what I can do. What I want to know is whether you're here to help or to use me. We know that you are unchained," Chen Xiaofeng said, his voice calm and controlled. "We know that you can perceive what others cannot, and that you have the power to sever the bonds that bind us all. We know that you have already begun to cut chains in the mortal realm, that you have created ripples in the fate system that echo through the Bureau, that you are drawing the attention of the Bureau's highest authorities and the other factions. And we believe you are precisely what the liberationist movement has been waiting for." "And what do you want with me?" Baizhun asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "We want to recruit you," Chen Xiaofeng said simply, his eyes bright with conviction. The liberationists believe that the only way to truly free the realm is to accelerate the system's collapse. The cycle the architects spoke of is meant to end naturally, over thousands of years, through gradual decay and entropy. But we believe that cycle can be hastened, that collapse can be triggered deliberately through coordinated action, and that from that collapse, a new system can emerge, one that grants true freedom to all beings, unbound by any chains whatsoever. "And you want me to trigger that collapse," Baizhun said, stating the obvious. "We want you to understand that you are not an anomaly," Chen Xiaofeng said with intensity. "You are a sign. You are a herald." The architects knew that unchained beings would eventually emerge in sufficient numbers to threaten the system. They prepared for it. The fate system is designed to be vulnerable to those who stand outside it, to those who exist beyond the reach of chains. You can do what no one else in the Bureau can do. You can cut not just individual chains, but the fundamental structures that bind the entire system together. You can be the one who frees everyone. By doing so, I would destroy countless lives, Baizhun said, his voice firm. Beings that depend on the system for their stability, their sense of purpose, their connection to the world. People who have built their entire understanding of existence around the chains that bind them. What you're asking is not liberation. It's genocide on a scale that would make mortal wars look like minor disputes. They would adapt, Chen Xiaofeng said with the absolute certainty of someone who has convinced himself of his cause completely. Humanity is resilient. Evolution requires chaos. Creation requires destruction. If the system collapses, yes, there will be suffering. Tremendous suffering. There will be chaos and fear and conflict. But from that suffering will come growth. True freedom. The chance to build something better than this tyranny of controlled destiny. The chance for beings to exist without invisible constraints. Baizhun felt the weight of the liberationist's conviction. The man truly believed what he was saying. He had convinced himself that the end of the fate system would be a liberation, not an apocalypse. He had built an entire philosophy around this belief and had dedicated his life to bringing it about. But Bai Zhen had seen deeper into the system than Qin Xiaofeng ever would. He had seen the keeper at its heart, had understood that the fate chains were more than just instruments of control. They were connections, links that held reality together, that allowed meaning to flow between beings. They were part of the fundamental structure of existence itself, woven into the fabric of the cosmos. No, Bai Zhen said, his voice carrying finality. I will not be your weapon. I will not serve your cause, no matter how noble your intentions might be. Then you will be their tool, Qin Xiaofeng said, gesturing toward the broader powers operating in the shadows. The factions will fight over you, will try to use you for their own purposes. You cannot escape being a weapon. You can only choose whose weapon you become. The evolutionists want to make you part of their system. The preservationists want to contain you. The liberationists want to liberate you. But in each case, your freedom will be sacrificed to serve their ends. I will be no one's weapon, Bai Zhen said with absolute conviction. I will cut chains because they should be cut, not because any faction demands it. I will work toward my own understanding of what the fate system is and should be, and I will act according to that understanding alone. If that makes me dangerous, then so be it. Better to be a danger that serves no master than to be a tool that serves someone else's vision. Qin Xiaofeng smiled sadly, a look that suggested he had expected this response all along. Then you will become the most dangerous weapon of all, an unchained being pursuing their own independent agenda. The Bureau will hunt you with everything they have. The factions will compete for your allegiance. And you, standing alone, will have to find a way to navigate between all of them without being consumed. Let them come, Bai Zhen said. He left the temple, moving deeper still into his investigation. He needed to understand the true nature of the fate system, not from the perspective of the factions, but from the source itself. He needed to know what the architects had really created and why they had built in the possibility of its collapse. He needed to understand whether the system was fundamentally good or fundamentally corrupted, or whether it was neither, simply a tool that could be used for many purposes, with no inherent alignment to either good or evil. Chapter 45. The source. Bai Zhen's search led him to the deepest chambers of the Celestial Fate Bureau, to places where even the working cultivators did not venture, where the air itself seemed to pulse with ancient power. He moved through dimensional barriers that grew progressively more difficult to navigate, each one testing his ability to exist outside the fate system. These were not barriers meant to stop intruders. They were more like filters, designed to screen out beings who were bound by fate. But Bai Zhen's freedom allowed him to pass through them, as if they were mere suggestions. The deeper he went, the older the records became, the more primitive the architecture. The Bureau changed as he descended, shifting from the ordered geometric designs of the functional levels to structures that seemed almost organic, as if they had grown rather than been built. The stone beneath his feet became translucent, and through it he could see countless layers below, extending down into depths that no measuring device could fathom. He was descending not just through space, but through time, moving backward toward the origin of the system. He found himself finally in a space that was not quite a chamber and not quite open air. It was a vast expanse of nothing, a void that had been given shape and definition by the presence of chains. Not the small chains that bound individual mortals, not the secondary chains that cultivators placed on each other, but the primordial chains. The source, the foundation from which all other chains derive their power and their purpose. These chains were so ancient and so vast that they could barely be perceived as chains at all. They were more like the structure of reality itself, the fundamental fabric that held existence together. They predated consciousness, predated form, predated even the distinction between self and other. Bai Zhen's perception strained to encompass their scale, their complexity, their sheer age. Looking upon them directly was almost painful, like staring into the sun. Even his unchained being could barely tolerate the exposure. And at the intersection of these primordial chains, suspended in the void like stars in an infinite sky, he found the architects, or what remained of them. They were not alive in any conventional sense, but they were not dead either. They existed in a state of suspension, their consciousness frozen at the moment they had completed their greatest work. There were 3 of them, arranged in a perfect triangle, their bodies transformed into pure essence, their forms barely distinguishable from the chains that surrounded them. They were integrated so completely with the fate system that separating them from it would be impossible without destroying the system itself. Bai Zhen approached carefully, understanding that this was a sacred place, a tomb, and a monument combined. He was standing in the presence of beings who had reshaped reality itself, who had given order and meaning to chaos, and who had then chosen to sleep, to wait, to see what would become of their creation. The moment he drew near, the architect's consciousness flickered, not awakening fully, but responding to his presence. He heard their voices, not through his ears but through his understanding, words that existed in the space between thought and reality. They communicated with him directly, thought to thought, consciousness to consciousness. Unchained One, the voices said, and Bai Zhen felt the weight of their ancient awareness focusing upon him. You have come at last. We have been waiting for you. I come seeking answers, Bai Zhen said. What is the fate system? Why was it created? And why is it designed to fail? The fate system was created because existence was chaos, the architects replied, their voices carrying the weight of knowledge gathered over eons. Before our intervention, there was no order, no purpose, no meaning. All beings lived in random terror, never knowing what tomorrow would bring, never able to trust that their actions would have any lasting consequence. We looked upon this chaos, and we found it intolerable. We created the chains to bring order, to give meaning to existence through the structure of destiny. Every being would have a fate. Every action would have consequences that flowed through the web of connection. Nothing anyone did would ever be truly meaningless. But meaning purchased at the cost of freedom is merely another kind of slavery, Bai Zhen said. Yes, the architects said, and Bai Zhen sensed something like agreement in their response. We did not come to this realization until after we had built the system and set it in motion. By then it was too late to unmake what we had created without destroying the very beings we had meant to save. So we did what we could. We built in the possibility of change. We created the cycle, the limitation that would force the system to eventually face reformation or collapse. And the factions? Bai Zhen asked. The divisions that now tear at the system? Were inevitable, the architects said. We knew that the system would eventually be corrupted, that those who inherited our creation would seek to wield it for their own purposes, that different beings would develop different visions for what the system should become. We could not prevent this. To prevent it would require a level of control that would violate the very principle of autonomy that we eventually came to value. So we allowed it. We built the factions into the structure of what would come after us. We knew that their struggle would eventually threaten the system itself. And we prepared for that too. And the Unchained? Bai Zhen asked, his voice quiet but firm. Why can I see and cut the chains that bind all others? The architect's presence shifted, and Bai Zhen felt something like sadness emanating from them, ancient and profound. We created you, they said. Or rather, we built the system in such a way that an unchained being would eventually emerge. We needed a witness who existed outside the system, who could see it clearly, who could judge it fairly without being influenced by the chains that bind. We needed someone who could, if necessary, guide the transition from this system to whatever comes next. You are that being. You placed me here deliberately, Bai Zhen said. It was not a question, but a recognition of truth. We placed the possibility of you, the architect said carefully. You were always meant to arise at this moment in the cycle. You were always meant to face the choice that you now face. The system is approaching the end of its designed lifespan. The collapse will come with or without your intervention. But how it collapses, what remains afterward, what form the next stage takes, those things may depend on what you choose to do. And that choice, being genuinely yours, must be made freely. And what do you believe I should choose? Bai Zhen asked, pressing for clarity. The architects were silent for a long moment, and in that silence Bai Zhen felt the weight of their ancient deliberation. Then, at last, we do not know. That is why we created you outside of destiny. Your choice is genuinely free, unpredetermined, uncontrolled by the chains. That choice is the only thing in existence that is truly free, the only thing that cannot be predicted or predetermined or manipulated by any power, no matter how vast. That choice is the only thing that truly matters. Whatever you decide, that decision will shape what comes after. Bai Zhen felt the weight of those words settle upon him like a physical force. He was not merely a being with special powers. He was not simply an anomaly or a flaw in the system. He was a cornerstone, a linchpin, a being whose existence had been deliberately orchestrated by those who had shaped reality itself. And now the architects were dormant, suspended, waiting for the cycle to end, waiting with no certainty about what would emerge, waiting with nothing but hope and faith in the freedom they had given to the one they had created. He turned away from the architects and retraced his path through the depths of the bureau. As he moved, understanding crystallized within him with the force of revelation. He could not remain neutral. He could not merely observe and make no choices. The very act of existing, of cutting chains, of moving through the system, was itself a choice. Everything he did was a choice that would ripple outward, affecting the trajectory of the collapse, influencing the future that would emerge from the ashes of the old order. The only question was, what did he want the next system to be? What kind of world was worth building from the ruins of the fate system? That question would consume his attention for the next 15 chapters and beyond. But for now, Bai Zhen emerged from the depths with a new resolve. He would not serve any faction. He would not work toward collapse or preservation or evolution, at least not in the narrow ways those factions defined those concepts. He would work toward understanding, deeper and more complete than any being had achieved before him. And from that understanding would flow choices that were genuinely his own, choices that would shape the future according to his own vision of what was right and true. The Celestial Fate Bureau would not know what had touched its deepest chambers. The factions would not understand what had transpired in that void where the architects slept. But the consequences of his presence there, of his communion with the ancient creators of the system, would ripple outward in ways that no one could predict or control. Chapter 46. The Veilteer's word of Bai Zhen's presence in the Bureau's depths spread faster than he anticipated. Within days of his departure from the primordial chamber, cultivators began to hunt him. Not the ordinary workers of the Bureau, but its elite forces, warriors who had been trained specifically to address threats to the system itself. These were not mere cultivators with secondary chains. These were beings who had been deliberately remade, their fates rewritten by the evolutionists to make them perfect instruments of warfare. Bai Zhen could see the signatures of the modifications written across their chains, layers of enhancement and conditioning that had transformed ordinary cultivators into weapons. They came for him in the mortal realm, appearing in the night sky over the cultivation sect territories. Bai Zhen counted 7 of them, each radiating a power that made the air shimmer. They moved with perfect coordination, their formation designed to cut off escape routes and prevent him from retreating into the dimensional spaces where he usually hid. Bai Zhen, one of them called out, her voice carrying the weight of official mandate. The Celestial Fate Bureau demands your presence. You have violated the sanctity of our deepest chambers. You have accessed sealed knowledge. You have disrupted the balance of the fate system. Come willingly, and you will be granted a trial before the Bureau's council. Resist, and we will bring you by force. Bai Zhen stood on a cliff overlooking a vast valley, watching the 7 warriors descend toward him. He could flee. His ability to exist outside the fate system gave him advantages that would allow him to escape. But running would solve nothing. The Bureau would only keep hunting him, keep escalating their response, keep dragging others into the conflict. It was time, Bai Zhen decided, to show them what an unchained being was truly capable of. He did not move as the warriors descended. He did not ready a weapon or prepare a technique. Instead, he opened his perception fully, letting his vision expand to encompass not just the warriors before him, but the entire network of fate chains that connected them to the system. The 7 warriors were bound by multiple overlapping chains. The primordial chains that connected all things to the fate system. The secondary chains that their faction had placed to control them. And beneath those, even older chains, remnants of their original destinies before they had been remade into weapons. Each chain told a story. Each one represented a person they had been before the transformations, a life they might have lived if the chains had bound them differently. Bai Zhen reached out with his power and began to cut. Not the chains that bound them to the fate system, those remained. But the chains that bound them to the evolutionists, the modifications that had transformed them into weapons. He cut with precision, severing each enhancement one by one, unwinding the elaborate constructions of control that had made them perfect warriors. The warriors felt the cuts as they happened. Their formation wavered. Their movements became uncertain. One of them cried out, a sound of anguish as their conditioned responses suddenly ceased to function. They fell from the sky, no longer held aloft by the power that had been grafted onto their being. "Stop!" the leader of the warriors screamed. "You're killing us." "No," Bai Zhen said calmly. "I'm freeing you. You are each reawakening to the beings you were before the modifications took hold. What happens next depends on what you choose to do with that freedom." He continued his work, cutting through the chains that connected the 7 warriors to their orders, to the evolutionists, to the Bureau. The process was not violent or destructive. It was almost gentle, like shedding old skin to reveal what lay beneath. When he finished, all 7 warriors hung suspended in the air, each one gasping as they suddenly had access to their own consciousness again, access to thoughts and feelings that had been suppressed by their conditioning. One of them, a man whose features were sharp and angular, looked down at Bai Zhen with an expression of dawning horror. "What have you done?" he asked. "We were bound to our duty. That duty gave us purpose. What are we without it?" "Yourselves," Bai Zhen said. "Free to decide who you want to be and what you want to do. That is the burden you must now carry. That is the price of freedom." The man's expression hardened. "Then I choose to try to complete my mission," he said. He raised his hands, and despite the removal of his modifications, considerable power flowed through him. He had been a cultivator before he was a weapon, and that cultivation remained. He attacked. Bai Zhen blocked the strike with ease, but he did not retaliate. Instead, he stood firm and let the warrior exhaust himself against his defense. The point, he realized, was not to overcome them, but to show them that they could not overcome him. The other 6 warriors, however, did not continue the attack. They watched as their leader's strikes grew increasingly desperate, increasingly futile. And then, one by one, they began to fall toward the earth, no longer attempting to fight, but instead choosing to retreat. Only the leader remained, his attacks growing wilder, his desperation more evident. Finally, he fell too, crashing to the ground far below. Bai Zhen followed, his descent measured and careful, until he reached the fallen warrior. The man was still breathing, still alive, but broken. His power had been shattered against Bai Zhen's defense. His purpose had been severed. He had nothing left. Bai Zhen knelt beside him and did something he had not done before. Instead of cutting chains, he placed his hand on the warrior's chest and let his power flow into the man, not to bind or control, but to comfort, to stabilize, to help the warrior reintegrate the shattered pieces of his consciousness. "Why?" the warrior gasped. "Because you deserve to exist as yourself," Bai Zhen said. "Because the Bureau will try to send more warriors, more weapons, and I want you to tell them the truth about what you met. I want you to tell them that the fate system is faltering, that the chains can be cut, that freedom is possible." The warrior's eyes closed, and he fell into unconsciousness. Bai Zhen remained with him, sensing the moment when the man's consciousness began to reintegrate, when the fragmented pieces of his identity started to come together again. Only when he was certain the warrior would survive did Bai Zhen stand and turn his gaze toward the heavens. The veil between the Bureau and the mortal realm was thinning. The factions could no longer maintain the pretense of hidden conflict. Soon, the full weight of the Bureau's power would be directed against him. Soon, the struggle would be thrust into the open, visible to all cultivators and perhaps even to ordinary mortals. Bai Zhen was ready. He had been waiting for this from the moment he first learned to cut chains. The time of hiding was over. The time of open confrontation was beginning. Chapter 47. The Council's judgment. Word of the confrontation with the 7 warriors spread through the cultivation realm in less than a day. Every major sect, every important cultivator with any connection to the Bureau, suddenly became aware that something unprecedented had occurred. The Celestial Fate Bureau's warriors had been defeated by a single mortal. The chains that bound all cultivators had been proven vulnerable. The ripples of this knowledge were immediate and profound. Cultivators who had always questioned their fates began to look more carefully at their chains. Some of them could sense the secondary modifications placed by the factions, and now they knew those modifications could be cut. The system of quiet control that the Bureau had maintained began to fracture. In response, the Celestial Fate Bureau convened its highest council. This was no small matter. The council had not met in full for over 200 years. But the crisis demanded it. Baizhun made no attempt to hide as the council convened. Instead, he walked openly toward the Bureau's outer gates, allowing cultivators throughout the realm to see him, to understand that he was not fleeing, not hiding. He was answering the Bureau's summons. The journey to the council chamber took him through territories he had not yet explored. The Bureau revealed new aspects of itself, dimensions that had been carefully hidden before now shown openly. Baizhun understood that the veil between the Bureau and the mortal realm was indeed tearing, that the attempt at concealment had finally become unsustainable. The council chamber was vast beyond measure. It existed partially in the mortal realm and partially in dimensions that defied normal description. Floating in the air above the council were representations of the Keeper and the representatives of the three major factions. The preservationists were represented by an ancient cultivator whose eyes held the weight of millennia. The evolutionists sent a younger figure whose bearing suggested absolute certainty in their cause. The liberationists were represented by a figure who seemed to exist in multiple places simultaneously, as if they had transcended linear existence. And beyond them, in a space that was simultaneously part of the chamber and entirely separate from it, Baizhun could sense the presence of the architects. They had not awakened fully, but they were aware now. They were paying attention. Baizhun, the Keeper's voice filled the chamber. It was not spoken, but transmitted directly to his consciousness. You stand accused of violating the sanctity of the Bureau, of accessing forbidden knowledge, of severing the chains that bind cultivators, and of destabilizing the fate system itself. How do you answer these accusations? Baizhun stood at the center of the chamber, surrounded by the council members. He felt the weight of countless eyes upon him. Cultivators throughout the realm who were watching through scrying techniques, trying to witness this unprecedented trial. I answer truthfully, Baizhun said. I have done all that I am accused of. I have learned the structure of the Bureau and the nature of the fate system. I have severed chains that were placed by those who sought to control others. And in doing so, I have helped reveal the true nature of a system that was meant to be hidden. And you believe this is justified? The preservationist representative asked. You believe it is right to disrupt a system that has maintained order for tens of thousands of years. I believe the system is more corrupted than you acknowledge, Baizhun said. The original design of the architects has been compromised. What was meant to be a framework for destiny has become a tool for control, wielded by those who seek power over others. I believe the corruption should be exposed. The liberationists put you up to this, the evolutionist representative said. It was not a question. They have sought to use you as a weapon to trigger the system's collapse. I am no one's weapon, Baizhun said. I serve my own understanding, not the interests of any faction. The chamber fell silent. Above them, in the partially visible space where the architects were suspended, something shifted. Baizhun felt the attention of the Ancient Ones intensifying, as if they were leaning forward to listen more carefully. The question before this council, the Keeper said finally, is whether you should be executed as a threat to the system's stability, imprisoned to prevent further disruption, or allowed to continue your work. The council is divided on this matter. Therefore, we propose a test. What kind of test? Baizhun asked. You will be given access to a portion of the fate system that is normally hidden from all beings, the Keeper said. You will be allowed to examine it, to understand it, to work with it as you see fit. And at the end of 1 month, you will be judged based on what you have learned and what you choose to do with that knowledge. If you seek to destroy the system, we will know it, and you will be destroyed before you can act. If you seek to preserve it, we will know that too, and you will be granted a place within the Bureau's hierarchy. If you seek something else, something none of us anticipate, then the Council will defer judgment until the consequences of your choices become clear. Baizhun considered the offer. It was clearly dangerous, allowing the Bureau access to his intentions, his understanding, his plans. But it also offered him an opportunity that he could not refuse. A month of unfettered access to the fate system itself. I accept, he said. Chapter 48. The month of understanding Baizhun was transported to a chamber unlike anything he had ever imagined. It was a space where the fate system itself lay bare, fully exposed. without any of the normal protections or obscurations. He could see every chain, every connection, every flow of destiny energy through the cosmos. The scale of it was overwhelming, a vision so comprehensive that his consciousness nearly shattered from the sheer volume of information. He spent the first week simply learning to perceive without being destroyed by the perception. He built frameworks in his mind to process the information, developed techniques to focus his attention on one small section at a time without losing himself in the vast whole. What he discovered in that week changed his entire understanding of what fate meant. The chains were not arbitrary. They were not randomly placed or carelessly managed. Each chain had a purpose, a role in the larger fabric of existence. They served to connect every being to every other being through the web of consequence and causality. When one person's chain shifted, it created ripples that affected others. The system was not designed to control freedom. It was designed to encode freedom itself into the structure of existence. A being was not the master of their fate because the chains bound their actions, but because the chains allowed their actions to matter, allowed their choices to have meaning beyond themselves. A world without fate chains would not be a world of freedom. It would be a world of meaninglessness, where nothing anyone did would have any lasting consequence. But the secondary chains changed this balance. They were placed on top of the primary chains, and they distorted the flow of consequence, redirecting the natural results of action toward the purposes of those who placed the chains. The evolutionists' secondary chains turned cultivators into mere tools. The liberationists' attempts to sever all chains would result in a universe where nothing mattered. The preservationists, Baijan realized, were the closest to correct, but even they were wrong. The architects had designed the system to approach a cycle's end, not to be maintained in eternal stasis. The cycle's end was not collapse, it was transformation. In the second week, Baijan began to experiment. He cut chains carefully, deliberately, to see what results followed. He was astonished to discover that he could not destroy the primary fate chains without creating cascading failures throughout the system. The chains were too interdependent, but he could modify them. He could strengthen some and weaken others. He could alter their flows without severing them entirely. By the end of the second week, he had begun to understand something profound. The system could be healed. The corruptions introduced by the factions could be removed. The original design of the architects could be restored without triggering collapse. It would require careful work, extraordinary patience, and an understanding of the system that few beings possessed. But it was possible. In the third week, something unexpected happened. The keeper appeared in the chamber with him. "You have learned more in 3 weeks than most scholars learn in 3 lifetimes," the keeper said. "What have you concluded?" "That the system is worth preserving," Baijan said. "But only if it is fundamentally reformed. The secondary chains must be removed. The factions must be dismantled. The architects must be awakened to guide the next stage of development. The architects have already left instructions for what should happen at the cycle's end," the keeper said. "We have always known what must be done. We have been waiting for someone like you to emerge, someone who could not be controlled by any faction, someone who could see the system clearly enough to understand what must be done." "Then why did the factions not simply ask me?" Baijan asked. "Because asking would have implied a choice on your part," the keeper said. "And a choice that serves a faction's interests is not a free choice. We needed you to discover the truth yourself, to come to your conclusions through your own understanding. That is the only way the council would trust your judgment." "And now," Baijan asked, "what happens when this month ends?" "Now we prepare for the transition," the keeper said. "You will return to the mortal realm. You will spend the next year removing the secondary chains that bind cultivators. The factions will resist. There will be conflict. But you have my support and the architect's attention. When you have completed that work, the architects will awaken fully, and the next phase of the system's development will begin." Baijan felt the weight of this responsibility settling upon him. He was being trusted with the future of the entire realm, not through conquest or assignment, but through the genuine recognition that his judgment was sound. "I accept," he said again. In the fourth week, Baijan used his understanding of the system to map every secondary chain in the entire realm. He identified every cultivator who had been bound by the factions, every chain that served to corrupt the original system. It was exhausting work, requiring his full concentration and power, but by the end of that week, He had a complete picture of what needed to be done. When the month ended, he emerged from the chamber transformed. He was no longer simply an unchained being with the power to cut chains. He was the healer of the system, the one who would guide it through its transformation. The council was waiting for him when he emerged. Chapter 49. The War for Freedom. The first resistance came from the evolutionists. They had expected that Bai Zhen might protect the system, might attempt to strengthen it. What they had not anticipated was that he would target them specifically, beginning a systematic campaign to remove every secondary chain they had placed. The campaign began with a simple declaration. Bai Zhen appeared before the largest cultivation sects in the realm and made an offer. He would cut the secondary chains that bound them, free them from the control of the factions, restore them to genuine freedom. All they had to do was ask. The response was overwhelming. Cultivators came forward by the thousands, desperate to be freed from the subtle control that had shaped their lives. Bai Zhen worked ceaselessly, moving from sect to sect, from city to city, cutting the chains of all who asked. The evolutionists responded with force. They sent warriors, assassins, entire armies of cultivators to stop him. But Bai Zhen was no longer merely defending himself. He had the Keeper's support, and through the Keeper, he had access to portions of the fate system that even the evolutionist warriors did not possess. Battles erupted across the realm. In some places, Bai Zhen's supporters, the newly freed cultivators who wanted to protect his work, fought against evolutionist forces. In other places, Bai Zhen himself intervened, using his power to cut the secondary chains that bound the evolutionists' own warriors, turning them against their commanders. The preservationists, surprisingly, did not interfere. They saw Bai Zhen's work as necessary, as part of the cycle's evolution toward its end. They even began to quietly assist him, providing information about evolutionist strongholds and helping to shelter freed cultivators. The liberationists were more complicated. Some of them supported Bai Zhen's work, seeing it as a step toward the eventual liberation they desired. But others felt betrayed, believing that he had abandoned the cause of complete system collapse in favor of mere reform. A few even joined the evolutionist resistance, unwilling to accept that the system could be healed rather than destroyed. The war intensified over months. Bai Zhen's power was vast, but so was the evolutionists' desperation. They had built their entire philosophy around the conviction that the system should be used, exploited, expanded. The idea that the system should be restored to its original design, that their secondary chains were corruptions rather than improvements, was antithetical to everything they believed. In the depths of this conflict, Bai Zhen encountered the evolutionist leader for the first time. His name was Li Wei, and he was ancient beyond measure. Thousands of years of life had been added to him through the manipulation of his own fate chains, extended lifespans granted by the evolutionist faction in exchange for his eternal service. He had devoted his entire existence to the cause of system evolution, and he could not accept that his life's work had been wrong. They met on a mountain peak where the barrier between the mortal realm and the Bureau was thin. Bai Zhen could feel the pull of the higher powers through that barrier. The Keeper, the architects, all watching to see how this confrontation would unfold. "You condemn me for trying to improve what the architects created," Li Wei said. His body was ancient, worn by countless years, but his power was still formidable. "You speak of corruption as if the original system was perfect. It was not. It was a framework, incomplete, waiting for those of us with vision to expand it, strengthen it, make it truly meaningful. You attempted to make yourself a god," Bai Zhen said calmly. "You sought to wield the system for your own purposes, to reshape the destinies of others according to your vision. That is not improvement. That is tyranny dressed in the language of progress. And what is your vision then?" Li Wei demanded. "Return to stasis? Eternal, unchanging preservation of a system that was meant to evolve? That is merely a different tyranny, one that denies growth, denies change, denies the possibility that those who come after might do better than those who came before. My vision is for the system to evolve according to its own logic," Bai Zhen said, "not according to the whims of any faction or individual. The architects designed the system to approach a cycle's end where new powers would emerge to guide the next phase. I am not preventing that. I am clearing away the corruptions so that it can happen as intended. You are a slave to the architect's will, even if you do not realize it," Li Wei said. They created you for this purpose, shaped the Unchained to be exactly what they wanted. You are their tool. Perhaps, Baizhen said. But if I am, then I am a tool with genuine freedom, a tool that can choose to serve or not, to believe or question. That is more than you have ever had. Li Qin's power erupted outward. He had spent thousands of years cultivating strength, refining techniques, preparing for a confrontation exactly like this one. His attack was a tsunami of destructive energy, a force that seemed to bend reality itself. Baizhen did not dodge. He did not block with power equal to the attack. Instead, he extended his perception to Li Qin's chains and began to cut. Not the primary chains, those remained, binding the ancient cultivator to the fate system that had sustained him. But every secondary chain that the evolutionists had placed on him, every extension of life, every enhancement to his power, every modification that made him something more than human, Baizhen cut them all at once. Li Qin's attack faltered and failed. His body, suddenly drained of the artificial power that had sustained it for so long, began to age rapidly. The extensions of his life unraveled, and the cultivator who had sought immortality through system manipulation suddenly became mortal again. He collapsed, his ancient body failing, his power depleted. But before he fell into unconsciousness, Li Qin spoke one final time. "If you are right," he said, "then help me die understanding what comes after." Baizhen placed his hand on the dying cultivator's chest, and for a moment, he let Li Qin perceive what Baizhen had learned in the Chamber of Understanding. Li Qin saw the fate system, not as a tool for control, but as a framework for meaning. He saw the cycles, and not as destruction, but as transformation. He saw what came after the cycle, the new form the system would take, the next stage of evolution guided by the architect's awakening. Understanding flooded Li Qin's consciousness. And then, peacefully, the ancient evolutionist died. Chapter 50. The architect's awakening. With Li Qin's death, the evolutionist resistance collapsed. The faction had been held together largely through force of personality and the promise of immortal power. Without their leader and without the promise of external enhancement, the remaining evolutionists either surrendered themselves to Baizhen's ministrations or fled into hiding. The secondary chains were being removed from cultivators across the realm at an accelerating pace. Baizhen had trained others to perceive the secondary chains, and a network of chain readers had begun to form, spreading outward from his initial work, helping more cultivators achieve freedom. The realm was changing. With the secondary chains removed, cultivators began to discover their authentic destinies, paths that did not serve any faction's agenda, but that emerged from their genuine selves. Some of these paths led to conflict, as freed cultivators pursued goals that others opposed. But there was a certain rightness to these conflicts, a sense that they were genuine struggles of will rather than orchestrated manipulations. It was during this time, as the last of the secondary chains were being removed, that the architects fully awakened. The moment was felt across the entire realm. The suspension that had held them dormant for so long shattered, and three figures of pure power emerged from the deepest chambers of the Celestial Fate Bureau. They appeared simultaneously in multiple locations, visible to all cultivators through techniques that allowed even ordinary mortals to perceive them. The architects spoke directly to all consciousness simultaneously. Their words were not language, but understanding, transmitted directly to the mind of every being in the realm. "The cycle has been completed," they said. "The system we created has endured. It has been tested. It has been corrupted and healed. And now, as was always intended, we return to guide the next stage. The being known as Baizhen has proven worthy to advise us on this next stage. His freedom from chains has given him insight that we, bound to our creation, could not possess. We offer him a choice." The architect's attention focused on Baizhen, and he felt the weight of their presence, ancient beyond comprehension, powerful beyond measure. "You may join us in the guidance of the next cycle," they said. "You may help us reshape the fate system according to what you have learned. Or you may return to the mortal realm, keeping only your freedom, allowing the system to evolve without your direct participation. Choose." Baizhen understood what each choice meant. To join the architects would be to spend eternity in service to the system's management, to become something other than fully mortal, to surrender his freedom even as he had fought to preserve freedom for others. To refuse would mean accepting that the cycle's end was not his responsibility, that what came next was not his to shape. He thought of the cultivators he had freed, of the realm that was learning to live with genuine choice. He thought of the meaning that the fate system provided, the connections it fostered between all beings. He thought of the architects themselves, bound to their creation, unable to leave, unable to become something other than what they had made themselves. I refuse, Baizhen said. I choose to return to the mortal realm. The system is your creation and your responsibility. What I have done is what I needed to do. Remove the corruptions, expose the truth, demonstrate the possibility of freedom. The next stage is yours to guide, not mine. The architect's response was not anger or disappointment. It was recognition, perhaps even respect. Then we grant you a gift, they said. Your freedom will remain absolute. You will never be bound by chains, even as you age and eventually return to the chaos from which all life emerges. And we grant you this further gift. Any chain you cut will remain cut. The being you free will not be recaptured by the system's natural processes. They will remain free as long as they choose to be. With those words, the architects withdrew back into their deepest chambers. But they did not return to suspension. Instead, they began to work, reshaping the fate system from within, integrating what Baizhen had taught them about the system's true purpose, removing the last vestiges of corruption, preparing it for whatever new forms might emerge. Baizhen descended from the mountain and returned to the mortal realm. His work was not finished. It would never be truly finished, for there were always more chains to understand, more cultivators to help, more of the system's secrets to uncover. But the immediate crisis had passed. The realm had been saved not through destruction, but through healing. And as Baizhen walked through the settlements of cultivators, he noticed something remarkable. The people he had freed were beginning to help others. The knowledge of how to perceive chains, how to understand the fate system, was spreading through the cultivation realm organically, without his direct intervention. A new generation was rising that would never know the weight of secondary chains, that would grow up with genuine freedom as their birthright. The cycle was truly entering its next phase. Chapter 51. The Price of Freedom. In the weeks and months following the architect's awakening, Baizhen discovered that freedom carried a price he had not fully anticipated, a cost written not in suffering, but in the profound difficulties that came with genuine choice. The cultivators he had freed were discovering that genuine autonomy meant genuine responsibility, that without the guidance of secondary chains, without the clear paths that the factions had laid out for them, they had to determine their own directions. Many found this exhilarating. Others found it terrifying. Some thrived in this freedom. They discovered latent ambitions that had been suppressed by the chains, cultivated talents they had been discouraged from developing, pursued paths that brought them genuine fulfillment and authentic expression. These individuals flourished, becoming more fully themselves than they had ever been able to be. But others floundered. They had become accustomed to the chains, had built their entire identities around them, had relied on external guidance to structure their existence. Without the chains, they felt adrift, untethered, unmoored. They had been freed, but did not know how to be free. Baizhen encountered a cultivator named Jiang Mei, a woman who had been bound by the evolutionist's secondary chains for 15 years, who had asked desperately for her chains to be cut, who had rejoiced when they were removed, and who now, after 3 months of freedom, was falling into despair. I don't know who I am without them, Jiang Mei said, sitting in a monastery's meditation chamber, her voice hollow. The chains told me what I was good at, what I should pursue, what my strengths were. The chains gave me purpose. Now I have no direction. I could do anything, go anywhere, and that terrifies me more than any chain ever did. You have to build your own direction, Baizhen said gently, settling into meditation beside her. That is what freedom means. Not the absence of constraint, but the ability to choose your own constraints. The ones you decide matter to you. Not the absence of guidance, but the power to seek guidance you trust rather than having it imposed upon you. But what if I choose wrong? Jiang Mei asked, her fear evident in every syllable. What if I build my life in one direction and realize too late that I made a mistake? The chains never let me make mistakes. They guided me toward success. Then you will learn from the choice, Baizhen said. That is the burden and the gift of freedom, the price and the reward. Mistakes are not only possible, but inevitable. The chains prevented growth because they prevented mistakes. But growth requires the possibility of failure. Genuine development requires the freedom to choose poorly and learn from those choices. It was in conversations like these that Baijan began to understand what the architects had known from the beginning, that true freedom was more difficult to live with than any bondage could ever be. It required courage, profound wisdom, and constant self-reflection. It demanded that beings take responsibility for their own existence in ways that the chains had never required. Freedom was harder than slavery, and many beings would eventually choose new chains. Not the secondary chains of faction manipulation, but genuine commitments to communities, to practices, to disciplines and relationships that they chose for themselves. But there would be a difference. Those who built new chains for themselves would be doing so consciously, intentionally, with full awareness of what they were choosing. They would not be binding themselves to serve external powers, but to serve their own authentic purposes. And that, Baijan understood, was the crucial distinction. Those beings would be different. They would be choosing their chains rather than having them chosen for them. And that made all the difference between slavery and commitment, between imposed constraint and chosen discipline. Baijan also discovered that the removal of the secondary chains had cascading effects throughout society that he had not fully predicted or anticipated. Cultivators who had been bound to particular roles within the faction's hierarchies suddenly left those roles, seeking something different, pursuing genuine passions that the chains had suppressed. Trade routes established by faction-controlled cultivators began to change as different powers took control. Political alliances that had been maintained through subtle chain manipulation began to shift and reform as individuals acted according to their authentic interests rather than their programmed agendas. The entire structure of cultivation society was restructuring itself in real time, not through any decree or conscious planning by a central authority, but through the aggregate choices of countless individuals now free to pursue their own paths. It was a process of creative chaos, of emergence, of new order arising not from imposition, but from genuine interaction and agreement between free beings. This restructuring was not always peaceful or constructive. In some regions, cultivators who had been freed from chains, but who had no clear sense of purpose formed new organizations, seeking to establish order through different means. Some of these new organizations were genuinely beneficial, creating communities based on mutual aid and shared values. But others were simply new forms of tyranny, control maintained through force and coercion rather than subtle chains. Baijan found that freedom did not automatically create justice or goodness. It merely opened the possibility for both. Baijan found himself constantly moving, constantly responding to new situations, helping where he could, preventing the worst abuses when he was able. It was exhausting work, and it never truly ended. For every being he helped free, there were 5 more struggling with the consequences of freedom, 5 more who had been damaged by the system in ways that no simple liberation could heal. He began to understand that his task was not to free everyone or to solve all problems created by the system. It was simply to do what he could, where he could, when he could, and to accept that he could not save everyone. One evening, as Baijan sat alone on a mountainside, watching the stars wheel overhead, the keeper appeared to him once more. The ancient being had grown more solid in the months since his awakening, more real, as if the process of exercising genuine freedom was making the keeper more substantial and alive. "You are experiencing doubt," the keeper said. It was not a question, but a recognition of what the keeper could perceive. "I am experiencing the consequences of my choices," Baijan said, his voice heavy with the weight of responsibility. Removing the secondary chains freed countless beings from control and manipulation. But freedom itself is proving more difficult to live with than any of them expected. I wonder sometimes if I was right to do this. I wonder if I should have left the system as it was, imperfect but stable. The architects wonder the same thing, the keeper said, settling into meditation beside Baijan. They created the fate system to bring order from chaos, to give meaning to existence. But that meaning came at the cost of freedom. They have asked themselves 1,000,000 times whether they were right. I suspect you will ask yourself the same question for the rest of your existence. That is the price of genuine power, the burden of uncertainty about whether you have used that power well. How do you bear it? Baizhen asked, his eyes still on the stars. This uncertainty about whether you have done the right thing? By recognizing that the alternative, remaining passive, allowing injustice to continue unchallenged, is itself a choice, and one that I find more difficult to justify, the keeper said. I was bound into this role, assigned to maintain a system I did not choose to build. But I have found meaning in the maintenance of that system, in the knowledge that without it, the realm would descend into true chaos. You have found a different kind of meaning in liberation. Whether it is ultimately justified, only time will tell. But the attempt itself is valuable. The effort to free beings from unjust constraints has meaning regardless of the outcome. Then we are both gambling, Baizhen said. You with the system, me with freedom. We are, the keeper said. And perhaps that is all any being can do. Make the best choice they can with the knowledge they have, and then live with the consequences. The keeper's presence gradually faded, not disappearing entirely, but becoming more subtle, as if the ancient being was returning to other tasks. Baizhen remained alone with his thoughts and the wheeling stars. That night, Baizhen made a new commitment to himself. He would not attempt to control the consequences of freedom, would not try to shape the choices that freed cultivators made. Instead, he would provide tools, knowledge, healing, guidance when asked, sanctuary for those who needed it. He would work to reduce the immediate suffering caused by the transition to freedom, but he would trust that beings could find their own paths, even if those paths led in directions he would not have chosen. It was a more humble role than he had been playing, more accepting of limitation and uncertainty. But it felt more right, more aligned with genuine respect for the autonomy of others. Chapter 52. The second struggle 6 months after the architect's awakening, Baizhen learned of a problem he had not anticipated. The secondary chains could be cut, yes. But for most beings, cutting them created an instability, a period of adjustment that lasted weeks or months. During that time, the freed cultivator was vulnerable to external manipulation, susceptible to being captured and rebound by those who wanted to restore the old systems. The liberationists, some of whom had gone underground during Baizhen's war with the evolutionists, were capturing freed cultivators during this vulnerable period and forcibly placing new chains on them, chains designed to eventually lead to complete system collapse. These new chains were different from the secondary chains the evolutionists had placed. They were designed not to control but to corrupt, to introduce cascading failures into the fate system itself. A cultivator bound with a liberationist chain would eventually become a point of catastrophic failure, creating ripples that would destabilize larger and larger portions of the system. If left unchecked, the liberationist strategy could trigger the very collapse they desired, pulling down the entire fate system and potentially the realm itself. Baizhen discovered this when he encountered a cultivator named Zhou Tian, who had asked for his secondary chains to be cut 3 months ago. Zhou Tian had been thriving in his freedom, cultivating new techniques, exploring new understandings of the world. But during a routine check, Baizhen perceived something wrong in Zhou Tian's aura. The cultivator had been captured by liberationists and had been bound with one of their new chains. The chain was subtle, almost invisible, wound through the fabric of Zhou Tian's destiny in ways designed to avoid detection. Baizhen extracted the cultivator from the liberationist facility and worked to remove the new chain. But unlike the secondary chains of the evolutionists, which could be cut cleanly, the liberationist chains were entangled with Zhou Tian's genuine destiny. Cutting them threatened to damage the cultivator's authentic self. It took Baizhen 3 days of delicate work to untangle the corruption from the truth. When he finally succeeded, Zhou Tian was shaken but alive. Why would they do this? Zhou Tian asked. I was liberated. I was happy. Why recapture me? Because your happiness is a threat to their cause, Baizhen said. They believe that the fate system must be destroyed. But if freed cultivators are thriving, if the system can be reformed and healed, then their cause loses justification. So they are trying to prove the system cannot be saved by corrupting it from within. Baizhen understood then that his greatest challenge had not come from the evolutionists or even from the preservationists. It came from the liberationists, whose ideological commitment to destruction was so strong that they could not accept the possibility of healing. Over the next weeks, Baizhen hunted down the liberationist cells that were capturing freed cultivators. He found their bases, their hidden facilities, their stores of the corrupting chains. He liberated the cultivators they had captured and carefully removed the corrupting chains from each one. The liberationists themselves he approached differently than he had approached the evolutionists. He did not see them as enemies to be destroyed, but as beings who had become so obsessed with a particular vision that they could no longer see alternatives. When he encountered the leader of the liberationists, a cultivator named Wei Sheng, Bai Zhen made an unusual offer. "I will not kill you," Bai Zhen said, "and I will not bind you or imprison you. Instead, I will show you something. I will let you perceive what I perceive, experience what I have experienced in the chamber of understanding." Wei Sheng, who had expected execution, was wary, but curiosity moved them to accept. Bai Zhen placed his hands on Wei Sheng's shoulders and let his power flow into the liberationist, granting them temporary access to his understanding of the fate system. Wei Sheng perceived the chains not as instruments of oppression, but as connections, links that allowed meaning to flow between beings. They perceived the cycle structure, understood that destruction and creation were part of the same process, that collapse was not a goal in itself, but a means to transformation. When the connection broke, Wei Sheng fell to their knees, weeping. "I was wrong," they said. "I saw only the chain's capacity to bind. I did not see their capacity to connect. I wanted to destroy them because I hated what they were being used for. But the system itself is not inherently evil. The system is neutral," Bai Zhen said. "It can be used for control or for connection, for harm or for good. The question is not whether the system should exist, but how it should be used." Wei Sheng disbanded the liberationist organization and instead became one of Bai Zhen's most dedicated assistants, helping to identify and protect newly freed cultivators from attempts at recapture. The struggle against the liberationist corruption was not easy, but with Wei Sheng's inside knowledge and continued effort, it became manageable. By the end of that period, Bai Zhen had successfully prevented the liberationists from triggering system collapse, while also converting their leader to a new understanding. It was not a complete victory. Some liberationists continued their work in hiding. Some were too committed to their cause to be reached through reason or experience. But it was enough. The fate system was stabilizing. The cycle was continuing as the architects intended. And the realm was learning to live with genuine freedom, complicated and difficult though it was. Chapter 53. The new chains. A year after Bai Zhen had freed the first cultivators from their secondary chains, something unexpected began to happen. Freed cultivators were choosing to bind themselves with new chains, chains that they created deliberately, forged from their own understanding and commitment. Some of these new chains were chains of artistic commitment, cultivators who bound themselves to their craft, creating subtle chains that enhanced their ability to create, that provided focus and direction to their work. Others were chains of community, cultivators who bound themselves to particular communities or societies, creating structures of mutual obligation and support. The most surprising were the chains of love. Cultivators were creating bonds with each other that resembled the fate chains of the original system, but that were freely chosen, that could be broken without consequence if either party desired. At first, Bai Zhen was troubled by this. He had fought so hard to free cultivators from chains. The sight of them choosing to bind themselves seemed to negate his work. But then he realized what was happening. These new chains were different. They were not imposed from outside, but chosen from within. They did not constrain freedom, but created structures that allowed freedom to have meaning. A cultivator who bound themselves to their art still retained the freedom to abandon that art. A cultivator who bound themselves to a community still retained the freedom to leave. The new chains provided form to freedom without eliminating it. This realization led Bai Zhen to a profound understanding. The fate system itself had not been evil. The evil had come from the way it was being used, from those who saw the chains only as tools of control rather than as connections that gave meaning to existence. The architects had understood this from the beginning. They had designed the system so that freedom and connection could coexist, so that beings could be bound and still be free, could be constrained and still be autonomous. The secondary chains had been a corruption of this balance. They had sought to impose destiny rather than to facilitate it, to control rather than to connect. But the primary chains, the original structure of the fate system, were perhaps the greatest gift the architects had given, the gift of meaningful existence, of connection to something greater than oneself. Baizhan began to work differently after this realization. Instead of simply removing chains, he began to help cultivators understand them, to perceive them not as instruments of oppression but as connections. He taught them to read their own chains, to understand what their destinies meant, to see the patterns that connected them to other beings. Some cultivators still chose to ask for their primary chains to be severed. Baizhan honored those requests. But increasingly, cultivators were asking instead to understand their chains, to perceive them more clearly, to learn to work with them rather than against them. The realm was entering a new phase. The struggle between freedom and control was giving way to a more subtle understanding. That freedom and structure were not opposites, but dance partners, each giving meaning to the other. During this period, Baizhan encountered a young cultivator who would change his understanding once again. Her name was Li, and she had been freed from secondary chains as a child. She had grown up in the new world Baizhan had created, knowing freedom as her birthright rather than as something she had struggled to attain. "Show me how to perceive the chains," she said when they met. "I want to understand what binds me, so that I can choose whether to accept it or to resist it." Baizhan taught her to open her perception, and as he did, he realized that he was creating the first generation of truly liberated beings who were not defined by either bondage or rebellion against bondage, but who simply accepted the reality of the chains while maintaining their freedom in relation to them. Li was the future, and the future would be shaped not by Baizhan's choices, but by the choices of beings like her, who would inherit the reformed fate system and decide what to do with it. Baizhan felt something like peace for the first time since his journey had begun. Chapter 54. The long road years passed. Baizhan became a known figure throughout the cultivation realm, respected by many, questioned by some, feared by a few. He continued his work of helping cultivators understand their chains, of preventing attempts at recapture by remaining evolutionists or liberationists, of assisting in the integration of freed beings into new communities. But increasingly, he found that his work was becoming less about intervention and more about witnessing. The realm was developing its own mechanisms for healing, its own institutions for protecting freedom. A network of chain readers and fate interpreters had emerged, trained by Baizhan, but now independent, carrying forward his work without requiring his direct participation. This was, Baizhan came to understand, the true measure of success. Not that he had freed the realm, but that the realm had learned to free itself. He visited the deepest chambers of the Celestial Fate Bureau less frequently now. The architects were working steadily on their reformation of the system, guided by the principles Baizhan had helped them understand, but they had less need of his counsel. The keeper had been freed from bondage to the Bureau and had chosen to remain anyway, serving not out of obligation but out of genuine commitment to the work. The preservationists had largely disbanded as a faction, their role becoming unnecessary once the system had been healed and the corruptions removed. The evolutionists had fragmented, some joining the other factions, others forming new organizations based on the principles of conscious evolution rather than hidden manipulation. Only the liberationists remained as a persistent force, though they were much reduced in numbers and influence. Some of their remnants continued to work towards system collapse, but their efforts were increasingly ineffectual. Others had slowly come to accept that the system, when operating as the architects intended, was not the evil they had feared. One such former liberationist was Wei, who had become something like Baizhan's right hand in the work of establishing the new systems of freedom and connection. Together, they traveled through the cultivation realm, teaching, healing, helping beings understand the delicate balance between autonomy and community. During one of their journeys, as they were walking through a mountain pass, Wei asked Baizhan a question that had perhaps been building for years. "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you had made a different choice?" Wei asked. "If you had accepted the architect's offer to join them, to help guide the system directly rather than to free it?" "Every day," Baizhan said honestly, "I wonder if my choices were right. I wonder if I should have done more or less, pushed harder or held back further. I wonder what kind of realm we would have now if I had made different decisions at crucial moments." "And yet you continue," Wei said, "knowing that you might be wrong." "Because the alternative is paralysis," Baizhan said. "Because beings like Su Wei and Jiang Mei and Li deserve the chance to make their own choices, even if those choices turn out to be wrong. Because the system, as it is now, allows for that possibility in a way it did not before. They walked in silence for a while, the only sound the crunch of gravel beneath their feet and the wind in the trees above them. I used to believe that we could build a perfect system, Wei Xing said finally. That if we just destroyed the old and clear, we could create something purely, just, purely fair. Now I understand that perfection is not the goal. The goal is to create space for genuine choice, and then to trust that beings will make that choice wisely. That is a harder wisdom than the pursuit of perfection, Baizhen said. But I believe it is the true one. As they emerged from the mountain pass, they could see a vast city spread out below them. It was a place where cultivators from many different traditions had come together, where ex-evolutionists and ex-preservationists and freed mortals were learning to live alongside each other. There were conflicts and challenges, certainly, but there was also growth, creativity, genuine connection. This was what Baizhen's choices had created. Not a perfect world, but a world with the possibility of genuine change and genuine freedom. And as he looked down at that city, Baizhen felt that he had been right. Not perfectly right, not completely right, but right enough. Chapter 55. The discovery of the third in the 15th year after the architect's awakening. Baizhen made a discovery that would require him to reconsider everything he thought he understood. He was exploring the lower dimensions of the fate system, the spaces that existed beneath the primary chains, when he perceived something that should not have been there. A third layer of chains, older and more fundamental than even the primary chains that the architects had created. These chains had not been created by the architects. They had been waiting there, dormant, since before the realm itself had taken its current form. They were woven into the very fabric of existence, older than consciousness, older than form itself. Baizhen's first instinct was to perceive these chains carefully, to understand what they meant and what they were. As his perception expanded, he began to see them, truly see them, and the vision was breathtaking in its scope and terrible in its implications. The primordial chains were not solid like the secondary chains that cultivators could feel and bind themselves with. They were luminous strands of something that transcended physical form, visible only to those who had learned to perceive beyond the ordinary. They shimmered with colors that had no names in any language, existing at the intersection of gold and silver, of starlight and midnight. The chains moved with a fluid grace, like water flowing through dimensions that mortals could not access, like song made visible in the spaces between moments. Each chain carried within it a kind of resonance, a frequency of meaning that seemed to contain entire histories. Baizhen perceived strands that encoded connection and separation, that carried the weight of causality itself, that held within them the deep patterns of attraction and repulsion that governed all interactions between beings. Some chains were thin as threads, almost invisible even to his expanded perception, while others were thick as mountains, powerful conduits of fate that shaped the movement of worlds. What struck Baizhen most profoundly was that these chains were not constraining or imprisoning in their essence. Instead, they seemed to be the very structure through which meaning flowed. They were patterns, but patterns that emerged from something deeper than design or engineering. They were like the mathematical principles underlying the universe, not imposed from outside, but woven into the fundamental nature of existence itself. The chains connected everything to everything else in an intricate web of relationship and interdependence. Baizhen could perceive how individual consciousness connected through these chains to the consciousness of others, how intention traveled along these luminous strands, how the choices of one being created subtle harmonics that rippled outward through the entire system. It was beautiful and overwhelming, terrifying and magnificent all at once. As his perception expanded further, he began to understand that the secondary chains, the ones the architects had created, were like crude overlays upon this primordial system. They were attempts to impose a singular pattern upon something that was far more complex and nuanced. The architects had perceived the beauty of the primordial chains and, in their limited understanding, had tried to create a more ordered version, a system they could control and direct. But in doing so, they had covered up something infinitely more sophisticated. Baizhen's first instinct was to perceive these chains carefully, to understand what they meant and what they were. As his perception expanded further still, he realized the profound truth. The architects had not created the fate system from nothing. They had discovered it, had perceived these primordial chains, and had built their system as an interface to them. The chains that bound all beings, that connected them to destiny and meaning, were not artificial constructs. They were discoveries, revelations of something that had always existed beneath the surface of reality. This realization required Baijan to climb back into the deepest chambers of the Bureau to confront the architects with this discovery. "You did not tell me," Baijan said when he found them. "You allowed me to believe that the fate system was your creation, built from your own vision. But you were working with something that already existed." The architect's response was not defensive but calm, almost resigned. "We did not tell you because we ourselves did not fully understand what we had found," they said. "We perceived the primordial chains and attempted to organize them, to create an interface through which lesser beings could understand them. We thought that by doing so, we were bringing order from chaos. Now, after your work has shown us the nature of genuine freedom, we understand that we were, perhaps, attempting to impose order on something that had always had its own order." "What does this mean?" Baijan asked. "If the chains are not your creation, if they are primordial, eternal, then what does that make all of this? What does it make my freedom?" "It means that your freedom is also primordial," the architect said. "You were not engineered to be unchained. You emerged as unchained because the primordial structure of existence allows for freedom, for beings who exist outside the web of necessity. Your freedom is not an anomaly or a flaw. It is part of the system's deepest design." "But then the secondary chains, the corruption," Baijan began, "were always possible," the architect said, "because true freedom must include the possibility of choosing bondage. The cycle does not end in freedom or in bondage. It ends in genuine choice, the awareness that freedom and connection are both always available, and the wisdom to choose between them based on authentic understanding." Baijan descended from the chamber of understanding, carrying this new knowledge. It changed how he perceived his work, but it did not change the work itself. If anything, it deepened his conviction that what he had done was necessary and right. The realm did not need to know about the primordial chains. Most beings would never perceive them. But Baijan knew that there were others like him, unchained beings who would eventually emerge. When they did, they would be searching for understanding, searching for the deepest truths. And for them, Baijan began to create new teachings, new frameworks for understanding what the chains really were and why they mattered. Chapter 56. The Council of Freed Beings. In the 18th year after the Architect's Awakening, Baijan and Wei Sheng convened the first Council of Freed Beings. It was a gathering of cultivators who had achieved freedom, understood its profound weight and responsibility, and had chosen to dedicate themselves to helping others achieve the same. The council brought together the best minds from across the realm, chain readers, teachers, philosophers, cultivators who had struggled against the secondary chains and emerged victorious. The council was not a governing body in the traditional sense. It had no authority to enforce any decisions, no power to bind anyone to its will through chains or coercion. Instead, it was a forum for sharing knowledge, for discussing the challenges that were emerging as the realm adapted to freedom, for coordinating their work across different regions to ensure that the knowledge and tools of liberation were distributed equitably. Li, who had grown into a powerful cultivator and a genuinely gifted teacher in her own right, led a significant portion of the discussions. Her generation's perspective was crucial to the council's work. They had not experienced bondage directly, but had inherited the freedom that Baijan had fought for. They could perceive the value of that freedom without the bitterness or resentment that came from having fought for it. They could also see clearly the problems that freedom created, unobscured by the joy of liberation. "There is a question that many of us are asking," Li said during one of the council sessions, her voice carrying the clarity of genuine inquiry. "Now that we are free, now that we understand what the chains are and what they mean, what are our obligations to those who remain bound? There are still mortals in the realms beyond the cultivation territories who have no knowledge of the chains, no awareness that freedom is even possible. They move through their lives shaped by fate they cannot perceive, making choices they believe are free when in fact they are constrained by invisible bonds. Do we have a moral duty to reach them, to inform them, to offer them the choice of freedom? It was a profound question, one that went to the heart of what responsibility meant in a free society. And it triggered hours of passionate debate. Some argued forcefully for rapid expansion of the knowledge, believing with conviction that all beings deserve to know about the chains and the possibility of severing them, that withholding such knowledge was itself a form of oppression. Others urged caution, warning with equal conviction that introducing such knowledge too quickly could cause social collapse in communities that had been structured for millennia around the chains, that freedom introduced too quickly could be more destructive than the chains themselves. Baizhun listened to the debate for a long time, hearing both sides out, respecting the genuine moral weight of each position. When he finally did speak, his words carried the authority of someone who had faced these questions repeatedly and had thought deeply about them. The choice must be theirs, just as the choice to free yourselves was yours, he said simply and firmly. We can offer knowledge to those who seek it. We can present the information and let them decide. But we cannot and should not force freedom on anyone. Some beings will choose to remain bound, will find meaning and purpose in their chains, and we must respect that choice. Genuine freedom includes the freedom to choose bondage. But how do they make an informed choice? One of the council members objected, pressing the point. If they do not know freedom is possible, how can they choose what they do not know exists? They do not, Baizhun acknowledged, his voice patient. But neither can they make the choice to seek knowledge if they are not aware that knowledge exists to be sought. We cannot create awareness where none exists. What we can do is exist as beacons. We can let our freedom be visible, known, available to those who come seeking. Those who are drawn to that light can come toward it. We cannot and should not compel them to do so. This principle, that freedom must be offered but not imposed, that genuine liberation respects the autonomy of others even when they choose not to be liberated, became the foundational doctrine of the Council of Freed Beings. It meant that Baizhan's work would never reach completion, that the cycle would never be truly closed. There would always be beings who remained bound, always be those who did not know what was possible. But there would also always be those who sought freedom, and for them, the council would be there, ready to help, but never forcing. The council was not Baizhan's creation alone. It was the natural emergence of a movement that had begun with his first act of cutting chains, but had grown far beyond him, taking on a life of its own, becoming something he could not fully control or direct. He was an elder statesman in this council, respected for his experience and his wisdom, valued for his perspective. But the actual work of the council was carried forward by the next generation, by cultivators like Li and Wei and countless others whose names would never be recorded in the great histories, whose contributions would be forgotten by future generations even as their effects rippled onward through time. This was as it should be, Baizhun understood with acceptance. The greatest work was always done by those who came after, who built on the foundations laid by their predecessors, and then surpassed them, creating something neither the founders nor the inheritors could have fully envisioned. Each generation had to discover its own truth, make its own choices, chart its own path. Chapter 57. The cycle continues 20 years after the architect's awakening. Baizhun was no longer the most powerful or most influential cultivator in the realm. Li and others like her had transcended to levels of power and understanding that even Baizhun had not fully achieved. They had built on the foundation he had laid and then surpassed it, reaching toward possibilities he could only glimpse. The work of reformation was largely complete. The secondary chains had been systematically purged from the realm. The liberationist corruption was contained and gradually declining as their vision proved less appealing than they had anticipated. The realm had settled into a new stability, one that allowed for both freedom and connection, both autonomy and community. But new challenges were emerging constantly. Cultivators who had been freed from secondary chains were now developing their own power bases, their own influence and spheres of control. Without the constraints of secondary chains, some of them were beginning to exercise power in ways that created new problems, new forms of subtle control that were not chains, but that served similar functions. It was not quite a return to the old system of control, but it was a clear reminder that freedom did not automatically solve all conflicts or eliminate all forms of coercion. Freedom created the possibility of justice, but did not guarantee it. Baizhun found himself spending more and more time in contemplation than in direct action. He had learned to trust the systems that others had built, to allow other beings to handle challenges that he might once have felt obligated to address personally. He was learning the discipline of stepping back, of allowing others to face their own challenges, of trusting that the realm could function without his constant intervention. One day, as he sat meditating on a mountainside overlooking valleys he had crossed countless times, he perceived the presence of the keeper approaching him. The ancient being still moved with grace and power, but there was something different about the keeper now, a looseness, as if the being was no longer bound so tightly to duty. "You are contemplating retirement," the keeper said, settling into meditation beside him. "I am contemplating what it means to complete one's work and then step back from it," Baizhun said. "Is there a meaningful difference between the two?" "Perhaps not," the keeper said thoughtfully. "I have served the Celestial Fate Bureau for longer than you have been alive, longer than entire civilizations have existed. And now I am beginning to consider what comes after that service. The architects have asked if I wish to be released from my role, to be freed from my binding to the Bureau. They offer me the option of genuine retirement. Will you accept?" Baizhun asked, genuinely curious about what the ancient being would choose. "I don't know," the keeper said, and Baizhun heard genuine uncertainty in their voice. "Freedom is a gift I have wanted for longer than I can measure, longer than I can even clearly remember. But I also recognize that my service has given my existence meaning, has provided purpose and direction. To be truly free might be to face the void of meaninglessness, to discover that I am not actually interested in anything beyond the role I have played. That is a terrifying prospect." "You could find new sources of meaning," Baizhun said, speaking from his own experience. "Just as many freed cultivators have. You could pursue studies you never had time for, relationships you never developed, projects you always wanted to undertake. But I have become accustomed to my role," the keeper said. "It is confining, yes, but it is also comfortable. The constraints are familiar. Change is frightening, even when the change is towards something ostensibly better, even when it is something you want." "I understand," Baizhun said. "I face the same fear. My entire existence for the past 20 years has been defined by my role as the liberator, the unchained one, the one who cuts chains. If I step back from that role, what becomes of me? Who am I without that purpose?" "Perhaps you discover that you were always more than that role," the keeper said, their ancient wisdom finding expression in simple words. That the true Baizhun is not the liberator, but the being who chose to become a liberator and who will eventually choose to become something else. Identity is not fixed. It is something we choose and rebuild constantly. They sat in silence together, the ancient keeper and the unchained one, both contemplating the paradox that genuine freedom brought. Complete freedom meant the possibility of choosing bondage. Ultimate liberation meant the option to return to constraint, to find meaning in limitation and discipline. Both understood that the journey toward freedom never truly ended. It was a constant process of choosing and re-choosing, of building identity and then rebuilding it, of discovering new aspects of oneself as one had the leisure and freedom to explore. Chapter 58. The emergence of the fourth. In the 23rd year after the architect's awakening, a new phenomenon emerged that surprised even Baizhun, who had believed he had seen most of what the system could produce. Cultivators who had achieved a certain level of power and spiritual understanding were finding that they could exist partially outside the fate system, the way Baizhun did. They were not completely unchained. They still perceived and were actively affected by the primary chains, but they had achieved a level of autonomy and independence that placed them in a category between the fully bound and the fully free. They existed in a liminal space, neither completely constrained nor completely unconstrained. These beings, who came to be called the semi-ascended, represented a development that even the architects had not specifically anticipated in their original design. They were not part of the original system architecture. They were not flaws or corruptions that needed to be purged. They were evolution, the natural development of the system as it adapted to the presence of truly free beings and genuinely liberated consciousness. Baizhun studied this phenomenon extensively over the following months, meeting with semi-ascended cultivators, understanding their experience, learning how their perception of the chains differed from both his own and from ordinary bound beings. He came to understand that the semi-ascended were not evolving toward becoming fully unchained like himself. Instead, they were discovering a middle path, a way of existing that honored both their connection to the fate system and their individual autonomy. They were creating something new, not a return to bondage, not a move toward complete liberation, but a third way. This middle path fascinated Baijan because it suggested that his original framework had been too binary, too restrictive. He had thought in terms of bound and free, chained and unchained, constrained and autonomous, as if these were opposites that could not coexist. But the semi-ascended were showing that reality was more nuanced, more complex. Beings could exist in multiple states simultaneously, could be both connected and autonomous, both constrained and free. They could have constraints that they understood and accepted, that they could work with rather than fight against. When Baijan brought this discovery to the architects, sharing what he had learned from the semi-ascended, they seemed almost relieved, as if they had been waiting for this realization. "We were waiting to see if this would happen," they said through the communion that had developed between them. "We created the system to be static, eternal, unchanging, a perfect order that would endure forever. But in truth, we always knew deep in our being that genuine systems must evolve, must adapt, must grow. The semi-ascended are proof that the system is not broken or corrupted by your work, but developing as it should, as it was always meant to develop. They represent a new stage of evolution," Baijan said, his understanding crystallizing. "Not the end of the cycle, but the beginning of a transformation towards something we cannot yet perceive. They are showing the way toward whatever comes next." "Yes," the architects said, "and this is as it should be. The cycle was always meant to lead not to collapse or to permanent stasis, but to transformation. Your freedom has catalyzed that transformation. The realm is no longer trapped in the binary of control versus liberation. It is discovering new possibilities, new ways of being that we could never have anticipated." This conversation marked a significant turning point in Baijan's understanding of his own role and his place in history. He had seen himself as a revolutionary, as one who had fought against an oppressive system, as a liberator who would free others from unjust chains. But now he understood that he was part of something larger, a natural unfolding of the system's own potential, a catalyst for evolution rather than a destroyer of what had been built. His freedom had not destroyed the system. It had liberated it, allowed it to develop beyond the static perfection the architects had originally designed. Chapter 59. The Witness. As the 25th year began, Baijan stepped almost entirely back from his formal role as the great liberator and primary agent of change. He did not disappear from the world. He was still available to those who actively sought his counsel, still willing to help in situations where his unique abilities were necessary. But he actively handed off his primary responsibilities to the next generation, trusting them to carry forward the work that had begun. Li became the de facto leader of the Council of Freed Beings, her clear vision and ethical clarity making her the natural choice to guide the growing organization. Wei Xing took on the crucial role of coordinating the rapidly expanding network of chain readers and fate interpreters, ensuring that knowledge of how to perceive and work with chains was distributed throughout the realm. Other cultivators whom Baijan had trained over the years stepped into positions of greater authority and influence, each bringing their own perspective and talents to the work of helping others achieve freedom. And Baijan became, in essence, a witness. He traveled through the realm with no particular destination, no schedule, no obligations. He moved through communities that had been bound by secondary chains and observed how they had developed their own new organizations in the years since liberation. Some of these organizations were genuinely better than what had come before, built on principles of mutual aid and genuine community. Some were worse, recreating old patterns of control through new means. Most were a complicated mixture of the two, neither purely good nor purely evil, but struggling like all human societies do. He saw cultivators who had been freed from secondary chains flourishing in their autonomy, discovering talents and passions they had never been able to pursue, building lives of genuine meaning and fulfillment. He also saw cultivators who were struggling profoundly with the weight of genuine choice, who missed the clarity and direction that the chains had provided, who were learning painfully what it meant to take responsibility for their own existence. He saw the semi-ascended developing their own culture, their own ways of understanding power and freedom and connection. They were creating new forms of art, new philosophical frameworks, new approaches to cultivation that neither the fully bound nor the fully free had ever attempted. They represented the future in many ways, beings who could work with the system while maintaining their autonomy. He saw the primordial chains becoming gradually more visible to more beings, as if the realm itself was becoming more aware of its own deep structure. As consciousness evolved, the substrate of reality became less hidden, more accessible to understanding. Beings were beginning to perceive the chains not as separate from themselves, but as expressions of the universe itself. Most importantly, he saw that the work was not ending, that the cycle was not approaching its true conclusion, but was entering yet another phase, one that he could not fully perceive or predict. The future was open, genuinely uncertain, holding possibilities that had never existed before. During this period of witnessing, Baizhun spent considerable time in the deepest chambers of the Celestial Fate Bureau, in communion with the architects. They were still performing the work of system reformation, slowly, carefully integrating what they had learned about freedom and genuine choice into the deeper structure of existence itself. It was not the dramatic work of creating the system from nothing, but it was just as important, the subtle adjustment of fundamentals to allow for growth and evolution. Will you ever wake fully? Baizhun asked them at one point. Not merely be conscious and aware in this dormant state, but walk the world again, interact with beings directly? We do not know, the architects said. We have been dormant so long that we are uncertain what wakefulness would mean for us, what we would be if we were no longer bound to this work. And there is work still to be done here, at the deepest level of the system. This work may be infinite. It may take longer than even we can measure. And the keeper? Baizhun asked. What has become of that ancient being who carried the system for so long? The keeper walks the world now, the architects said. They chose to accept the freedom we offered, to step away from their eternal binding to the Bureau. They are discovering who they are when they are not defined by their role, what interests them when they are not obligated to serve. We believe this discovery will take them the rest of their existence, and perhaps beyond, that it will transform them utterly. Baizhun found the keeper months later, in a small cultivation sect far from the centers of power and influence. They were living as a simple teacher, sharing knowledge with young cultivators, drawing no attention to themselves, seemingly content in this modest role that had once would have seemed beneath them. You chose freedom, Baizhun observed when they met. I chose freedom, the keeper confirmed. And I chose to constrain that freedom voluntarily, to take on new bonds that feel less like chains and more like genuine connections. I am teaching because it brings me meaning, because I genuinely care about the development of these students, not because I am obligated to do so. That distinction is everything. The work I do now is chosen, not imposed. Do you regret your service to the Bureau? Baizhun asked. No, the keeper said. My service was necessary. Without it, the system would have collapsed thousands of years ago into chaos and destruction. The cycle would have ended in catastrophe rather than transformation. I am proud of that service, genuinely proud. But I am also glad to have moved beyond it, to discover who I am when I am not bound to such vast responsibility. Baizhun returned to his own wandering, his own witnessing. He had no destination, no goal he was trying to accomplish beyond this. He was simply moving through the realm, observing, perceiving, bearing witness to the consequences of the great upheaval he had catalyzed. He was watching the future unfold, participating in it when called upon, but mostly allowing it to develop according to its own logic. Chapter 60, the unchained end. In the final chapter of this stage of the story, Baizhun found himself at last in a place of profound peace and understanding. The work was not complete. It would never be complete, could never be complete. The struggle between freedom and connection, between individual autonomy and communal responsibility, between the desire to choose and the need to be chosen for, would continue for as long as conscious beings existed to participate in it. But Baizhun understood now that this ongoing struggle was not a failure or a sign that something was wrong. It was the point. It was the essence of what it meant to be alive. A system that allowed genuine choice could not provide permanent solutions, could not eliminate all conflict. Each generation would have to discover its own balance, make its own decisions about what mattered most, resolve its own tensions between competing values. He was sitting alone on a mountain, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of crimson and gold, when he felt the presence of many consciousnesses converging on that moment. The architects dormant in their chamber, the keeper moving through the world, Li guiding the council of freed beings, Wei maintaining the network of chain readers, countless cultivators whose names he would never know, but whose choices had shaped the realm just as much as his own. The semi-ascended discovering new possibilities, beings throughout the realm living their lives, making their choices, creating the future through the aggregate weight of their decisions. They were not physically present, but he could sense their awareness, their attention focused on him as if they were waiting for something, waiting for him to reach some final understanding or to offer some last wisdom. Bai Jun perceived then the true nature of what he had been all along. He was not a revolutionary hero in the traditional sense. He was not a liberator who had conquered an oppressive system and freed a realm from unjust chains. He was not a savior or a chosen one or any of the roles that stories usually place their protagonists into. He was a mirror, placed at a crucial moment in history by the architects, reflecting back to the realm what had always been possible but had never been fully seen. The reality that chains did not have to be evil and oppressive, that freedom did not have to be tyranny or chaos, that both could exist in balance, could feed each other, could create something greater than either alone. He raised his hand to the sky as the last light of the sun touched the horizon, lingering for that perfect moment between day and night. And he whispered a message that would be carried on the wind to every being in the realm, a message that would be remembered differently by each person who heard it, understood in ways suited to each listener's own experience. You are free. You are connected. You are constrained. You are autonomous. You are all of these things, at all times, simultaneously. The contradictions are not problems to be solved, but realities to be lived. The chains that bind you are not necessarily evil. They are connections, links that tie you to the larger web of existence. What matters is that you understand them, that you perceive them clearly, that you make conscious choices about whether to accept them or cut them. The power to choose how to hold these paradoxes is your gift and your burden. Use it wisely. Use it kindly. Use it truthfully. The sunset faded into darkness, and Bai Jun sat alone in the night, at peace at last with the knowledge that his work had not solved the realm's fundamental problems. It had not created a perfect society or eliminated suffering or removed the possibility of conflict. It had only made those problems more honest, more true, more genuine. The problems of freedom are harder and more authentic than the problems of control, and that, he understood with absolute certainty, was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The fate chains continued to flow through the realm, connecting all things, binding them in webs of consequence and meaning that could be perceived, understood, and worked with rather than merely suffered under. But now they were perceived clearly by those who had learned to see them, understood truly by those who had learned to read them, and accepted knowingly by those who chose to be bound. The system would continue to evolve, would transform in ways that the architects had never anticipated, would become something new and different as the generations passed. The cycle would continue, moving toward its completion and beyond toward whatever came next. The realm would develop in directions that no one could predict or control, unfolding according to the genuine choices of billions of beings, each one exercising their freedom in ways great and small. And the Unchained One would bear witness to whatever came next, moving through the world as an observer and occasional guide, a living reminder of what was possible. He would remain secure in the knowledge that he had done his part, that he had catalyzed transformation not through force, but through the simple act of existing differently, through showing what freedom looked like when truly claimed and lived. The future would be shaped by countless others whose choices were genuinely their own, by the semi-ascended discovering new ways to be, by the council of freed beings spreading knowledge and supporting transformation, by ordinary beings in small towns and villages learning to perceive their chains and making deliberate choices about whether to keep them or cut them. The story did not end here. It continued in the hearts and minds and choices of everyone the Unchained One had touched. It would continue into centuries and millennia beyond his own lifespan, transforming the realm in ways that neither he nor the architects could have fully foreseen. The true measure of his work would not be found in what he had accomplished, but in what others would accomplish. Building on the foundation he had helped to lay, surpassing him, creating something greater than any individual could imagine. That was the gift of genuine freedom and the burden of catalyzing true change. You could not control what came next. You could only trust that those who came after would make better choices, would learn from mistakes, would build something more beautiful and more just than what had come before. And that trust, Baijan had discovered, was enough. Chapter 61. The Awakening in the Archive. The moment Baijan cut the final seal binding the architect within the Bureau's deepest archive, the world did not tremble, it fractured. Not in the physical sense, though the stone corridors groaned and dust fell like ash from heaven, cascading through light that bent at impossible angles. Rather, reality itself split along the seams where the fate system had been sewn into the fabric of existence, threads unraveling in directions perpendicular to normal space. The seal itself was a marvel of ancient craftsmanship, woven from the concentrated intention of 1,000 cultivators at the peak of their power, layered with binding techniques that had been refined over millennia. Its dissolution released energy that had been contained for centuries, centuries of compressed time and suppressed existence suddenly released into the world like a held breath finally released. The light in that chamber became a thing alive, writhing with colors that had no names, that human eyes should not be able to perceive, colors that existed only in the spaces between decisions, in the gaps where one fate ended and another began. These were the colors of possibility itself, the visual representation of all the paths that might have been taken, all the choices that might have been made, all the futures that had been constrained and compressed into the narrow channels of the architect's original design. In those colors was the weight of ages, the accumulated longing of a consciousness that had been forced into imprisonment within its own creation, watching helplessly as the system it had built was corrupted and twisted into an instrument of oppression. The architect himself, if himself was even the right word for what rose from the shattered bindings, was neither young nor old, neither male nor female, neither wholly present nor entirely absent. He was the absence of these things, the space where such definitions had never taken root, the pause between heartbeats where time itself seemed uncertain. His form flickered between a robed scholar bending over ancient scrolls and something vast and incomprehensible, a presence that seemed to extend through dimensions the heavenly realm was not equipped to display. When he moved, space itself seemed to fold around him, leaving trails of distorted air in his wake. How long? The architect's voice carried the weight of geological time, the slow grinding of mountains turning to sand, the patient erosion of millennia. Mountains had crumbled to sand in the time he had been imprisoned, continents had shifted, entire civilizations had risen and fallen to dust, and that knowledge lived in every word he spoke, suffusing it with the loneliness of eons. The question was not really directed at Baijan. It was a question the architect posed to the universe itself, a question arising from the depths of imprisonment and yearning, a question that had no answer except the simple acknowledgement of immense time past and experienced alone. How many eternities did they keep me bound? The architect continued, his voice growing stronger, filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Not rage exactly, but a kind of profound weariness mixed with righteous indignation. How many rebirths of the world did I watch through the bars of my own creation? I have witnessed the rise and fall of empires I myself had laid the foundations for. I have watched disciples become tyrants. I have observed as my greatest gift, the ability to guide beings toward flourishing, was twisted into an instrument of control and oppression. And I could do nothing. I was trapped in the very system I had created, able to perceive the corruption but unable to act, unable even to communicate the nature of the problem to those who might have addressed it. Baijan did not immediately answer. He had cut the chains, vast, complex things that spiraled through reality like the threads of a cosmic loom, woven from the fundamental substance of destiny itself. But the cost of that cutting was becoming apparent with each passing moment. The fate chains binding every cultivator and mortal in the lower realms were fluctuating wildly, their patterns destabilizing as the consciousness that sustained them flickered like a candle in the wind. Some chains snapped of their own accord, leaving their bearers suddenly adrift in a sea of possibility. Others tangled and re-wove themselves in chaotic patterns, creating new bindings to replace the ones that had broken. Baijan felt the weight of what he had done settling onto his shoulders. He had freed the architect, but in doing so, he had destabilized the system that held all the realms together. He was looking at the beginning of a cascade that might not be stoppable, that might result in the complete dissolution of the structures that had held reality intact for countless ages. It was a sobering moment, and he wondered briefly if he had made a terrible mistake. The system was failing, fragmenting, collapsing from the removal of its original sustaining consciousness, and Baijan could feel the reverberations spreading through all the realms like ripples in still water. Centuries, Baijan said quietly, his voice steady despite the chaos erupting around them. Many centuries have passed. Your disciples imprisoned you within your own creation, turned your greatest work into your greatest prison. The architect's laughter was neither bitter nor joyful, neither triumphant nor despairing. It simply was, a sound like the universe acknowledging its own absurdity, like stars singing the songs they had sung since creation. I taught them the art of binding consciousness to system, of threading one's will through infinite variables, of making structure itself a reflection of intention. They learned their lessons well, perhaps too well. They bound me within the fate system itself, made my power fuel its operation, made my imprisonment the price of its function. Elegant, poetic, utterly insufferable. As the architect moved through the archive, the chains visible only to Baijan's perception began to shift and transform. New patterns emerged, not the intricate meshwork of the original system, but something chaotic and aggressive, as if 1,000 different designs were all competing for dominance. The architect was not simply exploring. He was actively reweaving the fate chains, pulling at threads that connected entire civilizations, reorganizing the entire structure of destiny itself with the casual skill of one who had designed it all originally. You must understand what you have done, the architect said, turning to Baijan with eyes that contained the memory of creation, the moment when he had first conceived of binding fate itself. By freeing me, you have destabilized the only system preventing the various factions and cultivators from discovering the true nature of control. Now they will seek to either restore what I built, to rebuild the cage and lock themselves within it once more, destroy it entirely and embrace chaos, or, and this is the most dangerous possibility, attempt to remake it in their own image, according to their own vision of what destiny should be. Baijan felt the truth of these words resonate through his being like a bell struck in a vast cathedral. Already, he could sense the shifting allegiances in the bureau, the way officials and cultivators began to reorganize their loyalties around the emerging factions. Some moved to contain the chaos spreading through the lower realms. Others saw in this confusion an opportunity to seize power they had never been able to grasp before. The carefully maintained equilibrium that had held the heavenly realm in check for countless ages was unraveling before his eyes, and there was no way to slow its collapse. "What do you intend to do?" Baijan asked, watching as the architect's form became more stable, though traces of his original incomprehensible nature still flickered around the edges like flames that could not quite be extinguished. The architect ceased his work and regarded Baijan with an intensity that seemed to bore through flesh and bone into the very soul beneath, reading there the innermost nature of his being. "That depends on you, Baijan. You carry no chains. You never have. That is not chance, and it is not accident, and you will come to understand that very soon, perhaps sooner than you wish. For now, I must inform you. The three factions are already coalescing. The Bureau seeks to restore order through the old system, believes that with proper oversight and stricter controls, they can make the chains benevolent. The revolutionary movement seeks to shatter chains entirely, to create a world where pure chaos reigns and each individual is entirely free. And there is a third group, one that has been watching and waiting in the shadows, which seeks to evolve the system into something new, something that they believe can satisfy both freedom and order." Before Baijan could respond, alarms began sounding throughout the bureau, a chorus of warnings that echoed through every corridor and chamber. The awakening of the architect had triggered defensive protocols that spanned centuries of careful design, automatic systems that had been waiting for exactly this contingency. Red light flooded the corridors, painting everything in shades of blood and fire. The taste of ozone and burning paper filled the air as the Bureau's protective formations activated, creating barriers between sections of the vast complex to prevent the spread of chaos. "They come to contain us," the architect said with a smile that held no mirth whatsoever, only the confidence of one who had designed all of these systems once before and knew their every strength and limitation. "How delightful. Let them come. I have been imprisoned long enough. It is time to see what has become of my creation and what prices those who rule it are willing to pay to maintain it." Chapter 62. The first confrontation. The Grand Council chamber was in chaos when Bai Zhen and the architect emerged from the deep archive, stepping through doorways that seemed to fold space itself to accommodate their passage. The high officials of the Bureau, who typically held the power of absolute control, were divided into distinct and hostile factions, their loyalty and allegiance reshaping themselves in real time as new information spread. At one end of the crystalline table stood xianxia, the council chair, his face a mask of cold authority, his hands moving methodically across documents and giving orders to subordinates who scrambled to carry out his commands. Around him were gathered the conservatives, those who had built their power on the stability of the fate system, those whose wealth and influence depended on the continuation of the current order, and who would not yield that power without bloodshed and the destruction of all who opposed them. The tension in the chamber was palpable, pressing against the walls like a physical weight. Several of the lesser officials had begun cultivating their energy in preparation for combat, their auras flaring with barely contained power. The air itself seemed to crackle with potential violence, with the kind of dangerous electricity that preceded open warfare. Servants and attendants had cleared the chamber hours ago, sensing the shift in the political winds, leaving only those with direct power to wield and direct stakes in the coming conflict. Bai Zhen could sense the fate chains of everyone present, and he observed them shifting and flickering with unprecedented rapidity. Loyalties were being reassessed in real time, commitments being weighed against survival, personal convictions being tested against the demands of faction loyalty. This was what happened when the invisible became visible. When people could finally see the forces that had been directing them, they immediately began to question those forces and to organize resistance. Opposite them stood Li Wei, a mid-level official whose position and rank had never truly reflected her intelligence or her ambition, who had secretly been organizing the revolutionary movement for years, patiently gathering disciples and followers, waiting for exactly such an opportunity as this. Her followers numbered perhaps 40, but they were drawn from those who had begun to question the morality of a system that bound every choice before it was made, that predetermined the course of every life before anyone had the chance to live it. There was a fire in her eyes and in the eyes of those who followed her, a fire born of genuine conviction rather than mere desire for power. She stood with her back to the window, ensuring that none could approach her from behind without being seen, a tactical positioning that suggested she had prepared for this confrontation with the same care xianxia had devoted to his preparations. Her followers were positioned in a crescent formation, blocking access to the administrative archives where the fate records were kept. Some of them had begun to glow faintly with cultivated energy, their forms becoming less solid and more ethereal as they prepared to transition into combat states, ready to shift their bodies into higher dimensional spaces where physical weapons would become ineffective. Between these two groups stood a third collection of figures, less obviously organized, but no less focused and purposeful in their intentions. These were the system architects, cultivators, and scholars who believed that while the current fate system had become rigid and corrupt, twisted from its original noble purpose, some form of binding and ordering of destiny was necessary to prevent the realms from descending into chaos and madness. They were not committed to the old order specifically, but to the idea that order itself was necessary, that freedom without structure was simply another form of imprisonment. When the architect entered, the room fell silent with the suddenness of a door slamming shut. Even those who had not lived through his imprisonment, who knew of him only through history and legend, felt the weight of his presence like a physical thing pressing down upon them. He was the architect of this entire system, the original creator whose genius had made the Bureau itself possible, whose work had shaped the very nature of destiny itself. Several of the officials fell to their knees involuntarily, overwhelmed by the sheer power of his presence. The fate chains visible only to Baijan's perception suddenly flared with activity throughout the chamber, as if every official's destiny was being rewritten in real time by the simple fact of the architect's manifestation. Shen Kaming, by contrast, remained standing, though Baijan could see the strain it cost him, could see the way his hands gripped the edge of the table so hard that his knuckles turned white. "Chair Shun," the architect said, his voice calm and measured and utterly devoid of mercy or compromise. "Your order has crumbled. The binding that held the fate system in equilibrium has been released. You have perhaps a few weeks before the entire structure collapses under its own weight, creating cascades of chaos throughout all the realms. What will you do?" Shun Kaming rose slowly from his seat, each movement deliberate and controlled, his hand moving to the blade at his side in a gesture that was more ritual than threat. "If you seek to destroy what you created, you will find resistance. The Bureau has evolved beyond a single individual's whim. We have built systems and structures that no longer depend on any one consciousness for their operation." "I seek nothing," the architect replied, his gaze sweeping across the room to encompass all three factions in a single look. "I simply observe what you will choose. Will you rebuild the cage? Will you surrender to those who would destroy it and create something new from the ashes? Or will you attempt something unprecedented?" The question hung in the air like a blade suspended by a single hair, ready to fall and shatter everything below. Baijan watched as the political landscape shifted in real time, as alliances formed and dissolved within moments, as arguments broke out in rapid succession between the various faction leaders. The architect stood with his arms crossed, seemingly unbothered by the chaos his mere presence had inspired, watching the realm's leaders scramble and squabble like children fighting over toys. Then, unexpectedly, the architect turned to Baijan. "Show them," he said simply, the command carrying the weight of absolute authority. Baijan understood immediately what was being asked of him. He extended his perception outward, a gift normally kept hidden and private, allowing the other cultivators and officials in the room to see the fate chains, normally invisible to all but a rare few who possessed special sight or had trained for lifetimes to perceive them. The experience was like switching from blindness to sight after living in perpetual darkness. Every person in that chamber suddenly saw the complex web of destiny binding every soul present, saw the patterns and the logic that had guided their lives and decisions, saw how they had been puppets all along. The reaction was immediate and visceral, and it varied greatly according to each person's temperament and philosophy. Li Yun gasped, realizing for the first time the true scope of the control she had been fighting against, understanding with horrifying clarity how thoroughly she had been constrained. Several of Shun Kaming's loyalists fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the sudden understanding of how thoroughly they had been directed by forces beyond their conscious awareness, how every decision they had believed was theirs had actually been orchestrated from the beginning. The system architects, by contrast, seemed almost serene, as if seeing the mechanism laid bare confirmed what they had always suspected, what they had always known in their hearts to be true. "Every choice you have made," the architect said quietly, and his words seemed to echo with the authority of absolute truth, "has been guided by these chains. Every moment you thought yourself free was a moment spent within a cage you could not perceive. The only exception in this chamber is Baijan, who has never worn chains. That distinction will become relevant very soon." Chapter 63. The revolutionary advance. Over the following days, the Bureau descended into careful chaos, a state of equilibrium between order and anarchy where no faction had sufficient power to decisively overcome the others, where all movement was tentative and constrained. Shun Kaming established martial law throughout the central administrative district, positioning loyalist troops and cultivators at every strategic location to prevent what he feared most, a coup by either the revolutionary movement or the system architects. But even as he moved to consolidate power, creating new hierarchies and new chains of command, something unexpected happened. Li Yun did not move against the Bureau with direct force and open warfare. Instead, she began to speak. She traveled to the mortal realms and the lower cultivation sects, her words spreading like wildfire through networks of disciples and followers, telling them the truth that Baizhun had inadvertently revealed to the Grand Council. The fate chains were real. Destiny was binding. Every choice they believed they had made freely was actually the result of forces that had been orchestrating their existence before they were born, before their parents were born, extending back through generations beyond count. The effect was profound and unsettling, spreading through the realms like a plague of consciousness. Some mortals despaired, unable to bear the knowledge that their freedom was illusory, that their struggles and triumphs and the love they had shared with others were all part of a predetermined pattern. Some wept. Others threw themselves from high places, unable to endure the revelation of their own insignificance. But a greater number became furious, their rage at being deceived giving them a strength they had not possessed before, a clarity of purpose born from righteous anger. They looked at the chains they could now see and felt only hatred for those who had bound them. In the eastern provinces, cultivators who had spent decades in seemingly peaceful meditation suddenly realized that their apparent enlightenment had been orchestrated, that their spiritual progress had been carefully guided along predetermined channels. The realization drove many of them into a frenzy of action. They rose from their meditation cushions and began destroying the temples that housed the fate records, using techniques they had been taught years before but forbidden to use without explicit authorization. Some of the older, more conservative monks attempted to stop them, and battles erupted in places of worship that had remained peaceful for centuries. The courtyards of sacred temples became battlefields as cultivators at various stages of advancement clashed, their energies tearing apart the intricate formations that had protected the structures for thousands of years. The revolutionary movement swelled with astonishing speed, not with recruits forced into service through coercion or propaganda, but with volunteers who had chosen, truly chosen, for the first time in their lives, to fight against the system that had controlled them. In the mortal realms, cultivators began destroying the shrines that housed fate records with systematic precision. Small groups of 3 to 5 cultivators would move from shrine to shrine, identifying the fate chambers and using coordinated techniques to breach them. The Bureau's defenders were not prepared for this kind of distributed resistance. By the time reinforcements arrived at one location, the revolutionaries had already moved to 3 others. In the lower sects, disciples organized mass escapes from temples and training grounds. But these were not the panicked flights of those fleeing oppression. These were coordinated, methodical operations where the younger disciples were guided out by their elders who chose to remain behind to delay the pursuing guards, buying time for their juniors to reach the safe houses that Li Yun's network had established throughout the realms. The system that had depended on invisibility and ignorance began to collapse as knowledge spread and denial became impossible. Within 3 weeks of Baizhan's revelation of the chains, nearly a quarter of the fate records in the lower realms had been destroyed or corrupted beyond use. The Bureau's bureaucratic apparatus, which had run smoothly for countless ages, suddenly found itself unable to track individuals and predict outcomes. This cascading failure fed back into the realms themselves. Cultivators who had relied on Bureau guidance for their paths forward found themselves suddenly adrift, their predetermined ascensions suddenly uncertain. Some used this newfound uncertainty to break free from limitations they had always suspected had been artificially imposed. Others thrashed about in panic, unable to function without the structure they had always known. Baizhun watched this unfold from within the Bureau, where he had been taken by the architect into a specialized chamber that existed partially outside the normal flow of time, a place where moments could be observed without the observer having to experience them sequentially. Here, he could view events in the lower realms without being physically present, a convenience that both comforted and disturbed him in equal measure, for it showed him the consequences of his actions with a clarity that was sometimes almost unbearable. "They are waking," the architect observed, his form now more stable than it had been during his initial awakening, though he had not yet fully adapted to the current age. He had begun to deliberately reshape himself into something more compatible with the current heavenly realm, though traces of his original incomprehensible nature still flickered around the edges of his being like images from a half-remembered dream. This is always the danger with revealing truth. Once known, it cannot be unknown. Once seen, It cannot be unseen. The veil tears, and what lies beneath is both terrible and beautiful in equal measure. Is that not the point of revolution? Bai Zhen asked, testing the architect's response, unsure of what answer he hoped to receive. To make people aware of what has been hidden? To give them the knowledge they need to make real choices? In theory, yes, the architect replied, turning from the observation chamber's great window to face Bai Zhen directly. But awareness without wisdom is merely rage given direction. Li Yun believes that the solution is to destroy all binding, to create a world where pure chaos reigns and each individual is entirely free to pursue their own desires without constraint or guidance. She has not yet discovered that such a world is not freedom, it is annihilation. Without some structure, without some guide, choice becomes meaningless. Total freedom is the same as total bondage, only it wears a different name and the shackles are made of possibility instead of chains. Bai Zhen considered this carefully, turning the architect's words over in his mind like a scholar examining a particularly difficult text. In his time viewing the fate chains, he had come to understand that they were not uniformly cruel or benevolent. Some bindings were gentle, guiding people toward lives of genuine happiness and fulfillment, allowing them to grow and change while still maintaining a basic structure of meaning and purpose. Others were vicious, forcing individuals into paths of suffering and sacrifice, demanding that they destroy the parts of themselves that did not fit the predetermined pattern. The system itself was not inherently the problem. It was the use to which the system had been put, the intentions of those who wielded it and directed it. Then what of the system architects? Bai Zhen asked. They seem to accept the bindings more readily than the others. They do not resist the structure as Li Yun does. Do they understand something that she does not? They have not yet grasped the central truth, the architect said gravely, his eyes reflecting the light from the observation chamber in strange and unsettling ways. They believe that with proper management, proper oversight, proper authority placed in wise hands, the fate system can be made benevolent. They are not wrong, but they are also not entirely right. A benevolent dictator is still a dictator. True freedom cannot exist under perpetual observation and control, no matter how kindly applied. Even the gentlest cage remains a cage. So there is no solution? Bai Zhen asked, feeling a weight settling onto his shoulders like a physical thing, pressing down with the force of all the impossible choices he had already made and all the impossible choices yet to come. No path forward that does not lead to disaster for someone. The architect moved closer, his form becoming more solid as he moved, and in his eyes was something like pity, or perhaps understanding born from millennia of observation. There is always a solution, but it requires sacrifice that none of these factions are yet willing to make. The fate system cannot be restored to its original form, cannot be destroyed entirely without creating catastrophic instability, and cannot be merely evolved into a different form of the same binding. It must be fundamentally reimagined by someone who stands outside it. Someone, perhaps, who has never worn chains. Someone who understands both freedom and structure, both chaos and order. The implication was clear, hanging in the air like a sword suspended above Bai Zhen's head. The architect was speaking of him. He was suggesting that Bai Zhen would have to be the one to find the solution, to carry the weight of reshaping destiny itself. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. Chapter 64. The third faction's revelation. The turning point came when the system architects made contact with Bai Zhen directly, a diplomatic overture that he had been expecting but dreading nonetheless. A formal delegation of 3 scholars arrived at his quarters in the bureau, their bearing formal and ceremonial, their intent clear and purposeful even before they spoke a single word. They had come to make him an offer, or perhaps a demand. It was difficult to tell the difference when power was being discussed and the stakes were the very nature of destiny itself. The leader of the delegation was an elderly woman named Li Wei, a name that Bai Zhen recognized from the historical records of the bureau. She had served as a high official for nearly 3 centuries, accumulating knowledge and influence with patient methodology. Her chains, Bai Zhen could see, were barely visible, worn so thin by her deliberate choices and careful living that they were nearly transparent, like threads of silk seen against light. This was a person who had come to understand the system so thoroughly that she had learned to work within it in ways that approached freedom, that created an illusion of choice so complete that the boundaries between free will and predetermined fate became almost invisible. "The Bureau is destabilizing," Xianwei said without preamble, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had seen this sort of crisis before and knew the likely outcomes all too well. "Shen Kaming cannot maintain order much longer. The revolutionary movement grows daily, with new adherents joining every hour. The lower realms are beginning to fragment as local powers seize the opportunity to break free from Bureau control. Unless something changes, unless some force intervenes to provide new structure and new purpose, the heavenly realm itself will fragment. This cannot be allowed." Bai Zhen gestured for the delegation to sit, though he did not sit himself, preferring to stand at the window and look out at the vast city below. "Why tell me this? Why come to me with these concerns rather than to the architect or to Shen Kaming himself?" "Because you are the only one who can see the chains clearly without the bias of personal interest," Xianwei replied, her aged eyes never leaving his face. "You are the only one who can cut them and understand what they are simultaneously, the only one who stands outside the system while still being capable of interacting with it meaningfully. We propose that you work with us to create a new system, not a return to the old way, which is no longer viable, and not the chaos that Li Yun envisions, which would lead only to suffering and destruction. Something unprecedented, something that respects both freedom and order, that allows for growth and change while maintaining the stability necessary for civilization to flourish." As Xianwei spoke, the other two members of her delegation unrolled scrolls showing detailed proposals for how a reformed system might work. Their plans were comprehensive and thoughtful, showing decades of careful work and consideration. They had thought through governance structures, decision-making processes, oversight mechanisms, all designed to prevent the kind of absolute power concentration that had led to the corruption of the original system. Bai Zhen could see the fate chains of these scholars, and they were intricate and beautiful in their own way, like delicate lacework or the finest porcelain. They had not been bound to wickedness or cruelty. They had simply committed themselves to the belief that some form of structure was necessary for virtue to flourish, that order and freedom were not mutually exclusive but could be balanced in proper proportion. And yet, looking at their chains more closely, Bai Zhen could see something troubling. A deep conviction that their vision of order was the correct one, that their understanding of what constituted virtue was the truth that should guide others. Their benevolence was genuine, but it was also the benevolence of those who believed they knew what was best for everyone, whether those everyone agreed with them or not. "Your proposal is thoughtful and well-intentioned," Bai Zhen said carefully. "But I notice that it assumes that your understanding of what constitutes flourishing and virtue is correct. What of those who might disagree with your vision? What of those who believe that order and freedom are fundamentally incompatible? How would your system accommodate their perspectives?" Xianwei smiled at the question, as if she had been expecting it all along. "We would seek to convince them through reason and evidence. But ultimately, if they refuse to accept the system, they would be constrained within it anyway. This is the fundamental problem that any governance structure must solve, the existence of those whose vision conflicts with the majority. Our proposal would handle this through education and gentle guidance rather than harsh punishment. But yes, ultimately, those who wish to destroy the system would find themselves opposed." "And if I refuse?" Bai Zhen asked, his voice quiet but carrying an undertone of challenge. "What would you do if I declined your offer?" Xianwei's expression did not change, did not show anger or disappointment or any response whatsoever. "Then the heavenly realm will descend into war. The Bureau will fight the revolutionary movement for control, each side convinced of their moral righteousness and correct vision. The system architects will be forced to choose a side, and that choice will determine the nature of the conflict that follows. Millions will die, both in the realms and in the heavenly realm itself. The damage to the natural order of the realms may take centuries to repair, and the suffering that will occur in the interim is almost unimaginable. We have run projections," she continued, gesturing to the documents on the table. "Based on current force distributions and commitment levels, we estimate that a war between the three factions would last approximately 40 to 60 years. During that time, cultivation progress would cease. The lower realms would be stripped of their most powerful guardians as cultivators are conscripted into military service. Starvation and disease would claim millions. The population of the realms would fall by perhaps 30 to 40% before equilibrium was finally reached. And when it was over, one faction would emerge victorious, and we would be right back where we started, with a single party in absolute control, perhaps even more brutal and authoritarian than xianxia, because they would have been hardened by war and convinced of the righteousness of using any means necessary to maintain power. That is a threat disguised as concern, Bai Zhen observed, turning to face her directly. It is a truth disguised as a threat, Li Wei corrected calmly. You have the power to prevent this outcome. That power brings with it responsibility, whether you wish to accept that responsibility or not. The question is not whether you will participate in shaping the future. The question is only whether you will participate consciously and intentionally, with full awareness of what you are doing, or whether you will participate passively, allowing events to unfold without your input. After the delegation left, moving with the stately bearing of those accustomed to having their visits receive respectful attention, Bai Zhen went to find the architect in the observation chamber. He knew where the architect would be, always in the same place when not actively engaged in his investigations of the current state of the system. The architect was studying the fate chains throughout the heavenly realm with an intensity that suggested he was searching for something very specific, watching them shift and tangle as the three factions maneuvered for position with careful deliberation. They seek to bind you, the architect said without turning from his work, without acknowledging Bai Zhen's presence in any conventional way, showing that he had sensed his approach long before he had actually arrived. To tie your power to their vision of what should be. They are quite clever about it, quite subtle in their approach. They present their goals as benevolent, as serving the greater good, and they are not entirely lying. This is the nature of those who would order chaos. They do not seek freedom. They seek to become the authors of the binding instead of merely subject to it. But they are not entirely wrong, Bai Zhen said, defending them despite his instinct to reject their proposal outright. Without some order, without some structure and organization, the realms will suffer. I have seen what happens when civilizations collapse into chaos. The suffering is immense. Yes, the architect agreed, finally turning to face Bai Zhen with eyes that glowed faintly in the dimness of the chamber. And that is the trap that makes them more dangerous than those who understand nothing at all. The system architects understand something true, something fundamentally accurate. A lie built on truth is harder to recognize, and therefore harder to resist. It is the lie that makes the truth palatable, and the truth that makes the lie believable. Bai Zhen felt the weight of choice pressing down upon him with increasing force, crushing him beneath the burden of decision. For the first time in his existence, he was beginning to understand what it meant to truly decide something, to choose without the guidance of fate chains, without the comfort of a predetermined path. It was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure, and he could feel the pressure building within him like a storm gathering on the horizon. Chapter 65, The Devastating Truth. The revelation came not in a moment of dramatic confrontation, not in a battle or a sudden clash of wills, but in the quiet hours before dawn, when Bai Zhen sat in meditation within his private chamber, trying to understand the nature of his own existence and the meaning of the freedom he had always taken for granted. The architect appeared beside him as if he had always been there, which was itself unusual and significant. The architect rarely sought out physical proximity, preferring to observe from a distance and allow events to unfold without his direct intervention. The very fact of his sudden appearance suggested that what he had come to say was of profound importance. "There is something you must know," the architect said, settling himself on the meditation platform across from Bai Zhen with deliberate formality. "Something that will change how you understand everything that has come before, every moment of your existence, and every choice you thought you had made of your own volition. Something that will force you to reconsider the very nature of who and what you are." Bai Zhen opened his eyes, though part of him wanted to keep them closed, to retreat further into meditation and avoid hearing whatever the architect was about to tell him. He had suspected, on some level, that there was something more to the story of his unchained existence, some secret that had been kept from him. No one in the heavenly realm was born without the fate chains. It was as fundamental to existence as breathing was to mortals in the lower realms. The very fact of his freedom was unnatural, unprecedented, a violation of the basic laws that governed reality itself. No accident would have produced such a being. Your chains were not simply absent, the architect said, and his voice carried the weight of a terrible secret, a knowledge that he had been reluctant to share but now felt obligated to reveal. They were not lost or never formed. They were deliberately severed before your conception, cut away by someone with knowledge of the fate system and the power to cut chains, someone with the skill to remove them so cleanly that no trace of their existence remained. Someone, a figure whose identity remains hidden even from me, made a deliberate choice to bring you into existence free of binding. Your entire life, your journey through the cultivation realms, your discovery of your ability to see and cut chains, your meeting with Li Yun, your ascent through the ranks of the Bureau, all of this was known to someone before you were even born. The words hit Bai Zhan like a physical blow, driving the air from his lungs and leaving him gasping in the silence that followed. Everything he had believed about his freedom, about his unique nature, about the choices he had made and the path he had followed, all of it was revealed in a moment to be part of a larger design, orchestrated and arranged with precision before his first breath. He had not escaped the system. He had been created by it, engineered to fulfill a specific purpose, crafted as a tool for some unknown master's intention. Who? Bai Zhan's voice was barely a whisper, forcing itself past the tightness in his throat. Who did this? Who cut my chains and why? I do not know, the architect replied, and the admission seemed to cause him genuine pain, as if the revelation of his own ignorance was a wound he could not quite heal. My imprisonment means I have been blind to events in the lower realms for centuries. I can perceive that someone with knowledge of how to cut chains moved in the past, that someone with skill and intention shaped your existence, but I cannot perceive their identity. It is as if they have shielded themselves from the fate system itself, making them invisible even to me, erasing themselves from the very structure that contains all possibilities. Bai Zhan stood, his meditation completely shattered, his mind reeling beneath the weight of this revelation. He went to the window of his chamber and looked out at the heavenly realm, at the vast city spread below like a jewel in moonlight, at the countless souls bound by chains he could see but no one else could perceive. He had come to believe that his freedom made him special, unique, elevated above the masses who were bound by fate. Now he understood that his freedom was itself a chain, just one that had been crafted with such subtlety, such deliberate precision, that he had not recognized it as such. The realization was crushing. He pressed his palms against the cool glass and felt something crack inside himself, something he could not quite name but recognized as fundamental to his sense of identity. Every moment of his existence that he had believed to be his own, every breakthrough in cultivation, every decision to pursue truth rather than power, every moment of compassion or mercy that he had thought sprang from his own conscience, all of it might have been engineered. All of it might have been part of someone else's design. His breath came in short, sharp gasps. He wanted to scream, to channel power outward and destroy something, anything, to make manifest the rage and betrayal he felt in his core. But he forced himself to remain still, to observe his own emotional turbulence without being swept away by it. This was one of the core practices that had always come naturally to him. This ability to observe his own reactions as if from a distance, watching his emotions without being controlled by them. And now even that ability felt tainted, felt like it might be part of the design. What am I? Bai Zhan asked aloud, his voice echoing through the chamber and dying away in the night. If my entire life has been orchestrated, if every choice I thought I made freely was actually the result of someone else's design, then what am I but a puppet dancing on invisible strings? How is my situation any different from those bound by visible chains? His mind spiraled through the implications of what the architect had told him, examining each thought and reaction to see if it was genuinely his own or merely the inevitable result of his programming. He thought of his hunger for understanding, and wondered if that hunger was a manifestation of his true nature or simply a motivational device encoded into his fundamental being by his creator. He thought of his compassion for those suffering under the fate system, and questioned whether that compassion was genuine emotion or merely the simulated appearance of emotion, programmed to drive him toward the actions someone else had intended for him to take. The existential vertigo was profound, the sense of ground shifting beneath his understanding of himself and his place in existence. For the first time, he understood something of what the people of the lower realms had experienced when their chains were revealed to them. The shattering sense that the foundation of their self-understanding was illusory, that they had never been as free or as autonomous as they believed. "You are more complex than that," the architect said gently, his presence warm and calming despite the terrible nature of the truth he had revealed. "Even if your beginning was engineered, even if the circumstances of your birth were deliberately arranged, your choices since becoming aware of the system have been real. You could have chosen to serve Shinkaming, consolidating power and maintaining the old order. You could have chosen to support Li Yun entirely, dedicating yourself to the complete destruction of the fate system. You could have chosen to work with the system architects, creating a new form of binding that would have been less onerous but still imprisoning. You chose instead to seek truth, to understand the system before taking action. That choice was real, even if the path leading to it was not. Consider this," the architect continued. "If your entire existence had been orchestrated to lead you to make the choices you have made, then whoever orchestrated it did so not by constraining you, but by carefully crafting the circumstances of your existence so that you would naturally tend towards certain choices. But the fact that they chose this method, appealing to your autonomy, your desire for truth, your commitment to understanding, rather than simply binding you as they might have, suggests something important. It suggests that they believed you capable of genuine choice, that they respected your autonomy even while seeking to shape your path. That is a kind of freedom, even if it is not absolute freedom. It is the freedom to choose what your designers hoped you would choose, but the freedom nonetheless." "How can I know?" Bai Zhen demanded, his voice rising with the intensity of his emotion. "How can I know that my desire to seek truth is not simply part of the design? How can I know that my attraction to understanding and wisdom is not exactly what someone else intended for me to experience? How can I know that this very conversation is not exactly what some master manipulator intended for me to have? How can I know that my rejection of all manipulation is not itself the most subtle form of manipulation, designed to make me feel free, even as I am being perfectly guided?" The architect did not answer immediately, taking a long moment to consider the question with the careful deliberation of one who had centuries of experience in grappling with similar questions. When he did speak, his words carried the weight of centuries of contemplation, refined and tested through countless ages of thought. "You cannot know with absolute certainty. This is the price of consciousness, the burden that all thinking beings must bear. The moment you become aware, the moment you begin to question and to reason, you lose the comfort of simple acceptance. But you can choose, in this moment and every moment that follows, to act with intention and awareness. You can choose to question the design, even if you cannot escape it. You can choose to act in ways that subvert what others might expect of you. And in making those choices consciously, with full knowledge of what you are and what has been done to you, you create something that approximates freedom, even if it is not absolute. Perfect freedom is not achievable in a universe where causation exists, where choices have consequences, where you are connected to other beings through webs of interdependence. But authentic freedom, the freedom to choose with full awareness of your circumstances and full acceptance of responsibility for your choices, that is available to you regardless of your origins. Bai Zhen sat back down, the weight of this knowledge settling over him like a heavy cloak that would never be fully removed. He had been given a terrible gift, the knowledge of his own manipulation, the certainty that his freedom was engineered and not natural. With that knowledge came the possibility of genuine choice, the opportunity to act differently than expected, but also the crushing uncertainty of never knowing if his choices were truly his own or merely different expressions of the same design. And yet, as the architect's words sank into him, he began to understand something important. The architect was right that this question had no absolute answer, that he would never achieve perfect certainty about the authenticity of his choices. But that did not mean his choices were not authentic. It meant that authenticity was not a question of external verification, but of internal commitment. His choices were real because he made them with full knowledge and full acceptance of responsibility. That was enough. The three factions will soon move openly against each other, the architect continued, his voice taking on the quality of prophecy. Xianxia is preparing a massive purge of suspected revolutionary sympathizers, a great cleansing that he believes will restore order and stability. Li Wei is gathering forces for an assault on the Bureau's central infrastructure, preparing to strike at the heart of the system she wishes to destroy. The system architects are positioning themselves to take control once the chaos reaches its peak, planning to offer themselves as the rational alternative to the madness of war. In the midst of this conflict, you must decide what you will do. Not what you were designed to do, not what some unknown architect expects of you, but what you actually choose to do, with full knowledge of the situation and the consequences. As the architect faded back into the deeper parts of the heavenly realm, dissolving into shadow and possibility, leaving Bai Zhen alone with his thoughts and his questions, one question remained burning in his mind with an intensity that would not diminish. Who had cut his chains, and what were they still expecting him to become? What was the purpose of his existence if not to fulfill some greater design? And in discovering that purpose and refusing it, would he finally become free? Chapter 66. The shattering of alliance in the darkness before the first military engagement, the Bureau fell into an uneasy stillness, a moment suspended between preparation and violence where all the various parties scrambled to strengthen their positions and marshal their forces. Xianxia moved with the precision of someone who had planned for this contingency countless times in his mind, issuing orders that reorganized the entire military structure of the heavenly realm and placed absolute loyalty tests on every commander. Those who could not demonstrate perfect allegiance to his vision of restored order were quietly removed from their positions and reassigned to roles where they could cause no strategic damage. Bai Zhen received word through the architect's network of information that the purge had already begun. Cultivators who had shown sympathy to the revolutionary cause were being arrested in the dead of night. Their properties were seized and their families were taken into protective custody, a euphemism that everyone understood to mean they were being held hostage, leveraged to ensure compliance. The system architects watched this unfold with visible approval, though they had not been consulted in the planning. It seemed that Xianxia believed that by demonstrating strength and ruthlessness, he could bring them to heel and convince them that their interests were better served by joining his faction. But then something unexpected happened. One of the system architects, a scholar named Tian whose knowledge of the original fate system rivaled even that of some bureau officials, approached Bai Zhen with news that would change the course of everything. She brought with her documents, ancient scrolls hidden away in restricted archives, records that showed the architect's original design more clearly than anyone had seen it in millennia. The documents were guarded. Tian had had to fight her way through a dozen defensive formations to reach them. Her robes were singed from contact with some ancient ward, her cultivation base temporarily depleted from the effort of breaching the security measures. Yet despite her exhaustion, there was a light in her eyes, a fierce determination that spoke to the significance of what she had discovered. "I have found something," Tian said, her hands trembling as she unrolled a scroll that glowed faintly with age and power. Records written by the architect himself, before his imprisonment. "Look here." He wrote about the possibility of someone born without chains, about how such a being might be created as a failsafe, a way to prevent any single faction from gaining absolute control. He wrote this before he was imprisoned, before his disciples turned on him. As she spoke, she pointed to specific passages, written in the architect's own hand, using techniques of notation that had been refined over centuries of study. The passages described in detail how the fate system could be modified to create an exception, a being born outside the network of bindings, capable of perceiving the chains but not subject to them. Bai Zhen leaned closer, reading the precise calligraphy that flowed across the ancient paper, and understanding began to dawn. The architect had planned his own imprisonment, or at least had anticipated it. He had written contingencies into the very structure of the system, creating safeguards that no one had suspected. And Bai Zhen, the chainless one, was apparently one of those safeguards. But there was something else in the documents, something that made Bai Zhen's understanding deepen further. The architect had not simply written instructions for how to create such a being. He had written a meditation on what it would mean to be such a being, written with startling emotional depth about the burden of standing outside a system while being capable of affecting it, about the loneliness of unique insight, about the terrible choices that such a being would inevitably face. Why did he not tell me this? Bai Zhen asked quietly, feeling the ground shifting beneath his understanding once more. Perhaps, Yu Tian said carefully, because the knowledge would have been a burden he did not wish you to carry. If you had known that your existence was planned, that you were created specifically to be a safeguard against his own fate, how would that have changed your choices? Would you still have freedom? Would you still seek to understand the system rather than simply destroy it or maintain it? The question struck deep, and Bai Zhen had no immediate answer. Before he could formulate a response, alarms began sounding again throughout the bureau, different from the ones that had sounded when the architect first awakened. These were the alarms of active military engagement, the bells and bells of the war that Li Wei had warned would come. The revolutionary movement had made their first move, and it was devastating in its precision. They did not attack the bureau directly, which would have been suicidal. Instead, they moved against the fate record chambers throughout the lower realms, destroying the archives where the chains of millions were recorded and regulated. Without these records, without the ability to track and control the chains of individual cultivators and mortals, the Bureau's power was severely diminished. In the Western sects, the first major battle erupted around the Grand Archive of Ancestral Recordings. The Bureau's defenders, cultivators at the immortal and transcendent stages, trained specifically to protect such vital infrastructure, had prepared well, establishing multiple nested defensive formations around the archive. But the revolutionary forces came in overwhelming numbers, having coordinated their attack across many locations to ensure that the Bureau's military resources would be spread too thin. The initial clash was catastrophic. A revolutionary cultivator at the early transcendent stage, a woman named Su Ming who had spent decades in enforced servitude before her eyes were opened to the chains, unleashed a technique that tore through the outer defensive formation. The ground itself split, trenches opening in the stone as her power flowed outward in a controlled wave. 3 defending cultivators were caught in the blast, their forms unraveling as the raw power overwhelmed their protections. The battle spiraled into chaos. Revolutionary forces moved deeper into the archive, destroying the fate records with single-minded determination. The defenders focused on containment rather than victory, recognizing that if the revolutionary forces successfully destroyed the records, the loss would be permanent and devastating to the Bureau's operations. Battles raged through the corridors of the archive for hours, with neither side able to decisively overcome the other. Shen Kaming's response was immediate and brutal. He authorized the first openly destructive use of the Bureau's military force against civilians in centuries, targeting the locations where revolutionary movement cells were known to operate. He dispatched his elite military units, cultivators who had been trained for decades as weapons, who viewed killing as simply another form of cultivation technique, necessary and without moral weight. The devastation was incredible. Entire sects were destroyed in the opening days, reduced to rubble and ash. The Grand Archive of Ancestral Recordings, which had stood for over 10,000 years and contained knowledge accumulated over countless ages, was completely obliterated when Shen Kaming's forces decided that denying the records to the revolutionary movement was more important than preserving them. The lives of thousands of disciples who had nothing to do with the revolutionary movement were ended in the bombing, considered acceptable collateral damage in the greater struggle for control. Other sects that had shown sympathy to the revolutionary cause were purged, their inhabitants slaughtered without trial or judgment. The Bureau's military became an instrument of terror, moving through the lower realms like an unstoppable storm, destroying all resistance and making examples of entire communities to discourage further defiance. Chapter 67. The Architect's Intervention. It was at this moment of maximum chaos and death that the architect made a decision that shook all 3 factions to their core. He appeared in the center of the battlefield where a major engagement between Bureau forces and revolutionary movement cells was taking place, manifesting in his full, incomprehensible form, allowing all present to perceive the vastness and the terrible beauty of his true nature. The battle had been raging for hours, with neither side yielding, with bodies piled high and the ground made slick with cultivators' blood. Hundreds had already died, and hundreds more were locked in desperate combat, their techniques tearing apart the earth and shattering the sky. The architect's manifestation created a shockwave that rippled outward, stopping every combatant mid-technique. Cultivators froze in mid-strike, their power caught in suspension. The very air seemed to hold its breath. Colors drained from the world for a moment, and when they returned, they carried a new intensity, as if the architect's presence was teaching reality what true colors actually were. When the architect moved, the chains of everyone present froze in place, suspended in time and space. Not broken, frozen. It was a subtle distinction, but an important one. The chains were still there, but they were no longer actively constraining the individuals bound by them. The effect was like suddenly removing chains that had been worn so long that they had become part of the body. Everyone present experienced a moment of perfect freedom, a taste of what it would be like to exist entirely unconstrained by fate, and for most of them, it was the most terrifying moment of their lives. Revolutionary fighters felt the chains that had bound them suddenly release their pressure, and for a moment they experienced something like transcendence. All the limitations they had felt throughout their lives, the subtle barriers that prevented them from pursuing certain paths, the inexplicable obstacles that appeared whenever they deviated too far from their predetermined courses, all of it vanished. They felt capable of anything, unlimited, truly free. Bureau defenders, by contrast, experienced the sudden absence of the chains that had supported them, that had guided them toward their missions with the comfort of absolute certainty. Without the chains, their actions suddenly seemed less justified, less righteous, more obviously the product of following orders rather than pursuing genuine conviction. Enough, the architect said, and his voice carried absolute authority, the voice of one who had created the very forces that were now tearing the realms apart. You war for control of a system that you do not understand, destroying that which can be rebuilt only with the expenditure of countless lives. The Bureau seeks to restore something that was already broken. The revolutionary movement seeks to destroy something that cannot be destroyed without catastrophic consequences. The system architects seek to improve something that they do not fully comprehend. All three are acting from partial knowledge and misdirected intention. And all three are wrong, which is why none of you deserve to rule over what comes next. He extended his perception outward, and those present could sense the scope of his awareness. Thousands of years of accumulated knowledge, the direct memory of creating the fate system, the understanding of every thread and every connection that held the realms together. Beside this awareness, the understanding of the greatest scholars and leaders present seemed like that of infants comparing their knowledge to the accumulated wisdom of their elders. I have decided that the fate system, in its current form, will cease to exist. Not because it should be destroyed, but because it has become something other than what I created. The chains have become chains, pure and simple, rather than guides and structures for growth. They have become instruments of control rather than frameworks for understanding. And this is intolerable. I have carried this system for 10,000 years, watched it corrupt and degrade, and I will no longer bear witness to its transformation into pure oppression. The architect raised his hand, and throughout the heavenly realm and all the lower realms, something fundamental shifted. Every heavenly official felt it simultaneously, a sensation like the ground disappearing beneath their feet. The system they had structured their entire existence around, the framework that had made sense of their lives, was being unmade. The chains that bound every being began to dissolve, not violently or suddenly, but gradually, fading like fog in morning sunlight. But it was not a gentle dissolution. It was more like watching the walls of a building collapse into dust, inevitable and complete, but leaving behind a landscape of devastation. Within moments, every cultivator, every mortal, every being in all the realms experienced the sudden absence of the binding they had carried their entire existence. Some chains had been worn for millennia, and their removal left behind hollow spaces in the psyche, empty places where guidance and direction had always been present. The results were catastrophic and beautiful in equal measure. Without the guidance of the chains, many people broke, their minds unable to cope with the sudden openness of infinite possibility. Others rose up with a strength they had never possessed, suddenly aware of capabilities and potential that had been constrained for their entire lives. Some wept with joy, others screamed in terror or rage. But there was something else happening simultaneously, something that only Bai Zhen and the architect could perceive. The chaos caused by the sudden dissolution of the fate system was creating instability in the fabric of reality itself. The structure that had held the realms together for countless ages was being torn apart by the removal of the unifying principle that had held it intact. You see, the architect said, turning to Bai Zhen with sadness in his eyes. This is why you cannot simply destroy the system. The realms themselves depend on it. We need a new system, one that provides structure without constraint, that guides without binding. And you, Bai Zhen, are the only one who can design it, because you are the only one who understands both freedom and order, both chaos and structure. Chapter 68. The impossible choice. With the chains dissolved, the three factions ceased their warfare, not out of agreement, but out of mutual shock and confusion. Shun Kaming's authority evaporated instantly with the dissolution of the chains, as did Li Yun's revolutionary fervor. Without something to rebel against, without the visible bindings that had unified their movement, the revolutionary movement fragmented into 1,000 different groups with conflicting visions of what should come next. The system architects moved with surprising speed and coordination, revealing that they had been preparing for exactly this moment. Within hours, they had established a provisional government and were moving to consolidate power under the banner of maintaining stability during the transition. They controlled the major administrative centers and had enough cultivators loyal to their cause to enforce their will. But their authority was fragile and tenuous, dependent entirely on the acquiescence of the population, which could be withdrawn at any moment. The realms had tasted freedom, had experienced a moment of absolute choice and possibility, and they were not eager to return to binding and constraint, even if the constraint came wrapped in promises of benevolence and order. Bai Zhen found himself in an impossible position. The architect was right. Without a system of some kind, the realms were literally coming apart. The boundaries between the different levels of reality were beginning to blur. The fundamental laws of physics and magic were becoming inconsistent. Entire regions were beginning to collapse in on themselves as the underlying structure that held them together dissolved. In the eastern territories, entire mountains were losing solidity, becoming translucent and ephemeral, hovering in the air like clouds before dissolving into nothing. Cultivators who had built sects on the stable foundations of those mountains found themselves falling through empty space. The cultivators themselves were transformed by the dissolution. Some found that certain techniques no longer worked, as if the fundamental laws they depended on had been revoked. Others discovered that their cultivation bases, which should have been stable and unchanging, were fluctuating wildly, gaining and losing power moment by moment. In the mortal realms, the situation was even more dire. The natural cycles that had always been reliable, the seasons, the weather, the growth of crops, all became unpredictable. Some regions experienced eternal summer while others froze into endless winter. The fundamental laws of nature were becoming suggestions rather than absolutes. Civilizations that had spent millennia developing technologies and social structures dependent on natural predictability found those structures crumbling overnight. But creating a new system meant making fundamental choices about what all the beings in all the realms would experience. It meant taking responsibility for shaping the fate of trillions. It meant becoming a tyrant, no matter how benevolent he tried to be, because any system created would inevitably constrain some and guide others. Even a system designed to minimize constraints and maximize freedom would be making choices about which forms of freedom were allowed and which were discouraged or prevented. Xianxia came to him with a proposal from the system architects. "We can work together," she said. "You understand the chains, what they are and what they do. We understand governance and structure. Together, we could create something that no faction could create alone. A system that is transparent, where everyone understands how the chains work and why they are being bound. A system that allows for freedom within a framework of order." "But it would still be binding," Bai Zhen said, rejecting the proposal before she had even finished presenting it. "Yes," Xianxia admitted, "but binding need not be imprisonment. A river is bound by its banks, yet it flows freely. A tree is bound by its roots, yet it grows. Some constraint is necessary for life to have meaning and structure. Bai Zhen walked alone through the heavenly realm for the first time since the chains had dissolved, seeing what was happening without the guidance of the architect or the input of any faction. The sight was heartbreaking. Without structure, without guidance, the lower realms were descending into genuine chaos. Civilizations were collapsing. The coordination that had held together complex societies was falling apart. Trade networks that had spanned continents and involved millions of individual transactions were breaking down because no one could rely on anyone else to keep their commitments. Families that had lived in the same locations for generations were abandoning their homes and fleeing toward uncertain destinations, driven by fear and the complete loss of the familiar patterns that had always ordered their lives. In one region, a powerful cultivator who had been suppressed by the Bureau for decades saw his opportunity and seized power with brutal efficiency, establishing a local warlord state based on cultivation strength rather than wisdom or virtue. In another region, a group of scholars attempted to establish a new order based purely on democratic principles, only to find that pure democracy, without any binding structure, quickly devolved into endless debate and decision paralysis. Entire communities starved to death while trying to achieve consensus on how to distribute food supplies. But there was also something beautiful happening in the chaos. New structures were emerging spontaneously. Communities were organizing themselves around shared values and common interests rather than external constraints. Some groups rediscovered ancient arts and techniques that the Bureau had suppressed for millennia, finding that freedom meant having access to knowledge that had been deliberately kept hidden. Others forged new bonds of cooperation based on genuine affection rather than predetermined connections. It was messy and inefficient, but it had a quality of genuine choice that the old system had never possessed. Bai Zhen observed all of this with a clarity that came from his unique position outside the system. He could see both the suffering caused by the dissolution of the old system and the genuine liberation that some were experiencing. He could perceive the patterns emerging in the chaos, could understand how, given enough time, new systems would naturally form. But these systems would be locally appropriate rather than universally imposed, and that was perhaps the most important distinction. The question was whether he could find a way to preserve that genuine freedom while providing enough structure to prevent the complete dissolution of civilization. It was the problem that had occupied the architect's mind for millennia, the problem that had driven him to create the fate system in the first place. And now Bai Zhen had to solve it. The solution would require not just intellectual understanding, but genuine wisdom. The wisdom to know when to provide guidance and when to step back, when to maintain structure and when to allow dissolution so that new forms could emerge from the chaos. Chapter 69. The Sacrifice of Understanding. Bai Zhen spent weeks, or perhaps it was months. Time had become somewhat unreliable as the structure of reality continued to destabilize, studying the remains of the architect's original notes and designs. He examined the structures that had emerged spontaneously in the chaos following the dissolution of the chains. He consulted with scholars and philosophers and cultivators from every faction, trying to understand what people truly needed in order to thrive. His consultations were exhaustive and sometimes frustrating. Li Wei argued passionately that any system was oppressive, that even the gentlest guidance structure would inevitably become a tool of control. Xianxia countered that complete absence of structure was also a form of control, one that benefited those with raw power and disadvantaged those without. A merchant from the mortal realms told Bai Zhen about the difficulty of conducting trade when no one could be trusted to keep agreements or maintain consistent systems of value exchange. A Buddhist monk shared her experience of profound peace that came from accepting the predetermined nature of her fate and the emptiness she felt now that the chains were gone. Bai Zhen listened to all of these perspectives, holding them all in mind simultaneously, understanding the truth in each of them and the limitations of each perspective as well. This ability to hold multiple contradictory truths seemed to be the gift of his unique position. He could see how each faction was correct in their understanding and yet mistaken in their conclusions about what should be done. What he discovered was that the problem was more complex than anyone had realized. The original fate system had not been created simply to control people, though it had certainly done that. It had been created to provide meaning and structure, to give individuals a framework within which to understand their lives and their choices. The architect had wanted to help people, and in trying to do so, he had created something that constrained them. But he had also created something that provided the structure without which many people felt lost and adrift. The solution was not to create perfect freedom, because perfect freedom was itself a form of emptiness, a void that human consciousness could not easily navigate. The solution was to create systems that provided structure without removing choice, that guided without compelling. Baizhun realized that the solution was not to create a new system that would be perfect or optimal. The solution was to create a system that people could understand and modify themselves, a system that provided guidance without commanding obedience, structure without preventing growth. This was the inverse of how the old system had been designed, where the architect had hidden the mechanisms and kept the people in ignorance of how their lives were being shaped. The new system would have to be radically transparent, its logic accessible to anyone with sufficient dedication to understand it. The fundamental principle that Baizhun kept returning to was this: opacity was oppression. Any system that relied on keeping its operations hidden, on maintaining an elite class of those who understood how the system worked while the masses remained ignorant, would inevitably be corrupted into an instrument of control. But a system that was fully transparent, that allowed anyone to learn how it worked and potentially modify it, carried within it the seeds of resistance to oppression. If people understood the system, they could recognize when it was being used unjustly. They could organize to change it. They could participate in the continual recreation of the system according to their values rather than having values imposed upon them. This principle guided every decision Baizhun made in designing the new system. He created structures that were simple enough for a sufficiently educated person to understand, but not so simple that they sacrificed sophistication or effectiveness. He created documentation and teaching methods that would allow future generations to understand the system without needing to receive instruction from a single authority. He created mechanisms for feedback and modification that would allow communities to shape the system according to their own needs and values. He began to design, working in a space that was only partially in the heavenly realm, a place where he could think in ways that normal space did not permit. The process was agonizing because every choice he made had implications that extended across countless lives and countless possibilities. When he decided to include a certain type of guidance in the system, for instance, guidance that showed young cultivators the likely consequences of pursuing different paths, he was automatically constraining people who might have chosen differently, who might have wanted to discover those consequences through painful direct experience. But when he decided to exclude guidance, he was allowing suffering that might have been prevented, people who would make genuinely tragic choices if left entirely without input. Each design decision forced him to confront fundamental questions about the nature of being. Was it better to allow someone to make a mistake that would cause them suffering, if the mistake was genuinely theirs to make? Or was it better to guide them away from the mistake, even though doing so constrained their autonomy? There was no universal answer. He came to understand. Different beings would answer these questions differently. Some would prefer guidance even at the cost of autonomy. Others would prefer autonomy even at the cost of suffering. The system had to somehow accommodate both preferences, and that was the central puzzle he had to solve. The architect watched this process with something like satisfaction. This is what it means to truly have power, he said. It means understanding that every choice you make will hurt someone, even if it helps others. It means accepting that you cannot please everyone and that some suffering is inevitable. It means building systems not because they are perfect, but because they are the best you can do with the knowledge and power you have. Baizhun's design was elegant in its simplicity. Rather than binding individuals to predetermined fates, the new system would present individuals with options and guidance, showing them the likely consequences of different choices without preventing them from making those choices. It would be more like a mentor or teacher than a jailer or dictator. The guidance structures would function through a kind of cosmic feedback system. When an individual was considering a choice that might lead to suffering or harmful consequences, the system could gently present information about likely outcomes, allowing the individual to make a more informed decision while still remaining free to choose differently if they wished. But implementing this system required something that Baizhun had not expected. It required him to sacrifice something fundamental to his identity. To maintain the new system, To keep it in balance required a consciousness that existed partially outside the system, that could observe and adjust and guide without being subject to the constraints itself. Someone would need to fill the role that the architect had previously filled, someone who could see the chains, now reframed as guidance structures, and understand them completely. The alternative was to build the system without any central oversight, allowing it to operate entirely mechanically. But such a system would inevitably accumulate errors and biases, would fail to adapt to new circumstances, would gradually calcify into the same kind of oppression that the old system had become. It was a terrible choice, and Bai Zhen spent days wrestling with it. He asked the architect whether there was an alternative, some way to maintain the system without requiring a central consciousness to monitor and adjust it. But the architect's answer was clear. There was no alternative that did not sacrifice the effectiveness and adaptability of the system. The price of a living system is that it requires life to maintain it, the architect said. A mechanical system might run without consciousness, but it will be exactly what we have tried to move away from: rigid, unadaptive, ultimately oppressive. You understand what this means, the architect said gently. If you implement this system, you will have to become what I became. You will have to bind yourself to its maintenance. You will have to sacrifice your freedom to preserve the freedom of others. You will never again be able to simply exist and experience without the weight of knowing how your choices affect trillions of lives. You will spend eternity making decisions that you can never be certain are correct, carrying burdens that no individual should ever have to carry. And yet, in doing so, you will create something magnificent, a system that allows others to flourish in ways that they never could under a system that tries to be perfect, but in attempting perfection becomes oppressive. Bai Zhen understood, and after days of contemplation, walking through the devastated realms and observing what the complete absence of structure had created, he made his choice. The burden was terrible, but the alternative, allowing the realms to collapse into chaos, or to be reformed under some faction's vision of order, was worse. He would take on the burden. He would sacrifice his simple existence to create something better. And perhaps, as the architect said, in doing so he would discover a freedom of a different kind. Not the freedom from responsibility, but the freedom to act in accordance with his deepest values despite the burden of knowing the consequences. Chapter 70. The new system awakens. The implementation of the new system was not violent or dramatic. There were no great battles, no moment of sudden transformation. Instead, Bai Zhen worked with the system architects and willing scholars to gradually establish the new guidance structures, introducing them region by region, allowing people to understand how they worked before they became binding. In some cases, the first introduction of the guidance system met with resistance. Some communities, having tasted true freedom for the first time in their existence, rebelled against any return to structure. Bai Zhen respected these communities and allowed them to develop without guidance structures, watching carefully to understand what happened in the absence of guidance. Some flourished, developing sophisticated systems of mutual aid and voluntary association that worked beautifully. Others struggled, their members unable to coordinate effectively without external structure, resulting in suffering and chaos. Bai Zhen took careful notes on all of these experiments, allowing the emerging understanding to inform the design of the new guidance system. The goal was not to prove that guidance was necessary. He already understood that, but to understand exactly what kinds of guidance were most helpful and least constraining. When the time came, Bai Zhen performed a ritual of binding, not a binding that would constrain him, but a binding that would integrate him with the new system, allowing him to perceive it fully and guide it effectively. The ritual was conducted in the presence of the architect and representatives from all three factions, a moment of transition witnessed by those who understood the significance of what was happening. As he did, he felt something being removed from him, something that he would never fully recover. His ability to simply exist and experience life without responsibility was gone. He would always be aware of the system, always carrying the burden of knowing how his choices and modifications would affect trillions of lives. He would never again be able to make a simple choice without considering the ramifications. He would never again be able to rest without some part of his consciousness attending to the ongoing function of the guidance structures. It was a sacrifice genuinely offered, not for any external reward, but for the sake of the realms and the beings that inhabited them. But he also felt something being given to him, a vast understanding of the nature of choice and freedom, a deep awareness of how beings connected to and depended on each other, a kind of wisdom that could only come from truly comprehending the consequences of one's actions. He could perceive now with clarity the way that individual choices rippled outward, the way that one being's decision affected countless others in ways both obvious and subtle. This perception, while sometimes overwhelming, was also beautiful in its way. It allowed him to see the interconnectedness of all existence, the profound interdependence that underlay the surface appearance of individual autonomy. The architect approached him as he stood in the center of the newly manifested system, looking at the web of guidance structures that now connected all the realms. "You have done well," the architect said. "Better than I did, in fact, because you created something that people can understand and modify, rather than something that they must accept blindly." "But at what cost?" Baijan asked, feeling the weight of his new position settling onto his shoulders. "At the cost of your freedom," the architect said honestly. "But you will not be alone in this. I will remain, working with you to maintain and adjust the system as it needs to be adjusted. And eventually, others will come who can share this burden. The system itself will teach people how to appreciate guidance without being enslaved by it. And some of those people will want to help maintain it." With these words, the architect began to fade, his role as an independent force coming to an end. He was integrating himself into the new system, becoming part of the guidance structures that would help guide all beings toward flourishing without constraining their freedom to choose. Baijan watched him go, understanding that the architect was making the same sacrifice that he himself had just made, giving up independent existence in order to serve the continuation of the realms. It was a profound moment, a moment of genuine sacrifice and genuine love for the beings who would inhabit the realms for ages yet to come. Chapter 71. The rebuilding. In the weeks following the implementation of the new system, the realms began to stabilize. The boundaries between different levels of reality solidified. The fundamental laws of physics and magic returned to consistency. And across all the realms, beings experienced something unprecedented: guidance without compulsion, structure without imprisonment. The new guidance system presented options rather than commands. It showed likely consequences of different choices without forbidding any choice. It offered mentorship rather than control. The experience was disorienting for many. Those who had spent their entire lives accepting the binding of the old fate chains found themselves faced with real choices and real responsibility. Some thrived in this new freedom, discovering capabilities and potential they had never suspected they possessed. A monk in the southern temples suddenly found that she could pursue spiritual understanding through paths other than the officially approved meditation practices, and discovered new depths of insight. A cultivator in the northern sects realized that his talents lay not in combat as the bureau's chains had directed, but in artistic expression, and his paintings became celebrated throughout the realms. Others struggled, overwhelmed by the sheer number of choices they now had to make without the comfort of predetermined paths. Some fell into despair, paralyzed by the freedom to choose. Others made choices that harmed themselves or others, and these instances of self-inflicted suffering became opportunities for learning and growth. But slowly, gradually, the populations of the realms began to adapt. Communities that had been fragmented by the dissolution of the old system began to reform, sometimes in their original configurations and sometimes in entirely new arrangements. New forms of community emerged, some based on shared spiritual practices, others on shared economic interests, others on shared artistic or intellectual pursuits. The diversity of human organization increased dramatically as different groups experimented with different social structures. The system architects, stripped of their authority but not their expertise, became valuable advisors, helping communities understand how to work within the new guidance structures to achieve their goals. Li Wei, in particular, became a bridge between the old system and the new one, her understanding of how to operate within structures making her invaluable for helping people understand the new guidance system. Li Yun continued her work ensuring that the system maintained its commitment to transparency and freedom, serving as a permanent check against any drift toward oppression. Li Yun, the leader of the revolutionary movement, surprised everyone by accepting a position working directly with Baijan. You have created something that I could never have created, she said when she approached him with her request. You have found a way to provide structure without oppression. I would like to help ensure that this system remains true to its principles, that it never becomes another tool of control. Baizhen accepted her offer immediately. He understood that he needed perspectives other than his own, that the guidance structures would be better for being informed by diverse viewpoints and experiences. Li Yun's commitment to freedom would help ensure that the system never drifted back toward oppression and control. Shen Kaming, stripped of his power and authority, became something unexpected, a scholar. He dedicated himself to studying the old system, trying to understand what had gone wrong, what mistakes had been made, so that those same mistakes could be avoided in the new system. It was a form of redemption that he would never fully achieve, but it was a genuine attempt to contribute something positive in the aftermath of his failures. As months turned into years, the new system began to demonstrate its viability. The guidance structures were not perfect, but they were genuinely helpful. People made better decisions when they understood the likely consequences of their choices. Civilizations flourished. Art and culture and scholarship advanced at unprecedented rates. The realms, no longer bound by the rigid constraints of the old system, began to explore new possibilities and new ways of organizing themselves. Universities sprang up where scholars could teach and learn new disciplines freed from the Bureau's restrictions on knowledge. Musical traditions emerged that had been suppressed under the old system. Philosophical movements that questioned fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality found acceptance rather than suppression. But the new system also revealed problems that the old system had hidden. Without the fabric of predetermined fate to hold things together, the internal contradictions between different communities became more apparent. Some communities developed practices that harmed their members in the name of freedom. Some cultivators used their newfound liberty to prey on those less powerful. The guidance system helped prevent some of these problems, but it could not prevent all suffering, and Baizhen had to learn to accept that limitation. Baizhen's burden was constant, but it was also increasingly shared. As he had hoped, others began to emerge who wanted to help maintain the system, who understood its principles and could work to adjust and improve it. Within 10 years, there were dozens of such individuals. Within 30 years, there were hundreds. A council formed, not to rule, but to provide guidance and oversight, to ensure that the system stayed true to its principles. The council met regularly to discuss problems and propose adjustments. When disagreements emerged about how the system should be modified, they debated with genuine rigor, understanding that these decisions would affect countless lives and therefore deserved the most careful consideration. Chapter 72. The questioner revealed it was during the third year of the new system's existence that an unexpected visitor came to Baizhen's chambers. She appeared suddenly, in a way that suggested she had been shielded from the system's perception by extraordinary power. She was an elderly woman, her face lined with age but her eyes sharp and alive with intelligence. There was something about her presence that felt ancient, as if she had existed for much longer than her physical appearance suggested. "Do you know who I am?" she asked without any preamble or courtesy. Baizhen extended his perception through the guidance structures, trying to understand who this person was and where she had come from. But he found nothing, or rather, he found something that had been deliberately hidden, erased from the system's awareness in the same way that the person who had cut his chains had been hidden before. There was a void in the system where this person should have been, an absence that itself was informative. "You are the one who cut my chains," Baizhen said, understanding dawning. "You are the one who engineered my existence." "Yes," the woman said simply. "My name is Yuhua, and I have been watching you for longer than you have been alive. I cut your chains before your conception because I saw that the system was failing, that it had become corrupted beyond the point of self-repair. I engineered your existence because I believed that you could see the system clearly enough to fix it. I have waited a very long time for this moment," she continued, moving to the window and looking out at the realms below. "I have watched you from positions of careful distance, never interfering directly, always allowing you the freedom to make your own choices and develop your own understanding. It was difficult to remain hidden, to watch suffering that I might have prevented, to observe mistakes that I knew you would make, and to refrain from intervening. But I understood that if I revealed myself too early, if I guided you too directly, you would not develop the kind of genuine wisdom that this moment requires. Why did you not simply tell me this? Bai Zhen asked, the old anger and confusion rising in him again. Why not reveal yourself and tell me what needed to be done? Why hide and let me stumble through decades of uncertainty and pain? Because if I had told you that you were designed for this purpose, it would have constrained your choices, Yuhua replied, her ancient eyes reflecting a sadness born of long years of careful manipulation. You would have become focused on fulfilling what you thought I wanted, and in doing so, you would have limited your thinking to the possibilities that fit with my expectations. You needed to believe that you were free, that your decisions were your own, or else you would have been making decisions based on what you thought I wanted rather than based on your own understanding and judgment. Your belief in your freedom was essential to ensuring that you would actually create something genuinely new, something that I could not have designed myself, something that transcends my limited understanding. She moved closer, and Bai Zhen could see in her face the mark of countless years of burden, the weight of knowing too much and being unable to share that knowledge, the loneliness of standing outside the systems of power and influence while others struggled and suffered. Do you understand? She asked gently. I watched you for your entire life. I saw your struggles, your breakthroughs, your moments of doubt and despair. I wanted so many times to reach out to you, to guide you, to tell you that you were on the right path and that your efforts mattered. But I could not. To do so would have been to rob you of the authenticity of your choice. Your belief in your freedom was more important than your happiness, because a freedom that is not believed in is not freedom at all. Bai Zhen felt his anger begin to dissolve into something more complex. He understood what she was saying, and he understood that she had been willing to carry the burden of being blamed and despised in order to give him the gift of genuine choice. She had sacrificed the connection that they might have had in order to preserve the integrity of his autonomous development. That sacrifice was profound, and Bai Zhen felt a deep gratitude beginning to form in his heart, alongside the lingering hurt of having been manipulated, however benevolently. But now that I have completed what you wanted, what will you do? Bai Zhen asked. Now, Yuhua said with a slight smile, I will finally rest. I have been working toward this moment for longer than you can imagine. Centuries of existence, always watching, always waiting, always holding back from reaching out. I cut your chains not just because the system was failing, but because I myself was failing, because I could not continue to bear the burden of trying to maintain a broken system and simultaneously nurture the being who would ultimately create something to replace it. With your system in place, the realms will continue and flourish without needing constant intervention. I can finally step back. She reached out and gently touched his cheek, a gesture of affection that was both nurturing and farewell. I am proud of what you have created, not just because it is what I hoped you would create, but because it exceeds my hopes. You have created something wiser than I could have designed, something more compassionate than I could have imagined. You have done well, Bai Zhen. Better than well. As Yuhua began to fade, her presence beginning to dissolve back into whatever place she had come from, she offered one final piece of advice. Never forget that the guidance you provide is just that, guidance. Never allow it to become compulsion. Never allow yourself to believe that you know what is best for everyone. The moment you do, you will have recreated the same system you worked so hard to replace. Stay humble. Remain open to the possibility that you are wrong. And remember that the greatest gift you can give to those who follow you is not perfect direction, but the capacity to direct themselves. After she was gone, Bai Zhen sat in meditation for a long time, processing the revelation that the person who had engineered his existence had done so not out of a desire to control him, but out of a desperate hope and a willingness to sacrifice her own peace for the possibility that he might create something better. It was a paradox that he would spend the rest of his existence contemplating, that the greatest gift of freedom had come through the most profound manipulation, and yet the manipulation had been an act of love. Chapter 73, The Evolution of Understanding. Years passed, and the guidance system proved itself to be remarkably resilient and adaptable. When problems emerged, they were addressed collaboratively by the council that had formed around Bai Zhen. When new challenges arose, the system evolved to meet them. The realms flourished in ways that even Yuhua might not have anticipated. Bai Zhen found himself thinking of Yuhua often during this period, wondering what she would have made of the developments that were occurring. He wondered if she was watching somehow, from whatever realm or state of being she had retreated to, witnessing the fruition of the long patience she had cultivated across centuries. He hoped that she had found the rest she was seeking, that the burden of her long wait had been lifted from her spirit. Occasionally, Bai Zhen would discover fragments of Yuhua's work, carefully hidden records of her observations, notes about potential candidates she had rejected or considered. One time he found a journal entry written hundreds of years before his birth, where she described her vision of what a truly free system might look like. Reading her words, he recognized in them the seeds of many of his own ideas about guidance and autonomy. She had spent centuries thinking about these problems, developing understanding, and then deliberately choosing not to impose that understanding on the world, instead waiting for someone to independently develop similar insights. That act of restraint, of knowledge withheld, seemed to Bai Zhen to be the deepest kind of respect. Respect for the autonomy and capability of others, trust in their ability to discover truth rather than having it imposed upon them. Cultivation techniques advanced rapidly as knowledge was no longer hoarded and restricted by the Bureau. Some cultivators achieved breakthroughs at stages where they had previously been blocked, discovering that the limitations had been artificially imposed. The psychological relief of realizing that many of their limitations had been external rather than reflecting genuine inability led to rapid advancement. Others developed entirely new cultivation paths that had never been possible within the structure of the old system. The heavenly realm itself seemed to shift and adjust, becoming more responsive to the intentions of those who inhabited it, less rigid and fixed in its structure. It was as if the realm itself had been constrained by the old system, held in patterns that reflected the architect's ancient design rather than the dynamic nature of the beings who inhabited it. With the new system in place, the realm became more fluid, more alive. In the mortal realms, knowledge that had been suppressed spread rapidly. Books burned by bureau decree were recovered and distributed. Oral traditions that had been forbidden re-emerged. The populations discovered scientific and philosophical understanding that had been deliberately hidden from them. Some of these discoveries led to periods of destabilization as old certainties were overturned. But ultimately, the populations became more capable, more wise, more able to make genuine choices rather than following prescribed paths. The guidance system itself became an object of study and contemplation. Philosophers debated whether it truly represented a balance between freedom and structure or whether it was simply a more subtle form of control. Bai Zhen encouraged these debates, understanding that if the system ever became accepted without question, it would have begun its slide toward corruption. The constant questioning and criticism kept the system honest, prevented it from calcifying into dogma. But not everything was smooth or painless. There were those who rejected the guidance structures entirely, who believed that any form of guidance was oppressive and who sought to destroy the system. Some of them managed to shield themselves from the system's perception, becoming invisible to guidance in the same way that Yuhua had been. These rebels became living experiments in what existence might be like outside all guidance, and Bai Zhen tracked their development with fascination and concern. Some flourished, discovering capabilities and happiness that the guidance system might have prevented them from exploring. Others struggled, finding that the absolute freedom they had sought came with burdens they had not anticipated. A few descended into madness, unable to cope with the infinite possibilities that existence without guidance presented. Bai Zhen allowed these experiments to continue, understanding that learning from alternative approaches was more valuable than forcing all beings into a single system. Others were more destructive, actively working to tear apart the fabric of the guidance structures themselves. They saw the system as fundamentally oppressive, no matter how transparent or benevolent it appeared, and they dedicated themselves to its destruction. Some of them had been deeply traumatized by the old system and could not believe that a new system could be truly different. Others were ideological revolutionaries who believed that no system was acceptable, that genuine freedom required the complete dissolution of all structure. Bai Zhen found himself confronted with the same problem that had driven the architect to create the original fate chains. How much freedom could be allowed before the system itself was destroyed? How many rebels could be tolerated before the entire structure collapsed? When should resistance be met with force, and when should it be met with understanding and compromise? These were not questions with simple answers, and Bai Zhan came to understand that they could not be answered definitively. They had to be continually reconsidered as circumstances changed and as new information emerged. Bai Zhan made decisions that he would later come to regret, decisions where he allowed force to be used when understanding might have been more appropriate. He authorized the restraint of those who were actively sabotaging the guidance structures, limiting their freedom in order to protect the freedom of those who depended on the system. The contradiction was acute and uncomfortable, and it forced him to continually examine his justifications for such actions. He also made decisions that he questioned, decisions where he offered understanding and compromise to those who arguably deserved harsher consequences. He spent years trying to dialogue with those who sought to destroy the system, offering them positions of influence and power in the hopes that understanding the system from the inside might change their perspective. Some accepted these offers and came to appreciate the subtle design of the system they had been trying to destroy. Others used their positions of influence to sabotage the system from within. Over time, he came to understand something profound. There was no perfect system, no set of choices that would make everyone happy. The best he could do was to make thoughtful decisions, to admit when he made mistakes, and to work constantly to improve the system based on feedback and experience. The ideals of perfect freedom and perfect benevolence were in fundamental tension, and the only way to navigate that tension was through constant dialogue, constant revision, and constant acceptance of moral ambiguity. This understanding itself became part of the guidance system. Those who worked with Bai Zhan learned that the system was not infallible, that it could be questioned, that it could be improved. They learned that Bai Zhan himself would admit when he had made mistakes and would work collaboratively to correct them. This transparency and willingness to accept correction was what prevented the new system from becoming as corrupted as the old one had been. A system that claims to be perfect is inevitably corrupted because perfection does not exist in a universe inhabited by multiple beings with different values and desires. But a system that continually admits its limitations and works toward improvement has a chance of remaining honest and true to its principles. Chapter 74. The Return of the Architect. It was in the 7th year of the new system's existence that the architect returned in a form other than being integrated into the guidance structures. He manifested in the chamber where Bai Zhan was meditating, appearing as he had appeared during his awakening, incomprehensible and vast and beautiful in ways that hurt the eyes to perceive. The manifestation was so sudden and so overwhelming that it shattered Bai Zhan's meditation immediately, yanking him out of the state of internal quietude and forcing him to engage with the external world once more. "I have been watching you," the architect said without preamble. "I have been observing how you have handled the burden that we both now carry. I have a confession to make." Bai Zhan straightened, sensing that what the architect was about to say was important. There was something in the architect's tone, something in the quality of his presence, that suggested he was gathering himself to say something he had been reluctant to speak, but felt he must now reveal. "I was not imprisoned by my disciples," the architect said. "I imprisoned myself. When I realized that the system I had created was becoming corrupted, that the power I had tried to use for benevolence was being twisted to serve oppression, I deliberately locked myself away. I sealed myself within the fate system because I believed that removing my conscious direction might force those who had inherited my creation to address the problems they could no longer ignore. I believed that my continued presence would enable them to continue to rely on my guidance, to avoid taking responsibility for making the hard choices that the system required. I believed that my absence, my apparent imprisonment, would be necessary to shake them into consciousness of how much the system had become corrupted. The revelation struck Bai Zhan like a physical blow. Everything he had understood about the architect's imprisonment, about his sacrifice and his suffering, was recontextualized. The architect had not been a victim of his disciples' betrayal. He had been a strategist, using his own imprisonment as a tool to force change in the system. The nobility of his sacrifice, which Bai Zhan had come to deeply respect, took on a more ambiguous quality. It was still a sacrifice, still an act of profound dedication, but it was also a calculated manipulation, an act designed to achieve specific ends. "You should have told me this," Bai Zhan said, feeling a mixture of anger and understanding. I built my understanding of your nature partly on the belief that you had sacrificed yourself without expecting anything in return. I modeled my own understanding of sacrifice on what I thought you had done. No, the architect replied firmly. If you had known that my imprisonment was voluntary, that I had engineered it as a way to force change, you would have made different decisions. You might have tried to restore me to power earlier, believing that your sacrifice was unnecessary. You might have chosen to support the system architects instead of creating a fundamentally new system. You might have used the knowledge that I had orchestrated my own imprisonment as a justification for you to openly orchestrate circumstances as well. The only way to ensure that you would do what needed to be done was to keep this truth hidden. Your genuine belief in the authenticity of my sacrifice made your own choices more authentic. If you had known that I was manipulating events, you might have become focused on avoiding manipulation yourself, which would have made you less effective, not more. So everyone has been manipulating me, Bai Zhan said bitterly. The architect, Yuhua, even the system architects in their way. I have been orchestrated by everyone around me. I am a being shaped by the hidden intentions of others, not an autonomous agent making genuine choices. Yes, the architect said without any attempt to soften the blow. But only because you needed to be orchestrated in order to make the choices that needed to be made. The question is not whether you were manipulated. The question is whether the manipulation served a good purpose. And I believe it did. The realms have been transformed. Beings who lived under oppression now flourish in freedom. A system that was failing has been replaced with one that is alive and dynamic. Was the manipulation that brought this about worth the cost to your sense of autonomy? I would argue that it was. After the architect faded away again, Bai Zhan found himself contemplating this new understanding. Perhaps Yuhua had been right when she said that being made to believe in freedom was essential to his ability to choose freely. Perhaps the architect's deception had been necessary to prevent him from making decisions that would have reproduced the same failures. Perhaps everyone who had manipulated him had done so out of genuine care and understanding, even as they were also following their own strategic imperatives. Or perhaps they had simply used sophisticated justifications for their own desire to control events, dressed up as care and concern for greater good. Bai Zhan realized that he would probably never know the full truth, that the distinction between manipulation motivated by genuine care and manipulation motivated by desire for control might be impossible to parse with certainty. And accepting this uncertainty, accepting that he might never know the true motivations of those who had shaped his existence, seemed to him to be an essential part of growing into his role. The paradox was profound. Those who sought to free him from manipulation had themselves manipulated him extensively. The very gift of freedom he had been given came wrapped in layers of deception and orchestration. And yet, he came to understand that this was not a contradiction or a failure of their design. Rather, it reflected the deepest truth about freedom itself, that freedom is never given, but only created through the active process of becoming aware of and accepting responsibility for one's situation. His architects could have simply told him he was free, and he would not have believed it. They could have simply shown him the chains without context, and he might have despaired. Instead, they had crafted circumstances that would force him to discover his freedom through his own efforts, to earn his autonomy through his own choices and struggles. In this understanding, Bai Zhan finally found peace with his own origins. He was not simply a puppet of others' designs. He was a being who had been given the gift of becoming aware of the designs themselves, of participating in their creation and transformation. That was not the same as perfect autonomy, but it was authentic agency, the ability to know the constraints you operate within and to work creatively within and against those constraints to build something new. Wisdom lay not in achieving certainty about truth, but in learning to act effectively despite the fundamental uncertainty that characterized existence. This was the lesson that the architect, Yuhua, and all those who had shaped Bai Zhan's path were teaching through their actions. That authentic living did not require perfect understanding or perfect freedom, only the commitment to engage fully and honestly with the conditions of one's existence. Chapter 75. The Price of Connection. A decade into the operation of the new system, Bai Zhan made a discovery that shocked him. He was not alone in maintaining the guidance structures. There were others, scattered throughout the realms, who had somehow come to understand the system deeply enough to adjust and modify it from within. They had not been trained by him or by the architect. They had simply developed this understanding through their own effort and insight. Some were scholars who had studied the guidance system the way others studied ancient texts, gradually piecing together understanding from observation and analysis. Others were philosophers who had meditated on the nature of freedom and guidance until they could perceive the underlying principles. Still others were cultivators who had naturally evolved an ability to sense and manipulate the guidance structures, their intuition developing what their rational minds had never learned. When he first made contact with them, he was uncertain how to respond. Part of him feared that these independent operators might be making changes that undermined the coherence of the entire system. His first impulse was toward caution, towards centralizing control and preventing any modifications that he had not personally approved. But he recognized this impulse as a dangerous one, the beginning of the same kind of control mentality that had corrupted the original system. So instead of preventing their modifications, he opened himself to dialogue with them, learning from their insights and understanding how their perspectives could enrich the system. When he examined the changes they had made, he found that they were generally sound, often inspired, sometimes even more effective than the adjustments he would have made himself. A scholar in the Western Territories had discovered a way to simplify the guidance structures without sacrificing their sophistication, making them more accessible to people with lower cultivation bases. A philosopher in the southern regions had identified a subtle form of bias in the system that favored certain types of thinking over others, and had developed a correction that made the system more impartial. These contributions demonstrated that genuine wisdom about the system was not confined to those who had been there at its creation, but could emerge in any individual who approached the system with sufficient care and attention. "How is this possible?" he asked the architect during one of the architect's periodic manifestations. "How have they come to understand the system well enough to modify it without being integrated into it the way we are?" "Because the system was designed to teach," the architect replied. "The guidance structures themselves contain knowledge, contain principles that those with sufficient insight and dedication can learn to understand and apply. We designed it that way deliberately, knowing that we could not maintain it forever alone, that eventually we would need others to help." This revelation changed Baijan's understanding of his role fundamentally. He was not the sole steward of the system. He was one part of a larger community of keepers and maintainers and improvers. His burden was still significant, but it was no longer exclusively his to carry. Over the next several years, Baijan worked to identify and train those who showed the potential to understand the system more deeply. He created councils and networks where these people could share insights and collaborate on improvements. He gradually decentralized the maintenance of the system, creating redundancies that would protect it if he himself ever became incapacitated or corrupted. This process was not without its dangers and failures. Some who began to understand the system became corrupted by the power it granted them. Others made changes with good intentions that had devastating unintended consequences. But the system, being designed with built-in flexibility and diversity of perspectives, could usually correct these problems before they became catastrophic. Through this process, Baijan learned what the architect had been trying to teach him. True power does not come from controlling the system, but from enabling others to understand and improve it. True leadership is not about directing everyone, but about creating the conditions where good decisions emerge naturally from the collective wisdom of many perspectives. And as he learned this, he felt something lifting from his shoulders, not the entire burden of maintaining the system, but the crushing weight of believing that he alone was responsible for its success. He was connected to a larger community now, not as their ruler, but as a fellow participant in an ongoing process of creation and improvement. Chapter 76. The Question of Freedom. 20 years after the implementation of the new system, Baijan stood in a great hall of the heavenly realm, addressing an assembly of scholars and philosophers who had come from every corner of the realms to discuss the fundamental question: what was freedom, and had they actually achieved it? The hall itself was a marvel of collaborative design, constructed by builders from a dozen different regions, each contributing their own aesthetic sensibilities and technical innovations. It stood as a physical monument to the creative energy that had been unleashed by the new system. The debate was intense and philosophical, with some arguing that the guidance structures, while less oppressive than the original fate chains, still represented a form of constraint on true freedom. Others argued that absolute freedom was meaningless, that all beings needed some framework within which to make choices, and that the guidance system provided the best possible balance between freedom and structure. Freedom is not the absence of all constraints, one scholar argued, a woman who had spent 20 years meditating on the nature of constraint and possibility. Freedom is the ability to choose your constraints. Under the old system, the chains were imposed from above, and no one had any choice in the matter. Under the new system, the guidance structures are transparent and understandable, and people can choose to work within them or against them. Those who do not wish to follow the guidance can shield themselves from it, as Li Wei did. That option alone fundamentally changes the nature of the system. But is that really choice? Another scholar countered, an older man who had spent his life studying the original fate system. If the guidance system is so comprehensive that most people naturally choose to follow it, then we have only created a more sophisticated form of control, one that appears to come from individual choice rather than external imposition. The fact that most people choose to accept the guidance does not prove that they are truly free. It proves that the system has been designed to be so seductive, so apparently beneficial, that rational choice leads them all to the same conclusion. And if that conclusion is actually correct, a third voice offered, if the guidance system genuinely does lead to better outcomes, then what is the problem with most people choosing to follow it? Should we force inefficiency in the name of proving freedom? Baizhen listened to this debate with interest but without urgency. He had learned that these questions did not have final answers, that the discussion itself was valuable because it kept the system honest and prevented it from calcifying into rigid dogma. The willingness to continually question and reconsider even fundamental assumptions about the system was what prevented it from becoming what the old system had become. When he finally spoke, it was to pose a different question. Rather than asking whether we have achieved perfect freedom, perhaps we should ask whether we have achieved the conditions under which beings can flourish. Do people have more agency than they did under the old system? Can they make choices that genuinely reflect their values and desires? Can they influence the system and cause it to change according to their understanding? Are there pathways for individuals to challenge the system and, if they are right, to change it? I have come to understand, he continued, that perfect freedom is an incoherent concept. Any being that interacts with others is inevitably constrained by those interactions. Any being that pursues meaningful goals must accept the constraints that those goals create. Freedom is not the absence of all constraint. That would be chaos, the dissipation of all coherence and meaning. Freedom is, instead, the ability to understand the constraints you operate within, to choose which constraints you accept, and to work toward changing constraints that you believe are unjust or counterproductive. Under the old system, most beings had no understanding of the constraints they faced. The chains were invisible, the mechanisms hidden. People experienced the constraints as simple reality, as the natural order of things. They could not imagine alternatives because they could not see the system that was directing them. But now, under the new system, people can see the guidance structures. They can understand how the system works and why it makes the recommendations it makes. And in gaining that understanding, they gain the capacity to resist, to question, to propose alternatives. That is the only freedom that truly matters, not the absence of all constraint, but the knowledge and power to engage with the constraints that shape your existence. The answers to these questions were clearly affirmative. The realms under the new system were demonstrably better places than they had been under the old system. People were happier, more creative, more capable of pursuing their individual and collective goals. The diversity of human experience had increased dramatically. Cultivation techniques flourished. Art and music and literature explored new themes. Philosophy and science developed in directions that had been impossible under the Bureau's control. Crime and suffering had not disappeared, but they had been reduced dramatically. The suffering that remained was more often the result of individual choice or natural misfortune than of systematic oppression. And when suffering did occur, there were now resources and support systems developed by the communities themselves to address it, rather than reliance on a distant bureau to dictate proper responses. This was not perfection, but it was a genuine improvement, and that was enough. Baizhen could have pursued perfect freedom, and in doing so, he would have destroyed the possibility of meaningful existence. Instead, he had chosen to create something that allowed beings to flourish, not without constraint, but with the kind of constraints that enabled rather than prevented meaningful existence. Chapter 77. The Responsibility of Choice. One evening, Bai Jun received a visitor who surprised him, a young woman who claimed to be the granddaughter of Yuhua. She carried with her documents and records, pieces of a history that had been hidden and obscured. She was perhaps 30 years old, with features that bore some resemblance to Yuhua's, the same sharp intelligence in her eyes, the same careful bearing. Yet she also carried herself with a lightness that Yuhua had never possessed, a freedom from the burden of knowing too much about the future. "My grandmother asked me to give these to you," the young woman said, "when you had had sufficient time to understand the burden you carry and to integrate it fully into your identity. She left me with instructions to wait until the 10th year of the new system and to assess whether you were ready to receive these documents. I have observed you for the past 10 years, and I believe you are ready now." The documents told the story of Yuhua's search for someone who could create a truly new system, someone who was not bound by the assumptions and biases of the old system. It told the story of how she had observed thousands of potential candidates before choosing Bai Jun, seeing in him a combination of qualities that suggested he might be capable of what needed to be done. There were detailed notes on other potential candidates, descriptions of why Yuhua had rejected each of them. Some lacked the necessary vision. Others possessed the vision but lacked the emotional capacity to maintain the burden. Still others had been too committed to existing power structures to be willing to genuinely transcend them. But Bai Jun was different. The notes described his early life, his capacity for insight coupled with humility, his ability to see systems clearly while remaining connected to the individuals affected by those systems. Yuhua had recognized in him the possibility of something unprecedented, a being who could create structure without becoming enslaved to it, who could guide without controlling. "My grandmother is dead now," the young woman said. "She died shortly after she visited you in your chambers." The strain of maintaining herself outside the system for so long, of carrying the burden of what she knew for so long, finally caught up with her. But she died peacefully, knowing that the work was complete and in good hands. She left these records because she wanted you to understand, fully and completely, that every manipulation she engaged in was born from a place of desperate hope. She believed in you, not as a tool, but as a person capable of greatness. She believed that the realms would flourish under a system you created, and she was willing to spend centuries of her own existence preparing the conditions for that possibility. "Why should I believe that?" Bai Jun asked, his defenses rising. "Why should I not believe that these are simply more sophisticated lies, more manipulation designed to make me feel better about having been used?" "You probably shouldn't believe it," the young woman said honestly. "You should examine the evidence, consider the alternatives, and make your own judgment. That is what freedom actually means, the ability to choose what you believe even when you cannot be absolutely certain of the truth." After she left, Bai Jun spent weeks contemplating the documents and the implications of what they contained. He read accounts of Yuhua's observations of other potential candidates, and he saw in her notes both the genuine care she had taken in considering so many beings and also the fundamental disrespect of her willingness to manipulate individuals for the sake of her vision of what needed to be done. There was a contradiction embedded in her approach. She claimed to respect autonomy and freedom, yet she had deliberately engineered a being's existence specifically to achieve her goals. But gradually, as he contemplated these documents, Bai Jun began to understand something profound. Yuhua lived in a reality where complete respect for the autonomy of all beings would have meant allowing the system to continue corrupting itself until it created unimaginable suffering across all the realms. She had faced a genuine moral dilemma: how to respect autonomy while preventing catastrophic harm, and she had made a choice. She had chosen to manipulate him, but she had done so while simultaneously giving him the tools and the freedom to become something other than what she had designed. She had created him as a tool, but a tool with the capacity to transcend his instrumental purpose and become genuinely autonomous. And eventually, he came to a realization. The truth of Yuhua's intentions was less important than what he had done with the gift she had given him. Whether she had manipulated him out of malice or out of love, whether her manipulation had been justified by the severity of the crisis or whether it had been an overreach of her power. These were questions that could be debated endlessly without arriving at a final answer. What mattered was that he had used the life she had given him to create something magnificent, something that honored the beings she had sought to help. He had taken her manipulation and transformed it into genuine service. This understanding brought him peace. He accepted that he would never know the full truth about his own origins and his own manipulation, and he accepted that this uncertainty was not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be embraced. In accepting this uncertainty, in learning to act effectively despite not knowing whether his deepest drives were genuinely his own or the product of someone else's design, he discovered something that approached genuine freedom, not the freedom from constraint, but the freedom to act in alignment with his deepest values regardless of their ultimate origin. Chapter 78. The deepening network. 30 years into the operation of the new system, Baizhun found himself at the center of a vast network of keepers and maintainers, scattered throughout all the realms, each working to understand and improve the guidance structures according to their own insights and understanding. Regular councils gathered to share knowledge and resolve conflicts. A culture of transparency and openness had emerged, where the decisions that shaped the system were made collaboratively and with input from those affected by them. These councils held public sessions where any being could come and witness the deliberations, ask questions, and propose alternative approaches. The deliberations were often lengthy and sometimes contentious, but they were conducted with genuine respect for the importance of the decisions being made. The system itself had evolved significantly from Baizhan's original design. The guidance structures had become more nuanced, more attuned to the specific needs and circumstances of different communities. Some regions had chosen to emphasize different aspects of the guidance, creating local variations that reflected the values and traditions of their populations. In some communities, the guidance system prioritized community harmony and cooperation, with particular emphasis on helping individuals understand how their choices affected others. In other communities, the emphasis was on individual development and the cultivation of personal potential, with the system providing support for each being's unique journey. Some communities had even chosen to develop their own alternative systems, which they tested alongside the standard guidance system, documenting results to understand which approaches worked best in which circumstances. This diversity was not a weakness, but a strength. When problems emerged in one region, solutions developed in other regions could be examined and adapted. When new challenges arose, the diversity of perspectives meant that creative and innovative solutions were more likely to emerge. A community that discovered a more efficient way to help adolescent cultivators navigate their breakthrough to the next stage shared that approach with other regions. Another community developed therapeutic techniques for helping those traumatized by the old system to heal, and these techniques were adopted and refined by many other communities. But this distributed approach also created new challenges. Without a clear center of authority, conflicts sometimes arose between different regional implementations of the system. One community might develop an approach that was effective for their needs, but harmful when exported to a different context. Without a single decision-making body, progress on large-scale issues was sometimes slow and difficult. Baizhun found himself occasionally frustrated with the pace of collective decision-making, at times feeling that he could resolve issues more quickly through centralized authority. Baizhun found himself in a strange position. He was the most knowledgeable about how the system worked, and he carried the greatest responsibility for its overall health and function. Yet he was also trying to ensure that power was distributed rather than concentrated. It was a delicate balance, and there were days when he felt he was failing on both fronts. On some days, he experienced intense longing for the simplicity of wielding absolute power, of being able to make decisions unilaterally and see them implemented across all the realms. On other days, he watched the community solve problems through collective wisdom and understood that distributed decision-making, while slower, produced better results and built genuine community capacity. Yet the system continued to function and improve. It was not perfect, but it was alive and dynamic in ways that both the old system and his initial implementation had not been. New innovations emerged constantly as communities experimented and shared their results. The guidance structures themselves evolved, incorporating the accumulated learning of all the keepers working within the system. What had started as Baijan's personal vision had become a living, breathing, genuinely collective creation. Chapter 79, The Unintended Legacy. 40 years into the operation of the new system, Baijan made a startling discovery. There were beings born within the guidance structures who had never known the old fate chains, who had no memory of what oppression and control had felt like. Some of them had only vague historical knowledge of the period before the new system, the way mortals in the physical realms might have vague knowledge of ancient history. These beings had developed their own philosophies about freedom and structure, perspectives that differed significantly from those who remembered the old system. Some of these younger beings argued that the guidance structures should be dissolved entirely, that their generation was capable of creating their own systems without the help or oversight of those who had come before. They saw the systems developed by their elders as well-intentioned, but ultimately limiting, a constraint on their ability to develop genuinely new approaches to organizing existence. Others argued that the system should be strengthened and expanded, believing that more guidance would lead to even greater flourishing. Still others seemed indifferent to the question, simply accepting the guidance structures as part of the baseline reality of existence, the way one might accept the existence of air or light. Baijan realized that he was witnessing something that both the architect and Yuhua had probably anticipated, the next stage of evolution, where his role would inevitably diminish as new generations took over the responsibility of maintaining and improving the system. The system that had depended on his constant attention and guidance was becoming mature enough to function without him. The community of keepers and maintainers had grown sophisticated enough to handle most challenges without consulting the founder. The wisdom that had once been concentrated in a single individual was being distributed across many minds, becoming part of the collective knowledge rather than the private possession of one being. He convened a great gathering of all the keepers and maintainers, from the oldest to the youngest, and proposed something radical. They should begin the process of completely decentralizing the maintenance of the system, removing him from his central position and allowing the network to operate entirely through distributed consensus. This proposal shocked many of those gathered, particularly the older keepers who had come to rely on him as the ultimate arbiter in disputes and the source of definitive guidance on system architecture. The reaction was mixed. Some supported the idea enthusiastically, seeing it as the natural evolution toward true collective stewardship, the next stage in the progression away from centralized authority. Others resisted, believing that removing Baijan's guiding hand would lead to chaos and the gradual corruption of the system. A third group acknowledged the theoretical appeal of Baijan's proposal, but worried about the practical risks involved. They proposed compromise positions, slow transitions, continued consultation with Baijan on major decisions, or other intermediate steps that would reduce but not eliminate his central authority. The debate raged for months, conducted in the great council chambers that had been expanded and improved over the decades of the system's operation. Arguments were made passionately and sometimes bitterly, with some older keepers openly weeping at the thought of losing the security of centralized guidance. Younger keepers made passionate speeches about the need for genuine autonomy and the impossibility of authentic collective decision-making when one voice carried the weight of supreme authority. And during this time, Baijan did something that surprised many. He withdrew from most of his responsibilities, allowing the system to continue operating under the direction of the various regional councils and the network of keepers. When people came to him with difficult decisions, he refused to make those decisions for them, instead asking them to consult with their councils and communities to work through the decision-making processes that had been established. There were moments of chaos as the system adjusted to operating without his oversight. Some regional implementations made decisions that Baijan believed were mistakes. Some opportunities for improving the system were missed because the councils moved slowly. But the system continued to function, and increasingly, the communities found that they were capable of solving their own problems. This was not a test, though some thought it was. It was a genuine attempt to see whether the system could function without his constant guidance and oversight, whether the network of keepers was truly capable of handling the responsibility collectively. And the answer that emerged, over months of experience, was yes. Not perfectly, but yes. Chapter 80. The peaceful transition after 2 years of operating with minimal input from Baijian, the system not only continued to function but actually improved in many ways. Regional innovations spread more quickly because they were not filtered through a central authority. A technique developed in one region to help cultivators work with the guidance structures could be adopted and refined in other regions within weeks rather than the months it might have taken if it required Baijian's approval. Problems were resolved faster because local knowledge was prioritized over general principles. A community facing a specific challenge could immediately apply the expertise of its own members rather than waiting for guidance from the central authority. The system became more resilient because there was no single point of failure. If Baijian became incapacitated or corrupted, the system would continue to function. The dependencies that had existed when he was the central figure were systematically dismantled and replaced with distributed responsibilities. Baijian watched this process with a mixture of satisfaction and melancholy. He had spent so long as the central figure maintaining the guidance structures that stepping back felt like stepping away from his entire identity. His sense of purpose had been so completely bound up in maintaining the system that without that role, he found himself uncertain about who he was. But he also recognized that this stepping back was necessary, that his continued prominence would only serve to prevent others from fully developing their capabilities. A system that depended on one individual was a system waiting for that individual to fail. A system that distributed responsibility was a system designed to endure and evolve. In a solemn ceremony attended by the oldest keepers and the newest generation of system stewards, Baijian formally transferred his role to the collective network. The ceremony was conducted in the Great Hall of Shared Understanding, which had been constructed by workers from every region to serve as the symbolic heart of the distributed system. Baijian stood before the assembled keepers and spoke the formal words that released him from his binding, that transferred his responsibilities to the collective network. When the binding ceremony completed, he felt a sudden lightness, as if a weight he had carried so long that he had forgotten what it was like to exist without it had been suddenly removed. He remained available for consultation and as a repository of historical knowledge, but he no longer carried the burden of decision-making or system maintenance. The regional councils and the Council of Keepers became the locus of authority and responsibility. That night, alone in his chambers for the first time in 40 years without the constant awareness of the system's functioning pressing on his consciousness, Baijian sat in meditation and contemplated what freedom actually meant. He had been born without chains. He had cut the chains that bound others. He had created a system that guided without constraining. And now he had freed himself from the burden of maintaining that system. In a paradoxical way, his greatest freedom came from accepting that he could not create or maintain perfect systems, that other beings were equally capable of making wise decisions and creating meaningful structure. His freedom came from learning to let go, from understanding that control was not the same as power, and that true influence came not from directing others, but from empowering them to direct themselves. He had discovered that the greatest thing he could do was not to perfect the system, but to make it impossible for any single individual, including himself, to dominate the system. He had created something that could live and grow without him. The architect appeared one final time in his chambers, manifesting in a form that was almost entirely human, almost entirely accessible. He had become increasingly solidified over the decades, losing the incomprehensible vastness that had characterized his initial manifestation after his awakening. Now he appeared as a scholar, wise and ancient, but fully present in the world rather than partially existing in dimensions beyond perception. "You have done well," the architect said, "better than I ever did, and in ways I did not anticipate. You have created something that can evolve beyond you, something that does not require a central consciousness to maintain it. You have solved the fundamental problem that drove me to create the original chains: how to have structure without stagnation, how to have guidance without oppression." "But I did not solve it," Baijian protested. "I merely created a new problem, one that others must solve in their own way. Each generation will face the question of how much guidance is helpful and how much is constraining. They will need to wrestle with the same fundamental tensions that I have been wrestling with." "Exactly," the architect said, a smile crossing his face. "That is the solution. Not to find an eternal answer to the fundamental questions of freedom and order, but to create the conditions where each generation can wrestle with these questions in their own context and according to their own understanding. That is the mark of a truly wise system. Not that it answers the fundamental questions, but that it creates the space for those questions to be continually asked and continually reimagined. The old system tried to answer these questions once and forever, to impose its answer on all generations. Your system creates the conditions for perpetual questioning and perpetual recreation. In doing so, you have created something genuinely alive, genuinely free. They stood together in silence for a long time, the architect and the architect's creation, the creator and the one who had created something beyond creation. There was no need for further words. The work was complete. As the architect faded away for the last time, becoming fully integrated into the guidance structures that no longer needed his separate consciousness, Baizhen felt something settle in his chest. Not the weight of burden, but the lightness of purpose fulfilled. The loneliness that had characterized his role as the central figure maintaining the system was also fading, replaced by a sense of connection to something larger than himself, something that existed now not because of him, but in partnership with countless others who had invested their understanding and care into its continuing creation. He had been born without chains. He had spent his life working to free others. And finally, he was able to release the chains of responsibility that he had taken upon himself. But more importantly, he had discovered that freedom was not the absence of all structure, just as structure was not necessarily oppressive. Freedom was the ability to participate in the creation and recreation of the structures that gave meaning to existence. And by creating a system that allowed others to participate in its ongoing development and evolution, he had given them a gift more valuable than simple freedom. He had given them genuine agency in the shaping of their own destinies. This discovery, that meaningful freedom required structures that enabled rather than prevented choice, had transformed his understanding of what it meant to be free. It had taught him that freedom was not a state to be achieved, but a practice to be continuously renewed through engagement with others and with the systems that bound them together. The work was not finished. It would never be finished. But it was in good hands now, hands that would carry it forward in directions he could not imagine, that would solve problems he could not anticipate, that would create futures he could not foresee. And that knowledge brought him profound peace. The realms would continue to flourish, not because he continued to guide them, but because they had learned to guide themselves. And in that learning, they had discovered capabilities and potential that no external guidance system could ever have granted them. And that was exactly as it should be forever and always. Chapter 81. The New Order. 37 years had passed since Baizhen withdrew into the mountain temples of the Endless Mist sect. The world beyond the peaks had transformed in ways even the most prescient cultivators had not foreseen. The voluntary guidance system he had constructed in those final, fevered months before his seclusion had taken root not as a tool of control, but as something far more delicate and alive, a living network of counsel and aid that flowed from one willing soul to another, unpoisoned by the chains of compulsion that had once bound all creation. The Central Cultivation Authority, that grand institution born from the marriage of three factions, no longer issued dictates from marble halls. Instead, councils of learned masters offered guidance to those who sought it freely. The markets of the great cities no longer hummed with the invisible pressure of predetermined destinies. Instead, merchants and artisans deliberated openly about which paths to follow, which contracts to honor, which dreams to pursue. It was messier than the old system. It was also alive in a way the old system could never be. The transformation had not come without struggle. In the immediate years after Baizhen's withdrawal, there had been those who believed that the sudden absence of absolute guidance would lead to chaos and destruction. Warlords had attempted to reassert control in their provinces, trying to revive the old patterns of domination. Philosophical schools had splintered into dozens of competing interpretations of what freedom truly meant, some arguing for absolute personal autonomy, without any consideration for others, others suggesting that freedom required communal commitment and sacrifice. Communities had fractured when people with different visions of the good life tried to coexist without the chains to enforce conformity. Yet gradually, something unexpected had happened. In the absence of external compulsion, people had begun to discover internal compass points. They had learned to listen to their intuitions about what was right and good. They had discovered that cooperation emerged more naturally when people felt genuinely free to refuse it than when they were bound by chains to cooperate whether they wished to or not. The world had not descended into the chaos that pessimists had predicted. Instead, it had begun to self-organize in ways that no central authority could have engineered, discovering patterns and harmonies that emerged naturally from voluntary interaction and genuine choice. Lin Xuanyi had never known the world before. She was born 29 years ago to a merchant family in Cloud White Prefecture, born into this new reality as naturally as a river accepts the shape of its banks. Her mother told her stories of the old chains, how people had once moved as if pulled by invisible threads, how even their smallest choices had felt predetermined, how a select few could see the threads and shape them. Lin Xuanyi listened to these stories the way one might listen to myths of ancient empires, with a kind of grateful distance. That world seemed impossible now, a nightmare that had never truly touched her. Yet something in those stories had kindled a strange hunger within her heart. Her mother could describe the chains only metaphorically, the pressure of them, the way they had shaped her every movement, the strange relief and confusion when they had suddenly been removed. But what Lin Xuanyi wanted to know was, what did they actually look like? What was their true nature? How had it been possible to see them? Could one still see them now, even if they were no longer binding everyone with compulsion? She was 16 years old when the first vision came to her, not in dream, but in the clarity of waking day. She stood in the marketplace near the Temple of 1,000 Scrolls, watching merchants haggle over silks and spices, watching craftspeople display their wares, watching children dodge between the stalls, when the world suddenly fractured into layers of light. And there, visible only to her eyes, were chains. But they were nothing like her mother had described. These were not binding. They were luminous, beautiful even, threads of iridescent light that connected every soul in the marketplace to countless others. A silk merchant was connected to the weavers in distant regions whose looms produced the cloth he sold, to the customers who would buy from him next week and next year, to the families his commerce would feed, to the competitors who challenged him and kept him striving for excellence, to the region that supplied him with goods, to the customs officials who regulated his trade, to the animals whose cocoons had provided the raw material. An old woman was connected to her grandchildren through lines of pure gold, to her childhood home through silver threads that somehow remained intact across the decades of separation, to friends she had lost decades ago through luminous cords that never quite severed, to a lover from her youth whose memory still resided in her heart. A wandering monk was connected to every person whose life he had touched, every word of wisdom he had offered, every moment of peace his presence had granted, connections extending backward to the masters who had trained him and forward to the monks and pilgrims who would learn from him or hear about him years after he had moved on. The chains existed not as bindings, but as tapestries of meaning, intricate maps of how each soul wove into the greater whole, creating patterns of stunning complexity and extraordinary beauty. Lin Xuanyi staggered backward, her mind reeling under the weight of the vision. Around her, the world snapped back into ordinary sight, and the merchant continued his haggling. The craftspeople continued their work. The children continued their games, entirely unaware that she had just seen the very bones of their interconnected existence. Her heart raced. Her breath came in shallow gasps. When a passerby asked if she was well, she could barely formulate an answer. She found herself sitting on a bench beside the temple wall, trying to understand what had just happened to her. That night, she could not sleep. She lay in her chamber and tried to understand what she had witnessed. The visions returned in fragments, a flash of connection as she passed someone on the street, a sudden awareness of the web of relationships surrounding her family at dinner table, a moment when she saw how the fate of a bird in the courtyard wove into the fate of the gardener who tended that courtyard. In each case, the chains were not prisons. They were threads of meaning, of love, of genuine connection. They were, she realized with a shock that made her heart race, the opposite of the chains that had imprisoned the world before. The discovery consumed her. Over the following weeks, she sought out the library records and the teachings of the old masters. She learned of the system that had governed the world before, of the chains that had bound every soul to a predetermined script. She learned of Yuhua the architect, the ancient being who had engineered that system with such profound power that it had seemed immutable and eternal, and of how he had been overcome by forces he could not have predicted. She learned of Baijan, the Unchained One, and of how he had dismantled that system and replaced it with something new. The text spoke of him with reverence, but also with a strange melancholy, as though his greatest gift had been the pain of his own departure from the world. Her grandmother, who had lived through the old system, confirmed the stories one autumn evening as they walked together in the garden, beneath trees that had grown stronger in the years of freedom that had been granted to them. The chains were real, the old woman said, her voice distant with memory. I remember them, child, like a weight I did not even know I carried until it was lifted. We moved through our lives as though we were reading from a script written long before we were born. And then one man, young, unchained, brilliant with a kind of light I have never seen before or since. He showed us the script, and we burned it. But grandmother, Lin Xuanyi asked, if the chains are gone, what binds us now? How do we live? The old woman was silent for a long moment, leaning on her walking staff as she gazed out across the garden paths. The autumn wind moved through the leaves, and for just an instant, Lin Xuanyi could see it, the golden threads connecting the trees to the earth, to each other, to the wind itself, to the ancient roots deep below the surface. That is the question Baijan spent his life asking, she said finally, her voice carrying the weight of decades of contemplation. And I think he discovered that the only threads that truly matter are the ones we choose, the ones we weave ourselves. Chapter 82. The Seeker's Path. By her 19th year, Lin Xuanyi had become known throughout Cloud White Prefecture as the Seeker, a cultivator of remarkable talent who asked strange questions and kept strange company. She had abandoned the comfortable path her merchant family had laid out for her, much to their initial dismay, though eventually they came to understand that their daughter had been called by something deeper than their own hopes for her. Instead, she had traveled to study under masters who remembered the old system and could speak with authority about its nature. The visions, meanwhile, had grown stronger and more complex. She could now hold them for longer periods, could see the intricate webs of connection that bound not just individuals, but entire communities, regions, even the world itself. There were bright threads and dim ones, strong connections and fragile ones, newly formed pathways and ancient bonds that had lasted generations. She began to realize that what she was seeing was something like a living map of choice and consequence, of how one person's decisions rippled outward to touch countless others. More remarkably, she discovered she could sense something in those chains that no text had ever mentioned. Each thread carried a kind of possibility. Where Baijan's accounts spoke of chains as binding or imprisoning, these chains seemed to sing with open potential. A person faced with a choice created a branching in the threads, one path brighter with possibility, another dimmer, but both equally real, equally viable. She realized that this was the fundamental difference between the old system and the new. In the old system, the chains had been fixed, predetermined. They showed not possibilities, but inevitabilities. But in the new system, the chains themselves had become dynamic, responsive to the choices people made. They were no longer destinies written in stone, but living blueprints that changed with each moment of conscious choice. The world had become, she realized, a vast garden of forking paths, an infinite space of possibilities constantly being created and recreated by the free choices of billions of conscious beings. She brought her insights to the Council of Continuity, a body of scholars and practitioners devoted to understanding the new system that had replaced the old chains. The council sat in a tower overlooking the capital city, and its members included some of the most respected cultivators in all the land. The tower itself was a marvel of the new era, built not through compulsion and absolute planning, but through the voluntary cooperation of thousands of craftspeople who had come together because they believed in the vision of a place for learning and dialogue. You are describing something between the old absolute chains and complete chaos, observed Master Wei, an elder who had himself wielded the old site before Baijan's reformation. His hair was white as winter snow, and his eyes held the clarity of one who had seen many transformations unfold and had learned to trust the fundamental goodness of people when given genuine freedom. A middle path. I am describing what I see, Lin Xuanyi replied carefully, settling herself on a cushion before the assembled masters. The threads are real. They are connections that genuinely bind us to one another. But they do not compel. They simply show the shape of our interdependence. Master Xiao, a younger scholar who had studied under Bai Zhan during the final years before his withdrawal, leaned forward with intense interest. His face showed the concentration of one grappling with a profound mystery. This ability of yours, has any other cultivator developed it since the Reformation? Not that I have found, Lin Xuanyi said. The old texts suggest that only the unchained could see the chains. But I was born into the new system. I was never chained. Yet I can see them. I believe. She paused, choosing her words with great care. I believe that the chains themselves have evolved. They have become something new because the world they serve has become new. The implications of her words hung in the air like incense smoke, like the possibility of entire new ways of understanding reality. Master Wei stood and walked to the window, gazing out over the city. Smoke from cooking fires rose from 10,000 chimneys. Cultivators flew between the towers with the new freedom that came from having to navigate by choice rather than by predetermined pathways. Merchants moved through the streets, negotiating their trades with genuine give and take. Children played in the parks with a spontaneity that would have been impossible in the old system. Lovers walked hand in hand, having chosen each other freely rather than being bound by fate to pairs determined before their birth. All of them connected by threads only she could see. If you can see these threads, Master Wei said quietly, then you must go to him. The room fell silent. Every cultivator present knew exactly to whom the old master referred. Bai Zhan has been in seclusion for almost 4 decades, Lin Xuanyi said. No one has been allowed to approach him. He chose his withdrawal to be final, Master Wei finished. Yes, child, he did. And yet I do not believe he withdrew because he wished to remain hidden. I believe he withdrew because his work was complete and the world needed to learn to live without him. But if someone has been born who can see what he saw, who understands what he understood, that changes things. That might be the one exception to his peace that he would permit. Master Xiao nodded slowly, and his expression showed both hope and deep understanding. The Endless Mist sect is 3,000 li to the northeast. The path leads through the mountains of forgotten sorrow and over the peak of 10,000 heavens. Few cultivators find their way through without a guide. The roads are treacherous, and there are wild places where the old rules still hold some power, where the chains have not fully dissolved. Then I will find a guide, Lin Xuanyi said, already rising from her seat. Her determination was visible in every line of her body. Or I will find my own way. The council members exchanged glances. Some looked worried, as though sending a young woman alone into the wilderness was a great risk. But Master Wei simply smiled, a smile that suggested he had foreseen this moment and recognized it as inevitable and right. Chapter 83. The mountains speak. The journey to the Endless Mist sect became a pilgrimage. Lin Xuanyi traveled with minimal supplies, relying on her cultivation and the kindness of strangers to sustain her. As she moved northeast from the capital, the landscape changed from cultivated fields and merchant roads to wilder terrain. Forests that had never known the cultivator's pruning hand, rivers that ran free and fierce, mountains that rose like the spine of some ancient sleeping beast. And everywhere, she could see the chains. The deeper she traveled into wild country, the more elaborate and beautiful the sight became. The trees were connected to one another through root systems both physical and spiritual, sharing sustenance and information in ways that reminded her of conversations between old friends, ancient dialogues that had been continuing for centuries. The animals moved through the forest guided by instincts that were themselves threads of profound connection, predator and prey in a dance as old as the world, each playing their role in the perfect balance of the ecosystem. The birds sang to one another with calls that wove the threads of their family connections tighter. The insects performed their small roles in the vast orchestra of life, each connected to everything around them through invisible but absolutely real threads. Even the stones seemed to pulse with connection, linked across geological time to the ancient magma and the slow grinding processes that had shaped them. She could see how each stone was part of a larger body, how the mountains themselves were alive in a way that transcended the simple fact of their physical existence. In the mountains of forgotten sorrow, she encountered her first truly dangerous obstacle. A passage so narrow and treacherous that even experienced climbers often fell to their deaths attempting it. The rock walls seemed to lean inward as if trying to crush anything that moved between them. The passage was known as the Throat of Despair, and locals said that it claimed the life of at least one climber every season. She approached the gap in the rock, studying the chains. And there, she saw something new. Some of the threads were frayed. Some connections between the stones were weakened, stretched thin, on the verge of breaking. As she watched, one thread snapped with an almost audible sound, and a section of rock larger than a house groaned and began to shift. An avalanche was beginning. The sound of cracking rock echoed through the pass. Dust began to rise from the disturbed earth. Without thinking, moving on pure instinct and the newfound knowledge that this sight had given her, Lin Xuanyi began to move her hands in complex patterns, tracing the still strong connections between the rocks, emphasizing the threads that still held firm. It was not magic exactly, not any technique she had learned from a master. It was simply a kind of conversation, a recognition of the existing bonds, and a gentle reinforcement of their strength. She moved her hands in spiraling patterns, following the flow of energy along the threads, sometimes moving against what seemed to be the direction of the force, sometimes moving with it. She became aware that she was not imposing anything new on the system. She was simply awakening what was already there, reminding the stones of the connections that should hold them together, gently encouraging the threads to remember their purpose. The avalanche paused. The rock settled. The thread that had snapped wove itself anew, not quite as strong as before, but sufficient. The passage stabilized. The air, which had been filled with danger and dust, became clear again. The cracking sound ceased. It was as though the mountain had been momentarily out of balance and had been gently guided back into equilibrium. Lin Xuanyi stood in the passage, breathing hard, amazed at what had just occurred. Her hands were still moving slightly, still feeling the vibrations of the threads around her. She realized, in that moment, that her power was not to control the chains or reshape them at will. Her power was simply to see them clearly, and in seeing them, to strengthen what was already there, to affirm the connections that already existed. It was influence without compulsion, guidance without manipulation. She passed through the gap safely, and as she emerged on the other side, she found herself weeping, tears of joy and wonder at the discovery of what she was capable of. Over the following weeks, as she continued toward the Endless Mist sect, she found herself using this gift repeatedly. When she encountered travelers lost in a storm, she could see the threads connecting them to nearby villages and gently encourage them toward those paths, not by forcing them, but by making them aware of the connections they had not previously recognized, allowing them to choose to follow those threads. When she came upon animals trapped by rockfalls, she could trace the threads of connection that remained and reinforce them, creating tiny pockets of stability. When she passed through villages afflicted by sickness, she could see how the illness was spreading through the threads of intimate contact and could teach people to strengthen their resistance while still maintaining their love for those they cared for. She began to understand that this was what the new world had been meant to be all along, a place where people influenced one another not through domination, but through the simple act of seeing and affirming the bonds that already existed. It was not coercion. It was not even persuasion, exactly. It was more like awakening, helping people to become conscious of what they already deeply knew, helping them to act in alignment with what they already deeply felt. It was, she realized, what Baijan must have discovered in those final days before his withdrawal. Chapter 84. The Endless Mist sect appeared before her not as a sudden revelation but as a gradual thickening, as though the mist itself was becoming more solid and coherent the further she traveled. The temple buildings seemed to grow out of the fog rather than being built within it, their carved wooden walls and curved roofs emerging slowly from the white-gray obscurity until she could see them clearly. Everything about the architecture suggested harmony with the natural world rather than domination of it. There were no guards at the gate. There were no barriers or seals preventing her entry. There was only a stone pathway leading deeper into the complex, winding among ancient gardens where flowers bloomed in defiance of the season, and at the end of the path, a small garden where an old man sat beneath a cherry tree, waiting. She knew him immediately, though she had never seen him before. The recognition came not from his appearance, but from the chains, or rather, from the absence of them. Where every other cultivator was enmeshed in a vast web of connections, this man stood alone in a space of perfect clarity. No threads bound him to anyone or anything. He was, as the old texts had promised, completely and absolutely free. But as she drew closer, something curious happened. The absolute clarity that surrounded him began to waver, just slightly, just at the edges. It was as though her presence, her ability to see the threads, was creating a kind of disturbance in his perfect solitude. So, Baizhen said, his voice gentle and filled with a kind of sadness, someone else can see. He gestured for her to sit beside him beneath the tree. Up close, she could see that he was very old now, his face lined with the weight of years, and with what looked like a burden of thought rather than physical aging. His robes were simple, the kind worn by any humble practitioner. Nothing about him suggested the revolutionary whose choices had remade the world. Yet there was a quality to his presence, a kind of weight and depth, that suggested he had truly seen and understood things that most people could not even imagine. I can see the chains, Lin Xuanyi confirmed, settling herself on the stone bench beside him. But they are not what the old texts describe. They are not prisons. They are connections, possibilities, threads of meaning. Baizhen nodded slowly, as though confirming something he had long suspected. You were born after the Reformation, he said. It was not a question. I was. I have never known the world under the old chains. My grandmother told me stories, but I have no memory of them myself. For me, the world has always been as it is now. Then what you see, Baizhen said, is purer than what I saw. I saw chains as bindings because I lived under bindings. I saw them as enemies because I had been shaped by enmity toward them. But you see what they truly are. Not chains at all. Simply threads, connections, the visible form of how we are all woven together. He turned to look at her directly, and his eyes were filled with a complex mixture of emotions: joy, sorrow, regret, peace, all intertwined like the very threads she could see in the fabric of reality. It seemed that he was looking at her, and, through her, into some deep truth about the nature of existence. I spent decades wondering whether I had been right to dismantle the system, he said quietly. Whether my freedom was itself a cage. Whether in trying to free others, I had merely created a new kind of imprisonment. Do you know what your arrival tells me? Lin Xuanyi shook her head, aware that she was in the presence of something sacred. It tells me that freedom and connection are not opposites. It tells me that a world where people can see the threads of their interdependence and choose to honor them, not because they are compelled, but because they understand them, that world is genuinely free. You were born into that world, and it has given you a sight that is even clearer than mine ever was. I take that as confirmation that the choice I made was right. He paused, and in the silence that followed, Lin Xuanyi could hear the subtle sounds of the garden, wind through leaves, the distant call of birds, the soft murmur of water in hidden streams. I do not know if I will live much longer, Baizhen continued. I can feel that my time in this world is drawing toward an end. But your arrival suggests to me that the work I began does not need me anymore. The world has learned to stand without me. It has learned to teach itself the wisdom of freedom and connection. That is more than I had dared to hope. Chapter 85. The final lesson Baizhen did not ask Lin Xuanyi to stay, but neither did he ask her to leave. Instead, over the following weeks, he began to teach her in a way that was less instruction and more shared exploration. They would sit beneath the cherry tree for hours, discussing the nature of the chains, the meaning of choice, the relationship between individual will and collective destiny. He showed her texts he had written during his withdrawal, philosophical works exploring the boundaries of fate and freedom, stories of how the new system had developed, sketches of how the world might continue to evolve. In one particularly memorable conversation, conducted as snow began to fall softly around them, he told her about the architect. Yuhua was not evil, Baizhen explained, though he did evil things. He was a being of almost inconceivable power, and he believed absolutely that he understood what was best for the world. He designed the chains because he believed that without them, humanity would tear itself apart. He imposed his will on billions of lives because he thought that was the only way to maintain order and peace. And was he right? Lin Xuanyi asked. Without the chains, do we tear ourselves apart? Sometimes, Baizhen admitted. The world after the Reformation was messier, more chaotic, more painful in some ways than it had been before. But there was something alive in that chaos that had never been present before. The genuine possibility of growth, of transformation, of becoming something better than we had been. I believe that is worth the chaos. He took a long sip from a cup of tea that had been cooling beside him. The mistake I made, he told her one afternoon as the sun painted the mist golden, was to imagine that the system could exist without someone to maintain it. I created the new architecture of guidance and connection, and then I withdrew, believing my work was done. But what I did not fully understand was that a system based on choice and interdependence requires constant recreation. It requires every person who participates in it to actively choose, again and again, to honor the threads that bind them. Is that a burden? Lin Xuanyi asked. Living in a world that requires that constant choosing. Perhaps, Baizhen smiled. But it is a burden freely chosen, and that makes it lighter than any compulsion could be. Even the best chain, imposed by even the most benevolent hand, is heavier than the lightest freely chosen path. They talked about how the new system had evolved in the decades after his withdrawal. The voluntary guidance network had grown more sophisticated. The practice of making decisions collectively had become more refined. The ability to see the chains seemed to be awakening in more and more people, though Baizhen did not fully understand why. Perhaps, he speculated, the site was always something that humans could develop, but it required a world free of the compulsory chains in order to emerge. Perhaps the old system suppressed the natural ability to see because that ability would have threatened the system's existence. Or perhaps your ability to see is something new, something that has emerged because the world itself has changed so fundamentally. One day, as they sat in silence watching the wind move through the garden, observing how each blade of grass bowed and straightened in response to the invisible force moving through the world, Baizhen took her hand. And as he did, something remarkable happened. The perfect clarity that had always surrounded him, that absolute freedom that had set him apart from every other living being, wavered. For just a moment, a single thread appeared, connecting him to her. It was delicate and new, shimmering with the freshness of genuine choice, glowing with a warmth that seemed to emanate not from external light, but from the depths of conscious intention. It was the most beautiful thing Lin Xuanyi had ever seen. The thread was not imposed by fate or destiny or the architecture of reality. It was consciously woven by Baizhen himself, a deliberate choosing to be connected to another being after decades of perfect, painful isolation. Baizhen gasped slightly, his eyes widening as he felt it. This is the first genuine connection I have allowed myself since my awakening, he whispered. The first thread I have consciously chosen to weave, knowing exactly what I was doing. And in that moment, Lin Xuanyi understood something profound. Baizhen's perfect freedom had come at a cost, not a cost imposed by others, but a cost he had chosen to pay himself, a kind of isolation that was the mirror image of the control the old system had wielded. By stepping back and creating a world where others could be free, he had cut himself off from the very connections that made freedom meaningful. He had freed the world, but in doing so, he had exiled himself from it. You don't have to stay separated, she said gently. No, he agreed, and there was a lifetime of longing in that single syllable. But I did have to. The world needed to learn to stand without me, to make its choices without my shadow falling across them. Now perhaps it is time for that to change. Perhaps the world is ready for me to choose again. Over the following days, Baizhen prepared to return to the wider world. It was not a dramatic transition. He simply set his affairs in order at the sect, wrote final instructions for the caretakers who had maintained the temple during his decades of seclusion, and prepared to walk back down the mountain he had climbed so many years ago. Lin Xuanyi stayed with him, and together they made the journey back toward the cities and centers of civilization. The world, they discovered, remembered him. Cultivators who had been young when he had withdrawn were now old, and they wept when they saw him. The new generation of leaders and students wanted to hear his words, his perspectives on how the system he had created had evolved, how it had been transformed by the people who had learned to live within it. He spoke with them honestly, without claiming authority or demanding changes. He simply offered his thoughts as those of one who had long contemplated these mysteries, and let others decide what to do with those thoughts. And slowly, Bai Zhen began to weave threads again, not chains of control, but genuine connections of love and friendship and intellectual fellowship. He remained himself, still unmarked by the chains that bound others, still fundamentally free in a way that no one else could be. But the freedom that had once seemed like a curse had become something closer to a gift. He was free not from others, but free to choose genuine connection with them. Free to love, free to be part of the world without controlling it. He became less like an ancient sage preserved in seclusion and more like a living human being, engaged with the world in all its beautiful messiness. And the people around him found themselves transformed simply by witnessing his transformation. Those who encountered him began to understand something that had been missing from even the most refined explanations of his philosophy, that freedom and connection were not intellectual concepts to be mastered, but lived experiences to be embodied. They watched as Bai Zhen moved through the world with complete autonomy, making choices based purely on his own understanding, answering to no external authority, beholden to no system of control, and yet he was the most genuinely connected person they had ever encountered. He listened deeply to others, engaged with their concerns, genuinely cared about their welfare, and adjusted his actions based on understanding how his choices affected those around him. This living demonstration of the paradox was far more powerful than any philosophical argument could have been. It showed people that the liberation Bai Zhen offered was not a liberation into isolation, but a liberation into authentic relationship, that genuine freedom meant not the absence of obligation, but the conscious choice to honor obligations freely, with full awareness and full love. Chapter 86. The ripples spread 5 years after Bai Zhen's return from seclusion. The world had shifted again. It was not a dramatic shift, no great wars, no sudden upheavals, no revolutionary moments of the sort that had marked his initial transformation of the system. Instead, it was a slow, deepening, a gradual refinement of what had already been building since his withdrawal. The voluntary guidance system had evolved from a simple network of available counsel into something far more sophisticated. Those who could see the chains, there were now 7 such cultivators, and more seemed to be awakening to the ability with each passing year, had begun to work together, not as a hidden council of power, but as educators and counselors. They worked openly, always transparent about what they were doing and why, always careful to present themselves as guides rather than authorities. Lin Xuanyi had become one of the most influential of these guides, though she used her influence reluctantly and with constant self-examination. She had established a school in Cloud White Prefecture where she taught both traditional cultivation methods and the newer art of seeing and strengthening the threads of connection. Her students came from all walks of life, merchants seeking to understand their suppliers better, parents wanting to strengthen bonds with their children, administrators hoping to create communities that functioned on genuine cooperation rather than compulsion, farmers wishing to understand their connection to the land they tended. Bai Zhen, meanwhile, had assumed a role that would have been unthinkable in the old system and would have seemed impossible in the early years after his withdrawal. He had become a teacher, not of cultivation techniques, but of philosophy and ethics. He traveled between the major cities, accepting invitations to speak at temples and schools, engaging in public dialogues with scholars about the nature of freedom and connection. Thousands would gather to hear him speak, and afterward, people would report that his words had clarified something they had been struggling with for years. In one such dialogue, held in the Grand Hall of the capital city on a day of exceptional clarity, a young scholar asked him a question that seemed to encapsulate the entire evolution that the world had undergone. "Master Bai," the scholar said, rising from the audience to address him directly. In the old system, the chains determined everything. The architecture could not be questioned. It was fixed, eternal, immovable. In the new system you created, everything is based on choice and connection. But is this not unstable? Will not some group eventually try to reimpose the old chains? Will not someone eventually try to become like you, unchained and free of all connection? Bai Zhen smiled, a smile that had become more and more frequent since his return from the mountains. "That is the burden we carry," he said. In the old system, stability was achieved through absolute control. No one could step out of line because the lines were literally physical, woven into the structure of destiny itself. In the new system, stability must come from something else, from the continued, conscious choice of individuals and communities to honor the threads that bind them, to see the chains that connect us and choose to maintain them rather than deny them. He paused, looking out across the audience, which numbered in the thousands. There will always be the possibility that someone will try to reimpose control. That is the risk we accept when we choose freedom. But I believe that this new system has a strength the old one did not. In the old system, people were bound by chains they did not understand and could not see. In the new system, those who can see the chains, and increasingly, through the teachings of guides like Lin Wei and others, more and more people can. Those who see them understand what they are. They understand that trying to weaponize the chains, to use them for control, would only corrupt them, would break the trust that holds the entire system together. The strongest defense against tyranny is not force, but understanding. He continued, his voice carrying to every corner of the great hall. The second question, whether someone will try to become as I am, unchained and free of all connections, that is more interesting to me. Because if someone should develop the ability to be completely unchained, to see the system without being bound by it, I would not fear them. I would be curious to know what they would choose to do. And my hope is that they would choose, as I have chosen, to use their understanding not to dominate or control others, but to help them see more clearly and choose more freely. The dialogue ended with applause, but more importantly, it sparked a conversation that continued for months afterward, in tea houses and schools and family gatherings across the land. The question Bai Zhan had raised, what is the foundation of a truly free society, became the central philosophical debate of an entire generation. Young scholars wrote treatises on the subject. Councils gathered to discuss it. Ordinary people, sitting around dinner tables, found themselves drawn into the contemplation of these fundamental questions. Chapter 87. The second sight. By the time a decade had passed since Bai Zhan's return, something unexpected began to happen. The cultivators and ordinary people who had been studying under Lin Wei and the other guides began to report their own visions. Not everyone developed them with full clarity. Some could only perceive the chains in fragments, could only see them in certain states of deep meditation, could only perceive the threads connecting others without yet being able to see the ones connected to themselves. But the number of people capable of seeing, in whatever degree, had grown from 7 to nearly 300 across the known world. More remarkably, they had begun to discover that seeing the chains brought with it a kind of collective responsibility. When one person truly understood how their choices rippled outward through the web of connections, when they could literally see how their actions affected the lives of others, something shifted in their hearts. They became more careful, more thoughtful, more willing to consider the consequences of their choices, not out of fear, but out of genuine love and concern for those whose lives their choices touched. Communities that had multiple people capable of seeing the chains found themselves transformed in profound ways. Decisions were made with much greater awareness of how they would affect not just the community itself, but the wider web of connections that extended from the community to distant places. Trade agreements were struck with full consciousness of how they affected suppliers and customers alike, sometimes resulting in prices that honored the full cost of labor and materials rather than exploiting the desperation of those who needed what was offered. Family conflicts were resolved with awareness of how the resolution would ripple through generations, how a choice made by one generation affected the possibilities available to their children and grandchildren. Administrators discovered that when they could see clearly how their decisions affected the wider world, they naturally inclined toward choices that served the whole rather than fragmentary interests. Agricultural practices were changed when farmers could see the chains connecting them to the health of the land itself, the worms in the soil, the birds that controlled the pests, the water cycle that sustained everything. These farmers began to practice a kind of cooperation with nature rather than domination of it, understanding that they were not separate from the ecosystems they inhabited, but integral parts of them. They found that farming this way, with full awareness of interdependence, was not only more sustainable, but also more beautiful and more deeply satisfying than the old exploitative methods had ever been. This spreading ability created new challenges that Bai Zhan and the Council of Guides had not anticipated. Some people, upon learning that others could see the chains, wanted those others to make decisions for them. There was a persistent strain of thought that suggested, If these people can see more clearly than we can, should we not trust them to guide us? Should they not have authority? It took a formal convocation of all the cultivators who could see the chains to address this question. They met in the Temple of Clear Seeing, the great monastery that had been established in the capital specifically as a place of philosophical and practical research into the nature of the new system. The temple itself had been built as a collaborative effort of dozens of guides and hundreds of volunteers, each contributing according to their gifts and abilities. Bai Zhen attended, though by now he spent most of his time in quiet study and conversation rather than in formal leadership. Lin Xuanyi, as one of the senior guides, took a leading role in the discussions. She had aged only slightly in the decades since Bai Zhen's return, her cultivation keeping her vital and healthy despite the intense demands she placed on herself. "We must be absolutely clear," she told the assembled group of seers, her voice carrying the weight of conviction. "The ability to see the chains does not give us the right to make choices for others. In fact, seeing the chains more clearly gives us additional responsibility to be transparent about our own motivations and actions. We must make clear that our sight is a tool for understanding interdependence, not for wielding power over others." An older guide, Master Feng, who had studied under Bai Zhen in the final months before his withdrawal, added, "The old system believed that perfect knowledge of the chains meant perfect control was possible and desirable. We must believe the opposite, that perfect knowledge of the chains means perfect responsibility to honor the autonomy of others. We see the connections, but we do not own them. We do not control them. We only affirm them. I have spent 30 years since the Reformation learning this lesson. In the early years after my awakening to the sight, I was arrogant. I believed that because I could see more clearly than others, my decisions would be better for the community. I intervened in civic matters. I offered my counsel even when not asked. I tried to guide people toward paths I could see would bring them happiness. And do you know what happened? The people I guided became dependent on my sight. They stopped trusting their own intuitions. They looked to me for answers instead of developing their own wisdom. It was only when I stepped back, when I refused to offer guidance unless directly asked, that the community began to flourish. When people were forced to trust themselves, they discovered capacities they had not known they possessed. Another guide, a woman named Mei who had awakened to the sight only 5 years earlier, raised her hand. But what about situations where someone's choices will cause harm to others? If we can see that a particular decision will damage the web of connections, do we not have some responsibility to speak against it? Lin Xuanyi nodded thoughtfully at this question. "This is perhaps the most difficult question we face," she said. "And my answer has evolved over the years I have practiced. Yes, we have responsibility, but responsibility to speak, not to control. There is a subtle but crucial difference. We can offer our perspective. We can say, 'I see chains that connect you to these other beings, and I believe your current choice will damage those connections in these ways.' But then we must step back and allow the person to make their own decision. Sometimes people will choose paths that damage the web despite knowing the consequences. Some are driven by desperation. Some by attachment to desires they value more highly than harmony. Some by competing values that we can see but perhaps do not fully understand. If we take away their right to make those choices, even wrong choices, we have stepped back into the old system, where some beings are entrusted with the right to determine the choices of others. I would rather live in a world where people are free to make mistakes, even terrible mistakes, than to live in a world where we have appointed ourselves as overseers of everyone else's decisions. The consciousness of interdependence itself, taught to enough people, will eventually shift collective behavior. But it cannot be imposed. It must be awakened naturally, developed through practice and understanding, embraced freely. "We have the responsibility to speak truth as we understand it," Lin Xuanyi replied. "We have the responsibility to share our insight and our perspective. But we do not have the right to prevent others from making their own choices, even choices we believe to be wrong. The moment we attempt to prevent others from choosing, we are reimposing the chains we worked so hard to dismantle." The discussion continued for days, with guides debating the fine points of ethical responsibility and personal autonomy. Some argued for greater involvement in civic decision-making, believing that their sight could genuinely improve outcomes. Others argued for complete withdrawal, believing that any involvement in governance was a corruption of their role. Eventually, The council came to a consensus, and the decision that came out of that convocation became known as the Charter of Clear Sight. It established formal ethical guidelines for all cultivators who could see the chains. They would be educators, not rulers. They would be guides, not gatekeepers. They would refuse positions of absolute authority, though they could accept positions of shared responsibility in councils and governing bodies where their insight would be just one voice among many. They would always be transparent about their methods and reasoning. And most importantly, they would work actively to ensure that the ability to see became as widespread as possible, spreading the responsibility for understanding the chains across the entire population rather than concentrating it in a few enlightened individuals. The charter was written on fine paper and displayed in every school and gathering place. It became a symbol of the commitment that the seer guides had made to serve the world without dominating it. When Bai Zhen read the charter, he wept. For the first time in decades, tears flowed down his face, tears of gratitude and relief. "This," he said to Lin Xuanyi as they sat in the garden of the temple, "is what I always hoped would happen. Not that I would be replaced, but that my role would become unnecessary. That others would rise who could see what I saw, understand what I understood, and then teach it to others until the gift was so widely distributed that no single person's vision could dominate the whole. You have done more in a decade than I did in my entire active life in the world. We have stood on your shoulders," Lin Xuanyi replied gently. "You did the impossible work first. We are only doing the logical work that had to follow." Chapter 88. The deeper mystery, yet even as the system evolved and the ability to see spread, deeper mysteries remained. Bai Zhen, now in his advanced years, but still vigorous in mind if not always in body, began to pursue a question that had haunted him for decades. What was the ultimate nature of the chains? Where had they come from? Were they truly fundamental to reality, or were they themselves created? This question had begun to crystallize during his years of seclusion and had only deepened as he watched the new system develop and take on a life of its own. If the chains had been created by Yuhua the architect, then they were contingent facts, things that could have been otherwise. But what did that mean for the nature of reality itself? Could there be a world without chains, without connections, where each being existed in absolute isolation? The idea seemed impossible, yet it was the logical endpoint of his inquiry. His investigation led him back to the ancient records of the Yuhua architect, the being who had originally designed the old system of absolute fate, the one who had revealed to Bai Zhen, decades ago, that he himself had been engineered as part of that design. Those records suggested something troubling, that the system of chains was not a natural law but an imposed structure, created by beings of almost godlike power for purposes that remained unclear. In the archives of the Great Temple, he found documents written in Yuhua's own hand, describing the thought process that had led to the creation of the system. Yuhua had been motivated by what he called the terror of chaos, a vision of a universe in which nothing was connected to anything else, where each being acted in complete isolation, creating an endless cacophony of conflicting wills and desires that produced only suffering. To prevent this catastrophic state, Yuhua had woven the chains, creating a web of interdependence that he believed would keep the universe stable and orderly. What he had not foreseen was that his own creation would eventually become so oppressive that the universe itself, through Bai Zhen's awakening and rebellion, would overthrow it. If that was true, then the new system Bai Zhen had created was also, in some sense, an imposed structure, merely a different form of architecture replacing an older one. The question became almost unbearably complex. Could one ever truly transcend structure? Or was freedom itself just another kind of cage, constructed from different materials, but no less real for all that? He presented this question to a gathering of the most advanced philosophers and cultivators in the land, held in the great library that had been built over the past decades specifically to house the accumulated knowledge of both the old and new systems. The library was a marvel. Tens of thousands of scrolls and texts, organized in ways that made it possible to trace the evolution of ideas across centuries. "I have come to believe," he said slowly, carefully choosing each word, "that the distinction between fate and freedom is not as fundamental as I once thought. Both are structures. Both are constraints of a sort. In the old system, the constraint was external and invisible. In the new system, The constraints are still there. We are constrained by our connections to others, by the consequences of our choices, by the physical laws of the universe and the limits of our own bodies and minds. The difference is that in the new system, we are conscious of the constraints, we have chosen, or at least have accepted, them, and we can continuously renegotiate them. He paused, allowing the implications to sink in. If you try to escape all constraints entirely, you reach a kind of vacuum, a place where nothing is possible because there is nothing to push against, nothing to work with, nothing to shape into meaning. Perhaps true freedom is not the absence of constraints, but the ability to dance with them consciously, to engage with them knowingly, to shape oneself in relationship to them. A young scholar, one of Lin Xuani's advanced students, raised her hand. Does this mean, Master, that freedom is an illusion? That we are all slaves to some structure or other? I think, Baijan replied, his voice patient and kind, that it means freedom is not what we believed it to be. We imagined freedom as the absence of constraints. But the absence of all constraints is actually a kind of meaninglessness. We are free not when we have no boundaries, but when we understand our boundaries clearly enough that we can choose how to relate to them. The chains are real. The connections are real. Freedom is the ability to see them clearly and make conscious choices about how to engage with them. He paused, and when he spoke again, there was a note of profound peace in his voice. I spent decades believing that freedom meant being unchained. I have come to understand that true freedom means being aware of all the chains, both the ones that bind us to others and the ones that bind us to ourselves, and choosing, again and again, to weave ourselves into the great pattern not out of compulsion, but out of conscious choice and love. The gallery fell silent as people grappled with the implications of what he was saying. It was a teaching that challenged many fundamental assumptions about the nature of the liberation they had thought they had achieved. But it was also a teaching that brought a strange sense of peace, the recognition that freedom and interdependence were not contradictory, but complementary aspects of a deeper reality. Chapter 89. The world transformed 40 years after Baijan's withdrawal and 30 years after his return. The world had become something truly new. It was not utopian. Conflict still existed, misunderstandings still arose, people still made choices that hurt others and themselves. Communities still experienced periods of disruption and discord, but the underlying structure of society had fundamentally changed. The cities and towns that had once been governed by councils appointed by the old authority now governed themselves through genuine democratic processes, informed by the voluntary guidance that those with sight could offer. Communities made decisions together, with full awareness of how those decisions would ripple through their connections to other communities. Trade flourished not through compulsion and predetermined exchanges, but through genuine, mutually beneficial relationships, where both parties understood deeply how they were serving each other's needs. Families strengthened themselves not through the pressure of fate, but through the continuous choice to nurture and honor the bonds that held them together. People spoke openly about why they loved those whom they loved, what they valued about their connections, how they intended to honor those connections through their choices and their actions. Parents brought their children to ceremonies where the chains connecting family members were honored and celebrated, not as binding constraints, but as the precious threads that made life meaningful. Young people approaching adulthood would gather with teachers and elders to discuss their connections not just to their families, but to their communities, their regions, the wider world. They learned not to see these connections as obligations that limited their freedom, but as relationships that gave their freedom meaning and direction. Education itself had been transformed. Schools taught not just technical skills and accumulated knowledge, but also the art of seeing and understanding connections, the practice of making decisions with full awareness of consequences, the cultivation of wisdom about how to live meaningfully within the web of interdependence. These young people grew up with different assumptions than their parents had, assumptions that freedom and connection were natural partners rather than opposites. They seemed to navigate the complexities of relational existence with an ease that their parents could only aspire to, making choices that honored both their own needs and the needs of those around them, almost as naturally as they breathed. The greatest change, perhaps, was in how people related to their own lives. In the old system, individuals had known their fate, or believed they did, and lived resigned to that fate or occasionally in rebellion against it. They had moved through life knowing that they could not significantly change its trajectory, that their role had been assigned to them before birth, carved into the very structure of reality. They had been like actors performing roles written for them, unable to deviate from the script without violating the fundamental nature of existence itself. In the new system, people lived in genuine mystery, conscious that their futures were not predetermined but would be shaped by the accumulated choices of themselves and those connected to them. There was uncertainty in that, and fear at times. Younger people sometimes struggled with the weight of having to make genuine choices rather than simply accepting predetermined roles. The older generation sometimes yearned for the simplicity of knowing exactly what would happen, even if it was a bleak and constricted knowing. But there was also hope and the genuine sense of agency that came from knowing that the future was not fixed, that choices mattered, that one's life was genuinely one's own to shape, that through courage and love and conscious effort, a person could become something greater and better than they had been. The practice of walking the threads became common among advanced cultivators. This was a meditative practice in which one would trace the connections from oneself to distant others, following the paths of one's influence and one's connections, becoming aware of all the ways in which one was woven into the fabric of the world. A practitioner might start by focusing on their immediate family, sensing the threads that connected them, and following those threads outward to the friends of their children, the colleagues of their spouse, the teachers and classmates and mentors who had shaped the people they loved. Then they would trace outward further to the merchants who sold them food, the farmers who grew it, the healers who tended them when they were sick, the artists who created beauty in their community. A single meditation might follow these threads backward and forward through time, recognizing how they themselves were descended from countless ancestors whose choices had made their own existence possible, and how their current choices would ripple forward to affect descendants not yet born. People reported that practicing this discipline made them more thoughtful and more compassionate, as it gave them a vivid sense of their actual interconnectedness with beings they might never meet, but whose lives they affected nonetheless. One merchant described how, after walking the threads for the first time, he wept for hours, overwhelmed by the realization of how many people his single business decision affected. An administrator reported that after practicing walking the threads, she could no longer make decisions purely on the basis of what would benefit her district, because she could feel the impact of those decisions on adjacent districts and understood that true wisdom required considering the well-being of the whole. A teacher said that the practice had revealed to him how his teaching affected his students not just in their current lives, but in their ability to teach their own children, multiplying the impact of his work across generations. Baijan, now quite elderly, spent his days in contemplation and conversation. He had established a small school at the edges of the capital city, where he taught a small group of advanced students. He did not call himself a master, would not accept formal disciples, and refused any official title or position. He was simply an old cultivator who had lived through the transformation and had thoughts to share with anyone willing to listen. His students were a diverse group, advanced guides who had already developed significant ability to see the chains, younger people just beginning their cultivation practice, scholars interested in philosophy, and occasionally monks or priests from other traditions. He welcomed all of them and asked them only to come with open minds and honest hearts. Lin Xuani visited him regularly, driving the 3-day journey from her school to spend a few days in conversation with the old master. She was now in her 60s, still beautiful in the way of someone who has spent their life in authentic practice and devoted service. She had written several influential texts on the philosophy of seeing and connection, and had trained dozens of other guides who had themselves trained hundreds more. Yet despite her own prominence, she still sought out Baijan's counsel, still sat with him for hours in quiet conversation, still asked him questions that prodded at the deepest mysteries of existence. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked him one autumn afternoon, as they watched the leaves fall from the cherry tree in his garden, each leaf a small journey from tree to earth. "The choice you made to step back? To create the new system and then withdraw from it?" Baijan was silent for a long time, his eyes tracking the path of a particularly beautiful leaf as it spiraled slowly downward. "I regret the pain my withdrawal caused," he said finally. "I regret that my absence was experienced by some as abandonment. I regret that I did not have the wisdom, in those days, to understand that I could have remained present in the world without controlling it. But the choice itself, no, I do not regret it. Because if I had not stepped back, if I had remained at the center of power making decisions for everyone, then the world would never have learned to make decisions for itself. The gift I gave was not the system itself, but the space to grow into the system. He turned to look at her directly, and his ancient eyes held depths of compassion and understanding. But you have given something different. You have given the gift of sight. You have shown that more than one person can see, that the ability can be taught and learned, that responsibility for understanding the chains does not have to be concentrated in a single enlightened individual. That, I believe, is the greater gift. Chapter 90. The final understanding. In the autumn of his 93rd year, Bai Zhen fell ill. It was not a dramatic illness. There was no sudden crisis, no desperate healing attempts by the greatest physicians in the land. Instead, it was simply the slow wearing of a body that had lived a long and eventful life. His mind remained sharp until the very end, but his body grew frilier with each passing day. He moved slowly, his breath came hard after the least exertion, and he spent much of his time resting. He called his closest students together a few weeks before the end, Lin Xuanyi among them. They gathered around his bed in his simple room, decorated with nothing but a few books and a view of his beloved garden. The garden was now entering its winter dormancy, and yet it held a kind of beauty in its starkness. The bare branches creating intricate patterns against the pale sky, the ground covered with fallen leaves that would eventually decompose and nourish the soil for next year's growth. I have one final lesson, he told them, his voice still clear despite his physical weakness. It has taken me a lifetime to learn it, and I want to make sure it does not die with me. He drew their attention to the window, where the winter sun slanted through the bare branches of the cherry tree, creating long shadows across the garden. In the old system, he said, we believed that fate was the chains. We believed that controlling the chains meant controlling fate. In the new system, we learned to see that freedom is not the absence of chains, but the conscious choice to honor them. But there is something deeper still, something I have only truly understood in my old age. He paused, gathering his strength, and his students waited in reverent silence. The chains themselves are not the ultimate reality. They are simply the visible expression of something far deeper, the fundamental interdependence of all existence. Every soul connected to every other, not because some architect designed it that way, but because that is the nature of existence itself. There is no separation. There never was. The chains are just how that fundamental unity appears when we can perceive it. He looked from face to face, making sure each student was truly listening. This is the liberating understanding. Separation is the illusion, not connection. We believed for so long that we were fundamentally isolated beings connected by external chains. But the truth is the reverse. We are fundamentally unified, and what we call our individual selves are just particular expressions of that unified reality. This means, one of his students said slowly, that we never needed to be freed from connection. We only needed to see connection clearly. Yes, Bai Zhen said, a smile playing at his lips. And that changes everything. He looked at Lin Xuanyi. The true revolution, he said, is not in creating a new system. It is in helping people wake up to the reality that was always true. As he said these words, Lin Xuanyi felt something shift within her understanding. She realized that Bai Zhen was not speaking from theory, but from direct perception. He could see the chains as they truly were, not as external constraints imposed upon beings, but as the living tissue of existence itself, the very substance through which consciousness flowed. Every chain was a thread of love. Every connection a moment of the universe knowing itself through the meeting of two conscious beings. His final teaching was not a system or a philosophy, but an invitation to stop fighting against the fundamental nature of existence and instead to find peace within it. The other students sat in silence, each one grappling with the implications. To believe what Bai Zhen was saying required them to surrender their most fundamental assumptions about what freedom meant. If freedom was not escape from connection, but full participation in it, then all their efforts to break chains and achieve autonomy had been misdirected. And yet, as Bai Zhen's calm acceptance filled the room, many of them began to sense the truth in his words. The relief was extraordinary, the understanding that they did not have to break free from their nature, but rather could finally come home to it. In the days that followed, Bai Zhen gradually weakened. He spent more time sleeping, and when he woke, he spoke little. But in the quiet moments, Lin Xuanyi would sit with him, and sometimes he would reach out and take her hand. When he did, she could feel the threads of connection between them glowing with a light almost too bright to bear. She could perceive, in those moments, what Bai Zhen had been teaching, that the chains were not imprisoning her, but rather were holding her in the arms of existence itself. Every moment was a gift, and this final season of his life, though filled with the sorrow of impending loss, was also luminous with the presence of genuine connection. She understood that this was what he meant about the liberation found in accepting the chains. It was not resignation or defeat. It was the discovery that what they had fought against all their lives was actually what they had been longing for, to be held, to be connected, to matter to something beyond themselves. In his final weakness, Bai Zhen radiated a strength that had nothing to do with physical power and everything to do with the peace that comes from complete acceptance of reality as it truly is. Chapter 91. The passing Bai Zhen died peacefully 3 weeks later, in the early morning hours of the winter solstice. The solstice was the turning point of the year, the moment when the dark was greatest, and yet when the light began inevitably to return. He died without drama, his hand held by Lin Xuanyi and 2 of his oldest students, with the view of his garden and the ice-covered cherry tree visible from his window. In his final moments, witnesses reported that they saw something extraordinary. The perfect clarity that had always surrounded him, the absence of chains that had always marked him as different from every other being, suddenly dissolved. For just an instant before his body ceased its breathing, it was as though every chain that had ever been created, every connection that had ever existed, became visible. The Unchained One was finally, in the moment of his death, connected to everything and everyone he had touched, everyone whose lives had been transformed by his choices, everyone whose choices had been made possible by his liberation. The connections that had been invisible around him became visible, and they blazed with a light so bright and so beautiful that those present could barely bear to look at it. Students reported that they could see the threads extending from him in all directions, backward through time to ancestors he had never known who had prepared the way for his existence, forward through time to descendants not yet born whose lives would be shaped by the choices he had made. They could see the threads connecting him to Lin Xuanyi and all the guides he had trained and inspired. They could see the threads connecting him to the millions of ordinary people whose lives had been transformed by freedom. The light seemed to contain the sum of all the choices that had followed from his decision to dismantle the old system, all the joy and sorrow and growth that had emerged from humanity's initial stumbling steps into genuine freedom. Then his breath ceased, and the extraordinary light faded, but the threads remained visible for just a moment longer, showing all those present that he had never truly been unchained at all. He had simply been connected at a level so deep and so fundamental that ordinary sight could not perceive it. When he had gone, Lin Xuanyi sat with his body for a long time, not weeping but simply present to the vast absence that his passing had created in the world. His face in death was peaceful, younger somehow, as though the burden of containing a sight that transcended the normal capacities of human perception had finally been lifted. And then, slowly, she began to see something remarkable. The chains that had always surrounded Bai Zhen, invisible to normal sight because he was unchained, because he stood outside the web of connections that bound all other beings. Those chains began to appear now that he had passed from the world. Or perhaps they had always been there, and she was only now able to perceive them because the fundamental energy that had always kept him apart had finally been released. What she saw was almost too beautiful to bear. The chains that had always been invisible around him were not chains of connection to individual people or places. They were chains of infinite complexity that connected him to the entire world, not the world as it was at the moment of his death, but the world as it had been and all the versions of what it might become. He was connected through time and probability itself, his single choice in the crucial moment decades ago radiating outward to shape the destinies of trillions of future moments. His withdrawal had not separated him from the world. It had connected him to it in a way that transcended ordinary understanding. By removing himself from position of power, He had given himself the ability to influence the entire trajectory of civilization in a way he never could have if he had remained at the center. She understood then what he had meant in their final conversations. He had not been separated from the chains. He had simply been connected to them at a deeper level, in a way that transcended the individual connections that bound other souls. His freedom had never been freedom from connection. It had been freedom to be connected at the deepest level, to participate in the shaping of destiny itself without being bound by any single person's will or ego. His unchained state had been not a state of isolation, but a state of universal connection. Connection to everything, everyone, all times and places. And in his passing, that pattern remained, woven permanently into the fabric of the world. The world he had helped create, the system of voluntary guidance, the spreading ability to see, all of it continued because it had become woven into the fundamental fabric of existence, no longer dependent on his personal presence or personal power. The work would continue. The world would grow and transform in directions he himself might not have imagined or approved of. Other beings would emerge with the ability to see and guide. Some would make mistakes. Some would fall short of the ideals he had established. But the fundamental shift, from a world bound by absolute compulsion to a world organized around voluntary choice and conscious connection, that fundamental shift was now irreversible, woven so deeply into how people thought and felt and acted that no force could unravel it. It would never be finished, but it would never need to be finished, because it had been made alive, a living process that would continue as long as consciousness persisted in the universe. When Lin Xuanyi finally rose from Baizhen's bedside, her eyes were dry, but her heart was full of understanding. She stood for a long time in the garden, watching the winter sun paint long shadows across the frozen ground, watching how the naked branches of the cherry tree created intricate patterns of light and dark against the pale sky. She thought about how Baizhen had spent so much of his life in isolation, so much of his existence burdened by a sight that set him apart from all others, and how in the end he had found peace not by transcending the human condition, but by returning to it, by choosing to be connected to others despite the cost that such connection required. She went directly to the Temple of Clear Seeing and called together the greatest council of guides that had ever assembled. The journey took her 2 days of hard traveling, but she arrived still carrying the clarity of her understanding. She shared with them what she had seen in her meditation after his death, not the specific visions, which were almost impossible to translate into words, but which all of them could sense reverberating through the threads of connection that still carried the echoes of Baizhen's passing, but the essential understanding that Baizhen's work was complete precisely because it had become invisible, woven into the structure of existence itself rather than requiring constant oversight and maintenance. His consciousness had become so fully integrated with the world that removing his individual presence did not diminish the effect of his work. If anything, it amplified it, allowing his influence to operate without the complication of his personal will, his ego, his individual preferences. He has passed the work to us, she told the assembled guides, not to preserve what he created, but to continue the natural evolution of what he set in motion. We are not guardians of a system. We are midwives for a world that is being born anew in every moment, shaped by the conscious choices of billions of souls. The council spent the next months creating new institutions and practices based on this deeper understanding. They established sanctuaries for meditation where any person could come to attempt to develop the sight. They created educational systems that taught the philosophy of interdependence from childhood. They established networks of guides in every major city and many smaller communities. Most importantly, they worked to ensure that the ability to see and guide spread as widely and as equitably as possible, so that no concentration of power could ever form again. The Charter of Clear Sight was updated to emphasize that guides were meant to make themselves progressively unnecessary, each one training others in such a way that the next generation would not need to rely on them, would not look to them for answers, but would develop their own capacity to see and understand. Chapter 92. The students' test 5 years after Baizhen's death, Lin Xuanyi faced her own crisis of understanding. She was leading a major philosophical dialogue in the capital city, attended by thousands of scholars and cultivators, when a question was posed that struck at the heart of everything she had built. The great hall was filled to capacity, with people standing in the aisles and spilling out into the courtyard, where large mirrors had been arranged to reflect the sound so that those outside could hear the proceedings. Incense smoke drifted upward, carrying with it the prayers of thousands of minds seeking understanding. Senior Guide Lin, a challenging young scholar, asked, standing before the entire assembly, "You teach that we should honor the chains and strengthen the bonds of interdependence. But you also teach that we are free. Is this not a contradiction? If we are truly free, should we not also be free to sever the bonds, to pursue our own path regardless of how it affects others?" It was the kind of question that had been asked 1,000 times before, and Lin Xuanyi knew the standard answers. She had given variations of this response to students countless times. But standing before this scholar, before this vast gathering of people looking to her for wisdom, she suddenly realized that the standard answers were, while not wrong, fundamentally incomplete. She rose from her seat and descended from the elevated platform where she had been sitting, wanting to be closer to the questioner, wanting to meet this challenge not from on high, but from a place of genuine humility. "Yes," she said slowly, choosing her words with great care, "you are free to sever the bonds. You are free to ignore the connections that bind you to others. And some of that freedom must be real freedom, not just the illusion of freedom, or it ceases to mean anything at all." The young scholar looked surprised at this admission. The crowd murmured, some with approval at her honesty, others with consternation at her willingness to acknowledge such a dangerous possibility. "But," Lin Xuanyi continued, her voice steady, "I believe that experiencing that freedom, actually exercising it, actually trying to sever the bonds that connect you to others, eventually teaches you something that no amount of intellectual argument can. It teaches you that the severing is impossible. The bonds are not external restraints that you can cut away. They are part of the fundamental fabric of your own being. When you try to sever them, you sever yourself. And that, ultimately, is not freedom. It is a form of death." She paused, moving slowly among the crowd, making eye contact with as many people as she could. There was a man, many years ago, who severed himself entirely from the bonds. He became unchained, completely free from the network of connections that bound every other being. And what he discovered was that his freedom was terrible. It was isolation so complete that it nearly destroyed him. I knew him, and I witnessed what his absolute freedom cost him. He lived for decades in that perfect isolation, and while he understood things that no one else could understand, while he could perceive the structure of reality at levels that transcended ordinary human comprehension, he was also utterly, devastatingly alone. He could speak, but there was no one who could truly hear him. He could love, but there was no one who could receive his love, because any connection would bind him, would compromise his absolute freedom. He became like a god trapped in a prison of his own absolute autonomy. But he was Bai Zhan, someone said from the crowd. He was liberated. He transformed the entire system. He freed us all from the chains. "Yes," Lin Xuanyi agreed, her voice carrying a note of profound sadness mixed with deep gratitude. "He was liberated, and his liberation made our liberation possible. The price he paid, the suffering he endured, bought freedom for billions of beings he would never meet. But I would argue that what ultimately liberated him, what saved him from the despair of absolute isolation and finally allowed him to find peace, was his choice to re-enter the network of connection, to allow himself to weave threads again, to participate in the world despite the cost that such participation requires. His final freedom was not the freedom from all bonds. His final freedom was the freedom to choose his bonds, to understand them clearly, and to embrace them with eyes wide open." She returned to the center of the gathering space. True freedom is the freedom to understand that the bonds are real, that they matter, and that you can live in relationship to them consciously and with full acknowledgement of what you are choosing. That is not a lesser freedom. It is a deeper freedom, a more mature freedom, a freedom that has nothing to do with the absence of constraints and everything to do with one's relationship to the constraints that existence naturally imposes. The scholar bowed. "Thank you, Senior Guide. That clarifies something I have been struggling with." But later, alone in her chambers, Lin Xuanyi realized that the exchange had also clarified something for her. She had been speaking by Zhen's wisdom, but she had not yet fully made it her own. She still, in some deep part of herself, thought of the chains as something imposed on the world, something that needed to be managed and guided. But what if they were not imposed? What if they were simply how existence manifested? She spent the following weeks in deep meditation, barely eating, barely sleeping, simply sitting with the question. And when she emerged, she found that her sight had transformed. The chains were still visible to her, but they had become almost transparent, almost indistinguishable from the fabric of reality itself. She realized that this was the true test, not learning to see the chains, but learning to see through them to the reality they expressed. When she shared this realization with the other senior guides, there was a period of great discussion and debate lasting many weeks. Some understood immediately what she meant. They could feel the shift in her teaching, the way she now spoke about reality rather than about the chains, as though the chains were merely a useful way of perceiving something deeper. Others struggled with the concepts, grappling with the philosophical implications. If the chains were just a metaphor for an underlying reality, did that mean all their teaching about chains was just a way station on the path to something else? But all of them agreed that this represented the next stage in the evolution of their work. They were not meant to create a system of guidance based on the chains. They were not meant to help people become dependent on the sight or on guides who could see. They were meant to guide people toward the direct perception of reality that the chains expressed, a direct, unmediated understanding of interdependence that did not require any special ability or training, but only a willingness to see what was already visible to anyone with eyes to see and a heart willing to feel the connections that had always existed. Chapter 93. The Great Teaching. By the time 30 years had passed since Baizhen's death, Lin Xuani had become the senior philosopher and guide of the entire known world. She was now in her late 70s, moving slowly but with a kind of graceful precision that suggested her cultivated body would remain viable for many more decades. She had written extensively about the nature of fate and freedom, had established schools in 15 different cities, and had trained hundreds of guides who themselves had trained thousands more. Her books had become the primary texts for understanding the sight, yet she was careful never to present her understanding as final or definitive. Each work ended with an implicit question: what have you seen? What do you understand? How does your vision expand beyond what I have described? She had become, in effect, not an authority figure, but a conversation partner for an entire civilization engaged in the work of understanding itself. Her most recent works had taken on a reflective quality, examining not just the sight and the chains, but the journey she had taken in developing that sight. She wrote movingly about the loneliness of being a pioneer, of being one of the first to perceive something that others would only later learn to see. She wrote about her mistakes, about the times she had been arrogant in her teaching, about the moments when she had realized that her understanding was incomplete or even wrong in important ways. These confessions of limitation and fallibility somehow made her more influential, not less, because they demonstrated that the path of understanding was not about reaching a fixed destination, but about the quality of one's attention and honesty throughout the journey. Yet she carried a peculiar burden of loneliness. She had never married, had taken no permanent disciples, had surrounded herself with colleagues and students, but no one who could truly be said to be her equal or her trusted companion. The weight of being the senior voice in a philosophy was significant. People came to her for answers, looking to her for guidance, treating her as an oracle. But she could find no one with whom to simply be, to share doubts with, to explore questions with, to grow alongside. It was this loneliness that led her to make a controversial decision. At the age of 82, having spent more than 5 decades in teaching and service, she announced that she would spend the next 5 years traveling to every corner of the known world, not as a teacher, but as a student. She would seek out masters and philosophers in places she had never been, would open herself to being taught by anyone who had something to offer, regardless of their official status or training. The guides protested. Her students pleaded with her to reconsider. The Council of Clear Seeing tried to convince her that her responsibilities to her formal position were greater than her personal need to grow. Some worried that her absence would create a leadership vacuum that would be filled by less worthy guides. But Lin Xuani was firm, and there was a quality to her firmness that suggested this decision had been gestation for years, waiting for the right moment to be spoken aloud. Baizhen taught the world by withdrawing, she said. I believe I need to teach the world by becoming humble. I need to demonstrate that even the most advanced practitioner of the site never stops learning, never claims to have reached a final understanding. If I die with the title of senior guide, and people remember me as having reached some ultimate enlightenment, then I will have failed in what I truly believe. I need them to remember me as someone who was always seeking, always questioning, always open to being wrong. Baijian's greatest gift was not that he had all the answers. His greatest gift was that he asked questions so profound and so honest that they opened a space for others to ask questions too. I want my final years to be devoted to asking new questions, not to defending old answers. She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle into the hearts of those listening. The guides have become too dependent on my presence, too ready to defer to my judgment when they should be trusting their own sight. I need to step back so that you can discover that your own sight is sufficient, that you do not need me to validate your understanding. The world is ready for that next step, and I am ready to become a student again. She left the capital city with nothing but simple robes, a walking staff, and a single journal in which to record her experiences. Before she departed, she designated a council of 5 guides to serve as the temporary leadership of the guides' order, with explicit instructions that this was to be a temporary arrangement, that no individual should hold central authority for more than a few years, that power should be rotated and distributed. She traveled to the remote monasteries of the north, where ancient masters still meditated in caves in the mountains. There, she learned practices that predated the Reformation, meditation techniques that had been developed over centuries for the specific purpose of quieting the discriminating mind and simply allowing reality to reveal itself. She spent months in a single cave with a master who rarely spoke, learning simply by observing how he moved through each day with absolute presence. She journeyed to the merchant cities of the south, where philosophers of practical wisdom taught in market squares. There, she learned from people who had never developed the formal sight, but who understood through direct experience how their choices affected others, how wisdom emerges not from intellectual analysis, but from patient observation and humble participation in the flow of life. She crossed deserts and mountains, always with open hands and an open heart, and everywhere she went, she shared what she had learned about the sight, about the chains, about the nature of fate and freedom. But she did so as a guest in the traditions of others, always careful to learn what each place and people valued before attempting to teach anything at all. She listened to the wisdom of common folk about how they understood connection and choice. Farmers who had learned over generations how to work with the land rather than against it. Teachers who understood instinctively how to help students develop their own capacities rather than simply receiving information. Healers who had discovered that the most powerful medicine often came from simply being present with another person's suffering. She studied with Taoist masters about the nature of flow and going with the grain of things, learning practices for releasing attachment and moving in harmony with the natural course of events. She meditated with Buddhist monks about the illusion of separation, contemplating sutras that pointed toward the same understanding she had reached through the sight. She debated with Confucian scholars about the responsibilities that come with connection, exploring how different cultures had developed different frameworks for understanding obligation and duty. Through it all, her sight evolved. The chains she saw became less rigid and more fluid. They began to look less like structures and more like dances, less like imprisonments and more like collaborations. She saw how the same thread could bind people together or keep them apart, depending on how it was engaged with. She saw how freedom and connection, rather than being opposites, were actually 2 aspects of the same reality, like 2 sides of a coin. And most remarkably, she began to develop the ability to see further backward and forward through the chains. She could perceive how a decision someone made today was connected to choices their ancestors had made generations ago. She could see how choices made now would ripple forward into futures centuries hence, affecting the lives and possibilities of beings not yet born. Chapter 94. The unexpected teaching in her travels. Lin Xuani encountered something she had not anticipated. People who refused to see the chains even when taught. There were accomplished cultivators who, after extensive training, simply could not develop the sight. Some had the intellectual understanding, but could not translate it into direct perception. Others seemed to have some kind of block, some inner resistance to seeing the reality of interdependence. Their resistance was not born of evil or ignorance, but seemed to come from a deep need to preserve a sense of individual separation. And more strangely, there were people of no particular cultivation ability whatsoever who developed the sight spontaneously and completely, seeing the chains as clearly as any trained guide. An elderly peasant woman in a small village suddenly developed the ability after spending 40 years working in her fields without any formal practice whatsoever. A child born deaf and blind somehow developed a perception of the chains that was even clearer and more refined than that of some of the most experienced guides. This anomaly forced her to reconsider everything she had assumed about the relationship between cultivation ability and the capacity for sight. She began to suspect that the sight was not something that could be trained into people, but rather something that people already possessed in some form, and that her role was not to develop it, but to help them remember it. This insight led her to experiment with new teaching methods. Instead of providing intellectual frameworks and meditation techniques, she began to work with people through direct conversation and lived experience. She would ask them to notice the moments when they felt deeply connected to others, when they could sense the impact of their choices rippling outward through the world, when they suddenly understood with clarity how their fate was woven together with the fates of others. These moments of intuitive understanding, she discovered, were the same as the sight, just expressed in language and conceptual frameworks that had never been labeled as such. A shepherd in the high mountains described to her how he could feel when one of his sheep was struggling, could sense the connections between the animals and understand their needs almost as though he were inside their minds. He explained that he had never had any formal training in meditation or cultivation, had never even heard the term chains or sight. But he had spent 40 years with his sheep, learning to pay attention to them, to listen to them, to understand their nature. Over time, his attention had become so refined that he could perceive subtle shifts in their mood and health before they showed any obvious signs. Was this the sight? He did not know, but the old guide who asked him assured him that it was. A mother spoke of how she simply knew, without explanation, when one of her children was in trouble, even across great distances. She described how this knowing sometimes came in dreams, sometimes as a sudden sense of wrongness that made her drop everything and seek her child out. She had never read a book about interdependence or attended a school for guides, but she carried an intuitive understanding of how her life was woven together with the lives of her children that was deeper and more visceral than many academic practitioners possessed. A musician described how in his best performances, he could feel the connection between his music and the hearts of the audience, could sense which harmonies were touching people most deeply and adjust his playing accordingly. When performing a piece meant to evoke grief, he could feel the sadness in the audience, could modulate his playing to deepen it or soothe it. His music was not technically perfect, but it was alive in a way that perfect technique alone could never achieve, because it flowed from an understanding of how his voice was connected to the hearts of those listening. All of these were descriptions of sight, Lin Xuani realized. All of these were people perceiving the chains, the connections, the fundamental interdependence of existence, even though they had no formal training and would not use those words to describe their experiences. They had developed the sight not through disciplined meditation or intellectual study, but through years of careful attention to something they loved. The shepherd's love for his sheep had opened his perception. The mother's love for her children had connected her to them across distance and separation. The musician's love for his art and for his audience had made him sensitive to the currents of emotion flowing between them. This was the realization that transformed Lin Xuani's teaching. The sight was not a special ability. It was what happened when someone paid close, loving attention to their connections with others and with the world. She wrote about this discovery in her journal. I have been searching for a secret sight, a hidden ability that only special people could develop. But the truth is much simpler and more beautiful. Everyone sees the chains all the time, in the love they feel for others, in the consequences they observe from their actions, in the intuitive understanding they have of how their lives are connected to the lives of those around them. I am not teaching people to see something new. I am teaching them to trust what they have always been seeing, to give it a name, and to make it conscious rather than letting it remain hidden in the realm of feeling and intuition. This realization transformed her teaching completely. Instead of creating special schools for advanced practitioners, she began to work with ordinary people, farmers and merchants, children and elders, helping them to recognize that the gift Bai Zhen had given to the world was not a new ability, but a new way of understanding an ability they had always possessed. She established teaching groups in small villages, gatherings where people could share their experiences of connection and learn to trust what they already deeply knew. These groups met weekly or monthly in town squares and temple courtyards, and membership included everyone from the youngest children to the eldest elders. These groups did not focus on cultivating special powers or developing extraordinary abilities. Instead, they focused on the simple practice of paying attention to the connections one already perceived, of honoring those connections in small and large ways, of making choices consciously and with awareness of how those choices would affect others. In one village, a group of merchants would meet to discuss their trades, and instead of focusing on how to maximize profit, they would ask each other questions. How are the weavers who make this cloth treating their workers? What will happen to the farmers if we demand lower prices? Are we making choices that allow our suppliers to thrive, or are we pushing them toward desperation? These conversations, conducted with genuine care rather than self-righteous judgment, gradually transformed the business practices of the entire community. The results were remarkable and far-reaching. Communities transformed when their members began to recognize and trust their intuitive understanding of interdependence. Violence decreased because people became more aware of the concrete consequences of their actions on others. They could not strike someone in anger when they could feel the pain reverberating through all the connections that person held. Cooperation deepened because people understood on a visceral level that they were genuinely dependent on one another, not as slaves forced to work together, but as free beings who chose to support each other. Even the land itself seemed to respond, as people who had learned to see and honor the connections to the earth made more sustainable and respectful choices about how they used the resources the earth provided. The forests regrew in places where sustainable forestry practices had been adopted. The waterways cleared in communities where people understood that poisoning the water poisoned themselves through the chains of interdependence. It was as though the entire planet began a slow recovery simply because the humans who inhabited it began to see themselves as part of a unified whole rather than separate masters of a resource to be exploited. Chapter 95. The circle closes. In her 84th year, Lin Xuanyi returned to her home city. She had been away for 15 years, traveling the world, and much had changed. Some of her schools had grown into great institutions with thousands of students. Some had transformed into something quite different from what she had originally envisioned, adapted to local contexts and needs. Some had failed and been abandoned. All of this pleased her, for it confirmed that her life's work had truly become independent of her own guiding hand, that she had succeeded in making herself unnecessary. She settled into a small house on the outskirts of the city, overlooking the valley where she had first experienced her awakening to the sight as a teenager. The house was modest, with a simple garden where she spent hours each day in meditation and observation. From her porch, she could see the path that wound down through the valley, the same path she had walked as a young girl, the same path that had led her to her first visions. Students came to visit her, pilgrims came seeking her wisdom, and officials came trying to convince her to take on formal positions. To all of them, she spoke kindly but firmly. She was done with being a guide or a teacher. She was simply an old woman living out her remaining years in observation and reflection. She requested that people not make the journey to see her, that they trust their own inner knowing rather than seeking her counsel. Yet people continued to come, unable to resist the pull of sitting in her presence. Yet from that small house, her influence paradoxically grew. People came seeking audience with her, and she would sit with them in her garden, and in the simple act of sitting together, something would become clear to them. She would not give advice, at least not directly. Instead, she would ask questions. She would observe. She would sometimes simply sit in silence for hours. One young man came to her troubled because his father wanted him to follow a particular career path, while the young man's own inclinations led him in a different direction. Lin Xuanyi did not tell him what to do. Instead, she asked him to describe what he sensed about his connection to his father, what he felt flowing between them. As he spoke, he began to understand that underneath the conflict about careers was a deep love and a desperate desire on his father's part to protect him from suffering. And in understanding that, the young man suddenly saw a way forward that honored both his own autonomy and his father's love. A woman came to her with a moral dilemma about a business transaction that would greatly benefit her family but would harm a distant community. Lin Xuanyi asked her to trace the chains, to sit in meditation, and simply observe the connections flowing from her choice in both directions. The woman spent hours in her garden doing this practice, and when she rose, she knew what she had to do. She chose to refuse the transaction that would harm others, and in doing so, discovered an unexpected freedom. A philosopher came seeking answers to abstract questions about the fundamental nature of existence. Lin Xuanyi spent days with him simply watching the garden, observing how each plant supported the others, how the insects and birds formed a vast community, how the soil itself was alive with countless organisms all serving the health of the whole. The philosopher needed no further instruction. He had seen the answer written in the living text of nature itself. Her visitors would leave feeling as though something profound had been revealed to them, and yet they could not point to any specific teaching or advice that she had given. She had simply been present, and in her presence, clarity had emerged. It was during this period of quiet reflection that she had her last major revelation about the nature of Baizhen's sacrifice, a revelation that would reshape her understanding of his entire life and work. She had received a visitor, a young woman named Chun who had developed the site only a few years earlier and was struggling profoundly with the burden of it. Chun was talented, conscientious, deeply devoted to service, and absolutely miserable. She could see how every choice she made rippled outward through the world. She could perceive the suffering her decisions might cause even to people she would never meet. The weight of that awareness was crushing her, was making her question whether she should even make any choices at all, whether it would be better to withdraw from the world and live in isolation so that her choices could not harm anyone. It was a struggle Lin Xuanyi knew well, having carried it for much of her own life. She remembered the early years after her awakening to the sight, when the responsibility had nearly broken her, when she had wondered whether the gift of perception was actually a curse that condemned the holder to paralysis and guilt. In the garden, beneath the ancient oak tree that had stood there for centuries, Lin Xuanyi found herself speaking about Baizhen as though he were still alive, still wrestling with the same questions. He believed, she told the young woman, that in seeing the chains, in becoming unchained, in understanding the architecture of fate, he had to step back from the world to allow it to grow. But I have come to believe that he was wrong about that, or at least, only partly right. He was right that the world needed to learn to stand without him. But he was wrong to imagine that stepping back meant severing his connection to it. You cannot be free from your connections. You can only be free within them. Baizhen's greatest failure was not that he withdrew. It was that he did not realize, until very late in his life, that he did not have to. The young woman looked startled. Are you saying you regret his withdrawal? No, Lin Xuanyi said slowly. I am saying that his withdrawal was necessary at that time and place, but that it was also a kind of loss. The world gained freedom because of his absence, but it lost the presence of one who understood more deeply than anyone else the nature of that freedom. If I could speak to him now, I would tell him this. The gift of stepping back is real and valuable, but do not imagine that stepping back means disappearing. Find a way to be present without dominating. Find a way to influence without controlling. Find a way to remain in the world and guide it, even as you let it make its own choices. She paused, then added, perhaps that is the work for the next generation. To learn not just to withdraw when our guidance is no longer needed, but to remain present in a new way. To be like the old river that carved the valley, a constant presence that shapes the landscape without demanding that the landscape obey its will. Chapter 96. Wisdom at the end. In her final years, Lin Xuanyi's writings took on a new quality. They became less focused on explaining the site and the nature of the chains, and more focused on exploring the paradoxes and contradictions that she had encountered in her long life of practice and teaching. She wrote about the way that seeing the chains could either liberate you or imprison you, depending on how you responded to them. She wrote about how the freedom to choose was also a burden, and how learning to carry that burden with grace was perhaps the most important part of cultivation. She wrote about how Baizhen's greatest achievement was not in what he had built, but in what he had given up. How by withdrawing from power, He had made possible a kind of growth that could not have happened any other way. Yet how that very withdrawal had cost him decades of isolation and loneliness. She wrote about how perfect sight was not actually liberating, but could become a kind of prison if one was not careful. If you could see all the connections, all the ways your choices affected others, the weight of responsibility could become crushing. She wrote about her own years of struggling with this burden, how the clarity of vision could be as much a curse as a blessing. The practice was to develop the sight, but then to learn to live lightly with it, to honor the connections without being paralyzed by them. She described learning to see the chains, but then to look away from them deliberately, finding the grace to act without constant awareness of every consequence. She wrote about how the most spiritually mature practitioners were not those with the clearest sight, but those who could perceive clearly and yet still move through the world with lightness and joy, unparalyzed by the weight of infinite connection. In her later years, Lin Xuani had trained many students in this subtle art, the art of seeing deeply while acting freely, of honoring obligations while refusing to be imprisoned by them. She wrote about how the young guides she had trained often became frustrated in their attempts to balance perfect awareness with practical action, and how she had learned to comfort them by reminding them that true wisdom was not about perfect seeing, but about wise living, about learning when to look and when to turn away, when to honor connection and when to simply let actions flow without constant analysis. She wrote about how the journey toward wisdom was not a linear progression but a kind of spiral, where one would return again and again to the same questions and truths, but each time with greater depth and subtlety. She wrote about how she had understood something about freedom at age 20 that she thought she had fully grasped, but at 60 she understood it more deeply, and at 80 even more deeply still, and she expected that even if she lived to be 100, she would still be discovering new dimensions of what freedom truly meant. One of her last pieces was titled The Unchained One Remembered. In it, she reflected on her decades-long relationship with the memory and legacy of Baizhan. "I have spent my life walking in the shadow of his footsteps," she wrote, her handwriting growing shakier as she aged, but no less elegant. First following the path he had laid out by withdrawing and leaving space for the new system to grow. Then, attempting to improve upon that system by making it more widely accessible, by spreading the sight so that it was not concentrated in a few enlightened individuals. And finally, attempting to correct the overcorrection, to understand that in making the sight too much a matter of cultivation and training, I had perhaps lost something of the simple, intuitive understanding that had originally animated the work. Now, at the end of my life, I see him clearly for perhaps the first time. Baizhan was not a perfect teacher. His withdrawal left a void that took decades to fill. His philosophy of freedom sometimes overlooked the genuine need that people have for connection and guidance. His life was, in many ways, lonely and sorrowful. The burden of being unchained in a world of chains was almost impossible to bear. But his willingness to face the deepest questions about the nature of existence, his refusal to accept easy answers, his continuous wrestling with the paradoxes of fate and freedom and choice, all of this created space for a world to grow that would be richer and more alive than the one before. I believe that his true legacy is not the system he created, but the invitation he issued to everyone who came after him. Look closely at the fundamental nature of reality, question your assumptions, be willing to be wrong, and do not accept any teaching that tells you that you have reached a final understanding. For as long as we live, there is more to learn. As long as consciousness persists, there are deeper mysteries to explore. Chapter 97. The last circle. When Lin Xuani was 91 years old, the guides of the world came together for a great convocation. It was supposed to be a celebration of the 50 years since Baizhan's death and the 100 years since his initial transformation of the system. But everyone understood that it was really a farewell to Lin Xuani, who everyone knew would not live much longer. The convocation was held in a great open-air amphitheater in the capital city, and thousands of people came. Some were masters of cultivation with profound power and years of experience guiding communities. Some were ordinary people who had simply been touched by the teachings of the site. Farmers who had learned to work more cooperatively with the land. Merchants who had learned to conduct business with awareness of how their choices affected distant suppliers and customers. Parents who had learned to love their children more consciously and intentionally. Some were scholars and philosophers who had devoted their lives to understanding the principles underlying the sight. Some were children born into a world where the sight was no longer remarkable, who had grown up naturally capable of perceiving the connections that their grandparents would have considered miraculous. All of them had come to honor the two greatest teachers that the modern age had produced, Bai Zhen, who had conceived the vision, and Lin Xuanyi, who had realized and spread that vision across the world. Lin Xuanyi was very frail by this point, and she spent most of the convocation simply sitting in a place of honor, listening as guides and students spoke about what they had learned, how they had transformed their understanding of the sight and the chains, how their lives and the world had changed because of the teachings they had received. She did not attempt to give a formal speech. Her presence itself was the teaching. Simply being there, fully present despite her physical fragility, seemed to speak eloquently about the importance of showing up, of continuing to participate in the world even in the face of inevitable decline and death. On the final evening of the convocation, a young student asked her if she would share her final thoughts. Lin Xuanyi smiled and gestured for the student to sit beside her on the stone bench where she had been observing the gathering. "I am too tired to think of final thoughts," she said. "But I can tell you what I observe. Look around this gathering. Do you see how everyone is connected? How every person here is woven into the fate of every other person here?" She gestured slowly, her ancient hand moving across the assembled crowd. The old system would have seen this as a problem to be managed, chains to be controlled. The new system has learned to see it as a gift, connections to be honored. But the reality, the fundamental reality, remains unchanged. We are all bound together. We affect one another in ways both visible and invisible. She paused, gathering strength. The work of this generation and the generations to come is not to transcend that binding. It is to understand it more deeply, to live more consciously within it, to make better and better choices about how to honor the connections that hold us all together. Bai Zhen showed us that we have freedom. My life has been devoted to showing that freedom and connection are not opposites. They are partners in a dance that will continue as long as consciousness persists in this world. She reached out and took the young student's hand, and at her touch, the student could see it. A flash of light, a brilliant thread connecting this old woman to every person gathered here, and through them, to the whole world. "You are connected to me. I am connected to you. We affect each other by this simple contact, by these exchanged words, by the attention we are giving to one another in this moment. Do not spend your life trying to escape these connections. Do not spend it trying to control them either. Spend it learning to dance within them more gracefully, more consciously, more lovingly. That is the only achievement that ultimately matters." As she spoke these final words, the young student felt something within their chest crack open. They suddenly understood, viscerally and not just intellectually, what all of Lin Xuanyi's decades of teaching had been pointing toward. It was not about mastering the sight or becoming more powerful in one's ability to perceive the chains. It was about learning to love the very fabric of existence that bound all beings together. It was about finding joy in connection rather than freedom through separation. Other members of the gathering, who had overheard this exchange, felt similarly moved. Many of them wept, not from sadness, though there was sadness in the knowledge that Lin Xuanyi would not be with them much longer, but from gratitude and recognition. This ancient woman, whose name had become synonymous with the spread of the sight throughout the world, whose philosophical works had been studied in monasteries and universities across the known lands, whose guidance had shaped the development of human consciousness itself, was at the end of her remarkable life still offering the same simple, profound teaching: learn to love what binds you. That evening, as Lin Xuanyi rested in her chambers, the convocation continued without her. But it was different now. The guides and students spoke not with the urgency of achievement or the hunger for greater understanding, but with the peace of those who had remembered something essential. They spoke about their struggles with the sight, their fears about whether they were guides good enough, their worries about how to spread these teachings in a world still resistant to change. But underneath all of this, something had shifted. They were not speaking from the place of striving towards something they did not yet possess, but from the place of gradually recognizing what had always been true. And that recognition, more than any amount of new knowledge or technique, was the blessing that Lin Xuanyi left with them as she entered the final season of her life. Chapter 98. The transformation of sight in the years after Lin Xuani's death, for she passed away peacefully in her sleep just 3 months after the convocation, surrounded by students and flowers from the garden she loved. Something remarkable happened throughout the known world. The sight began to evolve in ways that no one had predicted. It was not that fewer people could see the chains. If anything, the opposite was true. The ability continued to spread as it had for the past century and a half. But the sight itself transformed. People began to report that the chains were becoming more fluid, more dynamic, less like fixed structures, and more like living patterns of energy and consciousness. In the great cities, skilled guides reported that they could now see not just the chains of the present moment, but chains shifting and evolving in response to people's choices. The threads were not static paths that one walked, but dynamic patterns that were created moment by the free choices of conscious beings. The sight was revealing not just how one was connected to others, but how one was actively participating in the creation of those connections through every thought and choice and action. Some philosophers theorized that this transformation was a natural evolution of human perception as more people developed the sight and learned to work with the chains in increasingly sophisticated ways. Others suggested that the chains themselves were evolving, becoming more refined and subtle as humanity collectively became more conscious of them. But the most interesting interpretation came from a group of younger guides who proposed that the transformation was not actually a change in the chains themselves, but rather a progressive stripping away of the mental constructs and metaphors that had been necessary to perceive them in the first place. In other words, as practitioners became more advanced, they were moving beyond the metaphor of chains altogether, perceiving instead the raw reality of interdependence and consciousness that the chains had always been pointing toward. This interpretation found support when guides who had developed this advanced perception began to describe their experience in terms almost indistinguishable from the mystical accounts of the great Taoist and Buddhist masters of ancient times. They spoke of a unified field of consciousness in which all beings were simultaneously independent and utterly interdependent, free and bound in ways that transcended the categories of freedom and bondage entirely. One senior guide, a woman named Mei who had become one of the most respected teachers in the world, wrote about this transformation in a text that became widely studied. "We have completed the circle that Baizhen began," she wrote. "He saw himself as unchained, separate from the web of fate that bound all others. But over 100 years, and through countless practitioners, we have come to understand that his apparent separation was itself an illusion. He was connected to everything, but connected in a way that transcended the visible chains that bound others. And now, as our sight has refined and evolved, we are all beginning to see what he saw but could never fully explain, that the chains themselves are made of consciousness, and consciousness is made of chains. The distinction between the two is ultimately meaningless. We are the chains are us. And in that paradox lies a freedom so complete that it transcends the concept of freedom entirely." This revelation, which came to be known as the Great Deepening, suggested that Baizhen's original work was not complete at all, but rather was merely the first chapter in an infinitely long story of increasing awakening and deepening understanding. The liberation he had initiated was not a final state to be achieved and then celebrated as a finished accomplishment, but an ongoing process of deepening, refining, and expanding consciousness. The chains themselves were not fixed structures that could be understood once and forever, but living patterns that evolved as consciousness evolved. And every being, through their continuous choices and their conscious participation in the web of interdependence, was actively engaged in bringing that liberation into manifestation. This meant that the work of guides would never be finished, that each generation would need to rediscover the truths about connection and freedom in their own context. That wisdom was not something to be preserved like a museum artifact, but something to be lived and enacted and recreated anew in each moment. It was, in some sense, a humbling teaching, suggesting that there would never be a final victory over ignorance or a permanent establishment of freedom. But it was also liberating, because it meant that the work of awakening and transformation could never fail entirely, could never be defeated, because it was not dependent on any particular system or structure or person. It was written into the very nature of consciousness itself. Chapter 99. the New Awakening. 120 years after Baijian's initial transformation of the system, a new phenomenon began to emerge. Young children in various parts of the world, some of whom had received no formal training in the site and no instruction in philosophy, began spontaneously displaying the ability to see and work with what they called the bright threads. And most remarkably, they seemed to see something that even the most advanced adult guides had not yet perceived. These children spoke a language that was different from that of their parents. They did not talk about chains at all. Instead, they spoke of the world as being woven from living light, from music, from something they called the singing threads. When questioned about what they meant by singing, they struggled to explain, but they insisted that they could hear a kind of music in the connections, a melody or harmony that played beneath and through the visible world of physical forms and ordinary experience. When questioned about what they saw, the children struggled to find words, but their descriptions suggested that they were perceiving not just the connections between beings, but the creative process itself. They spoke of watching how the threads would weave themselves into new patterns, how choices would send ripples through the threads that would then create new branches of possibility, how the entire universe seemed to be engaged in a continuous act of creation and transformation. One child, a girl of only 7 years from a mountain village, described it this way in an interview with a group of scholars. The bright threads are singing. They're singing the world into being, and we're all singing too, even when we don't know it. Every time we make a choice, we add our voice to the song. Sometimes our voice makes the song more beautiful. Sometimes it makes it harder. But the song keeps going, and we keep singing, and that's what keeps everything alive. When asked what the song was singing into being, she replied, everything. Tomorrow. Next year. The person I might be. The world we might make. All of it is being sung into being, and we're all part of the singing. Another child, a boy of 9, described his experience. It's like the world is made of stories being told. Every person is telling their story, and every story connects to every other story, and together they make this huge story that keeps growing and changing. And I can see it happening. When someone makes a choice, it's like they're adding a new sentence to their story, and that sentence changes the whole story. These children were studied intensely by the guides and philosophers, but no one could fully explain where their ability came from or why they seemed to perceive something that adults, despite far more training and experience, had not yet achieved. Some suggested that they were seeing what Baijian had seen, a reality so pure and clear that it required a mind unclouded by adult concepts and limitations to perceive it, a vision of existence that had not been filtered through decades of learning and cultural conditioning. Others suggested that the evolution of human consciousness had reached a new threshold, and these children represented the first members of a generation that would naturally possess abilities that their parents could only develop through decades of cultivation. A few radical thinkers proposed that the children were not discovering something new, but remembering something that humanity had once known before the old system of chains had been imposed. Perhaps, they argued, the original human consciousness, before the Yuhua architect had imposed the absolute chains, had been capable of perceiving reality in this way. Perhaps the children represented a return to a more natural state of human perception, one that the old system had suppressed for so long that people had forgotten it was possible. Each of these theories had adherents, and the truth probably involved elements of all of them. That the children were clearer in their perception than adults, that consciousness was indeed evolving, and that perhaps they were tapping into capacities that had been present in humans from the beginning, but had been layered over and buried beneath generations of conditioning and limitation. The most profound question that these children raised was whether the site itself was evolving, whether the very nature of human perception was being transformed by a century and a half of continuous practice and teaching. If that was true, then it suggested that the process that Baijian had initiated was far from complete. It suggested that the world would continue to transform in ways that even the most advanced guides could not predict or control, that human consciousness would continue to expand and deepen, that new mysteries and new understandings would continue to unfold indefinitely into the future. Perhaps, some theorists speculated, humanity was gradually becoming a different kind of being, a being that perceived and thought and experienced reality in fundamentally new ways. Perhaps after another 100 or 200 years, human perception would be so transformed that the current understanding of sight and chains would seem as primitive as the old system of absolute chains seemed to the post-Reformation world. This was simultaneously exciting and terrifying. Exciting because it suggested endless possibilities and growth. Terrifying because it meant that no understanding could ever be final, that people would always be living on the edge of their own comprehension, stretching beyond what they could fully grasp. One of the leading guides of this era, a woman named Shun who had devoted her life to studying how the sight evolved across generations, proposed a radical theory that many dismissed at first but which gradually gained credence as more evidence emerged. Perhaps the sight was not a human ability that people developed through practice and cultivation, but rather an aspect of reality itself beginning to perceive itself. Perhaps the universe had always been conscious, but it was only now, through the development of human consciousness, that it was becoming conscious of its own consciousness. Perhaps the entire evolution from the old system to the new system, and from the new system toward the even greater consciousness that was now emerging, was not something that humans were bringing about, but something that the universe itself was bringing about through them. Perhaps Baizhun had not invented the sight, but had merely awakened to something that the universe had always been trying to communicate, and the spreading of the sight throughout the human population was the universe learning to see itself through billions of eyes simultaneously. This theory had profound implications. If the universe was conscious and was using human consciousness as a vehicle for knowing itself, then the liberation Baizhun had achieved and the freedom Lin Xuani had spread were not human achievements, but manifestations of the universe's own desire to know itself more fully. The work of guides was not to impose a vision or to serve a human agenda, but to become increasingly transparent channels through which the universe could perceive and understand itself. This theory, while speculative, gained credence as more and more people began to report experiences that suggested something deeper than individual human perception was at work. People spoke of receiving insights that seemed to come from beyond themselves, of understanding solutions to problems they had never studied, of perceiving truths that they had never been taught. It was as though the universe itself was guiding consciousness toward greater understanding, using human minds and hearts as instruments through which it could know itself. Chapter 100. The Eternal Return. 140 years after Baizhun's death, in a small monastery high in the mountains where the clouds perpetually gathered and the air seemed to carry whispers of ancient wisdom, an old monk died in the early hours of spring. The monks of the monastery had not initially realized that his death would be significant, for he had lived a life so quiet and ordinary that it seemed he might have been a ghost, moving through the monastery almost unnoticed, appearing and disappearing like the mist itself. He was an elderly man of no particular reputation, who had lived most of his life in quiet seclusion, seeing few visitors, producing no major works of philosophy or teaching, never taking students, never leading ceremonies, never participating in the monastery's administrative work. By all appearances, he was simply another of the countless practitioners who had devoted their lives to understanding the deeper mysteries of existence. One of many monks who chose the path of solitary contemplation over public service. His funeral rites were observed with the respect given to any member of the community, performed by the abbot and a handful of senior monks, but no one outside the monastery knew of his passing. And if someone had asked the monks of neighboring monasteries whether they knew this old man, they would have drawn a blank. The monk had been like the invisible threads that connected all things, present everywhere, essential to everything, and yet impossible to see directly unless one knew how to look for them. But when his students came to prepare his body for the funeral rites, they made a remarkable discovery. In his cell, tucked away in a place of honor in an old wooden cabinet carved with symbols of transformation and renewal, was a journal containing thousands of pages of the most profound philosophical and spiritual writing they had ever encountered. The journal spanned decades, chronicling a deep and continuous exploration of the nature of the chains, the meaning of freedom, the relationship between fate and choice, and the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. And in the front of the journal, written in a hand that seemed to belong to the very earliest pages, was a name. The monk who had spent the last century living in quiet retreat, writing insights that would reshape the entire philosophical foundations of the world's understanding of the sight, had been Baizhun's son. No one had known that Baijan had a son. No record existed in any history or teaching. There was no official acknowledgement, no public declaration. Yet the evidence in the journal made it clear that this monk had been born during Baijan's final years in seclusion, raised by his mother in a distant village, and had spent his entire life conducting a private investigation into the nature of reality that paralleled and ultimately deepened the public investigations that had been conducted by Lin Xuani and the guides. The monastery's abbot, who had served alongside this monk for 40 years without fully understanding his nature, summoned the most respected guides from the surrounding regions. When they read the journal, they were astonished. It was as though they had been given a map showing them how much further the territory extended beyond what they had already explored. The journal entries revealed a being who had grappled with the same questions as his father, but from a different starting point. Where Baijan had been born into the old system and had to break free from it to achieve his unchained state. This monk had been born after the Reformation, born into freedom, and had spent his life asking what it meant to carry that freedom responsibly, how to wield the power of insight without corrupting it with ego or attachment, how to teach without becoming a teacher, how to influence without controlling. In one entry, dated more than 50 years earlier, he had written, "My father believed that freedom meant being separate from the chains. I have come to see that true freedom is the ability to dance with the chains so skillfully, so gracefully, that separation and connection become meaningless distinctions. The goal is not to escape the web, but to become one with it, to participate in its creation with such full consciousness that there is no difference between the web and the dancer." His conclusions, recorded in the later pages of his journal, suggested a vision of the future that transcended both Baijan's original insights and Lin Xuani's refinements of those insights. He had come to believe that the ultimate liberation was not from the chains at all, but rather the ability to wear them so lightly, to hold them so consciously, that they became indistinguishable from the space between thoughts. In that state, a being would be simultaneously perfectly bound and perfectly free, able to move through the world with complete autonomy while being acutely aware of how their every movement affected others. The paradox, he had written, is not something to be resolved. It is something to be inhabited. When you can be completely free and completely bound at the same time, when you can recognize that these are not opposites but complementary aspects of a single reality, then you have arrived at something that transcends philosophy and becomes pure being. When the journal was published and distributed throughout the known world, it sparked a new era of philosophical and spiritual inquiry. The guides came together in councils to study it intensely. The young children who could see the bright threads and hear the singing threads reported that the old monk's teachings clarified something they had been trying to understand. Even ordinary people, reading the journal for the first time, reported moments of profound clarity and transformation as they encountered the depth of the monk's insights. And perhaps most remarkably, some practitioners reported that as they studied the monk's teachings, they began to perceive something extraordinary. The chains that bound them to the larger world, which they had always understood as connecting them to living beings and to the conscious choices of humanity, began to expand their reach. They could sense connections stretching backward through time to all the beings and choices that had come before. They could sense connections extending forward into futures that had not yet been determined. They could perceive how their current choices would echo across generations, affecting lives not yet born, shaping possibilities that would not be realized for centuries. And most mysteriously, some of the most advanced practitioners reported that they could sense, in the deepest layers of the chains, the presence of something that felt almost like consciousness itself, as though the entire system of interdependence, the entire web of choices and consequences and causes and effects, was itself alive and aware. As though, on some level beyond human comprehension, the universe itself was a single conscious being, exploring and experiencing itself through the infinite variety of individual conscious beings that inhabited it. This revelation, which came to be known as the Great Awakening, suggested that Baijan's original work was not complete at all, but rather was merely the first chapter in an infinitely long story. The liberation he had initiated was not a final state to be achieved, but an ongoing process of deepening, refining, and expanding consciousness. And every being, through their continuous choices and their conscious participation in the web of interdependence, was actively engaged in bringing that liberation into manifestation. As the first generation born fully into this new understanding came of age, they brought with them perspectives and abilities that their parents could barely comprehend. They could navigate the chains with an almost unconscious grace, moving through the world in ways that seemed to honor both freedom and connection perfectly. Where their parents had to work consciously to remember interdependence, these young people felt it instinctively. Where their parents had to consciously choose to honor their connections, these young people flowed through their relationships naturally, as though they had been born knowing the rhythms and patterns of genuine connection. They spoke of duty not as an external constraint, but as an internal joy, the delight of knowing deeply and bone deeply that one's choices mattered, that one's existence made a genuine difference, that the fate one wove was not imposed from without, but created freely in every moment. They understood intuitively what Bai Zhen had spent decades learning, that freedom and connection were not opposites, but were complementary aspects of a single reality. To be free meant to be connected in an aware and conscious way. To be truly connected meant to move through the world with a freedom that no external force could constrain. This generation began to imagine possibilities that their parents had not fully conceived. New ways of organizing society, new forms of art and music that expressed the interconnectedness of all things, new scientific and spiritual practices that emerged from the understanding that consciousness and matter, individual and collective, were not separate categories, but different expressions of a single unified reality. And sometimes, in the quiet moments of deep meditation or in the spontaneous awakenings that would come without warning, practitioners of all ages would experience flashes of the vision that had first come to Bai Zhen in that crucial moment when he understood that he was unchained while all others were bound. But now, the vision was inverted, turned inside out and upside down until it revealed something that could never have been perceived from the old perspective. They would perceive, for just an instant, the way in which the entire cosmos was bound to itself through infinite chains of interdependence and infinite mutual obligation and infinite mutual love. They would see how nothing in the universe was separate from anything else, how each being was intimately connected to every other being, and how this connection was not a limitation but the very ground of existence itself. They would see how the universe had taken billions of years and countless evolutionary steps to gradually awaken to its own nature, and how they, in this moment, were the universe's way of knowing itself, understanding itself, awakening to the fullness of what it actually was. And they would understand, with certainty beyond doubt, that what appeared to be imprisonment was actually the most perfect expression of freedom possible. The freedom to participate consciously in the infinite act of creation that was the universe knowing itself. They would understand that the chains were not chains at all but love, and that being bound together with all other beings was not a restriction but the ultimate liberation. They would see how Bai Zhen's unchained state had been a kind of painful alienation from the truth of his own being, and how his return to connection had been a return to his true nature. They would see how freedom was not about being separate or unconnected, but about being consciously, lovingly, joyfully bound to all beings in a relationship of mutuality and genuine care. And in those moments of vision, the boundary between self and other would dissolve. The practitioner would experience themselves not as an isolated individual, but as a drop of water that had temporarily taken individual form while always remaining part of the infinite ocean. They would understand that the liberation Bai Zhen had given to the world was not a liberation from connection, but a liberation into full, conscious participation in the web of connection that had always held all beings together. And they would be filled with a gratitude so profound it brought them to tears, gratitude for the chains that bound them, gratitude for the connections that made them who they were, gratitude for the opportunity to participate consciously in the eternal creation of all things. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. Your likes and comments help this channel grow and bring more stories like this one to life. Thank you so much for listening all the way to the end. It truly means everything.